Ancient 1 Chapter 769 to Chapter 822. Li Yunxiao said, "Can you tell me the buyer's information? This pearl is very important to me." That associate hurriedly closed the account book and said with an apologetic smile, "Customer, apologies. We must ensure the confidentiality of every customer's information. N, what if I pay a high price for this information?" Li Yunxiao asked unwillingly. That associate smiled and said, "No matter how high the price, it also can't buy the myriad treasure tower's reputation." Li Yunxiao was helpless and could only give up, saying, "I want to purchase this kind of bright moon pearl in large quantities. I wonder if I can meet your esteemed sex person in charge in the East Domain." The associate smiled lightly and said, "I'm really sorry about that. Our head shopkeeper is very busy. If you need it, you can prepay some deposit and leave your address. After we have the goods, we'll send someone to inform you." Li Yunxiao knew that this was a refusal. That whatever head shopkeeper might be flirting and drinking right now. But he also had no choice. Since the entire East Domain did not have this East Sea Moon Pearl at present, it was probably impossible to have it in a short time. He took his leave, planning on making a trip to these merchant guilds that were ranked slightly higher. After going to more than a dozen in a row, they were actually all purchased by someone. Furthermore, the information of the buyer was like a taboo. Finally, he inquired about a little something in a relatively small merchant guild. 500,000 essence stones? Do you think that our merchant guild's reputation is only worth 500,000? 1 million, if it's okay, then it's okay. If it's not, then pull it out. This. Add a bit more. 2 million, money in one hand, information in the other. Li Yunxiao immediately took out 2 million essence stones. That associate was overjoyed and whispered by his ear, "The one seeking to purchase this East Sea Moon Pearl is the Jiang family's current mistress maidservant, Xiao Mei." Li Yunxiao's expression turned austere and he said, "Are you sure?" "Heh heh." That associate covered his mouth and snickered as he said, "How can I not be sure? That Xiao Mei has an affair with our shopkeeper." TSK, you haven't seen Xiao Mei's enchanting appearance. Every time I see it, my heart itches unbearably. I really don't know what good fortune our shopkeeper has accumulated in this lifetime. He's really the envy of others." Li Yunxiao naturally saw that this person did not speak, but there was some worry on his brows. He pondered and said, "From the chambers of commerce that I have visited, at least 8 have been bought, and at the same time. That must be the mistress of the Jiang family. If it is really in the hands of the mistress of the Jiang family, then it will be troublesome. Do I really have to ask Kuyu for help? Furthermore, if it wasn't for my sensitive identity, even if Kuyu were to appear, she might not have been able to obtain it." Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly entered his ears, saying, "Boss, how much is your 6th-tier suit here?" "Aya, you've come to the right place. Among all the grade 6 suits in Scarlet Moon City, if we say that we're the second cheapest, no one would dare to say that they're the first." The shop assistant no longer cared about Li Yunxiao and hurriedly went to greet him. A man in green was looking around the shop. The business here was much worse than those big chambers of commerce. If this kind of small shop wanted to compete and survive, it could only improve the service and reduce the price. "Ah, it's you?" The man in green was the one who had previously sold 3 books on picking up girls to Li Yunxiao. When the two saw each other, he immediately looked a little embarrassed and said with an embarrassed smile, "Haha, Scarlet Moon City is really small. It's really a small world." Li Yunxiao's face fell and he said coldly, "You cheated me of my primordial stones." "How can this be called cheating?" The man in green cried out, feeling wronged, "Did I force you to buy it?" He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "That's right, I'll take you to a good place. I guarantee that your chances of winning the martial arts competition will be much higher." Without any explanation, he pulled Li Yunxiao and ran out, ignoring the shouting of the shop assistant behind him. The two of them ran at an extremely fast speed in the city for a while. In front of a courtyard, the man in green looked at Li Yunxiao meaningfully and said, "I couldn't tell that you're a 5-star martial ancestor, but your foundation is quite deep. You didn't even take a breath to keep up with my pace." Li Yunxiao scanned the courtyard with his divine sense and discovered that it was actually very spacious. There were at least 10 martial artists gathered, but their strength was very limited. There were only a few people who were martial saints and above. He revealed a slightly surprised expression and said, "What is this place? Follow me in and you'll know." The man in green led him straight in. There were a few guards inside, and when they saw the man in green, they nodded to show their goodwill. The two of them walked directly into one of the main halls. The man in green shouted as soon as he entered, "Register, register, don't sleep, there's a new friend." A rather fat martial artist was lying on the table, sleeping soundly. The man in green kicked him and woke him up. The fat man hurriedly waved a few moves, thinking that he had met an enemy. Seeing this, the man in green heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Wen Lin, have you bought your set?" The man in green, Wen Lin, harumphed, "I don't have enough money, so I brought a new friend to join the organization." "Hurry up and get an identity." The fat man looked at Xianxia and revealed a look of disdain. He harumphed, "You're just a 5-star martial ancestor. Your introduction fee is only 50,000 middle-grade primordial stones." He took out a storage pouch and threw 50,000 primordial stones over. Xianxia fainted. He still didn't understand what kind of organization this was, but he already knew the reason why Wen Lin had pulled him over. It was to earn an introduction fee. Wen Lin was exposed by the fat man and scolded awkwardly, "You damned fat pig, do what you need to do. Don't talk where you shouldn't." He happily took out the storage pouch and carefully counted it. It was obvious that he was worried about this fat man. The fat man casually glanced at Xianxia and arrogantly said, "Where's your identity card? Take it out." Xianxia blushed with shame and said, "What kind of organization is this?" "What organization? What do you do?" The fat man was stunned and said, "He didn't tell you?" He pointed to the side and realized that Wen Lin had already run far away. He couldn't help but scold a few times before saying, "It's okay. It's the same if I tell you now. Our organization is the savior of country bumpkins like you. The date of the goddess's marriage contest is getting closer and closer. Do you have the confidence to defeat the young masters of the 7 superpowers? Also, the 7 geniuses of the younger generation in the East region who are known as the 7-star sons are all here for this. If you were to fight in the arena, do you have the confidence to win against these people?" Xianxia shook his head. He would not participate in the arena at all. As for the 7-star sons of the East region, he had never even heard of them. They were probably the same as the 4 prodigies of the North region. Jiang Ruobing was the direct daughter of the Jiang family in Crimson Moon City. It was normal for powerful people from the top forces to fight for her. "That's right." The fat man's saliva flew everywhere as he said, "We don't have a good background, we don't have powerful parents, and we don't have a master who can call the wind and summon the rain, so we can only rely on ourselves." His eyes were filled with determination as he clenched his fists and said, "We are all born poor and not very talented martial artists. However, we have a common goal. We are all gathered together because we like the goddess, Ruobing. We want to protect each other and fight against those tall, rich, and handsome men together. Our organization is called Ice Cube. We are the most loyal fan club of the goddess." Xianxia was speechless. The more the fat man spoke, the more his blood boiled. He held, "I, Zhu Jingyi, am also the most loyal fan of the goddess. The purpose of our Ice Cube is to become the strongest and most loyal guards of the goddess." A will at the end of his speech, he could not help but howl a few times on the table. Xianxia wiped his cold sweat and said embarrassedly, "Then you have brought the wrong person. I don't even know what Jiang Ruobing looks like, and I have no interest in participating in the marriage contest. Brother Feifei, goodbye." He turned to leave. Although Zhu Jingyi was terrifyingly fat, he was still agile. He dashed in front of Xianxia in an instant and stretched out his hand to stop him. "You can't leave. Wen Lin has already received the introduction fee. You must join the organization, or you will have to pay 10 times the amount." Xianxia was speechless. He said coldly, "You are getting more and more strange. Are you a fan club or a cult? I think you are using the name of a fan club to do evil things." The murderous aura on his body dissipated slightly. Zhu Jingyi was shocked. He felt as if his heart had fallen into a bottomless abyss. A huge wave of fear hit him, causing all the fat on his body to tremble. His heart was in turmoil. How could a 5-star Wuzong have such a powerful aura? Zhu Jingyi had wanted to stop Li Yunxiao, but just feeling the other party's aura was enough to make him tremble. He did not dare to make a move. He hurriedly said, "Don't leave. We are indeed a genuine fan club. We are definitely not a cult. I can prove it." Li Yunxiao was about to leave when he heard that he had proof. He could not help but ask curiously, "What proof do you have?" Only then did Zhu Jingyi realize that the aura had dissipated. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. The fat on his face trembled as he said, "Our Ice Cube organization often communicates with Goddess Ruobing's personal servant, Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui often brings the latest news about the goddess, as well as the goddess blessings and hopes for us." Li Yunxiao was speechless. Li Shi looked at Li Yunxiao's dazed expression and thought that he was tempted. He immediately grinned and said, "Hee, aren't you tempted? As long as you join our Ice Cube organization, you might be able to see Goddess Ruobing's true appearance one day. You might even be able to get her autograph." He revealed an excited expression, as if he had already obtained it. Li Yunxiao said embarrassedly, "Servant again." His mind started to work. At present, he already knew that the East Sea Moonlight Pearl of the entire Red Moon City, or even the entire East Domain, was in the hands of the female lead of the Jiang family. This female lead should be Jiang Ruobing's mother. Perhaps he could use this fan club to pull some strings and think of a way to get the East Sea Moonlight Pearl. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to look for Ning Qiue. She was an old friend from the past. The things that happened in the past might have faded with the death of Gu Feiyang. He also did not want to cause any trouble in Ning Qiue's life. Li Yunxiao's thoughts raced as he said, "If I join the group, will I be able to see that Xiao Shui?" Zhu Jingyi hurriedly nodded his head, "Of course you can, but Sister Xiao Shui will only meet everyone. If you want to further interact with Sister Xiao Shui, you must become a high-ranking member of our group." Li Yunxiao said, "How can I become a high-ranking member?" Zhu Jingyi smiled, "As long as you have enough contributions or strength, you can choose one of the two. To become an officer, you must have the cultivation of a martial saint or earn 10 million middle-grade primordial stones for the group." Li Yunxiao's face immediately darkened. What kind of fan club was this? It was an out-and-out evil cult. Suddenly, a doo-doo sound rang out in the courtyard. It was short and hurried, stimulating one's mind. Zhu Jingyi's expression changed as he exclaimed in surprise, "It's a gathering signal. Maybe Sister Xiao Shui is here. Quickly go and take a look." "Brat, you are really lucky." His fat body flashed. He was actually very agile. He could not be bothered with Li Yunxiao as he headed towards one of the halls. Since Li Yunxiao was here, he might as well take a look at what kind of person Jiang Ruobing's servant girl was. Perhaps he could use this as a breakthrough. He followed closely behind fatty Zhu Jingyi and entered the hall. A man was playing a small flute-like musical instrument. He used his vital energy to infuse the musical instrument, creating a strong vibration effect. Everyone in the large courtyard could hear it. Soon, more than 100 people had gathered, and it was a little cramped to be squeezed into one place. Li Yunxiao used his divine sense to scan the area. He discovered that most of them were martial emperors. Furthermore, they were all young and had looks of anticipation on their faces. Above them sat a few older men. They had arrogant expressions on their faces. They were the so-called managers. Only 4 of them were martial saints. The other 3 had probably contributed a lot of primal stones, which was why they were able to rise to the top. The person playing the flute was obviously also an officer. When he felt that there were enough people, he stopped playing the flute and said loudly, "Brother Xinghua and Sister Xiao Shui, please." Pa pa pa. Everyone applauded in welcome. A handsome man walked out from the back hall with a smile on his face. He made an inviting gesture, and a woman wearing a flowery checkered dress came out right after. She was also grinning from ear to ear. The two of them seemed to be chatting happily. Li Yunxiao's eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. How was this little snow? It was clearly a snowball. If it wasn't for the fact that fatty Zhu Jingyi was right beside him, he would have thought that Zhu Jingyi had gone up the stage. The fat man beside him looked at the stage with shining eyes, revealing a look of worship. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and a great suspicion arose in his heart. Snowball was so fat, was it really a servant? How could he serve the young miss with such a figure? Li Yunxiao looked at her and thought to himself, she probably can't even bend her waist, right? That Yan Xinghua on the stage was clearly the leader of this fan club. He had the cultivation of a 7-star martial honorable. From his age, he could be considered a genius. However, when compared to the top of the continent, he was still quite a distance away. If he really went up to the stage to fight for a spouse, he really wouldn't be enough for the big families. Yan Xinghua raised his hand and signaled for everyone to stop applauding. He smiled and said, "Welcome Sister Little Snow to our Ice Cube fan club again. This time, we have brought Goddess Ruobing's greetings and blessings." When everyone heard this, they all became emotional and shouted, Little Snow, Goddess, Goddess." Zhu Jingyi's blood was also boiling. He shouted, "Goddess, Goddess. For Goddess Ruobing and Sister Little Snow, we will go through fire and water without hesitation." Snowball also smiled. Its facial features were gone, and it was impossible to tell whether its mouth was open or not. Only its dudu voice could be heard. It smiled and said, "Miss wants me to say hello to everyone. Thank you for your support and love for our young miss. Miss Ruobing also likes everyone very much. Awoo." Zhu Jingyi suddenly howled like a wolf, instantly pushing the atmosphere to the highest point. Everyone was cheering wildly, as if they had gone crazy. Li Yunxiao frowned. Under his divine sense, these people were very normal. They did not have any mental damage or sorcery. Could it be that they were really crazy fans? Snowball was so happy that it could not close its mouth. In fact, Li Yunxiao also did not know whether it had opened its mouth or not. In any case, it was all fat. Snowball said again, "But recently, Miss has been very distressed because of something. She has been unable to eat or drink all day." All the voices suddenly quieted down. The officer who had gathered everyone with the flute stood up and said in a deep voice, "Sister Little Snow, please tell us what exactly Goddess Ruobing is distressed about. As long as our Ice Cube fan club can do our best, we will not hesitate to die." "Yes, what exactly is it?" "We will not hesitate to die." Everyone followed suit and cheered incessantly. Snowball was moved. "Thank you everyone. If Miss Ruobing knew that you were so loyal, she would definitely be very touched. The thing is like this. Has anyone heard of the Silver Moon clan?" Everyone frowned and began to discuss in whispers. It seemed that many people had some understanding of this sect. Yan Xinghua made a silencing gesture and said, "The Silver Moon sect can be considered a famous sect in the Eastern Domain, and most of them are female cultivators. It is said that they also have the despicable dual cultivation technique, using men and women to do illicit things to achieve the goal of cultivation. I wonder if this is true or false." Big Sister Snowball said seriously, "That's right. And the young master of the Silver Moon clan, Nalan Jishuan, has also come to Red Moon City and wants to participate in Mrs. Marriage contest." A trace of anger appeared on Yan Xinghua's face. He shouted, "How can such an evil person be allowed to fight in the arena? But, why does the name Nalan Jishuan sound like a woman?" Snowball said angrily, "That Nalan Jishuan is a woman. This is also the reason why Miss is so angry." There was a slight oversight in the marriage contest invitation that Red Moon City announced to the world. It only required young talents under the age of 30. It didn't specify that it must be a man. That Nalan Jishuan took advantage of this loophole, so, everyone understands. Everyone swallowed their saliva and was speechless for a moment. They only felt that erotic scenes flashed in their minds. Two stunning beauties in light gauze and thin clothes, cough, cough, cough. Yan Xinghua coughed a few times and said, "This Nalan Jishuan is too much. I heard that she is also a stunning beauty. We will not allow such a waste of resources to happen. Sister Snowball, please tell us what we should do." Snowball smiled and said, "Miss has already found out where Nalan Jishuan is staying in Red Moon City. I hope everyone can help Miss solve this problem." Yan Xinghua revealed a knowing smile and said, "Haha, I hope Sister Xiaoxue can go back and tell Goddess Ruobing that Ice Cube's fan club will definitely help her complete this matter." The fat on Snowball's face jumped and said, "Then I'll have to trouble everyone. I will definitely report everything that Brother Xinghua and everyone have done for Mississippi." Yan Xinghua and several officers hurriedly became humble. That Snowball seemed very happy and didn't stay any longer. She encouraged everyone and left. There was a lot of discussion in the hall. They were all discussing the matter of the Silver Moon sect and each had their own views. Yan Xinghua's gaze swept across the audience and said quietly, "Everyone, what we have to do is very clear. Nailan Jishuan must stop her from participating in the marriage contest. Otherwise, it will be scandalous. Leave this matter to us, Ice Cube." Under his lead, everyone rushed out of the hall with high morale, as if they were willing to go through fire and water for their goddess. Li Yunxiao stood there in a daze. It would be too unreasonable to follow them. His divine sense had already sensed the direction that Snowball was heading towards. It was the City Lord mansion of Red Moon City, and the City Lord of Red Moon City was indeed a member of the Jiang family. But he also noticed a detail. Although Snowball was riding in a compass carriage, the flying height was far beyond the permitted range. It seemed that this person was really Jiang Ruobing's servant girl. "Brother, let's go." Zhu Jingyi patted Li Yunxiao's shoulder and shouted, "This is a good opportunity to make a great contribution. If you can perform well, not only will you be promoted to an officer, but you will also be invited to the City Lord Mansion to meet Goddess Ruobing." Li Yunxiao was surprised and said, "There is such an opportunity? Has anyone been there?" "Of course." Zhu Jingyi said proudly, "We can be the most loyal fan club of the goddess. Brother Yan Xinghua and several officers have been summoned by Goddess Ruobing. What an honor it is. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil." Zhu Jingyi did not say anything and dragged him to follow the group. Although Crimson Moon City's management was strict, all kinds of grudges and killings had never stopped. The City Lord Mansion would not intervene in such matters. They were only responsible for the safety of Crimson Moon City and the safety of some innocent people. After all, ordinary people made up the majority of the population, and they were all protected by the three great families of Crimson Moon City. Yan Xinghua directly threw out a level 7 gold sun warship. Although it was a little broken, it was indeed majestic. After hundreds of people boarded the war chariot, they headed in the direction of the Silver Moon sect. Li Yunxiao noticed that the Gold Sun warship had the Crimson Moon City's permit sign on it. It could fly independently without any restrictions, but it still tried to fly as low as possible. Soon, it arrived on top of a building, blocking the sunlight and casting a shadow. The martial artists in the building below seemed to have sensed it, and a few figures rushed out. They were all young women with graceful figures and extraordinary looks. They were all carefully selected. "Who dares to hover above our Silver Moon sect? Come down quickly." A woman shouted softly, her face full of anger. "Humph, the sky above your Silver Moon sect. This is Crimson Moon City. The entire sky belongs to Crimson Moon City. Where is your Silver Moon sect?" Yan Xinghua suddenly bellowed and turned into a ray of light. Hundreds of martial artists also moved out and surrounded the entire building in an instant. The expressions of the 4 female disciples of the Silver Moon sect changed drastically. The people in front of them were not weak. Furthermore, all of them had ferocious gazes as they sized them up from head to toe. They did not come with good intentions, causing the 4 of them to have goosebumps. "May I know who your esteemed guest is? Could it be that my Silver Moon sect has offended you in any way?" A pleasant voice was heard. It was like music entering their ears, causing everyone to feel warmth in their hearts. It was as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. Most of their killing intent was immediately dissipated by the voice. Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised. There was no charm in the voice, but it had a natural charm effect. It seemed that Nailan Jishuan was either gifted or had cultivated the cultivation method of the Silver Moon sect to a certain level. Yan Xinghua snorted coldly, "Nailan Jishuan, what is your purpose in coming to Scarlet Moon City? Are you here for the goddess Jiang Ruobing?" A faint figure flashed in the air. A fragrant scent wafted over. A white-clothed figure gracefully appeared in front of everyone. Every frown and smile revealed a soul-stirring temperament. It was Nailan Jishuan. She stared at the crowd and said in confusion, "I'm here for Sister Ruobing. Is there something wrong?" Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly. This Nailan Jishuan was actually an 8-star martial honorable expert. Furthermore, she was slender and seductive. Every move she made was filled with tenderness and sweetness. It was obvious that she was not someone who could be easily dealt with. Although she was sleeping soundly and her face was smooth and creamy, when an expert looked at her, he could tell that she was still a virgin. She was definitely not someone who had cultivated in an evil technique that allowed men and women to have illicit relations with each other, as Snowball had said. As expected. Do you think it's wrong? A sinister smile appeared on Xianxia's face. He said, now, we're officially inviting you to come with us. We'll let you out after the martial arts competition for espouse is over. During this time, we brothers will serve you well. It was unknown what Xianxia was trying to express with the word serve, but it immediately enraged Nalan Jishuan. She said sternly, shameless person, you deserve to die. She made her move in an instant as a long sword was unsheathed and stabbed towards Xianxia. She could tell with a single glance that this person was the leader of the group and was also the strongest. Hence, she decided to capture the leader first. The sword chi immediately created a vacuum, and the people around didn't dare to face its sharpness, so they all scattered. Xianxia retreated continuously. A white light flashed in his hand and a blade appeared from his body, blocking the attack. His cultivation was 1 star lower than Nalan Jishuan's, so he didn't dare to be careless. He attacked with all his strength and shouted in the air, let's attack together, for the goddess. For the goddess! Everyone roared. As if they had taken drugs, they rushed towards the 4 women and the building. The few martial venerable level officers helped Xianxia deal with Nalan Jishuan. The scene of hundreds of people ganging up on each other suddenly unfolded. Several figures flew out of the building again. This time, there were 4 men. They were only inferior grade martial saints. Humph, it is indeed a place to hide filth. Xianxia scolded sarcastically. All kinds of unpleasant words came out of his mouth, but the saber in his hand became fiercer and fiercer. It actually forced Nalan Jishuan into a passive defense. Coupled with the fierce attacks of several officers, she suddenly fell into a disadvantageous position. After a few moves, Nalan Jishuan was in danger again and again. She didn't know that the other party was cursing to disturb her mind, but the words were really unpleasant. Moreover, they used a certain sound wave attack that directly poured into her ears. Her face was already red with embarrassment, and her hands were constantly in danger. The other hundreds of people defeated the 4 female disciples in an instant. Fortunately, the 4 men who attacked afterward were all martial venerables. With a glance, they almost suppressed everyone, so the officers who were besieging Nalan Jishuan had to split up to deal with them. Only then did Nalan Jishuan's situation improve. Li Yunxiao had already seen that this Ice Cube organization was not a good person. On the contrary, although the people of the Silver Moon sect all had evil charm on their faces, they appeared to be more upright. Finally, when Nalan Jishuan was in danger, he gently flicked his finger, and a thunderbolt shot out. Before anyone could react, it directly hit Xianxia's saber. There was a ripple of vibration, causing the saber to deviate and miss the killing intent. Xianxia was shocked. He suddenly pulled out his saber and turned around, defending in front of him. He was afraid that the person in the dark would launch a sneak attack. He shouted angrily, "Who is it? Who is it? Get out here!" Nalan Jishuan was still in a state of shock. Under that dangerous move just now, if someone hadn't helped her, even if she didn't die under the saber, she would have been seriously injured and captured by the other party. She looked around gratefully, wanting to find her benefactor, but she couldn't see him. She could only thank him in the air. "Jishuan, thanks my lord for saving me." "Hee, it's nothing. Sister Jishuan doesn't need to be so polite." A response came from the air, and then a light appeared. A young man appeared in the air and slowly spun down. He had a full smile on his face, and he waved the feather fan in his hand. Li Yunxiao was speechless for a while. It was clearly him who did it. There were really so many shameless people in this world. It seemed that this guy was not a good person. So it's Shiman Jinling, one of the 7-star sons of the eastern region. Nalan Jishuan was happy and hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, young master Shiman. Jishuan is lucky to have you help me." The 7-star sons of the eastern region were similar to the 4 prodigies of the northern region. They were the 7 strongest people in the younger generation of a region. Although they might not be the strongest, they were at least the best of the best. They definitely lived up to their reputation. Shimin Jinling was secretly proud of being praised. He said with a humble face, "Not at all, not at all. Sister Zhishuan, you're too kind." Yan Xinghua's face suddenly turned ugly, and he said angrily, "Shimin Jinling, all troubles are caused by speaking out loud. You have to consider it carefully." Humph. Shimin Jinling's face was full of contempt, and he said sarcastically, "What troubles do I have to deal with scum like you?" With a wave of his feather fan, he flipped over and slapped towards Yan Xinghua with a single strike. His imposing manner was so strong that it firmly suppressed Yan Xinghua. Yan Xinghua didn't dare to take it head-on in his rage, and he swiftly tapped his feet lightly before retreating backwards. Shimin Jinling's confidence and aura increased greatly after he shocked the other party with one move. He sneered, "Jumping clown, wait for me to take your life in 10 moves." His purpose of coming here was for Nailan Jishuan. He did not expect God to directly arrange a hero to save the beauty. He was overjoyed. Yan Xinghua's strength was already at the end of his rope after fighting with Nailan Jishuan. It was a great opportunity for him to show off. Therefore, in addition to ruthless moves, he tried his best to choose martial skills that looked elegant and heroic. Gold and white jade by a song and laugh, a drunken moonlight marquee. Shimin Jinling spread the feather fan in his hand and pressed forward, pressuring Yan Xinghua until he had no way to retreat. He laughed proudly, "Haha, I don't need 10 moves. It seems that this move will do." Yan Xinghua was shocked. The power of the fan had blocked all his escape routes. Just the aura alone was enough to make him breathless. He felt his scalp go numb. He roared, lifted his saber, and fought head-on. Bang! Both of their weapons trembled, and a whirlpool of energy spread out from the center. Suddenly, Shimin Jinling's expression changed greatly. He felt an indescribable pressure descend upon him like a mountain, and the power of his fan instantly collapsed. The force did not decrease, and directly bombarded his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He fell directly at Nailan Jishuan's feet. "Young Master Shimin, are you okay?" Nailan Jishuan was shocked, and hurriedly went forward to support him. Because a large amount of vitality had shaken into Shimin Jinling's body, his internal organs were damaged. He had to desperately cough and spit out blood. As he spat out blood, he shouted, I'm fine." He trembled as he stood up, trying to make his posture as elegant as possible. What's going on? How did this person suddenly become so strong? Shimin Jinling and Nailan Jishuan were both shocked. Yan Xinghua also stood there in a daze. He could not figure out how he had injured Shimin Jinling, who was a peak 8-star martial venerable, with one saber strike. He looked around blankly, and there was no one behind him except for the new member of the 5-star sects. Li Yunxiao sneered in his heart, "Who asked you to act tough? You'll be struck by lightning if you act tough." "Haha, it seems that the heavens are helping me." Yan Xinghua laughed wildly and said coldly, "Nailan Jishuan, let's see who will come to save you now. Give me the primordial yin qi cultivated by your Yuanying Wonder Maiden technique." He raised his saber again and slashed. The saber qi drew a long rainbow in the air, directly covering both of them. Nailan Jishuan's face turned pale. This time, she was invited to Red Moon City to have a heart-to-heart talk with her good sister, Jiang Ruobing. There were no experts by her side to protect her. She did not expect to be intercepted and killed. Moreover, it was for her vital yin qi. This made her even more ashamed and resentful. The Silver Moon Sect's Yuanying Wonder Maiden technique was most suitable for women to cultivate, especially women with vital yin bodies. If a woman cultivated it to the great accomplishment stage and slept with a man for the first time, she would give that trace of vital yin to the other party, bringing unimaginable benefits to the other party's cultivation. Therefore, the Silver Moon Sect's female disciples were resources that all the major sects on the mainland scrambled for. The development of the sect also benefited from these female disciples to a certain extent. As for Nailan Jishuan, she had a vital yin body. After the Yuanying Wonder Maiden technique reached the great accomplishment stage, it could bring immeasurable benefits to the man. It could even allow a martial venerable to directly attack Emperor Wu. Therefore, she had always been regarded as the sect's treasure. Usually, there would be sect elders following her and protecting her. She did not expect that she would end up like this for the only time when no one followed her. If her vital yin was taken away, not only would the sect treat her like dirt, but she would also not be able to endure the humiliation and live. Shimin Jinling suddenly shouted. He did not know where he got the strength from, but he jumped up and was about to escape. He kept shouting, "Little sister Zhishuan, I'll go get someone to save you and avenge you." He had originally come to get close to Nailan Zhishuan, but at this moment, his life was obviously more important. Since the other party's target was Nailan Zhishuan, they would not chase after him. Nailan Zhishuan was stunned for a moment, and a trace of bitterness and confusion appeared in her eyes. Was this person really the person who saved her just now? Yan Xinghua's eyes flashed fiercely. Although he wanted to kill Shimin Jinling as well, it was obvious that seizing Nailan Zhishuan's primordial yin to attack Emperor Wu was the most important thing. At this moment, Li Yunxiao wanted to attack again. Suddenly, his body froze and he put down the arm he had just raised. He sensed a familiar aura and had already attacked. An incomparably domineering aura descended from the sky. A long spear, like a swimming dragon, rushed into Yan Xinghua's saber aura, shook the saber, and suddenly pressed down. Bang! The saber directly broke under the spear's momentum, and then the dragon-like spear power exploded. An unparalleled dragon power spread, directly causing Yan Xinghua to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was thrown out fiercely with a face full of horror. A man appeared beside Nailan Zhishuan. The long spear in his hand touched the ground and lifted it up. A lightning-like force exploded from the ground, shaking all the way and breaking through the air. Yan Xinghua was shocked. His body flashed and turned into a ray of light to escape. At the same time, he shouted, "Retreat!" When the members of the Ice Cube organization saw that their big brother had run away, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Fatty Zhu Jingyi was also among them. He ran no slower than anyone else. Li Yunxiao glanced at the person who came. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a sudden aura directly locked onto him. It was the man holding the spear. He said coldly, "You saw me and still want to escape?" Li Yunxiao only felt a chill on his back. He didn't need to look back to know that the long spear was pointed at him. Hee hee. Li Yunxiao slowly turned around and smiled. "I didn't expect Brother Luo to recognize me." "Humph. Even if you turn into ashes, I will still recognize you. My celestial spirit ring was destroyed by you." The man's spear trembled, immediately emitting a bit of cold air, pointing at Li Yunxiao's throat. That handsome face appeared in front of Li Yunxiao's eyes. It was one of the companions who had adventured together with him on Mount Meru that day. Luo Qingyun, Nailan Zhishuan survived the disaster, and an indescribable sense of gratitude welled up in her heart. She slowly stepped forward and nodded. "So it's Big Brother Luo Qingyun. Thank you for saving my life, Big Brother Luo." However, she also felt very strange and asked, "Big Brother Luo knows this person?" In her eyes, Li Yunxiao was nothing more than a 5-star martial lord. Furthermore, he was in cahoots with the person who wanted to capture him. She felt extreme disgust in her heart as she frowned. In the distance, Shimin Jinling hadn't run far. This turn of events caused his face to instantly turn pale. After that, various colors appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with haze. This was not the ending he wanted to see. His cowardice had been exposed in front of so many people. He couldn't wait for Nailan Zhishuan to be captured by that person just now to have her primordial yin destroyed. He didn't want her to be saved by others peacefully. Where would he put his face? This time, he couldn't continue to run, nor could he not run. He stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. "Hee hee, Brother Luo, I trust you have been well since we last met. Your spear is too sharp, be careful that it misfires. Don't hurt me by mistake." Li Yunxiao laughed, and his body tilted slightly, trying to avoid the spear. However, Luo Qingyun coldly snorted, and the tip of the spear followed Li Yunxiao's movements. He refused to put down the spear and said coldly, "That day, you destroyed my celestial spirit ring. If I remember correctly, you have a lot of treasures on you. Just take out 3 or 4 of them as compensation." That day on Mount Meru, he had also seen Li Yunxiao collect a large number of treasures. However, after a long time, he had already broken through to Martial Venerable, but Li Yunxiao was still in the Martial Ancestor realm. This surprised him. One must know that he had always been thinking about Li Yunxiao's strength. Although he was unwilling to admit it, it was true that Li Yunxiao was better than him. For a long time, he had been cultivating with defeating Li Yunxiao as his goal. He didn't expect that when they met again, the difference between the two of them would be like heaven and earth. This caused Luo Qingyun to be at a loss for a moment. He even felt slightly angry that Li Yunxiao didn't live up to his expectations. A cold expression flashed across his face, and the spear shook in the air, transforming into rays of cold light. Then, it was absorbed into his body. He checked Li Yunxiao's cultivation again and again. After confirming that he was a 5-star martial ancestor, he suddenly lost interest and said disappointedly, "You have already lost the right to make me use my spear. Leave behind what you obtained on Mount Meru that day, and you can leave with your life. Also, immediately get out of Red Moon City. Don't let me see you again in this lifetime." The goal that he had been cultivating with all his might to chase after, the strong practitioner that he had worked hard to surpass, was actually still a 5-star martial ancestor. This made him indescribably disappointed. He didn't want to see Li Yunxiao like this, so he immediately ordered him to get lost. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, "If there is nothing left, then I will leave first." He turned around and was about to leave. A hint of anger appeared on Luo Qingyun's face, and he shouted, "Your strength hasn't improved, but your temper hasn't changed. Since you want me to make a move, then I will grant you your wish." He raised one hand, and without any movement of his feet, he moved very quickly. He closed in on Li Yunxiao, and a green light flashed on the tip of his finger, grabbing at Li Yunxiao's body. This time, he controlled his strength slightly, afraid that he would use too much force and kill Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly, and similarly raised his hand. A flame condensed on the tip of his finger, and he pointed it at Luo Qingyun's hand. Luo Qingyun's pupil suddenly shrank. That flame actually brought him endless terror, causing his soul to tremble from the bottom of his heart. A bright light burst out of his eyes, and he immediately clenched his hand into a fist. His strength directly increased from 10% to 80%, the smile on Li Yunxiao's face didn't diminish, and the true phoenix fire was immediately extinguished on the tip of his finger. He gently extended his palm and slapped down on Luo Qingyun's fist, and an ancient gale appeared around his palm. "Pa!" A crisp sound rang out. Li Yunxiao's palm directly slapped Luo Qingyun's fist, and he immediately grabbed it. He smiled and said, "Brother Luo, don't joke with me. You are a 7-star martial ancestor, could it be that you want to blow me up with one punch?" Luo Qingyun's expression was as ugly as it could be. At the same time that his fist, which contained 80% of his strength, was grabbed by his opponent's palm, an indescribable gale not only directly dispersed the force of his fist, but it also passed through his palm. It was as if a whirlwind was swirling in his fist, and like a meat grinder, it completely exploded the meridians and bones in his right fist, almost turning it into a pile of meat paste. He fixed his gaze on it, and his entire right fist had turned purplish black, and he could no longer feel anything. Ah! Luo Qingyun suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, and he quickly retreated. His heart was filled with monstrous waves and surging flames of anger. This brat is actually so strong? Damn it! I was almost fooled by him. This damn smiling face, I really want to tear it apart. I should have thought of it long ago. This brat has never been seen through before. He has always been a demon who pretends to be a pig to eat the tiger. Luo Qingyun's face was ashen from anger, and a monstrous battle intent flashed in his eyes, as well as a hint of undetectable joy. The person that I have always wanted to chase up to really didn't let me down. Nalan Jixuan was behind Luo Qingyun. Although she didn't see Li Yunxiao's actions, she also noticed that something was wrong. She hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern, "Brother Luo, are you okay?" In the distance, Shimin Jinling looked at Nalan Jixuan's concerned expression, and he trembled with anger. A wave of resentment and jealousy burned in his chest. The person that she cares about should have been me. A stunning face, a seductive charm, and more importantly, the opportunity to attack Emperor Wu. All of these should have been mine. A beast-like roar sounded in his heart. "Luo Qingyun, you dare to steal my things, I will not coexist with you." Luo Qingyun didn't notice the existence of Shimin Jinling at all. Although his fist had been shattered, it was nothing to him, and he could recover in a few days. Although he had suffered a small injury, his mood was better. He snorted lightly and said, "I'm fine. Brat, your dead face is getting more and more annoying, I really want to step on it. Li Yunxiao grinned and said, there are many people who want to step on me, you have to queue up. Humph. Luo Qingyun said coldly, now that I have something to do, I will let you go this time. After I am done, I will come to you again. The anger on Luo Qingyun's face gradually subsided. Nailan Jishuan's face flashed with confusion. Although she didn't see Li Yunxiao's move clearly, she was sure that there was a reason for that move just now. Otherwise, with Luo Qingyun's previous attitude, it was impossible to change so quickly. This world was very realistic, and only strength could speak. Oh, we are late, and it seems that we missed a good show. A glimmer of light flashed in the air, and the space distorted. Two figures appeared and descended from the sky. Li Yunxiao was a little surprised that there were acquaintances. He really didn't know what day it was today. Nailan Jishuan said happily, it turns out to be brother Su Qing of Tide Listening Pavilion and brother Pei Mingyuan of Luli Villa. If you two could come a step earlier, little sister would not have been bullied. Haha, with brother Luo and brother Shimin here, who dares to bully you? Pei Mingyuan glanced at Li Yunxiao, who was not far away, and sneered, could it be this kid? In the distance, Shimin Jinling's face was hot. He didn't know if these two people saw his previous embarrassment, especially Pei Mingyuan, who was also one of the 7-star sons of the eastern region. If he knew, then he would probably be removed from the 7-star sons. He hated himself for showing up early to take advantage of them. Nailan Jishuan smiled and said, of course not, the bad guy has been beaten away by brother Luo and everyone. The smile on her face bloomed, and there was a different kind of magic. Every frown and smile was very provocative, and it was very infectious. She said, brother Luo, and everyone, please sit inside. Let little sister thank you for saving me. Luo Qingyun's face changed slightly, as if it was difficult to resist this natural charm. He responded softly and said, yes, I have something to disturb Miss Jishuan. Nailan Jishuan looked back and smiled, and her charming expression melted. She said, young Master Shimin and this old acquaintance of brother Luo, please come in. She didn't know Li Yunxiao's name, and she didn't know if he was a good friend of Luo Qingyun, so she could only call him old acquaintance. Li Yunxiao giggled, how can I do that? Everyone here are the young talents of the eastern region. It would be inconvenient for a mere martial ancestor like me to join in. It's you. Su Qing was shocked. Only then did he dare to confirm that it was Li Yunxiao. When he first saw him, he felt that he looked like him. Now that he heard the voice, he was certain. He said in shock, you are actually not dead? Could it be that you are here for Jiang Ruobing's duel? Back in Mount Meru, he was possessed by Emperor Wu's will. He broke through Di Jia's attack and escaped. He thought that Li Yunxiao would definitely die in there. When he saw Li Yunxiao, he was rather shocked. I was lucky. Li Yunxiao smiled, that day, it was all thanks to brother Su's divine powers that I was able to survive. Su Qing's expression gradually recovered. He said indifferently, well said. Brother Li's strength that day was shocking. Who would have thought that after so many days, you are still lingering in the martial ancestor realm? What a pity. Could it be that you were too heavily injured that day and your foundation was damaged? Humph. Luo Qingyun suddenly snorted, complaining about the dissatisfaction in his heart. He was also deceived by the cultivation that Li Yunxiao had revealed. That was why his fist was crippled. At that moment, he was still circulating his dragon essence force to regulate his breathing. However, to the ears of the few people, it sounded like disdain. Li Yunxiao smiled, I guess so. Looking at brother Su's demeanor and temperament, you must have broken through to martial ancestor? Brother Su, do you know this martial ancestor? Pei Mingyuan, who was at the side, was getting impatient. His face revealed a cold expression as he snorted, even if you are old acquaintances, the difference in strength between the two of you is like heaven and earth. There is no need to be polite. Lady Jishuan is still waiting for us. Su Qing nodded his head lightly. He looked at Li Yunxiao with an indifferent expression and said, in a while, I have something to look for you. Follow me. Humph. Luo Qingyun snorted coldly again. This time, he had a gloating look on his face. He knew that Su Qing was definitely eyeing those 9th-tier profound weapons in Li Yunxiao's possession. If Su Qing really dared to make a move, he would definitely be out of luck. Luo Qingyun was sure that Li Yunxiao's strength was definitely the most terrifying among all of them, not to mention that his dragon fist possessed unparalleled might. Just the physical body of the true dragon physique alone was not something that could be easily crushed by others. During this period of time, he thought that he had improved extremely quickly, but he did not expect that he would still be at a disadvantage in a single exchange. The blood in Luo Qingyun's body gradually boiled. He wished that he could fight with his full strength now. Nailan Jixuan smiled charmingly and said, "Heroes, please come inside. If you stand outside for too long, people will say that I, Jixuan, don't know how to treat guests." Everyone filed in, and Nailan Jixuan ordered the maids to immediately prepare wine to entertain them. After taking their seats, they sat across from each other. "Thank you, Brother Luo, for helping me today. This cup of wine, this cup of wine, this little sister gives a toast to Brother Luo." Nailan Jixuan got up slowly and came forward with a wine cup. She clinked it with Luo Qingyun and drank it with sincerity. The crisp sound of the wine cup clinking against each other was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, causing the blood in the bodies of all the men present to be a little restless. Each and every one of them was secretly startled. This primordialine body, in addition to the Yuanying Wonder Maiden technique, was indeed incomparably marvelous. Each and every one of her movements was not particularly charming, but it could still cause the hearts of men to run wild. Shiman Jinling's face was gloomy and unspeakably ugly. "Hey, why does Brother Shiman look unhappy?" Pei Mingyuan faintly smiled, pretending to be surprised. Before, he hadn't seen Shiman Jinling escape, but he had seen Shiman Jinling's sullen appearance. He knew that there must be something hidden, so he pushed the boat with the current, blowing the ripples in the pond. Shiman Jinling's face turned red and white. He did not know what Pei Mingyuan meant, so he could only snort heavily. Nailan Jixuan's eyes twinkled. She poured herself a small cup of wine and gently moved in front of Shiman Jinling. She raised her cup and said, "If young Master Shiman had not taken the initiative, I am afraid Jixuan would have died a long time ago. This cup of wine is to young Master Shiman, to thank you for saving my life." Shiman Jinling squeezed out a smile. He seemed to have forgotten his previous ugly behavior. He said modestly, "Sister Jixuan, you flatter me. It is my duty to help when I see injustice. There is no need to always keep it in mind." He was so happy that he immediately forgot his ugly behavior, as if he was really so noble. The wine cups touched. Shiman Jinling smelled the faint body fragrance of the other party. His whole body was indescribably soft and comfortable. He felt that his whole body was about to melt after drinking a cup of wine. Suddenly, a powerful force appeared between the two of them. The wine glass in Shiman Jinling's hand suddenly exploded with a ping sound. Shiman Jinling let out a blood-curdling scream and immediately covered his mouth. He actually spat out a mouthful of blood. "What's going on?" Everyone was shocked and looked on in horror. Nailan Jixuan's heart also suddenly shook. The sudden force just now was exactly the same as the force that saved her from Yanxinghua. Both times it exploded close to her, so she could clearly feel it. It was powerful, overbearing, and even more hidden, making it impossible for anyone to find it. She was stunned. Was it not Shiman Jinling who saved her before? "You." Shiman Jinling's face was full of shock and anger. He covered his mouth, and a large amount of blood flowed from between his fingers. The silence and the warm fragrance suddenly disappeared. He stared coldly at Nailan Jixuan. "It's not me," Nailan Jixuan hurriedly said. At this time, no matter who it was, they would think that she was the one who did it. After all, she was the closest to Shiman Jinling. Everyone present was a master, but no one discovered the origin of the force. Shiman Jinling's face was full of murderous intent. His eyes were as cold as a wolf's as he stared at Nailan Jixuan. His gaze was full of disbelief and cruelty. It made Nailan Jixuan's heart sink. She immediately concluded that the person who saved her before was not the person in front of her. There must be someone else. Since Jixuan said it's not him, then it's definitely not him. "I believe Jixuan," Luo Qingyun said slowly. The aura on his body condensed into a dragon's might. It directly broke through the air and hovered around Nailan Jixuan's body, protecting her from being hurt by Shimin Jinling's sudden attack. Nalan Jishuan's heart warmed, and she cast a grateful look at Luo Qingyun. Pei Mingyuan also looked puzzled. His fingers kept tapping on the side of the wine cup, and he analyzed, the wine cup can't explode for no reason. Even if it explodes, it can't hurt brother Shimin. I also believe that this is not Sister Jishuan's doing, but the murderer must be among us. Or the murderer has an extremely strong martial arts skill that is hiding in the surrounding void so that no one can detect it. Shimin Jinling's face turned cold. His gaze followed the direction of the dragon's might, and he said coldly, since it's not Nalan Jishuan, then the person who did it is you, Luo Qingyun? His heart was suddenly enlightened. When he was fighting with Yan Xinghua, he had firmly occupied the upper hand, but he had been mysteriously injured by Yan Xinghua's counterattack. When he had lost his dignity and wanted to escape, Luo Qingyun had made a move at the critical moment and snatched away the fruit of his heroic act of saving the damsel in distress. So that's how it is. Shimin Jinling's body surged with murderous intent, and the power of the territory pushed Nalan Jishuan back a few meters. He said to Luo Qingyun coldly, I understand now. It's you who has been playing tricks in the dark. Luo Qingyun looked at him coldly and snorted. He was so proud that he didn't even bother to explain. He just poured himself a cup of wine and drank lightly. However, he was also extremely shocked. Su Qing and Pei Mingyuan would not be able to conceal their actions from so many people. At the very least, the two of them would not be able to do anything under his nose. Then, the only person present was Li Yunxiao. He also thought of another relationship. With Shimin Jinling's strength, he could easily defeat Yan Xinghua, but he didn't know why he fled. It must be Li Yunxiao's credit. Thinking of this, Luo Qingyun's heart couldn't calm down. He glanced coldly at Li Yunxiao. That guy was still pretending to be shocked by the scene in front of him. He suddenly drank wine to suppress his shock, and he drank happily. How strong is he? He can actually secretly attack under my nose. Luo Qingyun's blood was boiling, and there was a burst of irritation in his heart. He couldn't help but want to fight with Li Yunxiao right now. Luo Qingyun's eager expression fell into Shimin Jinling's eyes, and he thought that Luo Qingyun had acquiesced. He was even more furious, and his aura rushed to the sky, crushing Luo Qingyun's body. Humph! Luo Qingyun suddenly crushed the wine glass with a bang. Immediately, there was a force flowing slowly in the air above him, blocking Shimin Jinling's aura. At the same time, a sharp light gradually appeared on his body. He gradually raised his eyes and stared at Shimin Jinling. Just by staring at him, Shimin Jinling's body trembled, and a chill ran down his spine. Luo Qingyun's appearance was like a long spear that was about to be unsheathed, and could suddenly shake at any time, piercing through all obstacles in front of him. Ah! Shimin Jinling suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and he no longer had the intention to fight. He couldn't understand why his cultivation was obviously higher than his opponent by 1 star, but why did he have such an irresistible fear? His heart was timid, and he was defeated before the battle even started. Stop! Nalan Jishuan shouted loudly, Young Master Shimin, I believe that what happened just now was not Brother Luo's doing. In the confrontation between the two people's auras, other than Li Yunxiao who could see at a glance that Shimin Jinling was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, the others felt that they were evenly matched. Nalan Jishuan was afraid that if the two of them really fought, it would inevitably lead to casualties. Su Qing and Pei Mingyuan secretly felt that it was a pity. They couldn't wait to watch a good show. Shimin Jinling was originally timid, but now that Nalan Jishuan came out to stop him, he immediately regained his confidence and said angrily, It's not him? Humph, who else could it be other than him? Su Qing smiled faintly and said, Brother Shimin, you have to have evidence to accuse someone. No one will admit to it if you randomly accuse someone like this. Shimin Jinling said coldly, I don't have evidence, but I can make a simple deduction. Previously, when I fought with that 7-star martial honorable, I originally had victory in my grasp, but I was attacked by an innocent person. After that, He suddenly blushed and paused for a moment. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, What happened to you after that? How did you turn defeat into victory? Shimin Jinling's eyes widened. He knew that Li Yunxiao was mocking him. He glared at him with murderous intent. He had already sentenced this person to death in his heart. He said angrily, after that, I was seriously injured and lost. At that time, Luo Qingyun came and saved Miss Jixuan. He acted like a hero saving a damsel in distress. Nalan Jixuan's face turned cold. She pulled a long face and said, Mr. Shiman, please be careful with your words. I believe Brother Luo is not that kind of person. He must have just arrived. Humph. Just arrived? Shiman Jinling snorted coldly. He pointed at Li Yunxiao and said sarcastically, I now suspect that Luo Qingyun was the one who planned the attack on Sister Jixuan. This person is one of the enemies, and he actually knows Luo Qingyun. Coupled with the doubts I mentioned earlier, Luo Qingyun was the one who benefited the most in the end. Isn't this enough to prove it? Nalan Jixuan looked at Li Yunxiao. Although he was an old acquaintance of Luo Qingyun, he was indeed one of the people who attacked her. She didn't have a good expression on her face and said coldly, Come out and tell me, are you and Brother Luo's accomplices, and how did you mix with those who attacked me? What kind of organization are you? Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, why are you all pointing fingers at me? That organization has nothing to do with me. I was also forced to come by them. I heard it's called the Ice Cube Organization. Without concealing anything, he told everyone about how he had been pulled into the Ice Cube Organization by Wen Lin after he arrived at the Red Moon City, and why he had attacked Nalan Jixuan. Everyone was stunned. Haha. Pei Mingyuan laughed and slapped the table, I didn't expect Miss Jixuan to come to Red Moon City for the challenge tournament. Ha ha ha. Su Qing and Luo Qingyun also revealed smiles on their faces, but their expressions were strange. Nalan Jixuan blushed and said angrily, we're all scoundrels. Sister Ruobing and I are like sisters. This time I was invited to accompany her. I didn't expect to be slandered by villains and used by people with ulterior motives. Li Yunxiao nodded, well, I saw that many people in the Ice Cube fan club really like Miss Jiang, but they were used by Yan Xinghua and Sister Snowball. I wonder if Miss Jixuan knows the origin of Sister Snowball? Nalan Jixuan's face turned slightly cold as she snorted. How can there be such a fat person in the world? I know who it is the moment you say it. Who is it? Li Yunxiao and the other men asked curiously at the same time. Nalan Jixuan looked a little distressed. She shook her head and said, don't ask. As long as you continue to stay in the Red Moon City, you will know sooner or later. I didn't expect that she would actually target me. I'm afraid that she will do something harmful to Sister Ruobing as well. I must head to the Jiang family as soon as possible to warn Sister Ruobing. Shiman Jinling coldly snorted, even so, we can't eliminate the suspicion of Luo Qingyun. After all, he knows the members of the Ice Cube Organization, and that Yan Xinghua almost died under my feather fan. How could he suddenly counterattack and injure me? Luo Qingyun was now sure that it was Li Yunxiao's doing, but he was too proud to explain. He just glared at Li Yunxiao angrily. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, other than Brother Luo, I also know Brother Su Qing. Why don't you suspect that it was Brother Su Qing? Shiman Jinling was furious. He shouted coldly, we martial venerables are talking. Why are you, a martial ancestor, interrupting us? Don't you know how to write the word death? Nalan Jixuan was upset and said coldly, enough. Young Master Shiman, Brother Luo is my benefactor. I don't want to hear anything bad about him. I hope you can respect yourself. Since she already knew that Shiman Jinling was not the first person to save her, and then thinking that this person shamelessly took the credit of others, then ran away cowardly, and at this moment he was still accusing and slandering her benefactor, her heart was filled with an indescribable disgust. Shiman Jinling also noticed the change in Nalan Jixuan's attitude. He was instantly enraged and said angrily, fine, fine. You are all in this together. I don't want to stay here any longer. Goodbye, you don't have to send me off. Nalan Jixuan said indifferently, I won't send you off. Shiman Jinling was furious, but he had nowhere to vent. He could only point at Li Yunxiao and said coldly, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you have Luo Qingyun to protect you. Don't let me meet you alone. Nalan Jixuan did not hide her disdain. How did this kind of man who only knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong enter the Eastern region's 7-star sons? Even Pei Mingyuan felt ashamed. Luo Qingyun suddenly said, I'm not protecting him. I have nothing to do with him. If young Master Shiman wants to cause trouble for him, please go ahead. Don't give me any face. Everyone was startled. Su Qing's lips curled into a faint smile as he thought to himself, it seems that this Luo Qingyun is also a very practical person. Although everyone had gone through fire and water together in Mount Meru, after all, the difference in strength now is like the distance between heaven and earth. We can no longer happily play together. Haha, good. This is what you said. I want this kid's life. Shiman Jinling smiled at Li Yunxiao and said, pray. Don't fall into my hands. He snorted coldly, then raised his head and turned to leave, leaving only a murderous intent. Nalan Jishuan frowned and said, the reputation of the Eastern region's 7-star sons is really better than hearing about it. Pei Mingyuan coughed a few times and said, there are scum everywhere. This Shiman Jinling's strength is still not bad. He can make up the numbers. But I think Brother Su seems to be more qualified to enter the ranks of the 7-star sons. Su Qing smiled faintly and said, Brother Pei is too kind. It's a pity that Brother Luo is not from the Eastern region. Otherwise, he will definitely be selected. Li Yunxiao said, if there are too many quotas, the quality will naturally be pulled down. This is the evil consequence of expanding enrollment. The northern region only has 4 quotas for the 4 prodigies, and each of them is strong. The eastern region has 7 at once, so it is inevitable that they will be inferior. The other 4 looked at each other. It seemed that it made sense. Pei Mingyuan snorted coldly. Although it made sense, the title of the Eastern region's 7-star sons was famous in the Eastern region. It was not something that any random person could comment on. He said coldly, this friend's psychological quality is really strong. Brother Luo has already made it clear that he will not protect you, and Shiman Jinling has even said some harsh words. Do you expect your organization's boss to come and save you? Li Yunxiao said with a sad face, Brother Luo, you can't abandon me so cruelly. Luo Qingyun really wanted to tear off his face. He snorted angrily and said, get lost. Su Qing suddenly said, Li Yunxiao, why don't you join my Tide Listening Pavilion? As long as I am here, I will definitely protect you from being bullied by that Shiman Jinling. Pei Mingyuan and Nalan Jishuan were quite surprised. They didn't understand why Su Qing would accept such a burden. It was not a good thing to have one of the Eastern region's 7-star sons bear a grudge. Luo Qingyun smiled indifferently and said, what's so good about the Tide Listening Pavilion? Li Yunxiao is the Yanwu City Lord. The spiritual energy in Yanwu City is so dense that it can be counted on one's fingers. It is even above the 7 super forces. You don't want to stay in the spiritual mountain and go to your poor mountain? What? He is the southern region's Yanwu City Lord? Pei Mingyuan and Nalan Jishuan were both taken aback. Yanwu City was now a fragrant steamed bun that the whole world was eyeing. If it were not for the sacred region's iron law, it would have long been divided up. Even with the sacred region's order, many people began to secretly have ideas. For a sect, masters were indispensable, but the foundation of a sect was the spiritual mountain that could cultivate a large number of masters. That was also the reason why the North region was the strongest while the South region was basically a remote and desolate backwater that even birds wouldn't shit in. Therefore, even with the sacred region holding the fort, many forces still had various ideas in the dark. Pei Mingyuan's disdainful expression faded a little. Although he still looked down on them, at least he would look them in the eye. He said, so you're from the southern region. It's not bad that you're a 5 elements martial ancestor. If you are interested in joining my Luli Villa, not only can I guarantee your safety, but I can also make the decision to reward you with a set of 7th tier Xian weapons, and provide you with a large number of resources and various elixirs. It is not impossible to find a martial emperor expert to directly enlighten you and pull you up to the 7 constellations martial emperor. Li Yunxiao felt ashamed in his heart. Find a martial emperor to enlighten me. As soon as Pei Mingyuan's words fell, Nalan Jishuan immediately smiled like flowers blooming in spring. She said in a sweet voice, I didn't expect young master Li to have such a great background. Our Silver Moon sect is also looking forward to young master joining us. I'm sure young master Li has heard of the Silver Moon sect's essence womb technique. As long as young master Li makes a certain contribution, regardless of your cultivation, The elders of the sect will definitely bestow a female disciple to cultivate with young Master Li. At that time, not to mention a martial monarch, you might even break through to martial saint. The three of them threw out an olive branch. If they could rope in Li Yunxiao, it would definitely be a great merit. The sect elders would definitely reward them handsomely. A scum that the three of them looked down upon suddenly became a hot steamed bun, especially Nailan Jishuan. She gently leaned over and said, "Young Master Li, what do you think?" Even if Nailan Jishuan did not use her charm technique, she was still a natural beauty. Moreover, at this moment, she used the Vitality Maiden technique. That kind of charm technique was unparalleled in the world. Even a martial venerable would not be able to resist it. She was very confident that Li Yunxiao would be a piece of cake. Haha, I wonder who the female disciple is? If the sect elders are willing to reward Fairy Jishuan to me, I will definitely agree. Li Yunxiao teased her gently. He smelled the fragrance and felt indescribably satisfied. Nailan Jishuan cursed in her heart. You are just a toad martial grandmaster, yet you want to eat swan meat? However, she could not stop giggling. She said charmingly, there are many senior and junior sisters in the sect who are prettier than me. Who knows, if the sect elders and sect leader are happy, they might let you choose from all the sisters in the sect. You might even be able to pick a few. Gulp. When Pei Mingyuan and Su Qing heard her flirtatious words, they felt that they could not take it anymore. The parts of the men started to react. Feeling ashamed, they hurriedly suppressed it. Then, they started to calm their hearts and focus on adjusting their qi. Oh? How many can I pick at will? Miss Jishuan isn't fooling me, right? Li Yunxiao sneered in his heart and reached out to grab Nailan Jishuan. If someone offered themselves, he wouldn't be polite. Nailan Jishuan cursed in her heart, but the smile on her face didn't diminish. She stepped lightly and avoided Li Yunxiao's claws. She giggled and said, "Young Master Li, you don't have to be so anxious. I wonder if Jishuan's proposal is acceptable?" Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, "Yes, but don't join the Silver Moon sect." However, there's no need to join the Silver Moon sect. As long as Miss Jishuan agrees to one condition, I can consider letting Yanwu City cooperate with the Silver Moon sect. Condition? Cooperation? Nailan Jishuan was taken aback, and her cheeks flushed. She seemed to have guessed Li Yunxiao's condition from his unkind eyes. He must want her body. Anger immediately surged in her heart, but she still suppressed it. She gritted her teeth and said, "I wonder what conditions and cooperation young Master Li is talking about." Li Yunxiao smiled, poured himself a cup of wine, and said, "Miss Jishuan, have you heard of the East Sea Moon Pearl? I need this kind of pearl, the more the better. As long as you can help me get 24 of them, Yanwu City can be open to your Silver Moon sect." They were all taken aback and looked at Li Yunxiao with some surprise. Everyone's guess was the same. In that ambiguous environment just now, Li Yunxiao's condition was most likely Nailan Jishuan's body, but they didn't expect a big turn. Su Qing and Pei Mingyuan both felt a little strange. They found it very difficult to resist Nailan Jishuan's charm technique, but this Li Yunxiao was unmoved. Nailan Jishuan's heart suddenly surged with a sense of loss that she had never felt before. Which man could be so calm in front of her? She suddenly realized that her charm was not as great as she had imagined. She pondered and said, "The East Sea Moonlight Pearl is the most precious treasure in the East Sea. It is not easy to get it. If you want to continue, why don't you ask the Merchant Union? As long as you can afford it, they should have it in stock." Li Yunxiao sighed, "I've already consulted more than 50 chambers of commerce, and all of them were bought out. The person who wanted to buy it was the maid of the current Jiang family's mistress. I heard that Miss Jishuan and the second Miss Jiang are as close as sisters?" Nailan Jishuan immediately understood. Li Yunxiao wanted to use her relationship to get the East Sea Moon Pearl. She rolled her eyes at Li Yunxiao and said, "The Jiang family's mistress is Ruobing's mother, but she is not her biological daughter. The relationship between the two has always been indifferent. They are not affectionate, but they are not cold either. The Moonlight Pearl of the Eastern Sea is extremely valuable. I'm afraid it won't be easy to obtain it." Li Yunxiao revealed a regretful expression and sighed, "So that's how it is, then there's nothing we can do. Similarly, the value of Yanwu City is great. Although I am the city lord, there are many things that I can't help with even if I want to. Nailan Jishuan felt angry and amused at the same time. How could there be such a shameless person who could come up with such a ridiculous reason for an undisguised exchange of conditions? What made her even angrier was that Li Yunxiao did not know what was good for him. With his martial arts grandmaster strength, if not for the fact that everyone was eyeing him, he would not have had a choice. She had already offered many excellent conditions, but not only did he not know how to be grateful, he even wanted to bargain. However, she could not turn against him at this moment. She could only say coldly, "Young Master Li's conditions are a little too high. I will try my best." However, young Master Li's strength is low, but his character is not small. You must be careful in Red Moon City, or you will make many enemies. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder. I am a righteous person, and I believe that evil cannot prevail over good." The few of them felt dizzy listening to him. Nailan Jishuan seemed to want to say something, but her expression suddenly changed slightly. In the end, she could not say anything. Luo Qingyan suddenly said, "Sister Jishuan is going to see Jiang Ruobing. Can you take me with you?" Nailan Jishuan was startled and said, "Brother Luo is also here to participate in the martial arts competition for a spouse?" Her eyes revealed a trace of hidden bitterness, making it difficult for others to look at her. Luo Qingyun deliberately avoided her gaze and said, "There is no need for a martial arts competition for a spouse. It is just a private matter. If there is no other choice, it is fine to participate." Seeing that Nailan Jishuan still wanted to ask, he directly interrupted, "We will talk about this later." Pei Mingyuan snorted and said, "I didn't expect Brother Luo, who has always been free and easy, to be attracted by Miss Ruobing's beauty and power. In that case, we must fight in the arena." Luo Qingyun was surprised and said, "Doesn't Brother Pei have a wife? It seems like there is more than one." Pei Mingyuan smiled indifferently and said, "What is this? Before coming to Red Moon City, I have already written 20 divorce letters, and all of them have been divorced. When I get Miss Ruobing back, I will take them back as concubines." Hearing this, Nailan Jishuan felt disdain in her heart. She snorted discontentedly and said to Luo Qingyun, "In that case, there is no time to lose. I will go to the Jiang family to find Sister Ruobing. Brother Luo can come with me. It is inconvenient for me to bring more people." Pei Mingyuan smiled and said, "It is okay. In the end, we will fight in the arena. By the way, after the three of us, there will be a meeting in the Bright Moon Breeze. It is organized by the head of the 7-star sons of the eastern region, Ruan Zimao, the third son of the Ruan family of Red Moon City, and many young talents. There will be heroes from all over the world so that everyone can get to know each other. I hope that Brother Luo can also participate. I heard that there will also be experts from the north and west region participating." He looked at Li Yunxiao strangely and sneered sarcastically, "Maybe there will be experts from the south region." Luo Qingyun said indifferently, "Not interested." He got up and left with Nailan Jishuan. When he passed by Li Yunxiao, he snorted coldly and said, "I will come back to you." Nailan Jishuan glanced at the two of them and gathered several disciples of the Silver Moon sect. She released a flying boat and flew with the wind. The small boat was very exquisite and gorgeous, sailing with the wind. Nailan Jishuan finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother Luo, just now in the hall, you stopped me and told me not to fight with that Li Yunxiao. What do you mean? Didn't you say in front of Shimin Jinling that you wouldn't protect him?" Luo Qingyun glanced at her and said indifferently, "Yes, but I am protecting you." Nailan Jishuan was stunned. She frowned and asked in confusion, "Protect me? Why?" Luo Qingyun looked at her deeply and said seriously, "No matter what, don't get into conflict with this person. So far, he is the most powerful person I have seen among the younger generation of the continent. There is no one like him. I have even seen the head of the 7-star sons of the eastern region, Ruan Zimao, but in terms of terror, he is far inferior to Li Yunxiao." "Ah?" Nailan Jishuan suddenly froze and said in a daze, How can this be? Isn't he only a 5-star martial ancestor?" Luo Qingyun snorted and showed a slight anger on his face. He said coldly, "This damn pig pretends to be a tiger. If his strength is not so tyrannical and unfathomable, how can he hide his cultivation under our noses?" He raised his fist, still feeling bursts of pain in his brain. Nailan Jishuan looked at Luo Qingyun's completely purple and black fist and was completely stunned. As soon as the people of the Silvermoon sect and Luo Qingyun left, Su Qing and Pei Mingyuan's gazes immediately fell on Li Yunxiao. Their cold eyes gradually turned cold. Hee, why are you two staring at me like this? Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes and smiled. Pei Mingyuan nodded and praised, you are the person with the strongest mental quality I have ever seen, but your physical quality is not good. Everything is nonsense. Su Qing sighed, Li Yunxiao, you and I have gone through life and death together. You should know that with the current situation of Yanwu City and your identity, it is very dangerous to run around on the continent. Although Tide Listening Pavilion is not a super force, it is not necessarily a bad place to go. In addition to wanting to rope in Li Yunxiao, he was also fanatical about those 9th-rank profound weapons. However, with Pei Mingyuan beside him, he could not say it clearly. Pei Mingyuan smiled, what Brother Su said makes sense, but I think Luli Villa is more suitable for Brotherly than Tide Listening Pavilion. Su Qing's expression changed and he sneered, Brother Pei, when two tigers fight, one must be injured. With this Li Yunxiao, I can give up Jiang Ruobing's challenge tournament and help you with all my strength. Otherwise, after a life-and-death battle with me, regardless of victory or defeat, can you still participate in the challenge tournament in your peak state? Pei Mingyuan was stunned. He did not expect Su Qing to make such a condition. He pondered over it for a while and finally nodded in agreement. After all, getting Li Yunxiao was for the sect's benefit, and becoming the Jiang family's son-in-law was for his own benefit. Weighing the two, of course, his own benefit was the most important. This was a matter that was easy to weigh. He slowly retreated to the side and said with a light smile, I hope Brother Su will keep your word. I will. Su Qing responded and walked towards Li Yunxiao, saying, Li Yunxiao, have you thought it through? Actually, there is no room for you to choose. Li Yunxiao nodded lightly and said, since Brother Su is forcing me step by step, I really have no room for choice. Su Qing frowned. Li Yunxiao's expression became colder and colder, even carrying a trace of disdain and indifference as he stared at him quietly. Suddenly, his martial arts instincts made his heart tremble. It was as if there was a ferocious beast in front of him that was slowly baring its fangs. That's really a pity. Su Qing dispelled that sense of danger and the martial honors domain suddenly spread out, pressing down on Li Yunxiao. Then, his figure flashed and his body moved like a dragon as he grabbed at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's eyes gradually focused. A cold light flashed in his hand and the 1,000-year Overlord saber suddenly appeared. A saber shadow shot out explosively and slashed down fiercely. Ah! A complete chill surged in Su Qing's heart, but the moment fear rose to his head, his entire body was already enveloped by the peerless saber light. Just the saber chi alone was enough to almost destroy his body. Great Sorrow Twilight Mirror. At this moment of life and death, he already understood that Li Yunxiao had been suppressing his strength and pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. There was only endless bitterness in his heart, but he still had a certain level of confidence in himself after refining the level 9 profound artifact, the Great Sorrow Twilight Mirror. A shining copper mirror appeared in Su Qing's hand and shone towards the saber light. Immediately, it formed a yellow cone-shaped defense in front of him, cleverly splitting the saber light in the middle. It actually bypassed his body and slashed to both sides. This treasured mirror could deflect the saber light. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. His body disappeared on the spot and he teleported up. The wind and clouds in the world suddenly surged. At the same time Li Yunxiao appeared in front of the mirror, he sucked in the wind and clouds with his palm. Like a peerless being, the entire sky turned into a backdrop for him as he slammed his palm into the copper mirror at lightning speed. Bang! The bronze mirror shook violently. Su Qing grabbed the bronze mirror and shook as well. However, it quickly stabilized. However, Li Yunxiao's expression changed greatly. He realized that after his palm landed, the wind and cloud power was reflected back. In an instant, a layer of gold appeared on his arm. This was the indestructible golden body automatically protecting him. However, his great wind cloud palm was so powerful that almost 100% of the palm force was reflected back. There was a slight sound of bones being squeezed in his arm. Shocked, he immediately turned into a body of lightning, allowing the rebounding force to pass through his body and blast behind him. Although the wind cloud palm was powerful, it did not have the rules of Emperor Aura. It could not affect his body of lightning. Su Qing's expression changed from joy to shock. The reflection effect of the Great Sorrow Dusk Cloud treasured mirror was related to the cultivation level of the person holding the mirror. With Su Qing's current cultivation level of a 7-star martial saint, he could reflect almost 100% of the power below 7-star martial saint, even if it exceeded his own cultivation. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the reflection. Just now, Li Yunxiao's wind cloud palm made him feel danger. The power reflected definitely exceeded his full strength. Furthermore, it was a full-strength attack when his opponent was defenseless. However, even so, it did not hurt Li Yunxiao. After Li Yunxiao turned into lightning, he disappeared in a flash before Su Qing's eyes. Then, a shocking power of lightning fell from the sky. It was like a lightning tribulation rolling down. Transforming into lightning could suppress all martial artists below Jiutian's Emperor Aura. Transforming into lightning, it's actually transforming into lightning. Pei Mingyuan, who was far away, was also shocked. His face was filled with disbelief and he felt his body go cold. This turn of events happened too quickly. It was as if you were mocking a beggar on the side of the road and threw a silver ingot at him, but the other party instantly raised a gold brick and threw it back at you. Moreover, it caused your face to swell and bruise. Su Qing also felt a great sense of danger. He raised the mirror and shone it on his body, and he actually disappeared into thin air. What? Li Yunxiao was shocked. Under the perception of his divine sense, Su Qing wasn't concealing himself, but had indeed vanished into thin air. He could no longer hold back the lightning bolt, and it directly blasted against the ground. A bolt of lightning exploded out from the ground, shaking out in all directions. The ground was completely ripped open, and dirt was sent flying everywhere. Su Qing's figure suddenly appeared beside Pei Mingyuan not far away. His eyes were filled with shock as he exclaimed, "Brother Pei, help me. This person pretends to be a pig to eat the tiger. He deserves to die." Pei Mingyuan was already sweating all over. All of this happened in just a moment, but Su Qing was beaten until he didn't have the strength to retaliate, and could only rely on the mirror to dodge. Originally, Su Qing wasn't considered an expert in the entire East Territory. However, he obtained a Tier 9 mirror from somewhere, and after refining it, he rose rapidly in this 1 year. His strength was already not beneath the East Territory's 7-star sons. Pei Mingyuan knew that if he fought with Su Qing, it would be hard to predict who would win. This was also the reason why he had no choice but to give up on Li Yunxiao and choose the single elimination tournament. However, bang! Pei Mingyuan's feet stomped forcefully, and a large pit immediately appeared on the ground. His entire body turned into a ray of light, and he fled with extreme speed. Now, even a fool would know that Li Yunxiao was stronger than any of them. Furthermore, the transforming into lightning was the top secret of the Scarlet Moon City's Jiang family. They didn't expect it to actually appear on this person. He, who had a certain understanding of this cultivation technique, knew that this move was practically invincible under Emperor Wu. He no longer held any fantasies and directly turned tail and ran. *CK, I thought this brat's mental quality was strong. I didn't expect his physique to be even stronger. He was inwardly furious. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of such an opponent was a great threat to his participation in the single elimination tournament. You. Su Qing saw that Pei Mingyuan didn't say a word and his expression changed greatly. He stomped his feet and flew into the sky, fleeing behind Pei Mingyuan. He didn't have any confidence in fighting Li Yunxiao alone, but he was confident that no one would be able to stop him if he wanted to escape by relying on the power of the mirror. Su Qing took out the mirror and shone it on his body. He immediately disappeared from where he was and instantly appeared 100 meters away. He turned into a ray of light and chased after Pei Mingyuan. Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold, and he said thoughtfully, "So it's teleportation. What a mystical mirror." Lightning flashed in his hand, and a hammer suddenly appeared. The entire sky suddenly darkened, and the hammer emitted streaks of lightning. A golden tadpole rune gradually appeared on it. Su Qing and Pei Mingyuan's expressions changed at the same time. They could clearly feel the might of heaven and earth surging down, and their hearts were overwhelmed with shock. Could he already be the Jiutian Emperor Wu? Li Yunxiao's body also trembled violently. This hammer had its own power of laws. He merely poured his spirit energy into it, and it produced such a huge might. Lightning was continuously released from his hand, and it fused with the dusky sky. It was as though a thunder god had descended. His gaze turned cold, and his entire body turned into lightning. In the blink of an eye, lightning flashed through the sky, and he directly appeared in front of the two of them. With his current strength, he was basically invincible under Emperor Wu. Even a one-star Emperor Wu might not be able to escape from his hands. In the beginning, he thought that one move would be enough to deal with Su Qing. After dragging it out for a few moves, he was already surprised. If he let the two of them escape, then it would truly be a huge joke. Ah! Pei Mingyuan's face was ashen, and he cried out involuntarily, "He can turn into lightning, and can execute the lightning evasion technique. We can't escape. Fight it out with him." He suddenly realized that the lightning evasion technique was one of the fastest evasion techniques in the world. Even the Jiutian Emperor Wu couldn't catch up. Pei Mingyuan immediately took out a dark green longsword, and instantly unsealed it. He poured all his strength into it, and with a sweep of the sword, half the sky turned dark green, as though the sky was poisoned. Su Qing's face was also deathly pale, and he cast several spells into the Great Sorrow Dusk Cloud Treasure Mirror. Rays of mirror light shot out, and penetrated through the sky, illuminating the world under the dusky sky. One of them was one of the Eastern region's 7-star suns, and the other had a 9th-tier profound artifact. With the two of them working together, their confidence was immediately boosted, and they roared as they attacked Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's body was trembling more and more, and he felt as though he was about to lose control of the hammer in his hand. The rules of lightning gradually appeared, and Li Yunxiao could no longer control it. He raised the hammer and smashed it down. Boom! The sky shook violently, as though it was suddenly collapsing. The huge power of lightning exploded at the target, and like a spider web, it spread across the entire sky. In the center, there were golden tadpole texts that flickered, and it turned into a green lightning hell. The two of them, who had their confidence boosted, were instantly engulfed by the lightning, and their screams could no longer be heard. After that strike, the essence in Li Yunxiao's body was instantly emptied. The hand that was holding the hammer trembled violently, as though he could no longer hold it. The hammer seemed to have a spirit of its own, and it was about to break through the sky and fly away. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and his glabella flashed. The world deity monument's power of the world appeared, and it sucked the hammer into it. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Looking up, the area in front of him gradually disappeared, and the ground was destroyed. There was also a large amount of lightning arcs appearing in the sky, making crackling sounds. Pei Mingyuan and Su Qing were completely lying on the cracks in the ground, and they did not even have the strength to stand up. They were seriously injured and in a mess, and they looked at him in fear. The commotion is too big. I'm afraid it will attract the people from the Red Moon City very soon. Li Yunxiao thought to himself, and flew down. He picked up the two of them, threw the compass carriage, and got on it. An hour later, he flew from the south of the city to the west, and saw a stretch of low and dilapidated single-story houses. Only then did he randomly find one, and threw the two of them on the ground. From the south to the west of the city, it was a few thousand kilometers. Even if the people from the Red Moon City wanted to investigate, they would not be able to find him in a short period of time. The longsword in Pei Mingyuan's hand was not only completely devoid of spiritual energy, there were also many cracks on it, and it was basically completely destroyed. He asked miserably, "Brother Su, is this person really a native of the southern region?" Su Qing's complexion was also deathly pale. With the protection of the Great Sorrow Sunset Cloud Treasure Mirror, his injuries were much lighter than Pei Mingyuan's. However, he had basically become a half-cripple. It was absolutely impossible for him to escape. Hearing Pei Mingyuan's words, he bitterly nodded his head. From their understanding, the southern region was a remote and desolate place that did not even have Emperor Wu, but at that moment, Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes and smiled, "You two, no discord, no concord. Now that you know each other, we can have a good talk." A hint of fear flashed on Pei Mingyuan's face, and he shouted, "You can't kill me, I'm from the Luli Villa, my father is the vice villa master." Pa! Li Yunxiao slapped him in the air, causing him to roll on the ground a few times, and said coldly, I'm not interested in your family's genealogy, be quiet for now. Pei Mingyuan covered his face, where all his teeth had fallen out, and lowered his head, not daring to make a sound, but his eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. Su Qing's face was bitter, and he said, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Thinking about it in Mount Meru, everything was within your calculations and control, and all of your genius companions were completely suppressed by you. How could such a person stay where they are, and still stay at the martial ancestor realm? So it turns out that I'm trash to the point that I can't even see through your cultivation. Li Yinxiao smiled, don't say it like that, I'll be embarrassed. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and the great sorrow dusk cloud treasured mirror in Su Qing's hand fell into his hand, and he said with a smile, this is a good thing, it's better to have a companion, thank you. Su Qing's face was ashen, and he said with a trembling voice, can you not take away my treasured mirror? Everything else, I can agree to anything you ask of me. This mirror was his strongest trump card and source of strength. Once he lost it, he would immediately be eliminated from the ranks of the top experts of the Eastern region's younger generation. Li Yinxiao snorted and put away the mirror without pity. He said coldly, if it were you, would you give me a chance? Su Qing immediately became dejected. He knew that he was delusional. Anyone else would not be merciful, not to mention that he was the one who provoked him first. He was the one who had evil intentions first. This was really courting death, and no one could save him. Su Qing said, you've already taken the treasured mirror. Why did you capture me here? If you wanted to kill me, you didn't have to bring me here. Li Yinxiao said indifferently, I spared your lives because the two of you are still useful. My purpose in coming to Crimson Moon City is for the East Sea Moonlight Pearl. Now that it's all in the hands of the Jiang family's mistress, I want you to think of a way to get it for me. Su Qing's expression changed slightly, and he said with a bitter smile, do you think we have that ability? Li Yinxiao said coldly, no. But if you don't have that ability, you'll lose your life immediately. The friendship between us was completely severed when you had designs on me. If you can't provide me with useful value, then there's only death for you. He glanced at Pei Mingyuan and said, the same goes for you. Pei Mingyuan shuddered all over, and said, don't kill me. I have a way. And? You have a way? Li Yinxiao's interest was immediately piqued, and he said with a smile, as expected, people are forced. No one will go all out unless it's a matter of life and death. What method do you have? Pei Mingyuan composed himself, and then said, the Jiang family's mistress is my cousin. Ah? Li Yinxiao and Su Qing were both stunned, waiting for him to continue. Pei Mingyuan said, the Jiang family's mistress and my mother are cousins. My great-grandmother and sister Ruobing's great-grandmother are the same person. They're both from Crimson Moon City's Ruan family. Li Yinxiao said coldly, such a distant relationship, what use can it be? If you had status, you would have been invited to live in the city lord's office long ago. Why would you come out with Su Qing? Pei Mingyuan hurriedly said, also. The mistress of the Jiang family owes my mother a favor. When Ruobing was young, she had a serious illness and urgently needed an extremely precious material. It was my mother who provided it to the Jiang family and saved Ruobing's life. I think if my mother makes a trip to the Jiang family, she should be able to ask for a lot of Eastern Sea bright moon pearls. I can spare your life and let you try. Li Yinxiao stepped forward and cast a spell with one hand. Runes appeared in the air and shot into Pei Mingyuan's body. Pei Mingyuan's qi and blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with horror. Li Yinxiao said, it's just a seal. You can go now. See, can we go now? Pei Mingyuan didn't dare to believe it. He also felt something strange in his body, but how strong could a seal be? Wasn't this person being too confident in himself? Once he returned, he could ask his father for help, and he would be able to open it easily. Li Yinxiao threw a jade pendant to him and said, with the reaction of this jade pendant, you can find me once. Pei Mingyuan was overjoyed. Surviving a disaster made him very excited. After receiving the jade pendant, he didn't dare to say anything more. He hurriedly raised his vital qi and rushed out of the hut. A huge anger was gathering in his heart. When he returned and found his father to undo the seal, he would immediately bring the experts of Luli Villa to kill them. Today's humiliation would be repaid 1,000 times over. You let him go just like that? You. Su Qing was also stunned. He didn't expect Li Yunxiao to be so confident. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, you should go too. The task I give you is to find out the origin of that fat woman Snowball and why the mistress of the Jiang family wants to collect the Eastern Sea Bright Moon pearls. Pei Mingyuan's side is most likely unreliable. In the end, I will have to do it myself. He also cast a spell on Su Qing's body and placed a seal on him. He also gave him a jade pendant. Su Qing's expression was cold as he said, you are really confident in yourself. This time, I made a mistake. I only have myself to blame for you taking away my treasured mirror. However, I will definitely snatch it back. As for the other profound level weapons in Mount Meru, I will not let a single one of them go. After he threw down these harsh words, he activated his vital qi and directly broke through the sky. Li Yunxiao naturally wouldn't take their harsh words to heart. After the two of them left, he found another shabby house nearby and directly entered the World Divine Monument. The hammer from before was quietly suspended in the sky. He slowly probed it with his perception. Immediately, an electric arc spread out in the sky with a crackling sound. This hammer is so mystical. It can't even smash two revered martial artists to death. Looks like I have to merge my mind and soul with it to refine it. Li Yunxiao was slightly emotional. Even if he couldn't merge his mind and soul with a normal 9th level profound level weapon, he could still unleash a certain amount of power in his hands. However, he still couldn't figure out the power contained in this hammer. That day, the blood beast had unleashed a power that could break open a world. However, in his hands, it couldn't even kill two revered martial artists. The difference was really too big. A boundless power was emitted from between his brows and enveloped the hammer. He absorbed it into his body and it floated above his dantian. He planned to use his primordial power to nourish it and slowly refine it. After that, he took out the Great Sorrow Twilight Mirror and spun it in front of him to observe it closely. Back in Mount Meru, the 5 profound level weapons that were suspended above the mountain and river cauldron were all at the peak of 9th level. The Imperial Bell, Demonic Sky Armor, Cold Sword and Frost, this Great Sorrow Twilight Mirror, and Luo Qingyun's Long Spear. Even when he was at the peak of his previous life, he couldn't refine such profound level weapons. It seems that in that era, there were at least at the peak of 9th level arcane masters. Could it be that these things were refined using the mountain and river cauldron? Li Yunxiao suddenly thought of this possibility. After all, the mountain and river cauldron was a supreme grade profound level weapon. Without the help of a cauldron, it could only be refined by a few powerful 9th level arcane masters. This was also the reason why 9th level profound level weapons were extremely precious and 9th level profound level weapons were even rarer. I have to refine these 4 9th level profound level weapons. Although there are enough of them, there isn't anything that I can refine completely. I might as well focus on refining them. His worry was that there were too many 9th level profound level weapons. If people knew about this, they would be so jealous that their blood vessels would explode. After that, a white light flashed and a jade ruler appeared in front of him. It was the celestial master giant mist ruler of the blood god. He pondered for a moment, then threw the mountain and river cauldron into it and began to refine it. A divine fire that was like a phoenix and a strong wind that was biting cold. Under the combination of wind and fire, the mountain and river cauldron began to operate rapidly. After a while, a beam of light shot up and the celestial master giant mist ruler was refined into a gauntlet. The weapon essence was the same as before. This thing is still the celestial master giant mist ruler after all. I just changed its shape. No, I have to add something of my own so that it can be said that I refined it. Li Yunxiao pondered for a while and pointed with one hand. The power of 4 realms surged from the sky and superimposed on the gauntlet. The gauntlet was suppressed by the 4 elemental powers and began to emit a strong weapon essence to resist. However, it could not withstand it and began to collapse. Li Yunxiao's hands moved quickly and seals were inserted into the gauntlet, sealing the 4 elemental powers bit by bit on the 4 fingers of the gauntlet. The material of the celestial master giant mist ruler is not good enough. It cannot withstand the 4 elemental powers. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. He pointed with his hand and two beams of light pierced through the sky. They were a piece of Amaterasu imperial gold and a piece of northern cold star iron. Then, a large number of other materials were inserted into the gauntlet and began to fuse with it. The color of the gauntlet began to change. Previously, when Li Yunxiao had changed it from a ruler, it had only changed its physical shape. Now, the structure of the gauntlet began to change, increasing the strength and energy of the gauntlet so that it could withstand the power of the four elements. After an unknown period of time, the gauntlet gradually stabilized. Its color changed from ice-like jade to gold and silver. It shone brightly and hung in the air. Not bad. In this universe God monument, the formula path that I can unleash is even above the peak of my previous life. I am very satisfied with this item. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and the scene in front of him changed. He arrived at the place where Emo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian were cultivating. The gauntlet fell and flew to young Emperor Hao Lian's side. He said, "Test its power." Young Emperor Hao Lian was stunned at first, but he immediately understood. He happily took off the gauntlet and said in surprise, "Young Master Yun, this is..." He was wild with joy and put it on his hand. The size was suitable and extremely cool. "Haha, I have a weapon too." Young Emperor Hao Lian grasped the gauntlet and immediately felt an extremely powerful weapon aura spreading. His entire right hand began to tremble as if he couldn't control it. "Sob sob, young Master Yun, you are too good to me." Young Emperor Hao Lian was so touched that he was about to pounce on him with tears and snot. With a thought, Li Yunxiao froze him in place. He snorted and said, "I am afraid that you are not strong enough and will be beaten to death. You will embarrass me. Slowly refine it. I have sealed the four elemental powers in it. Although it is only a little, you can still unleash a portion of its power." In a flash, he left the Universe God Monument and appeared in the dilapidated house. This area was where the poor people of Crimson Moon City lived. It was like a garbage dump with dilapidated houses everywhere. "Sigh, I haven't been here for a long time. My old house is all ruined. Young people these days have no sense of civility at all. How dare they use my old house to barbecue in the wild?" As soon as Li Yunxiao arrived at this slum street, he heard an old man complaining. In front of a dilapidated house, a familiar figure was cleaning with a broom. He threw out a few barbecue racks, as well as a large amount of charcoal ash and bamboo sticks. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. This old man was the person he met at the Blood God Palace. At that time, he knew that this person's strength was not ordinary. Because he couldn't see through the other person's cultivation with his ocular sorcery, this person was at least at the level of Emperor Wu. "Eh? Little brother, it's you? What a coincidence. Hee, come and help me clean up, right?" The old man raised his head slightly with a smile on his face. He looked harmless to both humans and animals. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "If it is intentional, then it is indeed a small world." The old man was stunned. He squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Life is always filled with gathering and dispersing. The key is to meet the right person at the right time." Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and said, "You think you're amazing just because you're older? You think you can casually talk about life and philosophy with people just because you're older? Then, are you the right person for me to meet?" The old man patted the dust off his hands and said with a smile, "I don't know about that, but I know that you are the right person for me to meet at the right time." A cold light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes as he went on full alert. He said, "Now that we have met, what are your intentions?" The old man said with a smile, "The lightning strike in the south of the city was caused by you, right? There are actually laws hidden within it. I'm very curious." Li Yunxiao said, "Curiosity kills easily. You reacted faster than the people in Red Moon City. It looks like you're very thoughtful." "Yes," the old man smiled bitterly and said, "I'm already an old bag of bones. I don't have any good points, but I'm more serious and responsible when I do things. After this, I really have to retire. I don't want to fail for the last time." Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as he was extremely vigilant. Essence surged in his body, ready to strike at any time. The old man also stopped smiling and became extremely quiet. This silence was not only the silence of a virgin, but more accurately, it was the silence of death. It was as though there were no living things in front of Li Yunxiao. There were only lifeless bricks and tiles. This was an extremely advanced concealment technique. The person was clearly in front of you, but you couldn't feel any aura. If it wasn't for the fact that you could see it with your naked eyes, you wouldn't think that there was someone in front of you. The two of them stood there quietly, searching and waiting. They were looking for an opportunity to make a move, waiting for the other party to be careless. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "I know who you are." Using the art of dead body to completely erase one's aura. Even if one's cultivation is at an absolute advantage, one would not attack. Instead, one would search for the fatal flaw. Other than the 8 elephants who control the Death God Palace, I can't think of anyone else. The old man moved. The moment Li Yunxiao opened his mouth to speak, it was precisely the flaw he was looking for. Although Li Yunxiao had exposed his identity, it could not affect his temperament. This was a tenacity that had been tempered 1,000 times, and it was gathered into a single move. This was a sure kill move. A yellow light flashed on Li Yunxiao's body. Then, it was as if all the light in the world had gathered and shot out in an instant. It shone directly on the old man's face and blinded him. The old man was shocked. No matter how strong the sun was, it was impossible for it to harm his eyes. This was the first time something like this had happened. His temperament was instantly affected, and the power of his attacks weakened. Bang! In a hurry, the sure kill move, which had a strong head and a weak tail, struck the source of the light and let out a crisp and clear sound. An indescribable rebounding force followed the path of the old man's attack and bounced back. The old man was shocked, but it was already too late for him to dodge. He was struck by his own sure kill move, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The old man was a rare assassin in the world. He would never leave himself any leeway when he struck. He would strike with all his might every time, and this time was no exception. He didn't leave behind any essence force to defend himself. After being struck by the rebounding force, his physical body almost collapsed. Li Yunxiao was feeling terrible as well. His opponent's force was so strong that he couldn't completely deflect it. There was still a massive force that came through the Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud treasure mirror. Luckily, he was prepared. The Devil Sky armor instantly materialized, causing the surrounding space to buzz. That attack even penetrated the Devil Sky armor's defense and finally landed on Li Yunxiao's body. The impact caused the blood in his body to surge, and he was sent flying for dozens of meters before he could stabilize his body. There was a huge disparity between the two of them. The result of this attack was so shocking that it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The old man's physical body almost collapsed. He widened his eyes in disbelief and coughed out blood continuously. It was impossible for him to continue fighting. Although Li Yunxiao's blood was also surging, he was only lightly injured. At this moment, his body was filled with killing intent. He walked forward step by step and said coldly, "Since I have already seen through your identity, I naturally know the pattern of your attacks. I have already thought of a countermeasure. There isn't a technique that is always correct in this world. You have used this technique for more than 100 years, and you should have met a ghost by now. I am starting to believe the life philosophy that you spoke of previously. I am the right person that you met at the right time, and I will give you a perfect ending to your career as an assassin." Li Yunxiao sighed in his heart. If he hadn't obtained the Twilight Cloud mirror by chance, although that attack wouldn't have killed him, it definitely wouldn't have ended like this. Perhaps he would have already transformed into lightning and escaped. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a cold sword of ice appeared in his hand. He raised it high and said, "I have always been curious about who the leader of the 8 symbols is. Although I have a vague guess in my heart, I still hope that someone can confirm it for me." The old man kept coughing violently. He smiled bitterly and said, "I have been an assassin for so many years, but no one has ever known my name. Are you not curious enough to ask and satisfy my vanity? At least let people know that such a person once existed." Li Yunxiao sneered coldly and said, "Not interested. You have always been hiding in the dark. If you are going to die soon, why do you have to come out? It's fine if your name rots along with your body. I am only interested in the name of the leader of the 8 symbols. Aya, 5th brother, you are really getting old. You can't kill people, and instead, even your nest is going to be dug out by others. Suddenly, an indifferent voice was heard. Li Yunxiao only felt his body turn sluggish, and a chill enveloped him. If he slashed down with his sword, it would definitely attract a thunderous attack. His expression changed slightly. The air gradually warped, and a young man with a smile appeared. He nodded at Li Yunxiao in a friendly manner and said, "A person who can attract the attention of the leader is indeed extraordinary. Even the tyrannical Sky Tiger Senior of the 8 Symbols can't do anything to you." Furthermore, it was under this situation where there is such a huge difference in strength. Truly shocking. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "You are also one of the 8 Symbols?" The young man nodded lightly and smiled, "You can call me Xiao Ba." Li Yunxiao waved his sword and kept the cold sword of ice. He said, "I don't know how I offended the leader of the 8 Symbols. We have never had any grievances, so why do you want to kill me?" Xiao Ba smiled and said, "Who said we have no grievances? The Palace Lord of the Death God Palace has always regarded you as a mortal enemy. Moreover, you have risen rapidly in recent years, and you have already attracted many people's attention. The leader is just one of them. You can leave now. Since even fifth brother can't kill you, I don't need to do anything. Moreover, killing you is not my task." The tyrannical Sky Tiger smiled bitterly and said, "Xiao Ba, if you let him go now, it is no different from letting a tiger return to the mountain. It will be even more difficult to capture him next time. He has received my attack, so he must be injured. It is a good time to kill him." Xiao Ba smiled and said, "Fifth brother, the era where you kill people by any means necessary is over. Killers should have the demeanor of killers and the way of killers. Today, you suffered a great defeat, which means that the era that belonged to you no longer exists. You should report this to the leader and go home to retire." The tyrannical Sky Tiger was taken aback. He smiled bitterly and coughed unceasingly. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "I don't care who your leader is. Tell him that if he provokes me, there will be no place for the 8 Symbols in the heavenly martial arts realm." After he finished speaking, his body flickered, and he turned into a beam of light that flew 1,000 feet away. Then, he transformed back into his human form and walked into the crowd. Xiao Ba watched as Li Yunxiao left, and his eyes flickered with a cold glint. It seemed like he was angry because of what he had said before he left. The tyrannical Sky Tiger glanced at Xiao Ba and said with a smile, "What? Were you scared by his fierce words?" Xiao Ba sighed softly and said, "Alas, in terms of self-restraint, I still can't compare to old seniors like you. What do you think of his threatening words?" The tyrannical Sky Tiger pondered for a moment, then said gravely, "It seems like he only said those words to save face. If we let him develop, it will be hard to say. Maybe he will really grow to the point where he can threaten the leader." Xiao Ba nodded softly and said, "Between him and the Palace Lord, who do you think is stronger?" "Li Yi?" The tyrannical Sky Tiger laughed softly and said, "Li Yi's talent is indeed very strong. Moreover, he was able to become a slave under the torture of the perverted brother Yuan. Be it in terms of scheming or tactics, he is the best of the best. Moreover, after experiencing the inhumane devastation, it can be said that he has suffered the bitterness of suffering. It is only right that he has achieved what he has today. When I guided him to the Death God Palace that day, I never imagined that he would become the Palace Lord. Does the leader wish for the two of them to fight?" Xiao Ba said, "That was originally the case, but the goal has changed. The Palace Lord's mission this time is to participate in the challenge tournament and marry Jiang Ruobing. This will greatly increase our strength, so the battle with Li Yunxiao can only be postponed." "But..." The tyrannical Sky Tiger laughed and said, "Haha, after being tortured by a man for so long, it is time to compensate him with a stunning beauty." "But what?" Little Eight's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a serious tone, "It's just that we might have misjudged the strength of those demons. That great demon named Shang made me feel an irrepressible terror. I've only felt this kind of feeling from the chief before. Moreover, the Palace Lord seems to be very important to those demons. This time, on this trip to Crimson Moon City, there will be a demon accompanying him as a bodyguard. I am afraid that the Palace Lord's strength will continue to increase, and in the end, he will be out of our control." The tyrannical Sky Tiger was stunned for a moment, and he sighed, "No matter how strong he is, he can't win against the leader. Moreover, this group of demons has caused such a huge disturbance in Songyang City. If we really want to deal with them, we can just directly leak their whereabouts to the sanctuary. There is no need for us to worry about this. Xiaoba said, let's hope so. The leader has always been meticulous, and this time will not be an exception. He went forward to help the tyrannical sky tiger up, and with a slight distortion of space, the two of them disappeared. After Li Yunxiao left the west side of the city, he was afraid of attracting attention, so he blended in with the crowd. Because a large number of warriors had entered the Red Moon City, there were many warriors with the strength of a martial ancestor like him, so he did not attract attention. He took out the twilight cloud mirror on the street and saw that the tyrannical sky tiger's attack had left a mark on the mirror. He was secretly shocked. The tyrannical sky tiger's strength was comparable to that of the blood deities. At the same time, he was amazed by the power of the twilight cloud mirror. The tyrannical sky tiger was injured by his own rebounding force. This had something to do with his own fighting style. He used all his strength and did not hold back. However, this twilight cloud mirror could even reflect the attack of the six-star Emperor Wu. This was beyond his expectations. Moreover, this mirror could teleport, so it contained the rules of space. Li Yunxiao thought to himself, I have to find time to study this mirror. It seems that there are many strange abilities hidden in it. Most profound weapons were sabers or swords that were offensive in nature. Profound weapons like mirrors, pagodas and clocks were usually more frightening. Even with his previous life's ability, he did not dare to rashly make these kinds of things. This mirror is not bad. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed the mirror. Li Yunxiao turned his palm and kept the twilight cloud mirror. He grabbed the hand and looked at it coldly. Suddenly, he was startled and said, It's you? It's you? Where did you get this mirror? Give it to me. The person was also startled. It was Wen Lin, who had pulled Li Yunxiao into the Ice Cube organization. He looked at the mirror with a longing expression. Get lost. Li Yunxiao shook off his hand and said coldly, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Wen Lin rolled his eyes and smiled, it's just a matter of a few primordial stones. Let me tell you a good news. Li Yunxiao said, what good news? Wen Lin mysteriously pulled Li Yunxiao to the corner of the street and said in a low voice, you are going to be rich. Li Yunxiao's face darkened as he asked, how do I get rich? Wen Lin stretched out his hand, looking a little anxious as he said, take out that mirror and let me have a look. If it can prove what I'm thinking, I'll buy it at a high price. Li Yunxiao's face immediately darkened. How high is the price? Wen Lin said, where did you get this mirror from? Li Yunxiao pointed behind him and said, it was in a pawnshop just now. The owner didn't pick it up on time, so the pawnshop owner took care of it himself. I bought it for 3 times the original price, a total of 30,000 mid-grade primal stones. 30,000 mid-grade primal stones, Wen Lin's expression was sluggish. He slapped his head and fiercely muttered, heavens, 30,000, if it really is that treasured mirror. 10,000 alpacas roared through his heart. He calmed himself down and tried his best to smile. He said, did the pawnshop owner say who pawned it? Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, I heard it was an old man in his 60s or 70s. Wen Lin suddenly raised his head and grabbed Li Yunxiao's hand. He said emotionally, 60 or 70 years old, as expected. It really is the mirror that my father pawned. I've finally found it. The heavens really do not disappoint those who wait. Li Yunxiao's eyes widened. Looking at Wen Lin, who was speaking with tears and snot all over his face, he really wanted to give him the title of Best Actor. Wen Lin cried bitterly, this mirror was my mother's dowry. She and my father were childhood sweethearts and the two of them were fated because of this mirror. Later on, my father had no choice but to sell this mirror. But even until his death, he never forgot to redeem it. Can you understand the feeling of being a son but being powerless? Today, I finally have the chance to find this mirror. Today is Father's Day. Brother, can you fulfill this filial heart of mine? Let us praise all the fathers in the world. A father's love is boundless. Li Yunxiao widened his eyes and said strangely, Brother Best Actor, oh, no, it's Brother Wen Lin. That pawnshop owner said that the man who was the mirror sold his wife to a brothel before becoming a mirror. Could it be that your mother is? His face was filled with shock. Wenlin's face immediately turned darker than charcoal. His eyes were about to spit fire. No matter how shameless he was, he couldn't admit that his mother worked in a brothel. He immediately deflated and said with a gloomy face, "So it's like that. Then I'm probably mistaken." He felt a burst of anger in his heart. He had put on a show for so long and it was all destroyed by a single sentence from the other party. "Oh, so that's how it is." Li Yunxiao revealed a look of realization and said, "Then this mirror has nothing to do with you. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Brother Wenlin, we'll meet again." Wenlin hurriedly stopped him. His eyes turned and he smiled, "That's right, why are you still running around here? Something big has happened in Hongyu City, don't you know?" "Damn it, here we go again." Li Yunxiao cursed in his heart. His expression was indifferent as he said, "Oh? What big matter? Has the Jiang family head been killed, or has Jiang Ruobing's mother been abducted?" It's not that serious," Wenlin said embarrassedly, "it's the goddess who has escaped. I just received news from the organization that the goddess suddenly disappeared from the Jiang family. Now the entire Jiang family is in an uproar. Hongyu City has also been completely locked down. No one is allowed to leave. Even all the space passages to the outside have been sealed. Think about it, the martial arts competition for a spouse is about to begin. If the Jiang family can't produce anyone by then, haha, this will be a huge joke." Li Yunxiao stared at him and said sarcastically, "Aren't you a fan of the goddess? Why do you look like you're gloating?" I'm not." Wenlin's face was full of grief and indignation. He used his hand to slap his forehead and said uncomfortably, "I wonder where the goddess is right now. Is there hot milk in the morning? Is there ready-made roast duck if I'm hungry? Is there a clean and comfortable hotel to rest in if I'm tired? Is there a—" He was in so much pain that he didn't want to live. It was as if his wife had died. Li Yunxiao interrupted him. "That's right, that mirror of mine, how about a mirror?" Wenlin suddenly stopped. His melancholy and desolate emotions were swept away. He stared at Li Yunxiao with a face full of desire. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "There's no way I'll give you that mirror." Wenlin, he wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Brother, although I've only taken a look at that mirror of yours, I'm sure that it's an inauspicious item. I advise you to spend money to ensure your safety. Give that mirror to me. I'll find a powerful refiner to refine it. That way, it won't continue to harm people in this world." Li Yunxiao said, "I see. It's not that you can't have the mirror, but you must give me something to exchange for it." "What thing?" Wenlin's eyes lit up. He patted his chest and said, "In order to refine that inauspicious item and prevent more people from being harmed, I'll even pluck down the stars in the sky for you." Li Yunxiao said respectfully, "I admire Brother Wen's righteousness. Even so, I can't ask for too much. You can exchange it for 24 East Sea Moon pearls." "East Sea Moon pearls? 24? Wenlin cried out as if someone was strangling him. He said, "That item is a treasure of the Eastern Sea. Any one of them is priceless. When 24 are strung together, they can form a strange scene of 24 moonlit bridges. It will create an extraordinary effect. Its value is even higher than many 9th-rank Xian weapons." "You're cheating me." Li Yunxiao smiled gently and said, "Brother Wenlin is quite knowledgeable. No matter how I look at it, you don't look like a martial emperor's lackey." Wenlin also smiled and said, "Isn't brotherly the same? How could a trash martial ancestor have such an inauspicious mirror?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "As the saying goes, don't expose the truth when you're in a difficult situation. You don't need to pretend anymore. Although my great sorrow twilight mirror is a treasure, it's not that I can't give it up. The condition is 24 East Sea Moon pearls, not one less." Wenlin's body trembled. He said in disbelief, "What did you say? That mirror is really the great sorrow twilight mirror?" Li Yunxiao immediately became alert. He replied, "There are a few small words on the mirror. I wonder if it's a defensive item." Wenlin's expression became extremely uneasy. He tried his best to suppress his emotions and said slowly, "If it was a few months ago, there might be a way. But now, Do you know that the East Sea Moon Pearls are basically in the hands of the Jiang clan's mistress, Wan Hongyu? Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. He said, Brother Wenlin, you're really well informed. Wenlin nodded and said, it seems like you already know. Even Wan Hongyu only has 18 pearls. She basically has all the pearls in the East region and the Merchant Union. If you want to get them, it's not impossible. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed and said, oh? Brother Wenlin has a way? Wenlin smiled and said, I heard from the organization that the 18 East Sea Moon Pearls are part of Jiang Ruobing's dowry for this martial arts competition. What? Dowry? Li Yunxiao was stunned. Wenlin took out a jade scroll and handed it over. He said, take a look. This is the Jiang clan's dowry. It's newly announced and is now in the hands of the disciples of the various factions. The Jiang clan has really invested a lot this time. Li Yunxiao took the jade slip and placed it on his forehead. Soon, he frowned. Wenlin looked at him meaningfully and smiled. Why? Are you thinking of going to the martial arts competition to find a spouse? Although the East Sea Moon Pearls are precious, they are still lacking compared to the other items. Now that the Moon Pearl has been included in the dowry and announced to the world, it will be extremely difficult for you to obtain it using other methods. Li Yunxiao held the jade scroll and pondered for a while. He then said, Brother Wenlin, are you not interested in these items and beauties? Wenlin smiled. Even if I am interested, I need to have the ability first. Those 7 stars of the East region, 5 heroes of the West region, and 4 prodigies of the North region, which one of them didn't destroy me easily? Humph, are you sure you don't mean what you say? Li Yunxiao sneered. Anyway, there is no moonlight pearl. You can keep the mirror in your memory. Goodbye. Hey, don't go. We can discuss this again. Wenlin shouted behind him, but Li Yunxiao ignored him. He suddenly shouted, Brother Li, look at this. Li Yunxiao was surprised. He stopped and turned his head slowly. He saw Wenlin's eyes flickering with a white light. A strange power rippled out. It was a spiritual attack. A technique? Li Yunxiao was stunned. He wanted to laugh. There was a saying in the Tianshui nation, show off your sword in front of Guangong and recite essays in front of Confucius. Only now did Li Yunxiao understand the meaning of this saying. He smiled lightly, and the immemorial heaven eye on his forehead suddenly opened. The eye instantly turned into a blood moon. Wenlin's flickering eyes were stunned for a moment. Then, they became somewhat blurry, and in the end, they turned into a blank expression. In just an instant, he was controlled by someone else. Great, let me see what kind of background you have. Li Yunxiao's spiritual power radiated through the archaic heaven eye and entered Wenlin's mind. He began to search through his memories. Wenlin's entire life, from when he was young, was displayed in fragments under Li Yunxiao's divine sense. There were no more secrets. The chain of memories was like a serialized painting, flipping rapidly. What shocked Li Yunxiao was that this person was actually someone from the Holy Region. Suddenly, his divine sense shook violently. He saw that in Wenlin's memory chain, ever since he entered the Saint region, it had been locked up by seals, and he couldn't read it. What? This is the brilliant light seal. Li Yunxiao was shocked. His divine sense rushed out of Wenlin's mind. His eyes were filled with shock. In this world, the only one who can use this brilliant light seal is Yuan Gaohan's master, Tian Zhaozi, who lives in seclusion in the divine capital of the Holy Region. Could it be that this person was sent by Tian Zhaozi, and that he has a great secret? A shadow rose in his heart. This matter involved too many people, and even he didn't dare to rashly get involved. No wonder he could recognize the great sorrow dusk cloud mirror. I didn't expect him to be Amaterasu's man. Li Yunxiao thought for a while and looked at Wenlin, who was slowly waking up. He turned around and left, directly entering the crowd. After a while, Wenlin finally woke up from his daze and immediately remembered everything that had happened. His face turned pale and he exclaimed, How could this be? How is this possible? I was actually countered by him? His eyes revealed great fear. As he muttered to himself, just now, my sea of consciousness was in a state of chaos. Could it be that the other party poured into my memories? He licked his dry lips and felt a thirst in his throat, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Fortunately, there is Lord Amaterasu's seal in my sea of consciousness. When I first laid down this seal, I thought I was being too cautious. I didn't expect it to be useful one day. When Len suppressed his shock and gradually calmed down, he thought to himself, this person's background must be investigated thoroughly. Not only that miraculous mental attack, but also that great sorrow dusk cloud mirror. This legendary item has finally appeared. I must obtain it no matter what. His aura gradually changed. He no longer had the appearance of a martial emperor. Instead, his cultivation base gradually decreased. Not long after, he turned into an ordinary person without the slightest trace of yuan qi. He walked into the crowd and quickly disappeared. The jade slip that Wen Lin gave to Li Yunxiao was very advanced. On the second day, the news of Jiang Ruobing's dowry immediately spread throughout the city, causing a great sensation. Everyone in the city, regardless of gender or age, was talking about this topic on the streets and alleys. Martial artists from all walks of life also rushed into Red Moon City. The most precious items are the True Dragon's secret treasure, the 9th rank Xian artifact, the 18 East Sea Moonlight Pearls, the Tianhing Bone-Changing Imperial Pill, and the opportunity to enter the Jiang family martial pavilion to choose any martial technique. The True Dragon's secret treasure is a dragon whisker left behind by an ancient true dragon. It is already a peerless item. The ancient true dragon has always existed in legends. I didn't expect it to actually exist. This true dragon's whisker might even contain the secret to reaching the immortal state. Not only the young elites, but even the older generation is eager to participate. Some disciples who didn't want to participate were chased out by their elders. They must participate. That 9th rank Xian artifact is not an ordinary item. It is the Samsara saber forged by Master Lu Xongzi of the Divine Transformation Sea. In order to forge this divine saber, Master Lu Xongzi personally fetched the Samsara origin stone from the 10,000 desolate peaks. It is said that on the day the saber was forged, purple lightning struck down from the Divine Transformation Sea. Hundreds of Emperor Wu flew into the sky to defend against it. Several Emperor Wu experts were killed on the spot, and countless were injured. Under the saber's radiance, all living beings of the 6 realms will enter reincarnation. As for the East Sea Moonlight Pearl, everyone here is from the East Domain. You should understand the value of this pearl. It is a peerless item that can calm one's mind. Wearing it on one's body can be said to be impervious to all evil. It can eradicate all abnormalities in one's cultivation, and one will never have any inner demons. There is an ancient legend in the East Domain that once 24 of them are gathered, it can form a strange scene of 24 moonlit bridges. It is like the descent of a celestial realm, and one can directly ascend to immortality. I don't know if it is true or not. The Tianhing Bone-Changing Imperial Pill is a precious elixir among the 9th rank. If 9th rank spiritual pills are also divided into 9 grades, then this Tianhing Bone-Changing Imperial Pill is definitely a 9th rank 9 pill. It is just that this item is not attractive to the powerful Emperor Wu. However, to those martial artists who are hovering at the threshold of Emperor Wu, it is undoubtedly a fatal attraction. This item can increase the probability of advancing to Emperor Wu by 30%. As long as your talent is not too trashy, you can basically advance steadily. Let me ask you, who can cultivate to the peak of revered martial artist, how can they be trashy? Another name for this pill is the Emperor Wu pill. The person who obtains this pill will become Emperor Wu. There is also the Jiang family's martial arts manuals. There is no need to say more, right? Finally, there is no need to mention the Jiang family's martial arts manuals. The Pure Yang True Technique, the Yamata Demon Manual, the Thousand Leaves Spiritual Technique, and so on. Which one of them does not resound like thunder in the ears? Which one of them did not create the peak powerhouses of the mainland? Which one of them is an existence that causes the world to tremble with fear? To be able to learn even one of them is enough to look down on the world. Tsk, there is also a large number of various elixirs, profound weapons, primary stones, spirit herbs, precious treasures, and so on. I will not go into detail one by one. If you want to talk about it, you will not be able to finish talking until the end of the tournament. It is almost equivalent to the entire wealth of a medium-sized sect. This kind of argument spread like wildfire throughout the entire Red Moon City. All the cultivators became fanatical about it. Those who originally did not want to participate in the tournament also began to rub their hands in glee. There were also many people who began to pray to the gods to bless them. Near the center of Red Moon City, there were two magnificent and exquisite buildings. Although they were not as imposing as the city lord's mansion, the structure was exquisite and had taken a lot of effort. Between the two buildings was a neon hook, like a long dragon lying horizontally. Hidden in the clear rain, it was like a celestial bridge. This was the famous building of Red Moon City, called the Breeze and Bright Moon. On the neon dragon bridge, there were a few huge characters dancing in the air: those who enter my building, only the cool breeze; those who drink to me, only the bright moon. A man dressed in a dark blue robe with raindrops was leaning against the railing and gazing at the building. His beautiful eyes were as clear and bright as the autumn waters in an empty valley. Looking at the bustling city, he could not help but softly recite, "When I was young, I slept with the cool breeze, only the bright moon knows my heart." Behind him, a beautiful woman dressed in a palace dress looked at the man in front of her and said, "Zimao, do you still hate your uncle?" The man turned around, his expression as calm as autumn water, and said flatly, "Zimao, I dare not." As the city lord of Red Moon City, Uncle is respected by the world and is an extraordinary hero. Zimao has always used Uncle as an example and worked hard to cultivate. On the road of martial arts, I did not dare to stop at any time. The beautiful woman in the palace dress showed a satisfied smile and praised, "Indeed, you did not let Uncle and Aunt down, and you did not let Big Brother down. As long as you continue to work hard, your future achievements will not be less than your uncle's." Yes, Zimao will remember Aunt's teachings. Wan Zimao bowed and said calmly, "It's just that there is a knot in my heart that is getting worse and worse. I hope Aunt can solve it for me." Wan Hongyu glanced at her nephew and said lightly, "Are you worried about Ruobing? If you really have a bright future and reach the peak of martial arts, you will be able to choose any woman in the world. You are the eldest son of the Ruan family and the leader of the 7 stars of the East region, but you are worried about your daughter. Do you want to disappoint Aunt?" Wan Zimao said, "I dare not. But isn't the purpose of pursuing the peak of martial arts to rule the world and be free and unfettered? If I can't even get the woman I like, what's the point of ruling the world?" Wan Hongyu's expression changed. She snorted and said, "Ruobing's marriage is for the benefit of Red Moon City. If she marries another faction, it will be a waste of a good resource." Wan Zimao's pupils constricted, and he said calmly, "Marrying another faction is just to consolidate Red Moon City's position in the realm of heaven martial arts. After all, it is an external force, and it is difficult to rely on it. If Aunt can marry Sister Ruobing to me, I will reach the peak of martial arts in less than 50 years. I will lead Red Moon City to become a supreme existence like the Sacred Realm and the Divine Sea Realm." He spoke resolutely and decisively, yet his expression didn't change in the slightest. Only a strand of blazing flames ignited in his eyes, causing Wan Hongyu to be shocked. "Haha, well said." Wan Hongyu laughed and praised him. "Our Wan family should have this kind of courage. But Ruobing can't marry you. This is your uncle's decision, and no one can change it. Apart from that, if you like any woman in Red Moon City, or even on the continent, I will arrange it for you." Wan Zimao slowly raised his head and said, "I do not ask for younger sister Ruobing to marry me. I only ask that you give me a chance to participate in the arena competition. I will use my own strength to prove that this so-called marriage alliance is nothing but a joke. Only by becoming strong myself can I be truly powerful." Wan Hongyu frowned and said, "You're right, but since ancient times, there have only been very few peerless geniuses who could rule the world with their own strength. As a superpower that stands at the peak, it's only through maneuvering that they can survive on this continent for a long time. An individual's martial strength is always temporary, but the foundation and resources of a faction are the long-term solution. When our Wan family suffered a great disaster, our family's strength suddenly fell to the bottom. If we didn't rely on the support of all kinds of relationships, I'm afraid we would have become the dust of history. As a leader, there are many things you still need to learn." Wan Zimao said, "I will remember Aunt's teachings. But about cousin Ruobing, I hope to have a chance to fight with the heroes of the world. I can also see the gap between me and others and learn from each other's strengths to make up for my weaknesses." "You." Wan Hongyu was angry. She waved her long sleeves and sighed, fine. These years, the Wan family has been weak. It's rare to have a genius like you. The future of our Wan family rests on you. I will try my best to satisfy you. But Ruobing is not my biological daughter, so I don't have much say in this matter. I will talk to your uncle about this. But Ruobing is too insensible. She actually ran away from home at this time. It's so infuriating. Wan Zimao's face lit up and he hurriedly said, "Thank you, Aunt. Cousin Ruobing is just a little naughty. Moreover, where can she run to in this Red Moon City? Everything is under Aunt's control." Wan Hongyu smiled and said, "It's good to let her relax. This kind of important life event will inevitably make her nervous. I will try my best to deal with your participation. If you can really defeat the heroes of the world and win the championship, I think your uncle will be happy to marry Ruobing to you. Okay, I have to go and entertain the guests. Since you want to participate, then prepare well. It's a good time to tell the world that the Ruan family of Red Moon City has stood up again." Her eyes flashed with great expectation. Her figure gradually faded and finally disappeared from the Wind and Moon restaurant. Wan Zimao raised his body and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. He clenched his fists so hard that the sound of bones cracking could be heard. In a moment, his heroic spirit reached the clouds. He said in a clear voice, "Since the ancient times, all things have come and gone. Don't worry, Aunt, I won't let you down." Soon after, it turned into a ray of light and dissipated, leaving behind an empty building and a powerful elemental energy ripple. In an inconspicuous restaurant, it was bustling with people who were drinking and discussing the recent hot topics. Now, the Red Moon City was almost full. Any restaurant was like this, and a large number of martial artists were staying in the homes of ordinary mortals. However, the Red Moon City had extremely strict rules for the protection of ordinary mortals. In addition, most of the martial artists who stayed were generous, so it was basically a win-win situation for everyone. At the center of everyone's attention was a scholarly man who was gently fanning himself with a folding fan. He was smiling as he spoke. "You country bumpkins, stop dreaming. The life of a goddess is not something you can understand. According to the latest news I heard, second Miss Jiang needs to wash her feet in 2 basins every night, one for her left foot and the other for her right foot." The scholarly man suddenly stopped and looked at the door. A man walked in with a solemn expression and a thoughtful look on his face. He had no interest in the various gossip that the scholarly man was talking about. He only knew to bury his head and walk inside. The scholarly man was surprised and called out, "Brother Su Qing, I didn't expect you to come to the Red Moon City too." That man was Su Qing. Only now did he stop and said in astonishment, "So it's Brother Gufaping. When did you start to gossip?" Gufaping lightly fanned himself and said with a smile, "Isn't it because I'm bored waiting for the martial arts competition for a spouse? I heard that the head of the Eastern region's 7 stars, Wan Zimao, will be hosting the young elites of the world in the Wind and Moon in the day after tomorrow. Brother Su definitely won't miss it, right?" Su Qing looked completely absent-minded and said, "I have something to do, so I won't go and join in the fun." He was completely in no mood to talk to Gufaping. After a few simple words, he cupped his fists and walked up the restaurant. Gufaping secretly revealed a surprised expression. He observed Su Qing's expression and saw that he seemed to have suffered a serious internal injury. He didn't know who had caused the conflict. After watching him go upstairs, Gufaping smiled and continued to gossip with the crowd. Su Qing held a cyan jade token in his hand and felt a subtle pull that pointed to a guest room. He had tried all kinds of methods to break the seal that Li Yunxiao had placed in his body, but he couldn't break it at all. He even went to find Pei Mingyuan to see if Luli Villa had the power to break it, but he didn't expect that the people of Luli Villa were also at their wits' end. Moreover, what made him even angrier was that in order to ensure Pei Mingyuan's safety, the people of Luli Villa actually used him as an experiment and tried all kinds of strange methods. In the end, they were injured all over and still made no progress. In order to prevent him from escaping, they also sent someone to watch over him. Su Qing was lucky enough to injure the guard and escape. Relying on the information on the jade token, he found Li Yunxiao. He came to the door of a high-grade room and directly entered it with a flash. This was a guest room with a practice room. The price had long since been raised to hundreds of thousands of mid-grade primordial stones per night. Su Qing said, "Brotherly, I'm here." The door of the practice room slowly opened and a ray of light flashed out. Li Yunxiao appeared in front of him, glanced at him and smiled, "You've suffered a lot." Su Qing's face turned red and a trace of resentment towards Luli Villa flashed across his eyes. He said, "I brought the news. I hope you can keep your promise and help me break the seal." After losing the Great Sorrow Twilight Mirror, he now had no interest in the muddy waters of Red Moon City. He just wanted to retreat and return to Tide Listening Pavilion to cultivate in seclusion. Speak. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently. Su Qing's face twitched slightly. Looking at the other's calm appearance, he suddenly realized that the gap between the two of them was not as simple as strength. At Mount Meru, the other party had him under control and he still had a chance to resist. But at this moment, he had already made enough progress to look down on all heroes, but the gap between him and the other was getting farther and farther. Now he was firmly under control and had no chance to resist. It seems that I'm a frog at the bottom of a well, making a fool of myself. Su Qing secretly sighed in his heart. He was incomparably dispirited, but fortunately, he had recognized his gap and shortcomings in time. There was still a chance to catch up. He planned to return this time and not leave the sect until he became Jiutian Emperor Wu. Li Yunxiao looked at the changes in his face and expression and seemed to notice something. He smiled, "The path of martial arts is broad and profound. Even a peak powerhouse would not dare to say that they can see through all the martial arts in the world. If I didn't have full confidence in my sealing technique, how would I dare to let you leave?" Su Qing sighed, "I've learned something. I've already inquired about that fat girl Snowball. She's the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Ruame, the Jiang family's matriarch, Wan Hongyu's biological daughter. Because she had a strange disease since she was young, even if she didn't eat or drink, she could still gain weight. So, over time, she has become like this. She rarely appears in public and is extremely afraid of people talking about her behind her back, so there are not many people who dare to say it." Li Yunxiao opened his mouth wide and said in surprise, "There's actually such a strange disease. For a woman, it's worse than death." Su Qing smiled bitterly, "Isn't that so? If it wasn't so, this Jiang family's eldest daughter would have inherited her parents' genes and would have been a beauty. She wouldn't have ended up with such a wretched appearance and character. That Ice Cube fan club matter doesn't even need to think to understand. It must be the elder sister who was jealous of the younger sister, so she used some shameful means behind her back." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "With the power and status of Scarlet Moon City, even Lu Congzi can be invited. How could they not find a cure? That's really strange." Su Qing said, "I also feel that this matter is inconceivable. After repeatedly inquiring about it, I finally understood some things in the past. Have you ever heard of a world-shaking event that happened in Scarlet Moon City back then? Emperor Wu Gufeiyang, who defeated the armies, killed more than 30 Emperor Wu experts of the Ruan family in one fell swoop, and the Ruan family's forces were almost annihilated. That battle was really a bloodbath in the city, and the moonlight was dyed red. That night was truly Scarlet Moon City." Li Yunxiao, he wiped his sweat and said embarrassedly, "How could it be so exaggerated? What does this have to do with that fat girl Snowball?" "Of course it does." Su Qing's face turned serious and said solemnly, "Do you know that Emperor Wu's pupil technique is unparalleled in the world? It has reached a magical level. It can turn illusion into reality, change the sky into the earth, transform the sea into mulberry fields, and turn the stars into the bright moon. During the Battle of Scarlet Moon City, not only did Emperor Wu lose more than 30 people, but hundreds and thousands of clansmen were captured by Emperor Wu's pupil technique. They were muddle-headed, like idiots. It wasn't until several years later that they gradually came to their senses." He looked at Li Yunxiao, who had a dull expression, and thought that he didn't believe him. He laughed coldly and said, "Don't doubt me. The ability of titled Emperor Wu is not something that you and I can casually speculate about." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "Rumors are always unreliable. They are exaggerated, exaggerated." Su Qing said, "Wan Hongyu was the one who was captured by the pupil technique. At that time, she was already pregnant with Jiang Ruame. She gave birth to Jiang Ruame in that muddle-headed and idiotic state. When Jiang Ruame was born, she was already more than 30 kilograms. Now she is probably more than 300 kilograms? After that, Scarlet Moon City Lord Jiang Churan also sought medical help. As you said, Master Lu Tsongzi of the Deity Sea Realm also personally came to Scarlet Moon City. In the end, it was to no avail. Master Lu Tsongzi's words at that time made Jiang Ruame and Wan Hongyu completely despair. Li Yunxiao wiped his sweat. He didn't expect that Sister Snowball's fat body was actually caused by him. He said embarrassedly, "What did Lu Tsongzi say?" Su Qing said, "At that time, Master Lu Tsongzi said that Jiang Ruame still had the curse of Emperor Wu's pupil technique on her body. Unless Emperor Wu personally touched it for her, no one in the world could remove it. With the relationship between Scarlet Moon City and Emperor Wu, how could Jiang Churan go to him? After that, the army conqueror Martial Emperor died, and no one in the world could break this curse." Li Yunxiao. Su Qing sighed. Actually, these secrets aren't really secrets in Crimson Moon City. It's just that no one dares to talk about it. I spent a lot of effort to find out. As for that Yan Xinghua, he's always been Jiang Ruame's playmate. Due to Jiang Ruame's fat body, her personality has been weird since she was young. Wan Hongyu found many children of the same age to accompany her. Unfortunately, not only is Jiang Ruame's personality weird, but she's also extremely cruel. Her other playmates were all killed by her, and only Yan Xinghua survived for some reason. Su Qing glanced at Li Yunxiao and said blankly, "Brother Li, why is there so much cold sweat on your forehead? Are you feeling unwell?" Li Yunxiao hurriedly wiped his face and said embarrassedly, "I'm fine. I didn't expect this fat girl Snowball to have such a tragic life. I didn't expect her to be the biological daughter of the Jiang family's mistress." His eyes flashed and he said thoughtfully, "It seems that Wan Hongyu feels indebted to this daughter. Otherwise, Wan Hongyu wouldn't ignore her messy tricks. If Jiang Ruame asks for the East Sea Moon Pearl, she might be able to get it." Su Qing was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Hee, why would Jiang Ruame help you ask for the East Sea Moon Pearl? This item has already been listed as Jiang Ruabing's dowry. Everyone knows about it, unless you can get rid of her fat body." Li Yunxiao looked at Su Qing meaningfully and said, "You have the potential to be a prophet." Su Qing was stunned and didn't understand. Li Yunxiao said, "Your information is very valuable. I'm very satisfied." He formed a seal in the air with one hand and slapped it into Su Qing's body. Su Qing's body trembled slightly and he felt the power of the seal unravel. Not only that, his body that was tortured by Luli Villa seemed to have recovered a little. He said in shock, "That's it?" Li Yunxiao laughed. "All right, you can go now. The next time we meet, I hope you'll be more promising." Su Qing's face alternated between red and white, embarrassed and angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "I will. The next time we meet, I'm going to take back the mirror that belongs to me. There are also a few other items that you should keep safe." He didn't stay any longer. With a single thought, he turned around and disappeared outside the door. Li Yunxiao's expression gradually calmed down. He sighed and said, "Back then, her murderous aura was too strong, and she harmed many people. If I can help this fat girl, I'll help her. Maybe she'll be the key to obtaining the Moon Pearl of the East Sea." Just as he was pondering, a sudden explosion and several screams came from outside the door. It seemed that someone had started fighting. Immediately after, Su Qing's angry roar could be heard, "Who are you? How dare you act so atrociously in front of everyone in Crimson Moon City?" Li Yunxiao smiled slightly. Su Qing's words were quite interesting. He himself had also casually attacked others, but the difference was that it wasn't under the watchful eyes of the public. His figure flashed and appeared outside. The lobby of the hotel was already in a mess. People scattered in all directions. Many people looked like they were watching a good show, but at the same time, they were also shocked. Gu Feiping, who was gossiping in the middle, was injured and fell to the ground. A handsome man in snow-white clothes had a long sword against Gu Feiping's throat. His face was cold, and his murderous aura filled the entire lobby. Behind the man in white were Luo Qingyun and Nailan Jixuan. There was also a sword boy standing with a sword in his arms. They were also looking at him coldly. Su Qing was horrified and said, "Brother Luo, Miss Nalan, what's going on?" The man in white's sword exuded a cold aura, causing Gu Feiping's throat to bleed. Gu Feiping was so scared that his face turned pale. Cold sweat rolled down his face. He trembled and said, "Brother, we don't know each other. Why did you suddenly attack me?" The man in white's eyes were like knives, almost cutting Gu Feiping apart. He said coldly, word by word, "How did you know about second Miss Zhang's 3 measurements?" Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment. He stared at the man in white. The man in white was too handsome, like a woman. But upon closer inspection, he had an Adam's apple and his pores were thicker than a woman's. He was indeed a woman. Li Yunxiao muttered to himself for a moment, and his eyes gradually flickered with divine light. However, with his eye sorcery, he could immediately see that this person was using an extremely powerful disguise technique. Under the disguise, the appearance automatically formed in Li Yunxiao's mind. It was actually a stunning beauty. The sword boy also used the same disguise technique. He was also a woman. Could it be? Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. Combining what this woman had just said and a series of information, he immediately understood that this handsome man in front of him was the second Miss Jiang who had escaped. He was the main character who had caused such a stir in the world. Originally, the 3 measurements of beauties were a topic that men were particularly interested in. Only Jiang Ruobing herself would be so angry. And that question. Could it be that Gu Pingfei's 3 measurements were true? Gu Pingfei was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the man in front of him would attack and injure him just for such a boring question. He immediately felt wronged and said bitterly, "These things were spread randomly, and there were many versions. I thought about it myself and chose the one that I thought was more reliable." He was stunned for a moment and murmured, "Could it be true?" Jiang Ruobing's face turned purple from embarrassment and anger. She said angrily, "Of course it's false. How dare you slander second Miss Jiang? I'll kill you." He raised his sword and was about to slash down. The sword chi shone brightly and one could tell that it was not an ordinary sword. Luo Qingyun's figure moved and directly grabbed her wrist. He said indifferently, "You can't kill her. Now the whole city is talking about these boring things. Do you want to kill everyone in the world?" Gu Feiping trembled in fear and said repeatedly, "Yes, yes, do you want to kill everyone in the world?" He looked at Jiang Ruobing's furious gaze and immediately shrunk his neck. He hurriedly said, "I won't say it again. I hope that you will be magnanimous." "Humph. I'm so angry." Jiang Ruobing stomped her foot and put away her sword. She said angrily to Gu Feiping, "Get lost. If I hear you gossip again, I'll kill you without mercy." Gu Feiping was saved and repeatedly promised that he would not do it again. After all, Su Qing and he were old acquaintances. He went forward to help him up and was about to leave. Luo Qingyun suddenly laughed. "Brother Su, you're actually safe and sound? It seems that Brother Su's strength is beyond my expectations." Su Qing's face turned red and he cast an angry look. He understood that Luo Qingyun was mocking him and was secretly furious. It turned out that this fellow already knew about Li Yunxiao's strength. He saw that he was a sheep in a tiger's mouth and did not warn him. "How hateful," he snorted coldly and left with Gu Feiping. After Luo Qingyun stopped Jiang Ruobing, he turned his gaze and looked at Li Yunxiao, who was leaning against the stairs with a smile. He snorted and said, "We meet again. Is today another bad day?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "A chance encounter is better than a chance encounter. Brother Luo has made a trip to the city lord's mansion and gained a lot." Luo Qingyun was stunned. He carefully thought about what he said but could not figure it out. Suddenly, he was shocked and thought to himself, did he see that Jiang Ruobing is a girl? This thought made him a little surprised. The one who disguised Jiang Ruobing and the maidservant Little Snow was Nalan Xishuan. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, seeing Jiang Ruobing and Little Snow gradually gulping and their pores becoming thicker, he would not have believed that such a person could be a girl. Nalan Xishuan smiled at Li Yunxiao and showed a grateful look. She said, "Young Master Yunxiao is very righteous. Xishuan is very grateful." Li Yunxiao understood that Nalan Xishuan already knew that he was the one who attacked that day. He then smiled and said, "Miss Xishuan, don't say that. I still hope that Miss Xishuan will take care of me." After joining the Silver Mountain sect, I will be able to pick a few more sisters. Nailan Jishuan blushed and said charmingly, if young Master Yunxiao is really willing to join the Silver Mountain sect, Jishuan promises to pick until young Master is dazzled. She covered her mouth and smiled. It was indescribably charming. The surrounding martial artists all sucked in their saliva and were a little infatuated. Jiang Ruobing snorted coldly and said, Sister Jishuan, it's better if you don't come into contact with such a loose person. Nailan Jishuan smiled and said, Brother Bing, there are many twists and turns. Why don't we sit down and talk about it? Well, that's good. It's rare to meet sister, and you even brought a friend like Brother Luo. Jiang Ruobing was a little careless and soon forgot the unpleasant matter of the 3 measurements. The 4 sat around the table, and Little Snow stood behind Jiang Ruobing. The inn quickly restored order. The peach blossom wine was served and everyone was poured a bowl. Nailan Jishuan raised her cup and said, I owe this cup of wine to young Master Yunxiao. Cheers. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, if you want to drink, let's drink together. Jiang Ruobing did not stand on ceremony. She tasted a big mouthful and suddenly said in surprise, this wine, this is not peach blossom wine. This is drunken forgetting sorrow. Pfft. Li Yunxiao was drinking and choked on a mouthful of wine, coughing non-stop. Jiang Ruobing heard his frivolous words before and no longer had a good impression of him. At this moment, her face was even colder and she said angrily, what do you mean? Is this name funny? Li Yunxiao shook his head repeatedly and smiled bitterly, it's not funny. I just accidentally choked. Jiang Ruobing's face became even uglier. A chill spread out and she said coldly, you obviously think it's funny. If you don't tell me what's funny about this name today, don't blame me for not giving face to sister. Jishuan. Li Yunxiao's face was as bitter as a gourd. What could he say? Nailan Jishuan and Luo Qingyun also felt a little strange. Nailan Jishuan whispered, drunk and forgetting sorrow, a good name. Jishuan also doesn't understand why young Master Yunxiao laughed. The corner of Luo Qingyun's mouth curled up and he said teasingly, Brother Li, if you don't explain clearly this time, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. Jiang Ruobing said coldly, this name drunk and forgetting sorrow was given by my most respected and beloved person. Li Yunxiao, if you don't give me an explanation, we'll see clearly today. A cold light flashed on her body, and the treasure sword from before appeared in her hand, emitting rays of cold light. The people in the restaurant all dispersed in an instant, all smiling bitterly. Wasn't this handsome young master too good at stirring up trouble? He had just injured someone, and now he wanted to attack again. Li Yunxiao was speechless. He didn't expect this girl to have such a deep relationship with Ning Qiue. There were too many marriages between the 3 major clans in Red Moon City, and they were already deeply rooted in each other. Basically, they were bound together for good or bad. He could tell at a glance that it was definitely a 9th-rank Xian artifact. The weapon was vibrating, and the sword ray could be released at any time. He smiled bitterly, you're just a kid, how would you know what worry is? Everyone was stunned. Li Yunxiao looked like he was 16 or 17 years old, yet he said others were kids. Jiang Ruobing was obviously older than him after she changed her appearance. Jiang Ruobing also said angrily, you're just a kid, how dare you say I'm young? Is this why you think it's funny? She tightened the grip on the sword in her hand and approached. Luo Qingyun's expression tightened. His fingers formed a claw and grabbed the sword, saying, Brother Bing, you can't kill him. Jiang Ruobing snorted coldly, I won't kill him for Brother Luo and Sister Jishuan's sake, but I have to teach him a lesson. Luo Qingyun sighed, Brother Bing, he is the person I said can help you. If you anger him, no one in the entire Red Moon City will be able to help you. What? Jiang Ruobing was stunned and snorted, Brother Luo, what nonsense are you talking about? He's just a 5-star martial guru, how can he help me? Jiang Ruobing didn't believe him. She poured her origin energy into the sword, and the sword ray trembled. Luo Qingyun's expression changed slightly, and he quickly retracted his hand. Even his true dragon Dharma body didn't dare to take on a 9th-rank Xian artifact head-on. Jiang Ruobing snorted heavily, and the long sword pushed Luo Qingyun away, stabbing straight at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly, and stretched out 2 fingers to pinch the sword. His fingers instantly turned golden, and it was the partial strengthening of the indestructible golden body. With a dang sound, it was as if a Xian artifact had struck, and the sword was pinched. It was the flower-pinching finger. The expressions of the four changed drastically, filled with disbelief. Luo Qingyan's eyes were burning with shock and a desire to fight. The shockwaves from the collision between Li Yunxiao's fingers and the ninth-tier profound weapon made his blood boil. Nailan Jixuan's expression also changed abruptly. She was very clear about Jiang Ruobing's strength. Although the sword strike was merciful, it was definitely not something that could be blocked by fingers. Could it be that Li Yunxiao specialized in two-finger techniques? Nailan Jixuan nodded slightly. She seemed to have confirmed her guess. Li Yunxiao was in existence with super-strong fingers. Looking at his age, he had probably been immersed in this pair of fingers since he was a child. That was why he could achieve such shocking achievements. Jiang Ruobing and Xiao Shui were even more shocked. The two of them were well aware of the power of that sword. Only a peak martial saint or the Jiutian Emperor would be able to receive it with just two fingers. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Brother Bing, don't be too excited. If you get angry, you will age quickly. Look at you, wrinkles will start to appear after just a few moments of anger. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and pressed down with two fingers. A huge force passed over and directly pressed Jiang Ruobing onto the stool. Jiang Ruobing was shocked. Only then did she believe Luo Qingyan's words. She put away her long sword, but she was even more shocked when she covered her face with her hands and said anxiously, "Really? Age easily when you get angry? Why didn't anyone tell me?" She kept wiping her face with her hands and said to Nailan Jixuan, "Sister Jixuan, do you see any wrinkles?" Luo Qingyan and Nailan Jixuan were speechless for a while, but they were extremely shocked. Li Yunxiao said such words to tease girls. Did he really discover Jiang Ruobing's identity? The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. At this time, the owner of the hotel finally couldn't help but come forward. He plucked up his courage and said, "Mister, causing trouble at will is a violation of the protection rules of Hongyu City for us merchants. I hope you can conduct yourself and pay more attention so that Hongyu City won't investigate. This is not good for everyone." Not only was Crimson Moon City a rare superpower in the world, but it was also a famous city of merchants. The laws and regulations regarding the protection of merchants and mortals were extremely strict, and the status of merchants was also very high. This was why the city was so prosperous. Jiang Ruobing was worried about her wrinkles. When she heard this, she said angrily, "You want to use Hongyu City to suppress me? I'm not afraid of anyone." Bang! Bang! Just as she finished speaking, the sound of an explosion suddenly rang out. Two figures flew in from outside the door, falling to the ground and vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. It was Su Qing and Ge Feiping, immediately causing everyone in the restaurant to turn pale with fright. A lazy voice came from outside and said, "When can the public security of Hongyu City be improved? Every Tom, Dick, and Harry runs on the streets, and I heard someone shouting that he's not afraid of anyone. The juniors nowadays don't have any skills and only know how to brag and flirt with girls all day long." Su Qing endured the pain as he crawled up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Everyone in the hall was looking at him so that he wouldn't look so miserable. He said angrily, "The strong bullying the weak, shameless." He glanced at Li Yunxiao's seat and revealed a bitter expression, as well as a hint of asking for help. A cold snort came from outside the door and reprimanded, "This seat was kind enough to lift the seal for you, but you actually injured someone from my Luli villa. You're really cruel and unscrupulous. You dare to say that this seat is bullying the weak. You don't know what's good for you, you unrepentant dog." Su Qing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He said angrily, "Old man, you still have the face to talk about lifting the seal. You used me as a test subject. If I wasn't lucky enough to escape, I would have been killed by you. Pei Mingyuan, you and I can be considered friends, but you're so heartless." A group of martial artists slowly walked in from the entrance of the hotel. Each of them had an indifferent expression, and each of them wore a single silk robe with python patterns. Obviously, they were from the same sect. The one who spoke first was an old man. He stared at Su Qing and Ge Feiping on the ground like a poisonous snake and coldly snorted, "Wanting to lift the seal naturally comes with risks. This seat is not a peerless powerhouse, so how can it be lifted just because you say so? Speaking of luck, your good luck ends here. You've injured my Luli Villa's disciple. Even if your master comes, he won't be able to save you today. Su Qing and Gufeiping's bodies trembled, revealing a frightened expression. Gufeiping hurriedly said, Senior, please calm down. Su Qing and I are just walking together. We're actually not familiar with each other. I hope Senior can spare my life. Su Qing was shocked and angry. If Gufeiping hadn't been injured, he wouldn't have run into these people. Seeing Gufeiping's pleading look, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. The old man sneered, Since you're walking together, then isn't it good to go to the Western Paradise together? The aura on his body gradually rose, and the Jiutian Emperor's ji spread out. All of a sudden, everyone in the entire restaurant was shocked. Everyone felt as if the space had solidified. Not only was it extremely difficult to move their bodies, but even their breathing became a little rapid. Nailan Jishuan exclaimed, Luli Villa, Pei Mingyuan. The person who came was from Luli Villa, and Pei Mingyuan was also among them. Originally, he was blushing at Su Qing's words and was hiding in the crowd. After Nailan Jishuan exclaimed, she immediately noticed Li Yunxiao. Her expression suddenly changed, and she said sternly, Father, it was this person who placed the seal. He suddenly pointed at Li Yunxiao, and his eyes were filled with monstrous anger. His body couldn't help but tremble. Oh? The old man was Luli Villa's deputy villa master, Pei Jiuqi. The emperor's ji on his body froze, and his face revealed a puzzled expression. He frowned and said, Are you sure? Isn't this person a 5-star Wuzong? Pei Mingyuan gritted his teeth and said, He is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He can even deceive you, father. He must have a treasure to suppress his cultivation. He immediately took out a jade pendant and said angrily, Father, look, it's him. Pei Jiuqi glanced at the jade pendant, and there was indeed a faint aura pointing to Li Yunxiao. His face suddenly became cold, and he said, Boy, you are Yanwu City Lord, Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao directly felt an aura rushing towards him, and he was instantly locked on. He snorted coldly, took a sip of the fake peach blossom wine, and said indifferently, Why, you want an autograph? Puff. Jiang Ruobing was also drinking wine coldly. She was choked by Li Yunxiao's words and spat out a mouthful of wine, coughing repeatedly. Li Yunxiao deliberately put on a stern face and shouted, Brother Bing, what do you mean? Is it funny? Is my autograph so unattractive to you? Jiang Ruobing was dizzy. The other party had learned to fight back so quickly. She hurriedly shook her head and said, I don't mean that, it's just, Li Yunxiao stared and screamed, You don't mean that? Then what do you mean? I think that's what you mean. If you don't tell me what you mean today, I will show you what you mean. Jiang Ruobing was completely speechless. She stuttered for a moment, and completely did not know how to explain. Since she was a child, she had lived in an environment where stars revolved around the moon. No one had ever dared to talk back to her. How could her words compare to Li Yunxiao's cheap mouth? She was so anxious. Cough, cough, cough. Luo Qingyun coughed and said, Brother Bing, ignore him. He did it on purpose. He was born with a cheap mouth. He had seen it many times. If Jiang Ruobing was serious, he was afraid that he would directly die of anger. Yes, you did it on purpose. Jiang Ruobing immediately found a way out. She snorted and turned her mouth away, pretending to ignore Li Yunxiao. Pei Jiuqi's face became colder and colder. He said in a cold voice, I was right. Nowadays, the younger generation is getting more and more arrogant. When the elders ask questions, you should answer respectfully. Don't you know how to be polite? If you don't respect the elders, you will easily lose your life. It seems that today I have to do my duty as an elder on behalf of your parents. Free of charge. The power of the emperor's chi gathered and directly covered the entire table. The 5 people, including Snowy, suddenly felt like a mountain was pressing down on them. They all changed their expressions and became extremely vigilant. Once a strong person like Emperor Wu attacked, it would be extremely difficult for them to retreat. Only Li Yunxiao didn't seem to be affected at all. He smiled faintly and said leisurely, Why is it that some people just don't understand? Face isn't given by others, but it must be lost by yourself. Pei Jiuqi's face was cold. He shouted angrily and grabbed the air with his 5 fingers. An unparalleled force squeezed Li Yunxiao from all directions. The space shook and trembled as if it wanted to crush everything. He said coldly, I have to say that your psychological quality is really good, but I don't know if your body is as hard as your mouth. Li Yunxiao raised his eyelids in surprise and smiled, your tone is the same. Now I believe that you are Pei Mingyuan's parent. He clapped his right hand and a ray of light bloomed. The surrounding temperature seemed to suddenly drop to the extreme. The cold sword turned into a few ice flowers and directly cut the space. All the squeezing force was instantly gone. Pei Jiuqi was shocked and hesitation appeared in his eyes. Li Yunxiao's treasured sword was undoubtedly of the 9th rank. Furthermore, this sword also proved that Li Yunxiao was not some trash martial arts grandmaster. He was at least a martial venerable. In that case, Li Yunxiao definitely had a treasure that could suppress the aura of his cultivation. Pei Jiuqi began to worry about his background. Yanwu City was now a treasure land that was no weaker than the 7 super factions. Back then, when Mount Meru collapsed, it attracted 2 titled martial emperors. Even the Holy Domain's Iron Medallion had appeared. Only then did the many strong factions stop their greed and watch from the sidelines. Now that Li Yunxiao had so many treasures on him, as well as his calm methods and demeanor, Pei Jiuqi was bewildered. If Li Yunxiao had the backing of a titled martial emperor, not to mention Pei Jiuqi, even the entire Luli Villa could not afford to offend him. Even Hongyu City had offended titled Emperor Wu, causing one of the 3 major families to almost be removed from the mainland. Pei Jiuqi's face was a little ugly. He could not advance or retreat. He could only say angrily, you have some ability. Considering that it is not easy for you juniors to cultivate, I will not take advantage of my seniority. First, hand over the technique to break my son's seal, and today's matter will be dealt with lightly. Li Yunxiao looked at Pei Mingyuan with a smile and said, I asked you to help me inquire about the East Sea Moon Pearl. How is it going? Pei Mingyuan's face was full of anger and he did not know how to answer. Li Yunxiao's smile gradually faded as he said coldly, looks like you've stood me up. The most important thing for a person is integrity. You can stand me up, but I can't. We agreed to exchange the bead for the seal. If I unseal it now, wouldn't I be going back on my words? Breaking a promise is a big deal. Everyone who heard this felt dizzy, secretly admiring that this brat had a backbone. He even dared to act like this in front of the deputy villa master of Luli Villa. If he did not have an extremely strong trump card, then he most likely had an extremely strong backer. Even the onlookers could see the fearlessness on Li Yunxiao's face. Pei Jiuqi was even more dizzy. He was even more certain that this brat had a very strong background. Now, he couldn't kill him, nor could he retreat. What should he do? Whatever, I'll capture this person first and have him break the seal on my son. If he has a strong backer, then I'll let him go. If he doesn't have a backer, or if his backer isn't strong enough, then the thing he regrets the most in his life will be coming to Scarlet Moon City. After making up his mind, Pei Jiuqi's figure flashed, and with a loud shout, he grabbed Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao shouted, how dare you commit murder in broad daylight in Scarlet Moon City? Do you even put Scarlet Moon City in your eyes? His shout gathered his vital qi and suddenly dispersed it. It immediately spread out like rippling lake water. At the same time, his right hand also raised the cold ice sword. The water droplets in the air gradually condensed and rapidly gathered at the tip of the sword. The sword momentum stabbed towards Pei Jiuqi's body as fast as lightning. An ice lotus blossomed. Although beautiful, the sword light was sharp. Pei Jiuqi was taken aback. He found that he didn't dare to use his body to block the power of this sword. It should be known that with the suppression of Jiutian Emperor's qi, any attack below Emperor Wu's level should be easily crushed. What was going on? Pei Jiuqi didn't have time to think about it. He suddenly stepped forward and dodged the sword. Then he raised his hand, and a sword light pierced through the sky. He shouted, you can be proud of yourself for making me draw my weapon. Li Yunxiao couldn't help laughing. If Pei Jiuqi said this in front of him when he was at the peak of his previous life, it would be a funny scene. The long sword in his hand danced in the air, and then he retracted it in front of his body to block. Dang. Page Yochi's sword light stabbed the cold ice sword. Not only was the powerful tool accumulation shocked, but it also blossomed into ice flowers that shot out in the air. At the same time, the space was frozen. Li Yunxiao was sent flying several meters by the power of the sword. He suddenly exerted infinite gravity to his feet, and only then did he avoid crashing out of the restaurant. The long table that the four people sat at was instantly shattered by the tool accumulation. Luo Qingyun and the other four people also spread out at the same time. One by one, their aura erupted. They took out their weapons and surrounded Page Yochi. They all had a very dignified look on their faces. They planned to join forces with Li Yunxiao. Nailan Jishuan shouted, "Dilla Master Pei, you are Jiutian Emperor Wu, a senior of the Eastern Territory. How can you attack a junior? If you really have the ability, you should let Pei Mingyuan come out and fight. Is this the style of the 7 stars of the Eastern Territory? Is this the style of Luli Villa?" Jiang Ruobing also shouted, "No one is allowed to be presumptuous under the Hongyu city." Page Yochi was secretly surprised that Li Yunxiao could take his sword. At this moment, hearing the words of the juniors, he sneered, "Before I came in, someone said that he was not afraid of Hongyu city. Now, why are you using Hongyu city to suppress me?" Jiang Ruobing sneered, "I am not afraid because I have the capital to not be afraid. But if you dare to be presumptuous, you will break the rules of Hongyu city." Page Yochi's face surged with anger, and he said coldly, "What an arrogant junior. The rules of Hongyu city also vary from person to person. As the deputy villa master of Luli Villa, even if I break the rules occasionally, what can I do?" The sword chi in his hand became stronger and stronger. It directly pressed on the juniors, making it difficult for Luo Qingyun and the others to rush into the battle circle. The sword emitted an aurora and flew to stab Li Yunxiao. Although he did not dare to take his life, he intended to instantly destroy his combat power and take him away. Now that the undercurrent of Hongyu city was surging, he was afraid of accidents. "Be careful!" Jiang Ruobing suddenly screamed. Seeing that Li Yunxiao was about to be cut by the sword, she was very anxious. Although they had a little misunderstanding and conflict before, at this moment, she regarded him as a friend. Humph! Suddenly there was a cold snort in the air. A group of red light flashed, and a sword chi rushed out from the outside and directly shocked Page Yochi's sword, causing a whirlwind to spread. Seeing that the whole restaurant was about to be destroyed in an instant, the red figure grasped with his 5 fingers, and immediately a black hole appeared in the air, sucking in all the power of the aftermath. Everything returned to normal. Page Yochi was shocked. Looking at the red figure in front of him, with a pair of hands holding a sword on his back, his face was full of coldness, and the faint murderous intent made him feel cold all over. "You are," Page Yochi was shocked. He suddenly put the sword in front of him, and his whole body was on guard, for fear that the person would suddenly attack him. Seeing this person, Jiang Ruobing's eyes showed great joy, but she quickly covered it up and slightly turned her head, for fear of being seen by the person. "Let's go on a trip." The person just stared at the ceiling and said faintly, as if everyone in the restaurant disdained to look at him. "Go with you? Me? Where to?" Page Yochi was a little confused and asked suspiciously. The person in red spat out 2 words, "Dungeon." "What? Hongyu City Dungeon?" Page Yochi was surprised and then relieved. He originally thought that the person in front of him would be Li Yunxiao's backer, which would be troublesome. It turned out that he was just a person from Hongyu City, which made things much easier. He squeezed out a smile and said, "It turns out to be a lord from Hongyu City. May I know your name?" The person's face was expressionless. The rules of Hongyu City are indeed different from person to person, and I have never been afraid to admit it. For example, if the lords of the sanctuary and divine transformation sea realm come, or the titled Emperor Wu come, we won't care if they cause trouble or kill people. To be honest, we can't do anything about it. But you are not qualified. Come with me to the dungeon." Page Yochi hurriedly said, "I am Page Yochi, the deputy villa master of Luli Villa, and my wife is also Hongyu City, enough." The person waved his hand to interrupt him, and finally turned his eyes from the ceiling to Page Yochi. "If I don't see you report to the dungeon after the time it takes for half an incense to burn, I will die. If I see you make trouble again within the time it takes for half an incense to burn, I will die." The word die was like a hammer hitting Pei Jiuqi's heart, causing his face to suddenly turn pale. But the person in red in front of him disappeared in an instant, leaving no trace, as if he had never appeared. But all the warriors in the restaurant recovered from the shock and began to show a mocking expression, looking at the people of Luli Villa as a joke. Pei Jiuqi stood on the spot, completely dumbfounded. He was sure that if he made a move again, or if he didn't go to the dungeon, he would absolutely not be able to leave Hongyu City. Father, what should we do? Pei Mingyuan also felt dizzy, and suddenly had no idea. He angrily said, although Hongyu City is strong, they don't give face to our Luli Villa. Father, you are also a deputy villa master, and I am also one of the Eastern Domain's 7 stars. They are too. Shut up. Pei Jiuqi glared at him with a livid face. These words were more and more shameful. Now that there were hundreds of people watching, he was afraid that his embarrassment would soon spread out. He suddenly remembered Li Yunxiao's previous words, face is not given by others, but it must be lost by yourself. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed quite reasonable. He turned to Pei Mingyuan with a livid face and said, quickly send a message to your mother, ask her to see the mistress of Jiang family, Madame Wan Hongyu, and strive to let father out as soon as possible. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he immediately turned into a ray of light and left. Everyone knew that he was going to the dungeon of Hongyu City, and the whole restaurant immediately burst into all kinds of ridicule. Luli Villa is indeed a tyrant of the Eastern Territory. Their movement technique is really terrifying. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. I specialize in divine sense cultivation method, so I can't see anything within 100 miles. That's right. Although the Red Moon City is huge, with this kind of movement technique, I'm afraid he will reach the dungeon in an instant. The Lord of the Red Moon City really underestimated Deputy Villa Master Pei. He actually gave him half an incense stick of time. It's too hurtful. Yes, I can't stand it anymore. I heard that the Red Moon City's dungeon is full of vicious criminals who have never seen a woman all year round. Do you think Villa Master Pei, with his delicate skin and tender flesh, goes in? Someone began to play the pipa, humming softly, the chrysanthemum is broken, the heart is full of pain, your smile has turned yellow, the heart is broken when the flower falls, shut up. Pei Mingyuan roared. The people of Luli Villa also glared at him, feeling ashamed and resentful. A warrior couldn't help but mock, you have the leisure to lose face here. Hurry up and save your father's chrysanthemum. Another warrior also sneered, haha, what are you staring at? If you have the ability, come and hit me, Puff. Pei Mingyuan was so angry that he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't know whether to fight or not. The key was that even if he went up to fight, he might not win. The warriors in the hotel were all fierce, but there were also many masters among them. Good. I will remember your appearance one by one. When we leave the Red Moon City, I will settle the accounts with you. Pei Mingyuan knew that he had lost face today, but it was better to lose face than to lose his life. A man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. He was open-minded, worthy of being one of the Eastern Territory's 7-star sons. He said to Li Yunxiao, please release the seal on my body. Although there were some unpleasant misunderstandings, that is already in the past. I hope we don't dwell on the past and look forward to the future together. Luo Qingyun, Nailan Jishuan, and Su Qing all knew the inside story, and they were all speechless. They suddenly seemed to understand why he was one of the Eastern region's 7-star sons, but they weren't. It seemed that the so-called 7-star sons not only required strength to enter, but they also had to be thick-skinned and shameless. With these two characteristics, they could indeed live longer than ordinary people. Li Yunxiao didn't seem to be surprised at all and laughed lightly, Brother Pei, the seal that I've placed on you doesn't affect your strength. But if you don't remove it within 7 days, your manly aura will start to deteriorate and you won't be able to lift it up again. When that time comes, Brother Pei will become the most unique one among the 7 stars of the Eastern region. It can be said that he will be unique. What? You? Pei Mingyuan's face was pale, and he said in horror, you're so vicious. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, if I were vicious, I wouldn't have given you these few days. 7 days is enough for you to leave a descendant for the Pei family. Come on. Pei Mingyuan's eyes were full of resentment, and he gritted his teeth. I will send a letter back to my mother. She and Lady Ruan Hongyu are cousins, and will certainly be of great help. I hope you won't go back on your words. He left with the people of Luli Villa worriedly. Now helping Li Yunxiao to get the Eastern Sea Moon Pearl was far more important than finding a way to save his father. Everyone whistled and sighed at the people of Luli Villa, and all kinds of ridicule continued until they were far away. It was just that there was another interesting topic to talk about after a meal. Su Qing escaped again and came up to greet Li Yunxiao and the others. As for Ge Pingfei, he had long lost his face and ran away. Luo Qingyun smiled and said, Brother Su can stay and recuperate. Maybe you can get a good ranking in the arena. Even if you can't get the beauty, you can still become a hero. Nailan Jishua nodded and said, Brother Luo is right. Although this is the second Miss Zhang's marriage contest, it is almost the same as the world-first martial arts competition of the younger generation. Almost all the famous experts of the younger generation of the realm of heaven martial arts have gathered here. Many people came here with the idea of becoming a hero. Isn't it a pity to miss such a grand occasion? Jiang Ruobing's face turned cold, and she snorted, these boring men are making fun of someone else's marriage. How hateful. If they don't want to get married, why did they come here to participate in the competition? Her maid, Xiao Shui, covered her mouth and laughed, Young master, you are so angry. It's not that they don't want to marry her, but they don't have the ability. After all, there is only one person. If they want to defeat all the heroes of the world, they must be the best in the younger generation. Except for the leader of the 7 stars of the East region, the leader of the 5 heroes of the West region, and the leader of the 4 talents of the North region, who else in the world can be so confident? Su Qing said with a bitter smile, Little brother, you are right. Who doesn't want to marry the second Miss Zhang, regardless of her appearance, family background, dowry, or anything else? However, it's important to know one's own limits. Most people are just watching the show and participating in it. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, So, Brother Su, you are also planning to participate? Su Qing said hurriedly, Brother Yunxiao, you must be joking. Maybe I had this idea before. But after I met you. He said with a bitter smile, after I met Brother Yunxiao, I realized how shallow and short-sighted I was before, and I realized my real level. I was a frog at the bottom of a well before. Although I lost a lot this time, I gained a lot. I plan to go back to the Tide Listening Pavilion to train in seclusion. I won't come out until I reach the Jiutian Emperor Wu. Since he had made up his mind, the others didn't force him to stay. They poured wine for him and drank with him. Then, Su Qing left. At this moment, the hotel owner had already ordered people to clean up the things that Pei Jiuqi had destroyed. Li Yunxiao and the others sat around the table again. The hotel owner looked at Jiang Ruobing meaningfully and said, Did young master see what happened just now? I hope young master can control your temper. You must abide by the rules of Red Moon City, or else you will have to go to the dungeon with a broken chrysanthemum. Jiang Ruobing looked innocent and asked in surprise, Broken chrysanthemum? What is a broken chrysanthemum? The hotel owner laughed, Haha, young master, you are really good at pretending. You know what it means. Jiang Ruobing was stunned and said quickly, I don't know. But the boss had already left, so she could only ask the others, the boss's words are really strange. Brother Luo, Sister Jishuan, what does a broken chrysanthemum mean? Luo Qingyun and Nailan Jishuan both broke out in cold sweat and shook their heads repeatedly. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, when drunk, don't let your chrysanthemum bloom. What the boss means is for you to drink well and not waste the beautiful scenery. It also means that you should enjoy yourself while you are in the prime of your life. Don't wait until your chrysanthemum is broken and the cup of wine is cold, wasting your time. Nailan Jishuan glared at Li Yunxiao with hidden bitterness, meaning, is it really okay to misinterpret the words like this? It will lead little brother Bing astray. I see. Jiang Ruobing recited, when a flower blooms, it should be plucked straight. Don't wait for the chrysanthemum to be broken in autumn. Brother Yunxiao, is that what you mean? Li Yunxiao was dizzy. He didn't expect Jiang Ruobing to be so able to draw inferences. He wiped his cold sweat and said embarrassedly, probably. I haven't studied much. Let Brother Luo and Miss Nailan explain in detail. Nailan Jixuan said angrily, don't mention young Master Yunxiao's nonsense. This is an insult. She suddenly said seriously, by the way, Brother Luo, you said that you wanted to bring little brother Bing to find young Master Yunxiao. You said that only young Master Yunxiao can help in the entire Red Moon City. Jixuan was a little puzzled. Although young Master Yunxiao's strength is unfathomable, but, she had a puzzled look on her face. Although she knew that Li Yunxiao wasn't simple, she still doubted that Li Yunxiao could do it. Wow, it turns out that you are insulting me. Jiang Ruobing's face turned red. She felt that she had been fooled and was angry. After hearing Nailan Jixuan's words, she hurriedly became concerned. Luo Qingyun glanced at them and said with a smile, Li Yunxiao's strength is indeed nothing in Red Moon City, but he has one thing that no one can match, and that is his courage. No matter how I thought about it, only he would dare to do this. All of a sudden, the gazes of the four people gathered on Li Yunxiao, making him feel a little numb. He said, what are you talking about? I haven't studied much, don't scheme against me. Luo Qingyun said with a smile, what are you talking about? It's actually very simple. You just need to bring little brother Bing away from Red Moon City. As for the reward, you can name it. Jiang Ruobing suddenly became nervous, her face full of expectation. Luo Qingyun and Nailan Jixuan did not point out Jiang Ruobing's identity. They had already guessed that Li Yunxiao already knew. Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment. He thought that this little girl really wanted to escape from the marriage. If she ran away, how could Red Moon City explain to the world? After thinking about it carefully, he was the only one who would dare to help her escape from the marriage. If it was someone else, even if it was Emperor Wu at his peak, he was afraid that it would be a taboo. Anyway, he and Red Moon City were already in a situation where they could not coexist, and he did not intend to repair their relationship in this life. If he really wanted to help, he could hide Jiang Ruobing in the universe Divine Steel, and even the gods would not be able to find her. He smiled and said, this is a matter of life and death, and you still say that you are not tricking me. However, if you can get me the 18 Donghai Moonlight Pearls in second Miss Zhang's dowry, I can risk my life and give it a try. The four of them were shocked, and Jiang Ruobing said anxiously, why do you want those pearls? Other than looking good, they have no other use. If you are willing to help me, after it is done, I will definitely give you a reward that is worth far more than those pearls. Luo Qingyun also said in a low voice, the 18 Donghai Moonlight Pearls are already in second Miss Zhang's dowry list. It is too difficult to get them. Li Yunxiao, you are not looking for an excuse to not help, are you? Hee, whatever you say. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, if I were to look for an excuse, I would directly give up the condition of first place in the arena battle. In that case, all the dowry and beauties would be in my hands. I heard that Jiang Ruobing is also an absolute beauty, presumptuous. Jiang Ruobing said, all the young talents in the world are gathered. The 7 stars of the East, the 5 heroes of the West, the 4 talents of the North, and countless disciples of the aristocratic families are all here. Do you think that you can defeat all the heroes in the world and get first place? Listening to Jiang Ruobing's disdainful tone, Li Yunxiao was not angry. He smiled and said, I don't dare to think about it, I don't dare to think about it. Nailan Jixuan smiled bitterly, it's a pity that second Miss Zhang doesn't know how lucky she is. She has such a great opportunity. All the best men in the world are gathered in Red Moon City for her to choose. I'm so jealous. A look of infatuation and yearning appeared in her eyes. It was unknown whether she was truly moved or just teasing him. She said, I heard that there are a few outstanding young talents who have already broken through to 9th Heaven's martial emperor. They are comparable to some of the legendary martial emperors and overlords. If I can marry such a man, what else can I ask for in this life? Jiang Ruobing snorted, Sister Jixuan, hurry up and get one. With your beauty and vital physique, it will only be greater than the ones in Red Moon City. At that time, not only the younger generation will come out, even those famous figures who live in seclusion in the mountains will come out. Maybe it will even cause the leaders of the 7 super forces to fight and finally marry the old man of the sanctuary. Haha, she teased herself and looked at Nailan Jixuan, who had a speechless look on her face, and laughed. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, Brother Luo, there is a secret dragon treasure in the dowry. With your real dragon Dharmakaya, if you get it, I'm afraid you can directly break through the shackles of Martial Venerable and step into the Jiotian realm in one fell swoop. Isn't Brother Luo tempted? Luo Qingyun took a sip of wine and smiled bitterly. If it is a ranking battle, I still have the confidence to fight for the top 10. I have no hope of defeating the heroes of the world and becoming the first among the younger generation. Unless I have the secret dragon treasure now and refine it into my body, then even if I am not Emperor Wu, I have enough confidence to fight with Emperor Wu. His eyes flashed. Obviously, he was also thinking about the secret dragon treasure, but the conditions for seizing it were too harsh, so he had no confidence at all. The maidservant Xiaoxia suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Luo wanting to break through Emperor Wu is actually not a difficult task. As long as Miss Nailin is willing to help, success will naturally follow naturally. Nailin Jixuan immediately understood what he meant, and a shy expression appeared on her face. She said angrily, Brother Bing, your attendant has also learned to tease people. I think you will be led astray by him. Jiang Ruobing naturally knew about Nailin Jixuan's cultivation method and the situation of the Silver Moon sect. She giggled and said, Little Brother Shui is right. If Sister Nailin is willing to help Brother Luo, then Brother Luo can break through to Emperor Wu in one fell swoop. He is very likely to take first place in the challenge tournament. Nailin Jixuan said shyly, Brother Bing, do you mean that you want me to share a husband with second Miss Jiang? Jiang Ruobing was taken aback. She did not expect the conversation to revolve around her. She immediately blushed and said anxiously, if I win, I don't have to marry Jiang Ruobing. Brother Luo can take the dowry and leave in style. Xiaoxue laughed and said, Brother Bing, then Brother Luo will be chased by the whole world by the Red Moon City. Moreover, second Miss Jiang is a stunning beauty. If her reputation is ruined like this, she will never be able to marry again. How miserable it is. Jiang Ruobing was extremely shy. She knocked on Xiaoxue's head and laughed and wrestled with her as if there was no one else around. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, This is a good suggestion, I agree. I hope that after Brother Luo wins first place, you can give me the Donghai Moon pearl in the dowry. Luo Qingyun glared at him and snorted coldly, If I get the dowry, the first thing I will do is grind those 18 pearls into powder and eat them. Li Yunxiao, at this time a soft sigh came and said, Brother Bing, it's time to go home with me. My brother and aunt are very worried. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They saw that there were suddenly a few more people in the restaurant, standing at the door and looking at Jiang Ruobing quietly. They all had young faces, were gorgeously dressed, and looked very heroic. There were too many handsome young men appearing during this time, but these people were extraordinary and dignified. Everyone couldn't stand them. They looked at them a few more times and knew that they must be some of the aristocratic families who had come to participate in the competition. When Jiang Ruobing saw the leader, her expression changed slightly and she said angrily, Who are you? Hurry up and leave. It's none of your business whether I go back or not. Nailin Jixuan was stunned for a moment and said with a wry smile, So it's Mr. Xiling. She thought to herself that she had still been found. But she had never thought that she could really escape from Red Moon City with Jiang Ruobing. She just wanted to accompany her to have fun and relax. Wan Xiling nodded and said, Thank you, Miss Nailin, for taking care of Brother Bing for me. He looked at Luo Qingyun and Li Yunxiao next to him and showed a look of disgust and disdain. He said, however, Miss Nailin, as a good friend of Brother Bing, it's better not to let him come into contact with some useless rotten people. After all, there is a great disparity in identity and status. It's better to avoid some toads who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth and think that they have a chance to have some unrealistic fantasies and bad intentions. Nailin Jixuan's expression turned cold and she said coldly, Jixuan is different from the noble Mr. Xiling. The people I know are all useless rotten people. There's no other way. Wan Xiling did not care at all and said indifferently, In that case, Miss Jixuan should try to have less contact with Brother Bing in the future. Wan Xiling, you and your gang of scoundrels, get out of here. Jiang Ruobing said angrily, It's none of your business who I have contact with. Brother Luo and Brother Yunxiao are both my friends. Please shut your stinky mouth. Wan Xiling's expression changed slightly, but he was not angry. He just glanced at Li Yunxiao and Luo Qingyun with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He seemed to remember the appearance of the two people. Then he smiled and said, well, I said something wrong. Brother Bing, please go back with me. My brother and aunt are worried about you. Jiang Ruobing said coldly, what does it have to do with you that they care about me? Didn't you hear that I asked you to get out of here? Haha, Brother Xiling, Brother Bing has been spoiled by you. A man in a robe beside Wan Xiling smiled softly and walked out. He said, if you don't mind, let me take her back. Jiang Ruobing turned around and directly threw the wine bowl in her hand. The bowl spun in the air and the wine scattered like a flying turret. It condensed in the air and did not fall down. It actually bloomed into a lotus. Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised. This wine lotus was probably made by Jiang Ruobing casually. It was an imitation of his previous ice lotus sword. He did not expect this little girl to have such a high understanding and draw inferences so quickly. Wan Xiling hesitated slightly and said, then I'll have to trouble Brother Qingyong. But don't hurt Brother Bing. The man's pupils shrank slightly. He laughed and stepped forward. He said, Brother Xiling, don't worry. Brother Bing is really talented and smart. This is a beautiful move. He grabbed the lotus flower with his bare hands, and a faint green aura appeared between his fingers. It seemed as if he was holding a huge river in his hand, and it seemed as if he was holding a mountain in his hand. Then, the power of his claw descended from the sky, and stopped the wine lotus flower in the air. Qingyong? One of the 5 heroes of the western region, Qingyong from the super force Wanxing Valley? Nailan Jishuan exclaimed. Her face showed great shock. She did not expect the man who walked with Wan Xiling to have such a great background. The young heroes at the door all had a smile on their face. Their lazy manner was obviously that of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. It seemed that each of them had an extraordinary background. Jiang Ruobing was also shocked. She knew that the person in front of her was not ordinary. She made a sign with one hand and shouted, explode. The wine lotus suddenly exploded, and turned into countless tiny water needles. They scattered in all directions, and were about to pierce through Qingyong's control with a whooshing sound. Qingyong laughed loudly. He tightened his grip and immediately controlled the wine in a corner of the world. All of it evaporated in an instant. Jiang Ruobing was shocked. A light flashed in her hand and she took out her long sword. She was about to attack. Little Snow, who was behind her, also took out her sword and cooperated with Jiang Ruobing. They formed a simple sword formation and attacked from both sides. Qingyong laughed loudly. He executed his movement technique and weaved through the 2 sword moves with ease. In just a few moves, a finger light struck the 2's shoulders and the 2 swords fell out of their hands. He laughed loudly and said, Brother Bing, you'd better go back with me. I was not interested in you before, but now it's very interesting. Haha, remember my appearance. I will definitely win in the arena. Qingyong smiled confidently and grabbed Jiang Ruobing. Nailan Jishuan was shocked and angry. Qingyong. You have the guts to hurt Brother Bing. Qingyong raised his head and looked at Nailan Jishuan. A strange look flashed in his eyes. He said, you are the Silver Moon Sect's primordialine body that has cultivated the Yuanying Wonder Maiden skill to the great accomplishment? He looked at Nailan Jishuan up and down as if he was looking at goods. He revealed a grim smile and said, you can also come with me. Just as he was about to press forward, Li Yunxiao suddenly sighed and said, Brother Luo, I really have to hand it to you this time. You actually endured for so long, and your patience is even stronger than mine. I admit defeat. How did you do it? Luo Qingyun's face was expressionless. It was as if he had turned a blind eye to what was happening. He quietly drank the wine in his bowl and said, I was waiting for you to make a move. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. Why didn't you make a move yourself? Pretending to be cool? Luo Qingyun put down the bowl in his hand. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. He said word by word, because I was afraid that I could not help but kill them all. I don't want to cause trouble. So? Li Yunxiao said gloomily, so you want me to cause trouble? Luo Qingyun nodded and said, you have always been someone who is not afraid of trouble. Li Yunxiao was extremely gloomy. He smiled bitterly and said, I have really been defeated by you this time. It seems that I have no choice but to accept this trouble. The conversation between the two immediately attracted the attention of Qingyong and the others. The people in the hotel originally had the attitude of watching a good show. After knowing Qingyong's identity, they all hid to the side in fear of getting into trouble. One of the 5 heroes of the West region and the Myriad Star Valley. These 2 titles were not something they could afford to offend. Qingyong's gaze landed on the 2 of them, especially Luo Qingyun, who gave him a sense of danger. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, was completely ignored by him. A 5-star martial arts grandmaster could kill 100 with one palm strike. Brother Xialing, it seems that the rules of the Red Moon City do not allow people to cause trouble as they please? Qingyong said coldly. His gaze never left Luo Qingyun. It seemed that he was also somewhat afraid of the rules of the Red Moon City. Wan Xialing's eyes flashed coldly and he said softly, "There are exceptions. Brother Qingyong is not making trouble, but saving Brother Bing." "Haha, I see." Qingyong laughed and said, with Brother Xialing's words, "I am relieved." At this time, the hotel owner suddenly ran up and hurriedly said, "You can't make trouble, otherwise Hongyu City will not let you go. Be careful of your chrysanthemum." Just now there was something called Luli Mountain. Wan Xialing did not wait for him to finish and took out a token and threw it over. The hotel owner caught it and immediately shivered. He said in a trembling voice, You. He swallowed and handed the token back, not daring to say another word. The rest of the warriors also understood. To be able to be with one of the 5 heroes of the Western region and let the hotel owner recognize the identity token, there was no doubt that it was Hongyu City. At this time everyone felt sad for Li Yunxiao and the other young people. They had offended the people of Hongyu City and 10,000 Stars Valley. Even if they were in the world, no one could save them, let alone in Hongyu City. Jiang Ruobing said anxiously, "Wan Xialing, if you dare to touch them, I will ask Master to kill you." Wan Xialing seemed to think of something and his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly said, "Brother Qingyong." Qingyong had already moved and said coldly, "Brother Xialing, don't worry. Since Brother Bing has spoken, I will just teach them a lesson, so that they don't know who they are." There was a whirlpool in his hand like a river. After he took a step forward, his figure seemed to be independent of the world, completely detached from the world. He slapped Luo Qingyun and Li Yunxiao with one palm. Luo Qingyun gave him the feeling of a hidden dragon that could soar to the sky at any time. He could not help but feel some fear in his heart, so he did not dare to show mercy. He used the unique skill of 10,000 Stars Valley, Raging Waves Palm. Luo Qingyun sat motionless, just quietly drinking Zui Wangchou. There was no tension in his eyes, it was as calm as water. Qingyong's pupils shrank, and a trace of anger from being ignored flashed in his eyes. He increased the amount of essence power in his palm by a few notches, and it was almost 120% of his strength. His earlier words of teaching them a lesson had been tossed to the back of his head, and he could not wait to kill these 2 with a single palm strike. Ever since he obtained the title of one of the 5 heroes of the Western regions, no one had ever dared to look down on him like this. Even the sect masters of the big sects had to be polite to him. 2 country bumpkins who have never seen the world, they probably don't know the prestige of the Western region's 5 heroes, and how powerful we are. Li Yunxiao gently put down his wine bowl. The cultivators in the restaurant suddenly felt cold. A cold wind blew in from all directions of the restaurant. Everyone suddenly discovered that the originally luxurious restaurant was actually so shabby, and there was no wind on all sides. Feiyang, clouds swirled in the sky. Qingyong suddenly discovered that his body was almost frozen. There was a kind of power of law flowing in the surroundings. His martial skill was instantly like a leaf in the wind, a boat in the waves, about to be destroyed at any time. His eyes widened in shock. He only saw Li Yunxiao's palm strike. There was nothing fancy about it. It was a light and gentle palm strike. It was like a casual pat on the shoulder between friends who were casually teasing each other. But this casual palm strike, in his eyes, was no different from the Grim Reaper's scythe slashing down. A bone-piercing chill went straight into his brain, and the fear of death surged in his heart for the first time in his life. His entire body was trembling, and he wanted to shout for help. But when his mouth opened, no sound came out. He could only watch as the palm strike landed on him, and then he lost consciousness. Boom! Everyone only saw Li Yunxiao's casual palm strike. It was very light and soft, as if it did not have any momentum. Compared to Qingyang's palm strike, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. But the result made everyone's jaws drop. They only saw Qingyang deflate like a balloon. The strength of his whole body instantly withered, and there was a dull sound from his body. His whole body collapsed, and he flew out of the door, lying on the ground like a pile of mud. Silence, the whole audience was silent. Extreme shock flashed through Luo Qingyan's eyes, and the hand that was holding the wine cup also began to tremble slightly. Although he did not take the 5 heroes of the western region seriously, it was impossible for them to be killed so easily with a single palm strike. He suddenly felt that he had once again misjudged the strength of Li Yunxiao. It seemed that this person in front of him could never overestimate him. He suddenly sat there sluggishly, and his mind went blank. Brother Qingyong? Brother Qingyong, get up. Brother Qing, don't be funny. Get up. The young masters who entered the restaurant with him had cold sweat on their foreheads. They could not accept the reality in front of them. They all shouted for Qingyong, waiting for him to jump up from the ground, and then kill all of Li Yunxiao and the others. However, wishes were always beautiful, and the reality was always cold and cruel. Qingyang's body gradually stiffened. It was not until his body began to turn purple that everyone recovered from the illusion, and their faces turned pale. This time, Nailan Jishuan and Jiang Ruobing were completely stunned. They could not think at all. They looked at Li Yunxiao, and then looked at Qingyang on the ground, unable to connect the two. Brother Qing? Wan Xiling was shocked for a moment, but he still did not believe it. He walked forward, squatted down, and patted Qingyang's body a few times. Finally, he exerted some strength in his hand, and unexpectedly, Qingyang's shoulder burst. A large amount of thick black extravasated blood and rotten flesh flowed out. It turned out that under that human skin, Qingyang's flesh and blood had become paste. Wan Xiling was so scared that he retreated repeatedly, and he almost fell. He looked at Li Yunxiao in horror, and said tremblingly, You actually dared to kill the people of Myriad Stars Valley? Li Yunxiao sneered, so what if I killed them? Wan Xiling calmed down a little, and said, killing the people of Myriad Stars Valley is already half a step into the gates of hell. A cold light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he said coldly, since I am already going to the gates of hell, I might as well kill the people of Red Moon City. The murderous aura on his body suddenly erupted, and he pointed directly at Wan Xiling. Wan Xiling's whole body instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His whole body was cold, and his teeth were constantly chattering. Although he had times of fear over the years, he had never been as afraid as today. Although he did not know the identity of the other party, at least he knew that he had kicked an iron plate. Not only Wan Xiling, but those young elites who came in together with him also felt that chill, and they were so frightened that their whole body turned cold. One of them could no longer resist, and with a loud shout, he dashed out of the door, and just like that, he escaped. Li Yunxiao's murderous aura was only aimed at these people, and the rest of the martial artists in the hotel didn't feel anything. They were just shocked that he killed the Western region's 5 heroes with one palm, and they couldn't recover for a long time. Stop. Wan Xiling trembled, and said, if you kill me again, you will die without a doubt. Right now, it is just a little troublesome. Although you killed Qingyong, it was also justifiable defense, and it is pardonable. Everyone can testify. He turned his head, and said to those companions, am I right? Yes. Just like that. That's right. It was justifiable defense, we all saw it. This matter is Qingyong's fault. He didn't have the ability, but he was brave and liked to fight. His end is pitiful and sad. Those companions were all children of big families, and when they saw Wan Xiling change his attitude, they knew that they were in trouble. If they didn't cooperate well, they were afraid that it would be difficult for them to walk out of this hotel alive. Between a dead comrade and their own safety, these people easily made a choice. The martial artists in the hotel all fainted. The unattainable image of the 7 superforces in everyone's hearts was gradually shattered with Qingyong losing his life in one move, and Wan Xiling losing his moral integrity in an instant. It turned out that the children of the super forces were just like this, no different from us. Wan Xiling saw that the murderous aura on Li Yunxiao's body was getting stronger, and his legs were trembling a little. He hurriedly asked Jiang Ruobing for help. Brother Bing, I am your cousin. Quickly tell your friend, it is a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Jiang Ruobing couldn't hide the disappointment in her eyes. Although she hated Wan Xiling, he represented Hongyu City. She didn't expect that Wan Xiling, who had always been cautious and calm in her heart, and whose strength was also outstanding among the younger generation, would be so spineless. However, Wan Xiling was her cousin after all. Jiang Ruobing said, Brother Yunxiao, let's drop this matter. If we continue to make trouble, I'm afraid it will be difficult to clean up. Now, Qingyang's trouble. Her eyes revealed deep worry. Myriad Stars Valley and Hongyu City were both of the 7 super forces, and they were on equal footing. As one of the 5 heroes of the western region, even if Qingyang wasn't the most outstanding disciple of Myriad Stars Valley, he wouldn't be inferior. This trouble was already earth-shattering, but seeing that Li Yunxiao still didn't seem to care, she finally understood Luo Qingyun's words. In the entire Hongyu City, perhaps only this mysterious man in front of her would dare to escape with her. Wan Xiling hurriedly made an excuse, it's okay, it's okay. With us as witnesses, this is not a trouble. Even if it's Myriad Stars Valley, they still have to be reasonable. Everything in this world can't be skipped over the word reason. Everyone, am I right? He also said to the hotel owner, manager, when the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to come and testify for this brother. It was Qingyang who relied on bravery to commit murder but failed. Instead, he died. This can be considered retribution. Hongyu City can't let the bad guys succeed and the good guys be wronged. The manager's head was like a chicken pecking at rice. He nodded desperately and didn't dare to say a word of no. Jiang Ruobing felt a sense of disgust in her heart for no reason. She chased the few people away and said, all of you, get out of here. I feel disgusted when I see you. Wan Xiling smiled embarrassedly and hurriedly said, then I won't disturb you. Brother Bing, take your time. These friends are all good. They are all outstanding people who can be friends with. He hurriedly turned around and was about to leave. The moment he turned around, his eyes burst with shocking anger and resentment. His face was abnormally distorted, but he was stunned in an instant because he saw a person suddenly standing at the door. It was the man in red from before. He didn't know when he had been standing in front of the door, checking on Qingyang's situation. Wan Xiling's pupils widened and he suddenly exclaimed with joy, Uncle Hang Feng. Everyone in the hotel was startled and didn't notice when this man came. Even the young talents at the entrance were the same. Luo Qingyun's expression became serious and he shouted, Li Yunxiao, leave quickly. This man in red was the one who had intimidated Pei Jiuqi earlier. He was obviously a powerhouse of Emperor Wu and not an ordinary Emperor Wu. A cold light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. Although this man in red was strong, he was at most a little stronger than the blood deity. If he couldn't beat him, he could still escape. Li Yunxiao was afraid of causing a big commotion, which would ruin his plan of collecting the East Sea Moonlight Pearl. Ning Hangfeng turned a deaf ear to Wan Xiling's words and kept pinching Qingyang's body. His expression became more and more serious. Li Yunxiao knew that this was not good. He had casually used the Great Wind Cloud Palm just now, and Ning Hangfeng had probably seen through it. After all, there were many souls that died to this move in the Red Moon City. Uncle Hangfeng, this person has no regard for the rules and killed Brother Qingyang. Please stop this person and let Myriad Star Valley deal with him, lest there be a gap between our sections. Wan Xiling quickly hid behind Ning Hangfeng as he spoke. The scene of Li Yunxiao killing Qingyang with a casual palm was too shocking. It made him feel fear in his bones. Only by hiding behind Ning Hangfeng could he feel incomparably safe. Jiang Ruobing hurriedly said, Uncle Hangfeng, it was Qingyang who wanted to kill my friend first. That's why he was killed. Wan Xiling, you are too shameless. You just said that you would testify for Brother Yunxiao. Wan Xiling's face was slightly red as he said, I was just trying to calm him down to prevent him from escaping. How are we going to explain it to Myriad Star Valley then? Cousin is also doing it for the good of the Red Moon City. As for my personal safety, I don't care anymore. His words were filled with righteousness and righteousness. It was as if he was a completely different person from before, causing everyone to feel dizzy. Only then did Ning Hangfeng slowly stand up. His eyes were like knives as he stared at Li Yunxiao and said, "Where did you learn this martial skill from?" Li Yunxiao's heart trembled. He knew that he had most likely been exposed. He immediately snorted coldly and said, "There are many martial arts in the world that are similar. Could it be that you can use the death of one person to sever my inheritance?" Ning Hangfeng was stunned for a moment. Li Yunxiao's answer made him take a few more glances at him before he continued, "This palm technique seems to be a unique skill of a certain person. Come with me, I want to verify what I'm thinking." Li Yunxiao said, "I don't have time." Ning Hangfeng smiled faintly and said, "It's not up to you." He flashed forward to grab Li Yunxiao. Jiang Ruobing hurriedly swung her long sword in the air and said anxiously, "Uncle Hangfeng, you can't tell right from wrong." It was clearly Qingyang's bravery that caused this disaster. Even if this matter was brought to my father's attention, he wouldn't be able to reverse the truth. Ning Hangfeng flicked his finger and knocked Jiang Ruobing's sword, sending her flying along with her sword. He continued to grab at Li Yunxiao without losing any momentum. The cold sword in Li Yunxiao's hand released a wave of sword qi and stabbed at Ning Hangfeng. He didn't dare to use his sword technique anymore. Instead, he used the thousand dazzling righteous art in an attempt to break a path to escape. Red dust gazing at the bright moon. The cold sword qi was like an ocean. Li Yunxiao stabbed out over 100 sword qi in an instant and actually managed to cut open the Emperor Aura seal around him bit by bit. Ning Hangfeng's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe that someone could use sword qi to cut open his Zhoutian Emperor Aura. Moreover, the chill spread out, making the entire restaurant feel like it was in an ice house. "Li Yunxiao, run!" Luo Qingyun suddenly shouted. A dragon's roar soared into the sky. He became one with his spear and an unparalleled spear qi swept across the sky like a swimming dragon. Ning Hangfeng was shocked once again. The power of the 7-star martial venerable's spear was faintly at the level of Emperor Wu. He couldn't believe it. What's going on today? Why were all these kids in their teens so abnormal? However, the two's attacks only surprised him. Ning Hangfeng punched with his left hand and drew a fist in front of him. Immediately, an invisible force spread out like a wave. The entire space was instantly sealed by a force. Li Yunxiao and Luo Qingyun's bodies were instantly frozen in the air. Li Yunxiao didn't seem to mind. He chuckled and said, "Aren't you afraid of trouble?" Luo Qingyun wasn't as relaxed as him. He struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. He coldly snorted and said, "Although you killed them, how can you bear the responsibility alone? Who do you think you are?" Once he said that, he displayed his manly nature. Everyone in the restaurant secretly praised him. Their gazes toward Yuan Xiling were filled with even more disdain. What kind of son of an aristocratic family was he? Compared to these unknown youths, the gap was too big. "Uncle Hangfeng, stop!" Jiang Ruobing panicked. She knew Ning Hangfeng's strength. If he really fought, she was afraid that he would kill the two of them in one move. In a moment of desperation, she raised her sword to her neck and threatened, "Uncle Hangfeng, if you dare to hurt my friends, I'll die in front of you right now. Let's see how you explain it to my father." "How I'll explain it to my master." Ning Hangfeng frowned and scolded, "Ruobing, this isn't the time for you to be naughty." Li Yunxiao's expression also changed slightly. He said, "Brother Bing, put down your sword. Your uncle is still too young to hurt me." Ning Hangfeng frowned slightly. Although what she said was unpleasant, he knew that it was the other party's intention. Hence, he kept quiet. Yuan Xiling also said anxiously, "Ruobing, listen to Uncle Hangfeng. Don't be willful." Jiang Ruobing smiled sadly and said, "Naughty? Willful? Then I'll be naughty and willful for once today." She said coldly, "Do I need you to care what kind of friends I make? What right do you have to hurt my friends? If Brother Yunxiao, Brother Luo, and Sister Zhishuan get hurt today, even if I don't die today, I'll kill all your friends in the future." "You?" Yuan Xiling was speechless and stunned. Jiang Ruobing laughed coldly and said, "If you can kill my friends, why can't I kill yours? Also, Uncle Hangfeng, I heard that you're quite familiar with the leaders of the Soaring Tiger faction and the Hollow Valley. Ant is the Hollow Valley saint. When I'm strong enough, I'll definitely gather a group of people to destroy these two factions. Ning Hongfeng's expression changed drastically, and a layer of anger rose faintly. However, Jiang Ruobing's status was so noble that even he could not discipline her. He could only snort coldly and wave his hand to release Li Yunxiao and Luo Qingyun from the prohibition. He said coldly, I can let them go this time, but not the next time. Also, you must go back with Ruan Xiling. This is also my condition. Jiang Ruobing hesitated for a moment and said, all right, but you can't do anything to them within 3 days. We have to give them enough time to leave the Red Moon City. Ning Hangfeng pondered and stared at Li Yunxiao. His expression kept changing. He still had to confirm Li Yunxiao's move, but at this moment. After thinking carefully for a while, he finally compromised and said, all right, I promise you. But after 3 days, there will be no such restriction. All right. Jiang Ruobing nodded and said, during this time, I hope that Uncle Hangfeng will pay more attention to some shameless people, in case they play tricks behind our backs. Ning Hangfeng said, don't worry, the entire Imperial Army of the Red Moon City will not do anything to them. He was the commander of the Imperial Army of the Red Moon City, and Ruan Xiling also held a position in the Imperial Army, so he had to obey his orders. Jiang Ruobing nodded and said, with Uncle Hongfeng's promise, I can rest assured. If you dare to lie to me, I will report it to my father and my master. Let's see if you still have the face. Everyone felt dizzy. They felt that this young man was still a child who would report to his parents when he was bullied. Jiang Ruobing said to the three, Brother Yunxiao, Brother Luo, Sister Zhixuan, I will go home first. In 2 days, I will bring the things that Brother Yunxiao and Brother Luo need to the Wind and Moon Tower. You can come for a while, then immediately use the interdomain teleportation formation to leave the Red Moon City. Don't stay in the East Domain any longer. Nailan Zhixuan's heart ached and said, Brother Bing, just take care of yourself. Don't worry about us. Li Yunxiao said softly, I will take what I need myself. You don't have to do it yourself. I don't have the habit of letting others do it for me. Luo Qingyun also said, me too. If I rely on you to take things, it will burn my hand. Jiang Ruobing smiled bitterly and said, I know you are both good people, but I just want to do something for my friend. I have no friends since I was a child. Although the time I spent with you was short, I was very happy. Both of them were silent, and there was an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Goodbye, Sister Zhixuan. Jiang Ruobing smiled and said hello. She turned around and said, Little Shui, let's go. She walked out of the door without looking back. Everyone made way for her, and no one dared to get too close. Ning Hangfeng glanced at Li Yunxiao and said, I hope you can cooperate with me and verify my thoughts. I can promise that I will never hurt you. If you think it through, you can come to me at any time. He flew out a token and said, take this token. Anyone in Hongyu City can find me at any time. He also turned and left. Before he left, he waved his right hand and put away Qingyang's body. Then, he disappeared outside the door. Ruan Xiling's eyes were fierce. He stared coldly at Li Yunxiao and said, You are lucky today. I hope you can have such good luck next time. The young talents who followed him also recovered their arrogance. They snorted coldly and left one by one. Only Li Yunxiao and the other two, as well as the martial artists who were watching, were left in the hotel. The owner of the hotel trembled as he walked forward and said, 3 sirs, can you go somewhere else to drink? Don't stay in this small store. This store is a small business. I can't afford to be hurt by you guys making such a ruckus. He took out a bag of primordial stones and handed it over. He pointed outside and said, There is a Pleasant Arrival restaurant across the street. As long as the 3 of you go there and make trouble, these primordial stones will be a small reward for the 3 sirs. The 3 of them were speechless. There were tens of thousands of primordial stones in that bag. It could be seen that the merchants of Red Moon City were very rich. The tavern owner chuckled and said, I can tell that you are the kind of people who are not afraid of trouble. This is just a small advance payment. If you can cause a big scene in the Pleasant Arrival restaurant, it would be best if you can blow up the entire restaurant. Then I will reward you 10 times the amount. Nailan Jishuan pointed to her head and said angrily and amusedly, save your primordial stones to buy some supplements to improve your intelligence. As the three of them left the restaurant, Li Yunxiao laughed, haha, I think the owner is quite smart. Nailan Jishuan smiled bitterly and said, if Brother Luo and Mr. Yunxiao don't mind, you can go to the Silver Moon Sex Station and wait for the gathering of heroes at the Breeze and Moon House. I am a little worried about Sister Ruobing. I am afraid that she will do something out of line. It is better to go to the city lord's mansion to accompany her. Luo Qingyun said, exactly, Sister Ruobing is simple. With Miss Jishuan accompanying her, everyone can rest assured. Nailan Jishuan curled her lips and said angrily, Brother Luo means that I am not simple? She stuck her face to Luo Qingyun and swayed it in front of him, looking unwilling. Luo Qingyun looked a little embarrassed and explained, I mean Miss Jishuan is more mature and more cautious, unlike Ruobing who only knows how to throw a tantrum. That's more like it. Nailan Jishuan beamed with joy. Her charm was so great that it immediately caused the passers-by to stop and look at her. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Red Moon City is now full of young stallions in heat. You will cause trouble for Brother Luo. Nailan Jishuan smiled charmingly and said, what? Is Mr. Yunxiao jealous? By the way, with Mr. Yunxiao's strength, he can participate in the challenge tournament and win the beauty and the East Sea Moon Pearl in one fell swoop. Isn't it a win-win situation? Seeing that Li Yunxiao wanted to explain himself, she rushed to say, don't tell me there's no hope. Killing the 5 heroes of the western region with a single palm strike, I really don't know who in the entire Tianwu continent's younger generation can do that. If young Master Yunxiao is willing to participate in the competition, his chances of winning are very high, and Ruobing will not have to worry too much. Luo Qingyun said seriously, that's right. I've also met the head of the Eastern Region's 7 stars, Ruan Zimao. To be honest, I don't think he's as good as you. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, you guys are looking down on the heroes of the world. The strongest will definitely not be those with the most resounding names. As the saying goes, those who are good at fighting will not have illustrious names. Other than the 7 stars, the 5 heroes, and the 4 talents, the martial heaven continent has many people who can surpass them. If Brother Luo goes, you'll be able to get a place at the top. Nailan Jishuan said, since young Master Yunxiao has no intention, Jishuan will not force you, but I only hope that when the time comes, Ruobing's sister doesn't like the winner, young Master Yunxiao can play along and help Ruobing's sister. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, not to mention that I don't have that ability, even if I do, how can I play along after I win? I don't want to be chased by the people of Hongyu City for the rest of my life. Genryu's voice, which had been silent for a long time, came from his sea of consciousness and snorted, TCH, aren't you just being chased by Hongyu City for the rest of your life, what are you afraid of? Li Yunxiao's face was full of black lines, and he scolded, if you don't say anything, I won't think you're dead. Genryu laughed and said, it just so happens that your 2 confidants are not here, you have to grasp this heaven-sent opportunity. By the way, Genryu suddenly said sternly, this Luo Qingyun is very different from the last time in Mount Meru. His blood is a lot purer and thicker for some reason, it seems to have signs of atavism. Oh? Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, this is good, then the value of his blood is even greater. Li Yunxiao stared at Luo Qingyun with a face of greed, making the latter's hair stand on end, and he glared back angrily. Nailan Jishuan looked at Li Yunxiao's absent-minded look and sighed, everything depends on fate, I hope Sister Ruobing can find a good family to marry. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, you girls have too high requirements for a spouse. Almost all the young talents in the world are gathered here, and you are still not satisfied. If Miss Jishuan goes to the city lord's mansion, please bring something for me to that fat girl Snowball. He took out a jade slip, imprinted some information with his divine sense, and handed it to Nailan Jishuan, saying, it's urgent, I hope it can be delivered to Jiangruame as soon as possible. Nailan Jishuan was startled, and immediately understood that Li Yunxiao already knew the identity of Snowball. She said suspiciously, that fat girl and Sister Ruobing have always been at loggerheads, and even used many disgraceful means to deal with Sister Ruobing. If Mr. Yunxiao regards us as friends, please don't get too close to her. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, don't worry, this is a personal grudge between me and Jiangruame, thank you, Miss Jishuan. Nalan Jishuan put away the jade slip and said, "That's good, then let's not delay, I will go to the city lord's mansion now and say goodbye." After the two watched him leave, they threw out the compass car and went in the direction of the Silver Moon Sex station. The station was in a relatively remote corner, located in the woods, next to the water, and the environment was excellent. After all, Nalan Jishuan came to accompany Jiang Ruobing, and lived a little far from the city center, so no one noticed the Ice Cube organization when they came to cause trouble. After the two got off the compass car, they walked in the woods one after the other. Li Yunxiao's heart suddenly moved, and he seemed to be aware of something. He turned around, looked at Luo Qingyun's eyes that were gradually igniting with fighting spirit, and chuckled, "What? Want to fight?" Luo Qingyun's body fluctuated with yuan qi, which was a kind of emotion that he was trying to suppress. He said, "After Mount Meru, I have always wanted to find you to verify my cultivation. If I lose today's opportunity, I don't know when I will see you again." His body flashed with blue light, spinning in front of him, and turned into a long spear in his hand. The spear's momentum rippled, and an invisible coercion shrouded the entire area. A faint yuan qi constantly fluctuated on the spear, pointing straight at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao let the spear enter his body, and was surprised to find that the dragon's might was extremely strong. Even if his physical body was incomparably strong, under the suppression of the dragon's might, his strength was somewhat solidified, just like the power of Xianxi's dragon's might above Songyang City. "You are indeed excellent," Li Yunxiao praised. "If you have several dragon treasures, you will have the strength to fight with me. But now, you are still far from it. Since you want to try, I will open the door to martial arts for you. I will let you know what it means to look up to a high mountain, and let you understand that on the road to the peak, you are still far from it." A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Having lived 2 lives, although he had the body of a young man, when he looked at Luo Qingyun, he could not help but look down on him with the status of an elder. He decided to use his tyrannical strength to plant a seed in this young man's heart that would never stop, and let it take root and germinate. The yuan qi fluctuations on Li Yunxiao's body took on a spiral shape, dispersing the dragon's might from his body, and pressing back into the surroundings. Under the pressure of the two people's auras, the surrounding trees directly turned into dust, drifting all over the sky, like sand and dust that dazzled people's eyes. Li Yunxiao's pupils suddenly shrank, and he lightly sighed, "I wanted to have a good time, but unfortunately, I can't get my wish." Luo Qingyun was concentrating on preparing for the battle. Ever since he was suppressed by Li Yunxiao in Mount Meru, he had been constantly thinking of Li Yunxiao as an opponent. As long as he could defeat Li Yunxiao, he could overcome the obsession in his heart, and walk further on the martial path. His obsession was to never admit defeat. "What? Are you afraid? Whether you want to fight or not is not up to you." Luo Qingyun's killing intent continued to rise, he was adjusting his strength, making it the strongest. Li Yunxiao sighed, "It is indeed not up to me, but it is also not up to you." His eyes looked into the void, and he asked in surprise, "Brother Wenlin, I am very curious, how did you find me?" Luo Qingyun's expression suddenly changed, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. He suddenly raised his spear, and stabbed into the void, instantly breaking space, and a dragon's roar shook the sky. Boom! A huge tremor came, and only a few screams could be heard. The sky was filled with blood, and pieces of corpses fell down. At the same time, several rays of light fell, and more than 10 figures appeared. Among them, a man dressed in Crimson Moon City's attire said angrily, "Such cruel methods, such guts, to dare to kill people from Crimson Moon City." Luo Qingyun coldly snorted, and his spear's aura slowly retracted. He coldly said, "I only killed a few people, and I have already restrained my anger to the limit." The battle that he had been longing for was ruined just like that. If these people weren't from Crimson Moon City, he would have already cleaned them up, and then fought with Li Yunxiao. Luo Qingyun? Wenlin was stunned, and then his face revealed a happy expression. His eyes flashed, and he lightly laughed, not bad at all." His words were somewhat baffling, causing everyone to scratch their heads in confusion. Wenlin didn't explain, but looked at Li Yunxiao, and said with a smile, "Brother, we meet again so soon. You have Crimson Moon City's identity card, and as long as I can find Crimson Moon City for help, I can naturally locate your location." Li Yunxiao coldly snorted, Do your parents know how hypocritical you are? I have already changed the information on the identity card several times, and you can locate me. When did Crimson Moon City's locator become so advanced? Changing identity information without permission is an unforgivable crime. The leader of Crimson Moon City shouted coldly, and his body was filled with killing intent. The rest of his subordinates instantly spread out, and surrounded the two of them. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, and suddenly realized, I understand. His hand flashed, and a few small booklets appeared. They were the basic tips for picking up girls that Wen Lin had sold to him. He bitterly smiled, so it was you who left the coordinates on them. I didn't expect you to play tricks on me as soon as we entered the city. The few books on picking up girls instantly turned into dust in his hand, and a faint light flashed. It was the divine sense imprint. Wen Lin's expression slightly changed, and he lightly laughed. I just took note of it, and I didn't expect it to really come in handy. Is this my good luck, or your bad luck? Wen Lin's expression changed slightly. He chuckled and said, I was just paying attention. Who asked you to be so extraordinary? You really make me envious. I didn't think it would come in handy. Is this your good luck or your bad luck? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, good luck and bad luck aren't always the same. They change according to the situation, the place, and the person. However, Brother Wen Lin, you think too highly of me. There's actually someone from the Baiming family? He formed a sword seal with his finger and slashed at the void. The space several hundred meters away twisted and several rays of light scattered from the sword ray. 3 men appeared beside Wen Lin and the others. One of them had a cold expression. He waved a paper fan in his hand with a cold glint in his eyes. The 2 behind him had dirty faces and messy hair. They were extremely ugly. One of them even had snot on his face. It was simply unbearable to look at him. The young master holding the paper fan said softly, you really have some skill. You can even find my hiding place. I wonder if your strength is as strong as your divine sense. The ugly man behind him said, how do you know we're from the Baiming family? Li Yunxiao rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. My skin is a bit sensitive to the northern dark cold qi. It's easy to get goosebumps. The 3 of them were startled and frowned. They didn't know if he was telling the truth or not. Wen Lin said, I must obtain that dust cloud mirror, so I naturally have to be thorough. As long as you hand over the mirror, I'll immediately leave with my people. I'll pretend I never came to avoid harming our friendship. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, as long as you leave with your men immediately, I'll treat it as if you were never here, and I'll drop this matter. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. The man from Crimson Moon City shouted coldly, Sir Wen Lin, don't waste your breath on him. Just take down these 2 and everything will be settled. He didn't wait for Wen Lin to speak. His figure flashed and turned into a ray of light. The dozen or so people from Crimson Moon City also attacked at the same time. Space trembled as all the power gathered towards the 2 of them. Li Yunxiao said, leave this peak marshal venerable to me, and you can play with those minions. He took a step in the air, and his figure disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared behind the leader of Red Moon City, and the cold sword in his hand swept out. What? Teleportation? Everyone was shocked. Wen Lin's expression changed slightly. He thought to himself, as expected of a level 8 alchemist. No wonder he could control me with his divine sense. Is this person from the deity sea realm? Li Yunxiao's sword was so powerful that it was impossible for that person to dodge. Moreover, the sword contained a freezing attribute, which locked down the surrounding space. Everyone could only watch as the sword slashed into that person's body. Oh my god! A sneer appeared on the face of the leader of Hongyu City. Wherever the sword light passed, his body would gradually disintegrate and turn into light green lightning. Transforming into lightning? Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood. The Jiang family of Hongyu City was also a branch of the Northern Scorpion sect. It was very normal for them to keep this peerless technique. However, it was the first time he saw someone use it, so he felt it was a little strange. The Jiang family's transforming into lightning is indeed an amazing technique. The young master of Baiming Xian Palace waved his paper fan and nodded, Lord Wen Lin is too cautious. This technique is invincible under Emperor Wu. Wen Lin's expression was still serious. He smiled bitterly. I feel that things are not so simple. I might have to trouble young Master Junjin to make a move later. Oh? Junjin of Bimingxian Palace had a look of disbelief. Even he had no way of dealing with this transforming into lightning. He did not believe that Li Yunxiao could block it. On the other side, Luo Qingyun was already locked in battle with the dozen or so disciples of the Red Moon City. His spear swept everything in its path, completely suppressing the crowd and firmly gaining the upper hand. At the same time, he looked towards Li Yunxiao's direction and revealed a shocked expression. Haha, you also recognize my Jiang family's transforming into lightning. Then you should be in despair, right? The leader of Hongyu City suddenly laughed. Haha, only the Jiutian Emperor Qi can suppress the body of lightning. This technique is invincible under Emperor Wu. Go to hell. His hand suddenly formed a seal, and his body suddenly swelled up, becoming like a big green fatty. He took a deep breath, and, with a loud roar, he spat out tens of thousands of thunderbolts from his mouth, and his body instantly became thin as the thunderbolts were spat out. Humph. Li Yunxiao snorted and said, Is Hongyu City also a frog at the bottom of a well? The world's martial arts are as vast as the ocean. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would not dare to say the word invincible. He held his sword horizontally in front of him and poured his spirit into the sword. He stabbed out without any fancy moves, directly facing the lightning bolts, and shouted, Green Lotus Sword Song. The energy on the body of the sword fluctuated, and immediately, 9 lotuses bloomed, one by one. The lotuses were pale golden color, and they actually repelled the 10,000 bolts of lightning that the opponent had spat out. They turned into 9 beams of sword chi that flew through the air and directly slashed down. Ah! What? The leader of Hongyu City was so shocked that his eyes were as big as an egg. Looking at the 9 rays of sword chi, he forgot to dodge or defend. Bang, bang, bang. The 9 streaks of sword chi directly slashed into his lightning body. Every time they slashed, a mouthful of blood would burst out. Only then did the leader of the Crimson Moon City realize that his lightning body had already been broken. He no longer had any advantage. How could this be? His heart was filled with shock. For so many years, his transforming into lightning had never failed. Under Emperor Wu, it was a move that could sweep away everything. How could it be broken? The 9 wounds gave him a vague feeling that not only had his body been broken, but they also seemed to have condensed into runes that sealed the circulation of his yuan qi. There are too many martial arts that can break this transforming into lightning. What a joke! A bunch of frogs in a well, unable to comprehend the ocean. Li Yunxiao took a step forward and struck out with the sword in his hand once again. 3 golden tadpole-like runes appeared on the sword, and as the long sword pierced into the body of that person, an incomparably domineering soul attack directly rushed into that person's mind. It was like a soul storm, instantly wiping out his divine sense. Ah! The leader of Hongyu City only had time to scream before his body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. He kept twitching on the ground. His body was not dead, but his soul was destroyed. He had become an idiot for the rest of his life. Everyone was stunned and broke out in a cold sweat. In the blink of an eye, the leader of Hongyu City had gone from having the absolute advantage to being completely defeated. This visual effect was too shocking. Luo Qingyan's face darkened. Li Yunxiao had already crippled his opponent. This was a situation where he would not rest until he was dead. He steeled his heart and the long spear in his hand turned into the shape of a dragon. An unparalleled spear power spread out, and in a few moves, all the people of Hongyu City were killed. Wenlin's eyes showed shock again. Staring at Luo Qingyan's spear, his face was solemn. You dare to kill all the people of Hongyu City? Dark North Junjin was stunned for a moment before he recovered. This was Hongyu City. Were these 2 people's brains fried? Wenlin's face was solemn. Young Master Junjin, please help me take down these 2. Dark North Junjin gradually calmed down and said, It seems like Master Wenlin's worries are not groundless. But no matter how strong they are, they have reached the end. He turned around and said, Ugly and vulgar protectors, please help me. At this moment, he was not only thinking about helping Wenlin, but also judging from Li Yunxiao and his companion's age, they were definitely here to participate in the arena tournament. The strength they had displayed just now was too shocking. Now that he had gotten rid of them, he would have one less strong opponent. Of those two people, one was ugly and the other was vulgar. They lived up to their names. The vulgar one said lazily, even though those two are strong, they are just insects in the Bahuang province. Let us, Emperor Wu, fight them. Is that a good idea? Isn't this bullying the young and the strong bullying the weak? Wen Lin said sternly, protectors, don't underestimate them, especially Li Yunxiao. That disciple from Hongyu City was at the peak of the martial Zun level. He can turn his body into lightning, and yet he was killed by Li Yunxiao in one move. Don't be careless. Humph, I think the sword in his hand is strange. It's definitely a level 9 weapon. The vulgar one looked excited. Even he didn't have a level 9 weapon, how could a martial Zun have one? The ugly one smiled evilly and said, not only that sword, I think there's something wrong with that spear too. When the spear moved like a dragon, my dagger started shaking. That's the power of a level 9 weapon. Wen Lin hurriedly said, as long as the two guardians capture these two and hand them over to me, these two 9th-tier profound armaments will be gifted to the two guardians. Haha, that's great. The two of them started laughing. After all, Wen Lin was a holy cultivator. If he took the weapons, they wouldn't be able to steal them. Therefore, they weren't very enthusiastic. Now, the two of them were full of fighting spirit and morale. Luo Qingyan's facial expression changed. He moved closer to Li Yunxiao and said, those two are Jiutian Emperor Wu, do you want to fight or leave? If the two of them wanted to leave, these people wouldn't be able to stop them. Li Yunxiao looked at him indifferently and said, they're just two 1-star Emperor Wu. If you can't even defeat cultivators of that level, what makes you think you can fight me? Luo Qingyan felt like he was struck by lightning. Li Yunxiao's words were telling him that without the ability to defeat 1-star Emperor Wu, he wasn't qualified to fight him. Could it be that his combat power had already? Luo Qingyan looked at Li Yunxiao in disbelief. The latter's face was calm and indifferent as he looked at him coldly. Luo Qingyan couldn't help but shiver. A heroic spirit rose from his body and he laughed, haha, you're really a fiend. I've never tried Jiutian Emperor Wu before. Li Yunxiao chuckled, Emperor Wu can only use the rules for his own use. It's not as magical as you think. Jiutian Emperor's Qi is just one of the many laws in the world. Your dragon's might and your spear's Qi are enough to break it. Haha, shameless boasting. The ugly laughed coldly. The Emperor's Qi spread out from his body and he said coldly, ants under Emperor Wu, just sit at the bottom of a well and watch the sky. Two auras pierced through the air, pressing down on the two of them. They were like two huge mountains, causing the earth to tremble. Not only was the pressure intimidating, but a bone-chilling coldness seeped through their skin, wanting to freeze their souls. Luo Qingyan's expression changed drastically. This was the first time he had challenged the prestige of a martial emperor. The power of his bloodline surged, and a warm current flowed through his body, blocking out the freezing cold air. The spear light rose up, and the tool accumulation on the desolate god Bright Moon spear began to vibrate, pushing away the pressure of the 9 heavens Emperor Qi. Luo Qingyun was pleasantly surprised to find that it was just as Li Yunxiao had said, with the help of his spear, he could resist the Jiutian Emperor Qi. Humph, relying on a 9th-ranked Xian artifact is nothing. The coarse man with a face full of snot and coldly slammed his palm down, his eyes filled with jealousy. Luo Qingyun took a deep breath and immediately calmed himself down. After all, he was going up against a martial emperor, so he didn't dare to be careless. He took a step forward and dodged the palm attack. His spear was like a dragon as it stabbed horizontally. He snorted and said, "You martial emperors bullying a revered martial emperor, is that what you're capable of?" The coarse man shouted angrily and a big axe appeared in his hand. He spun it twice in the air and chopped down with a momentum that could split mountains and seas. Dragon of Spear in the Wild. Luo Qingyun's heroic spirit soared to the sky. The spear swept out a dragon-shaped light and fiercely stabbed forward. Bang! The two profound weapons collided with each other and an incomparably powerful force spread out. The aftermath of the collision shot out in all directions. Luo Qingyun suddenly took a step forward and flew up into the sky, dissipating the shock force. The rest of the force was also withstood by his true dragon's celestial body. After that, the spear light did not diminish and he flew up again. What? The coarse man was shocked. Even a revered martial artist at the peak of the revered martial artist would be cut half to death. How could his opponent look unharmed? He was ashamed and angry at the same time. He roared and rushed forward again. The two of them quickly became entangled in a chaotic battle. Although Luo Qingyun was at a disadvantage, he did not fall. The more they fought, the more violent they became. All kinds of martial techniques were used, and even when Lin and North Dark Junjin had to dodge. How can he be so strong? Could it be that his dragon blood has changed? When Lin's eyes were filled with bewilderment. He couldn't tell if he was shocked or happy. He only felt that it was difficult for him to calm down. Dark North Junjin said solemnly, "Ugly protector, quickly take down this Li Yunxiao and help the vulgar protector." "Yes." The ugly man laughed coldly and said, "Vulgar, you've been lingering in the Red Moon City's brothel for the past few days. I'm afraid you've exhausted all your yang energy. Haha, you can't even take down a 7-star revered martial artist. How embarrassing. If I had stayed here for a few more days, I'm afraid I would have died in bed." Everyone felt disgusted when they heard this. That unbearable face was full of snot and there were countless lice in his hair. The girl who accepted his business must have been forced to do so. She must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Have a taste of my great drinking saber. Let's see if your weak body can withstand the power of my saber even with the help of a 9th grade Xian artifact. The ugly figure flashed in the air. He was extremely fast, leaving behind a sky full of afterimages. It was hard to see with the naked eye. The sound also appeared intermittently in different directions. Suddenly, he slashed out from an angle that was hard to catch, and even space itself was split. "Aren't you tired after jumping around in the sky for so long?" Li Yunxiao said indifferently. He stood still and waved his sword with his right hand. He put his hands behind his back and blocked the saber. Bang! The two forces shook and the weapon's power was released. The ugly was shocked to find that Li Yunxiao's sword also contained the rules of heaven and earth. He had completely blocked his saber momentum. In this confrontation between the two of them, they were actually evenly matched. Hey! How is this possible? What kind of weapon is this? It actually contains the rules of heaven and earth? Even a 9th grade Xian artifact is unheard of. The ugly was shocked. He flipped and retreated after the saber. He stared coldly at the frost sword in Li Yunxiao's hand from dozens of meters away. His desire to snatch it grew stronger. He didn't take the evenly matched move to heart because he didn't even use half of his strength. This sword is really good. You don't deserve it. I'm taking it. The ugly roared and raised the great drinking saber. His body merged with the saber and slashed in the air. Li Yunxiao's sword momentum contained the rules of heaven and earth. It was completely the effect of the Yi Clan Saint technique. Of course, he couldn't be bothered to explain to the other party. He stood with the sword in his right hand, and a light flashed in his left hand. The Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud Mirror was held in his hand and shone on the ugly's body. What is this? The ugly was one with the saber. When the mirror light shone on him, he suddenly felt his body freeze and found that his movements had slowed down. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to circulate his yuan qi. Every move required a lot of strength. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp. The ugly's movements seemed to be in slow motion to everyone. Even the expression on his face had slowed down by more than 10 times. The Twilight Cloud Mirror. It really is the Twilight Cloud Mirror. It can seal space. Wenlin's expression changed. He said in horror, "Young Master Junjin, this Li Yunxiao has many magic treasures. Let's attack together. Otherwise, the ugly protector will be in danger." Although he knew the power of the Twilight Cloud Mirror, the power displayed by the mirror was also related to the user's strength. Although Li Yunxiao couldn't trap an expert like Emperor Wu, it could greatly slow down the speed of Emperor Wu's movement. This was already very abnormal. He was originally full of confidence in capturing the two of them, but now he had no confidence at all. Dark North Junjin was stunned and couldn't react for a moment. Logically speaking, when two Emperor Wu attacked, everything should be easy. He looked again at the vulgar who was fighting evenly with Luo Qingyun, and the ugly who seemed to be swimming in the air. He finally accepted the reality in front of him. With a roar, he rushed forward and shouted, relying on the power of a Xian weapon? What kind of ability is that? He threw away the elegant paper fan in his hand and stabbed out with a jasper sword. He was also a 9-stars revered martial artist. Under the full force of this attack, a layer of frost appeared on the sword, and the temperature suddenly dropped. Wen Lin also lost the mood to watch the battle. He also continuously formed hand seals with both hands. The ground trembled, and 3 earth dragons broke out of the ground with a ping-pong-pong sound. They flew around him, and in an instant, the sky was filled with yellow sand and stones. Earth dragons, strangle! Wen Lin lightly shouted. The 3 earth elemental dragons swept over like a whirlwind. One of them soared through the sky and pounced towards Li Yunxiao. The other 2 turned into whirlwinds and swept towards ugliness. They wanted to rescue him from the situation he was trapped in. The 2 earth dragons intertwined with each other in front of the ugly and fiercely strangled each other. Dust burst out and spread out, and the power of the strangulation rushed in the direction of Li Yunxiao. The dust cloud treasure mirror's light was blocked by the layers of soil, and Ugly immediately broke free. He used his jumping movement technique to prevent himself from being locked again. Hee, you aristocratic children are more humorous than the other. Relying on a Xian weapon is not a skill, but you bully the weak and use numbers to defeat the few is a skill? He retracted the dusk cloud mirror and the cold sword frost into his body, raised his hands, and suddenly several icy sword chi appeared, only to see 9 northern sky-chilling star swords leaping in front of him, forming a complex formation, suddenly spread out, and surrounded North Dark Jun Jin and the Earth Dragon. 4 of the newly refined swords had faint lightning on them and were about to attract the heavens' retribution. Hey, what is this? Everyone was shocked and found that the sky had darkened. They only saw the cold light flashing on the 9 long swords. They were connected to each other and formed an indescribable sword formation. In an instant, the breath of the North Sea Jun Jin was suppressed and could be strangled at any time. Save me! The North Sea Jun Jin was in this sword formation and his heart was filled with great fear. He felt that he was a leaf in the sword chi and could be crushed at any time. He did not even have the courage to resist. What kind of sword formation can attract the heavens' retribution? Isn't it too fake? Wen Lin was terrified and hurriedly shouted, "Save young Master Jun Jin, he is in danger." He felt a burst of regret in his heart. He could only blame himself for not bringing enough people. He was also angry with the people of Hongyu City. He said that the city was too chaotic and there was not enough manpower. To deal with a mere revered martial artist, they could have just sent the expert who could transform into lightning to deal with everything. He was really a little worried, so he went to the Baiming family and revealed his identity. When the other side heard that he was a revered martial artist, they were also careless and only allowed North Sea Jun Jin to bring 2 1-star Emperor Wu. Now it was going to be difficult to clean up. The death of the man of Hongyu City was just a small fry. But the North Sea Jun Jin was different. He was a direct descendant of the Baiming family. His elder brother was known as the head of the 4 talents of the northern region, Baiming Lifeng. If North Sea Jun Jin was buried here, even he would be implicated. Killing blade without a trace. Ugly instantly burst out with extremely strong combat power. He rushed into the sword formation and killed a way out. He shouted, "Young master, run." If something happened to Dark North Jun Jin, they would be finished. Ugly had unleashed almost all of his power, but he couldn't destroy the sword formation. Wen Lin was shocked. Looking at the 9 swords that showed a certain pattern, he said in a daze, These 9 swords, are they all rank 9 Xian weapons? How is this possible? North Sea Jun Jin saw a way out. He was overjoyed and rushed out. He cried tears of joy and said, "Thank you, Guardian Ugly." He flew out of the sword formation along the hideous path. He took a deep breath and was about to leave. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He stared at Li Yunxiao coldly and said, "You really have guts. I hope you have the guts to come to the gathering of heroes in the Wind and Moon House in 2 days. I will ask my elder brother to treat you well." His body gradually faded, and he planned to leave first. It was too dangerous here. It was not suitable for a noble young master like him to stay. Li Yunxiao sneered and said sarcastically, I will go to the meeting of heroes, but trash like you are not a hero, so you don't have to go. Stay here forever. He changed his hand seals and the power of the sword formation radiated out. Not only did it trap ugliness, it also formed a sea of swords that slashed towards Dark North Junjin. His left hand took out the dusk cloud treasure mirror again, and a beam of mirror light shot out, directly stopping Dark North Junjin, who was about to leave. Ugliness was the Jiotian Emperor Wu, but even with Li Yunxiao using the dusk cloud mirror, he was as slow as a snail. Dark North Junjin was only a 9-star martial honorable, so he was almost unable to move. Looking at the sky full of swords slashing towards him, Dark North Junjin was shocked and cried out in horror, don't kill me. My father is Bai Mingxi, my brother is Bai Ming Lifeng, if you kill me, they won't. Ah. All the begging and threats finally turned into a scream. Thousands of swords pierced through Dark North Junjin's body, and a blue armor appeared. It only lasted for a moment before it was directly broken. The swords entered his body, turning him into a sieve in the air. His flesh was a bloody mess, and he could not be more dead. Pooh! The completely dead Dark North Junjin fell from the sky and landed on the ground, bleeding profusely. He had completely turned into a pile of mud. Ah! You really killed him? Wen Lin sucked in a breath of cold air and felt his whole body go cold. He widened his eyes and said in horror, you really dared to kill the Bai Ming family's young master? Li Yunxiao raised his head and said coldly, he wanted to kill me. If I didn't kill him, then wouldn't I be a fool? Anyone in the world who wants to kill me can kill me. Not to mention young Master Bai Ming, even if I came, I would also die. Ah? Wen Lin heard these words and retreated in fear. Dark North Profound Palace was an existence that could be counted on the top even among the 7 super forces. It had always been them bullying others. When had others ever dared to bully them? Li Yunxiao's words were right. Dark North Junjin wanted to kill him. If he didn't fight back, wouldn't he be a fool? But, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said bitterly, but if you kill him, you will also die. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, who knows who will die and who won't? But I only know that anyone who wants to kill me must die. Bai Ming Profound Palace is like this, even the Saint region is no exception. His eyes sparkled like stars as he stared at Wen Lin. It was as if he wanted to see through Wen Lin completely. Bang! Wen Lin was so shocked that his entire body trembled. He took a few steps back, but he still could not stop the chill in his heart. A voice in his heart was screaming, as expected, he really did read my memories. Madman, this person is really a madman. Dead. Young Master Junjin is actually dead. Ugliness was in a daze in the sword formation. He didn't even notice the lightning falling from the sky. He only felt that everything was a dream. The high and mighty young master of the Bai Ming family, the future overlord, was actually lying on the ground like mud. And just a few hours ago, when Wen Lin found them, they were still drinking wine in the brothel, admiring the flowers and the moon. Before the young master left, he even asked the madam to gather all the prostitutes from the nearby brothels to wait for him to pamper them. How did he turn into mud in the blink of an eye? Li Yunxiao raised his head to look at the dusky sky. He secretly cursed in his heart. The commotion was too big. If he didn't end this quickly, it would definitely attract the attention of the imperial guards of Hongyu City. Killing intent flashed in his eyes and he quickly changed his hand seals. The 9 long swords immediately shone brightly. A different symbol appeared on each sword, emitting a different aura. Old Ugly, are you eating sh*t? The young master is actually dead. In the distance, the vulgar man who was fighting with Luo Qingyun was also shocked. He looked at the mud on the ground, the dead Dark North Junjin, and was immediately scared out of his wits. He opened his mouth and shouted, the young master was killed, you and I can't escape death. Ah. He roared crazily and immediately went berserk. The battle axe in his hand chopped at Luo Qingyun's body with all his might. The air exploded, and Luo Qingyun immediately fell into a dangerous situation. He struggled to hold on and was forced to retreat. Ugliness also woke up from his daze under the roar of ugliness. He suddenly roared again and again. They were almost in a situation of certain death. He raised the big drinking knife and chopped at Li Yunxiao. His eyes were bloodshot. He angrily said, "You cut off our path of survival. I will kill you even if I die." Li Yunxiao's face turned cold. He indifferently said, "You speak so righteously. Don't forget who wanted to kill who first? If you want to kill, you must first be prepared to be killed. Don't regret it when you die." Li Yunxiao pointed to the sky with his Dharma art. Then, he pointed down and shouted, "Sword arrays 9 lights primordial star." The 9 long swords suddenly moved and condensed into a sword talisman in the air. It madly strangled everything in the array. Then, lightning also fell and blasted into the sword array, refining the swords and all the living beings in it. Ah. Ugliness raised his saber and was able to block a few sword lights at first. However, as the sword chi continued to grow stronger, it finally broke through his saber momentum and slashed into his body. He screamed in agony, and finally, a few bolts of lightning struck down, turning him into ashes. Not even mud was left. Li Yunxiao's sword array succeeded in killing the enemy. He suddenly looked at Wen Lin, who was not far away, and said coldly, "It's your turn." Wen Lin's face was pale, but he still pretended to be calm. "Let me go. I didn't see anything today." Li Yunxiao said, "I feel that a dead person can keep secrets better." Wen Lin said bitterly, "You and I can be considered acquaintances. From the moment you entered Hangyu City, I provided you with all kinds of selfless help." Li Yunxiao directly interrupted, "The moment I entered Scarlet Moon City, you cheated me of my primordial stones and even pulled me into an evil cult to sell me for membership fees. To an outsider like me who is unfamiliar with this place, what kind of cruel act is this? To think that you still have the face to mention it." Wen Lin felt bitter in his heart. He could only say, "You also know that I am from the sanctuary. The sanctuary is the commander of the world. How about you give me some face?" Li Yunxiao coldly snorted, "I dared to kill people from Hangyu City in front of you. I killed people from Baimingxian Palace in front of you. I have no intention of letting you go." Wen Lin knew that it was useless to say anything more. His eyes revealed a look of extreme struggle. His face gradually became distorted and he fiercely said, "Fine. You forced me to do this. If I insist on leaving, you won't be able to trap me with your ability. It's just that this move hurts me too much. I can't recover in a short period of time. I don't want to use it unless I have no other choice." "Oh?" Li Yunxiao's face flashed with surprise, "I really can't think of any way for you to escape with your life." A mocking sneer appeared on Wen Lin's face. He said, "You said it before. The world's martial arts are as vast as the ocean. There is no end to them." He suddenly made a strange posture and shouted loudly. His face was filled with extreme pain. Rays of light were released from his body, and his body immediately turned into a colorful color. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. Wen Lin's current posture was extremely ugly. However, it caused his heart to tremble. This was because this was the posture of the first part of the tyrannical heavenly body refining technique. Furthermore, as the light continued to flow out, it was as if the seal within his body was being unlocked. Wen Lin's entire body began to change. Tufts of long hair grew out from his originally smooth skin. His face also began to become ugly. His eyes turned dark green. His body continued to grow and he turned into a ferocious beast that resembled an ape. This demon transformation? Li Yunxiao revealed a shocked expression. He muttered and shook his head, "No, it's not demon transformation. Although the effect is similar, this state is much stronger than the demon transformation state. Furthermore, this monkey's body is emitting a pressure that makes one's heart palpitate. It seems to come from ancient times. This monkey is definitely an extraordinary demon beast." Roar. The ape's eyes flashed with a murderous look as it pounced towards Li Yunxiao. The ground trembled violently as it stomped on the ground. Clouds of dust rose up and covered the ape's body, forming an armor of earth. A fist the size of a casserole punched towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was startled but did not panic. The best way to deal with such a heavy attack was to dodge and not face it head-on. However, the opponent's body was emitting an indescribable pressure that shook the entire space. It was completely different from the Zhoutian Emperor's qi. However, its effect was not any weaker than the Emperor's qi. How troublesome. A strange look flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. A hammer appeared in his hand. The surface of the hammer flickered with lightning. He shouted lightly and transformed his body into lightning. His body expanded continuously until he became a fat man that was as big as the ape. He raised the hammer high up in the sky and smashed it down. Rumble. Under his control, the war hammer became the same size as the ape's fist. Then, it fell down with endless lightning and smashed directly on the ape's fist. A powerful lightning burst out, and the sky instantly turned into a thunder hell. Roar, roar. The ape's fist made a bone-cracking sound. It was obviously injured by the hammer. It was howling in pain. Moreover, the sky full of lightning surged and bombarded its body continuously. Green smoke was emitted as it roared in anger. After the attack, the hammer disappeared into Xianxia's body. He fell from the sky and continued to control various rank 9 profound weapons. At this moment, all his primordial chi had been used up. His face was pale and he was gasping for breath. What's going on with this monkey? It looks like a demon transformation. Xianxia was puzzled. He looked at the ape struggling out of the thunder prison. Its eyes were still red. A look of resentment appeared on the ape's face as it glared at him fiercely, as if it wanted to memorize this face. Then, it roared and stretched out both of its hands. With a violent pull, it actually tore the sky apart, and its huge body instantly disappeared without a trace. Cold sweat appeared on Xianxia's forehead. He didn't expect Wen Lin to escape just like that. Unless he released his 2 disciples or the King Kong from the gourd, there was no other way to stop him. However, Luo Qingyun was here, and he didn't want to expose himself. The ape was injured, and it seemed that his mind had become barbaric. He didn't look like Wen Lin at all. It would take some time for him to recover. Wen Lin also said that this move was very harmful to him, so he probably wouldn't be able to find trouble with him for a while. At this moment, on the other side of the battle, Luo Qingyun and the vulgar were locked in a stalemate. However, seeing Baiming Junjin and Ugly die, and Wen Lin turn into a monkey and escape, the vulgar was greatly shocked. Moreover, with Xianxia watching from the side, he knew that he would not be able to escape death today. For a moment, he was disheartened, and all his thoughts were extinguished. The chi in his hand gradually weakened, and he was hit in the heart by Luo Qingyun's spear. A large cloud of blood burst out, and he was sent flying dozens of meters away. He was completely dead. Luo Qingyun breathed heavily, and his face was full of sweat. At this moment, he still couldn't believe that he had actually defeated an Emperor Wu. He held his spear in a daze. Li Yunzhao flicked his finger, and a flame shot out, directly burning all the corpses on the ground into ashes. Even the weapons melted instantly. He then said, "Leave this place immediately. The commotion just now was too big. I'm afraid that the people from Hongyu City are on their way." His expression changed slightly, and he smiled, as expected. "It will be too late if we don't leave now." Only then did Luo Qingyun come back to his senses. He collected his thoughts and said, "Where to?" Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly, and he said, "Anywhere. You go first. We can meet at the Wind and Moon restaurant in 2 days. They are already here. I will hold them off for a while." Luo Qingyun seemed to want to say something, but when he thought of the strength that Li Yunxiao displayed, it was already much stronger than him. The joy of defeating a strong Emperor Wu instantly disappeared, and he sighed, "Take care." After he finished speaking, he turned into a green dragon and soared into the sky. "Humph, you want to run after stirring up trouble?" Suddenly, a cold snort came from the sky, and an extremely sharp ray of light chased after Luo Qingyun. Li Yunxiao's expression was calm. He raised the great sorrow twilight cloud mirror in his hand and shone it. The mirror light immediately chased after the beam of light and directly locked onto it in the air, revealing the figure of an old man. "What? What kind of light is that?" That elder looked at the radiance around him in bewilderment. His essence force circulation was hindered, and Luo Qingyun had already disappeared without a trace. "If you run away from him, you'll have to stay." Although the elder was shone on by the mirror light and his origin energy circulation was obstructed, he was still extremely fast. He stared coldly at Li Yunxiao, and the aura on his body condensed to suppress him. His cultivation was clearly above vulgar and ugly. Li Yunxiao lightly laughed and immediately flipped the mirror around and shone it on his body. He immediately disappeared and reappeared 100 meters away. Then, he used his mental energy and teleported again. His body turned into a bolt of lightning and directly escaped. That elder was stunned. He did not expect Xiaochen to escape from him so easily. He revealed a doubtful expression and muttered to himself, "That mirror is very mysterious. I wonder where it came from." The escape technique that this brat used at the end seemed to be to transform into lightning, but for members of the Jiang family, unless they are a direct descendant, they must have the strength of a 9-star martial saint in order to obtain the qualifications to cultivate it. That young man clearly doesn't know about it. Perhaps it's an escape technique similar to transforming into lightning. After a while, several beams of light descended and surrounded them. One of them said, "Elder Xiaoyuan, what happened?" Jiang Xiaoyuan snorted coldly and said, "There was a fight." The traces of the fight indicate that it was a group fight. Furthermore, their cultivations were very high. "You guys search the surroundings and see if you can find any clues." "Yes." That person replied, and the dozen or so people started to search the surroundings. All the corpses and weapons had been burned to ashes by Li Yunxiao's phoenix true fire, leaving only some ashes. Everyone searched for a long time but did not find anything. Jiang Xiaoyuan had no choice but to withdraw his troops and leave. After Li Yunxiao turned into lightning and escaped hundreds of miles away, he gradually revealed his real body and walked into the city. He walked around for another half a day. After confirming that no one was following him, he once again chose the right direction. He bought a new compass car and headed towards the Ice Cube organization's territory. He had to see Jiang Ruame before the gathering of heroes. After an hour, the compass car finally reached its destination. He directly hid in the void and waited for Jiang Ruame's arrival. Every movement in the entire base was under his divine sense. There were only a few people in the Ice Cube organization who were doing odd jobs. It seemed that all of them had gone out to do something. Soon, he saw the members of the organization returning in low spirits. They were all dejected and many of them were injured. Sigh, the mission failed again. Since the establishment of the organization, there have been more than 10 missions of various sizes. Apart from helping the goddess snatch a young and beautiful servant girl, none of them succeeded. What a blow to my confidence. Cough, cough, cough. I heard that the servant girl that we snatched last time was seen in boss's courtyard several times. I wonder if it is true. Shoo. Don't talk nonsense. Do you want to die? Last time someone in the organization questioned the authority of boss and sister Snowball. As a result, the next day that person's body was found in the cesspit behind the courtyard. That person wiped his sweat and said, "Damn, this is too scary. If it wasn't for the desire to see the goddess in my heart, I would have left the organization long ago." Sigh, it's easy to come in but hard to leave. Last time someone wanted to leave the organization. As a result, the next day someone found one of his feet in the grass. The rest of his body was missing. After that, this person was never seen again. I just finished a mission. I don't have any strength at all. I'm also injured. Can you stop telling ghost stories all the time? Several people were discussing when suddenly a Tiger King warship flew over. Then they saw a huge shadow fall from the warship. Everyone was stunned for a moment before someone reacted and exclaimed, "It's Sister Xiao Shui. Quickly inform Brother Xinghua." After Snowball landed, her body almost occupied half of the courtyard. She hurriedly moved inside. Yan Xinghua quickly came out from inside. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. "Sister Snowball, why did you come in person?" "The mission this time failed. We didn't find the weight loss magical herb that can make Goddess Ruabing slim, but everyone, get out, all of you get out, hurry up." The fat girl Snowball shouted impatiently. She seemed to be burning with impatience and desperately scolded everyone. "Get out? What do you mean?" Yan Xinghua did not understand and was a little surprised. The fat girl Snowball's face froze. Her facial features immediately twisted together. She shouted angrily, "I told you to get out, didn't you hear me? Yan Xinghua, do you want me to repeat myself?" A cold aura burst forth from her body. She was actually a martial arts expert as well. This caused Yan Xinghua to be stunned as he hurriedly said, "Yes, yes." He shouted loudly, "Everyone, come out with me. Sister Snowball has important things to do." Under his command, the people of the Ice Cube organization left the courtyard full of doubts. Snowball shot out a few runes in the air. It turned out to be a defensive boundary. It enveloped the entire small courtyard. She looked around and said, "Who invited me here? Come out. I have come as promised." She shouted a few times. Her fat body kept moving in the courtyard. She seemed unusually restless. Li Yunxiao sighed softly, then walked out of the void and said, "Miss Ruame, we meet again." Jiang Ruame quickly turned her body and looked at Li Yunxiao. The expression of expectation on her face instantly turned into extreme disappointment. A cold chill spread out of her body. The temperature of the whole courtyard instantly dropped to winter. "It's you? Did you give that bitch Nalan Jishuan a jade slip to trick me out?" Her voice was almost as if she was biting her vocal cords to suppress her extreme anger. Even the fat on her chest was trembling in anger. "Trick?" Li Yunxiao chuckled, "Sister Snowball, I really don't like what you said. What I said in the jade slip is true." "True? Humph." Jiang Ruame gritted her teeth, "You said you know Gu Feiyang's pupil technique. Show me. Even if it's true, what's the use if you don't have a rank 7 or 8 spell cultivation base?" This was also the reason why she was completely disappointed and even angry when she saw Li Yunxiao. Such a young boy, even if he really knows pupil technique, it is impossible for him to reach rank 7 or 8 spell cultivation base. Li Yunxiao smiled softly. Without saying anything, he displayed teleportation and changed his position several times in front of Jiang Ruame. "Huh? Teleportation? Teleportation that only a rank 8 spell refiner can display?" Jiang Ruame was stunned for a moment. Then she was instantly filled with ecstasy and said excitedly, "What about pupil technique?" Li Yunxiao's eyes gradually became blurry and suddenly turned into a pair of blood moons, extremely demonic. Jiang Ruame's body shook and she instantly lost consciousness. Her face gradually became lifeless as if she was completely captivated. After an unknown period of time, she gradually recovered. In an instant, her heart was filled with indescribable excitement. Her fat body immediately knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Unfortunately, her body was too fat, and no matter how hard she kowtowed, she couldn't reach the ground. She cried out, "Lord, Lord, you must help me, I beg you, you are my second parent." Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He hurriedly said, "Get up and talk. I've already checked your symptoms and have a general idea. I've already tried to remove half of the influence left in your mother's womb. You can circulate your spirit energy and try to feel it." Jiang Ruame's body shook. She couldn't care about standing up. Her fat body knelt on the ground and began to circulate her spirit energy to examine her body. The expression on her face slowly turned from shock to ecstasy, then to tears of joy. 2 streams of tears streamed down her face. "My lord, I hope you can remove all the hidden dangers in my body. As long as the curse is removed, I am confident that I can return to a normal person's body within 3 months. No, I want to be even better than a normal person and have a devilish body. I know all the shaping techniques in the world." Jiang Ruame's eyes burned with madness. She had been suppressed for so many years and had almost lost all hope. Even Master Lu Congzi, who was in the Divine Sea realm, could do nothing about it. Who else in the world could? There were many times when he had the thought of seeking death. Until now, he was living a lowly life, living in the shadows of others. At this moment, she finally saw hope. A ray of sunlight shone down from the sky and shone on her body. Li Yunxiao was like an angel in her eyes. Li Yunxiao smiled. "Don't get excited. Take your time. I will remove half of the curse first. If you adjust your body, you should be able to slim down by half." Jiang Ruame said anxiously, "Even if I slim down by half, I will still be fat. I want to become a slender beauty, even slimmer and prettier than Jiang Ruabing." Her eyes revealed a hint of fierceness as if she was extremely dissatisfied with Jiang Ruabing. She was about to surpass her. That kind of urgency made her almost go crazy with excitement. Li Yunxiao nodded. Your skin color, face shape, and facial features are all very good. After you slim down, your beauty will not lose to Jiang. However, removing the last half of the curse is the condition of my deal with you. Do you think I called you here to learn from Lei Feng? Jiang was startled and immediately said, My lord, please tell me. As long as I can do it, I will climb a mountain of swords and plunge into a sea of flames without batting an eyelid. Her face was full of determination. Her life's hope had been inadvertently ignited. She could not give up no matter what. If she lost this ray of sunshine again, she would rather die. Li Yunxiao smiled. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Jiang frowned. Looking at Li Yunxiao's bright smile, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She said, I understand. You are here to participate in Jiang Ruobing's challenge and want me to help you win? She was stunned for a moment, then she said in deep thought, This is being held in front of all the heroes of the world, it's hard to fake it. However, if you're willing, I can think of a way to let you have a taste of Jiang Ruobing first and make her future husband a cuckold. Hee, I wonder if my lord is interested. Jiang Ruome's eyes revealed a sinister gleam of schadenfreude. She giggled and said, Ruome's body is now fat and swollen. I can't enter my lord's sight. After I lose weight, Ruome is willing to become lord's female slave and listen to lord's commands. Lord can use Ruome however you want. Li Yunxiao looked at the mountain-like figure and felt as if someone had splashed a bucket of cold water on him. His whole body trembled and he hurriedly said, Don't think about it. I don't have the fortune to have you two sisters. He said sternly, I'm here for two things. One is for you to quickly return to the city lord's mansion and find a way to help Jiang Ruobing obtain the dragon's secret treasure and the 18 East Sea Moon pearls. Jiang Ruobing will bring these two items to me during the heroes' gathering in 2 days. If she fails, there will be no hope for the curse mark in your body. Jiang Ruome's body trembled and she hurriedly said, Ruome will definitely complete the mission with my life. A trace of suspicion flashed in her eyes and she said, So my lord and sister Ruobing have known each other for a long time. Jiang Ruome suddenly felt an indescribable anger in her heart. So Jiang Ruobing already knew that there was someone who could remove my curse mark, but she never said anything. She watched as father and mother searched for medicine for me all over the world. She also pretended to be concerned. So she already had a way, damn it, damn Jiang Ruobing. You wasted more than 10 years of my youth. You and I are irreconcilable. Li Yunxiao didn't know what she was thinking. He continued, as for the second thing, 2 days later, another friend and I will also go to the Wind and Moon Inn. You must think of a way to ensure that we can retreat safely. Otherwise, if something happens to us, you can forget about getting the curse mark. Jiang Ruome hurriedly said, This is simple. This is Red Moon City. Whoever dares to touch my lord will be going against me. If Chuanxin doesn't let me lose weight, I will definitely kill his entire family. A trace of fierceness flashed in Jiang Ruome's eyes. She gradually calmed down and said, My lord, do you have a third condition? Li Yunxiao said, Not for now. After we retreat safely from the Wind and Moon Inn, I will arrange a place to meet with you. At that time I will help you remove the last mark on your body. Jiang Ruome hesitated and said, My lord, you won't leave safely, right? This matter is too important to me. I can't afford to be careless. Li Yunxiao stared at her and snorted. If you think I'm so untrustworthy, you don't have to make a deal with me. What benefit do I get from lying to you? Instead, I'll provoke you to hunt me down all over the world. Jiang Ruome squeezed out a smile and said with a flattering smile, My lord, don't be angry. I'm just taking it too seriously. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of these two matters properly. She was perturbed in her heart, afraid that if Li Yunxiao got unhappy and left, she would cry until she fainted on the spot. Right now, no matter what, she had to try her best to satisfy and curry favor with this person. Even if he wanted her to run naked around the entire city, she could only brace herself and do it. This kind of obese days, she did not want to experience it anymore. Originally, her heart was like a pool of stagnant water. Now, she suddenly had hope. If she were to return to the stagnant water, she would definitely go crazy. And, you can rest assured. I've always been a man of my word. After Li Yunxiao finished talking, he was not willing to stay here any longer. He directly teleported away, turning into a streak of light and disappearing into the distance. Jiang Ruame stared with wide eyes at Li Yunxiao until he was far away. Only then did she come back to her senses. Everything just now was like a dream. She could not believe that she could easily find a way to get rid of the knot that she had been in for so many years. After being stunned for a while, she once again circulated the origin power in her body. Instantly, she felt that the thick layer of fat in her body was being squeezed off bit by bit under the pressure of the cultivation method. It was being squeezed into oil and water, seeping out from her skin. After a while, she became a greasy and stinky woman. However, Jiang Ruame was overjoyed. She looked up to the sky and laughed so hard that she almost cried. After Li Yunxiao left the Ice Cube organization's base, he randomly found an inn and asked for a secret room. Then, he started to cultivate in it. During the battle with Wenlin, it was his second time using the hammer. It seemed that when his body turned into lightning, the connection between him and the hammer would become even closer, strengthening each other. After he entered the Universe God Monument, he summoned the hammer and played with it in his hand continuously. He mumbled to himself, "The thunder rules in this hammer are exactly the same as the thunder test. If a 9th rank profound weapon were to appear in the Universe God Monument, would I be able to use this hammer to replace the thunder test? The lightning that I unleash in the monument might be even stronger than the thunder test in the outside world." With a thought, Li Yunxiao summoned the little King Kong from the gourd. There was a cold gleam in his eyes and he smirked, "Hee, let's do an experiment with this first." He started to weave seals with his left hand and various runes flew around the little King Kong from the gourd. Circle after circle of formations formed in front of him, surrounding the little King Kong from the gourd like a big dumpling. The formation continued to expand. Li Yunxiao picked up the hammer with his right hand and channeled his divine power into it. Suddenly, the golden tadpole rune shone continuously. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts spread out with the hammer as the center. At the same time, Li Yunxiao turned into lightning and raised the hammer up high, smashing it towards the little King Kong from the gourd. Rumble! The hammer shook the heaven and earth and the lightning shone for 10,000 miles. The little King Kong from the gourd opened its mouth and roared. Its face was filled with pain. It was obvious that it was very uncomfortable to be hit by the lightning. When the lightning struck its body, more than half of it bounced back. However, it was absorbed by the surrounding formations and poured back into the gourd. This repeated over and over again. Under the hammer, the little King Kong from the gourd had to go through the baptism of lightning several times. Its huge body collapsed under the lightning, and it screamed in pain. Genryu also manifested and said, "This is too cruel. I can't bear to look at it." Li Yunxiao grinned and said, 1,000 hammers and 10,000 chisels are nothing. If one doesn't experience lightning, how can one hope for a rainbow? He raised the hammer high again and smashed it down mercilessly. Rumble! The continuous rumbling of lightning spread out. The entire Boundary God Monument couldn't calm down. There were figures flying over from time to time. In just a short while, almost everyone had gathered and were watching in horror from afar. Young Emperor Hao Lian said in shock, "What did this little King Kong do to make young Master Yun torture him like this?" Mo Xiaochuan slapped his head and said speechlessly, "That little King Kong is a profound artifact. It should be a sacrificial refinement. I think we should use you to refine it and see if it can increase its intelligence." Yuan Gaohan said solemnly, "That thing is not a profound artifact. Strictly speaking, it should be a demonic beast. But using the method of refining a profound artifact to raise the level of a demonic beast since ancient times, only he has thought of it and done it. If this stone beast can survive this tribulation, his future will be limitless." Duanyu frowned and said, "What if he can't?" Yuan Gaohan looked at him and said, "If he can't, then he really will become a profound artifact." Duanyu was speechless. Suddenly, the mystic thunder cloud's shocking roar beside Duanyu shook its body as if it was stimulated by the abnormal lightning. It kept growling. Duanyu was surprised and said, "What? Do you want to go up and get hammered?" Crackle crackle. Several arcs of lightning jumped out of the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar's skin and hair and spread around its body. Its entire body became charged with electricity, and it became stronger and stronger. Yu Jiulin said in shock, "This mystic thunder cloud shocking roar is a lightning-type demonic beast. Maybe it was affected by the Thunder Prison's field. I'm just a martial artist who cultivates lightning-type cultivation techniques, but I feel my blood surging under this field. It feels like a fish returning to the sea. This beast's senses should be stronger than mine. N. Duan Yu pretended to be profound and nodded slightly. If that's the case, go ahead if you want to get hammered. No one will stop you. The mystic thunder and cloud shocking roar had been with the two of them for a long time, so they had a strong tacit understanding. When Duan Yu said this casually, its body trembled and it bowed slightly. Its eyes were full of vigilance as it looked straight ahead. Whoosh, when no one was paying attention, the mystic thunder and cloud shocking roar really rushed out, which shocked everyone. Although it was a demonic beast of the thunder attribute, it would still die under the power of the thunder even if it could transform into thunder. Duan Yu was dumbfounded. He was just saying it casually. He didn't expect this beast to really want to die. He stomped his feet anxiously and shouted, "Beast, come back." However, the mystic thunder and cloud shocking roar didn't listen to him. It had gone deep into the periphery of the thunder penitentiary. The lightning that kept bursting out struck its body. Its hair stood on end, and its roar kept getting louder. Li Yunxiao also noticed the abnormality of the mystic thunder and cloud shocking roar. He was surprised. He continued to hit little King Kong on the gourd with his hammer while observing the demonic beast. He was surprised to find that the demonic aura emitted from the mystic thunder and cloud shocking roar was gradually synchronizing with the frequency of his hammer. He didn't know if this was a natural reaction or if the beast was adjusting itself. If it was the latter, it would be too shocking. In martial arts, some martial arts techniques were based on constantly adjusting one's own frequency to make it synchronized with the surrounding environment or even the rules of heaven and earth. It was an extremely difficult combat technique to master. It was easy to achieve during cultivation, but in actual combat, the opponent wouldn't give you time to adjust yourself. After realizing this, Li Yunxiao began to hit the gourd with the hammer in his hand rhythmically. His divine sense was carefully sensing the heartbeat of the two demonic beasts. If there was any problem, he would stop immediately. Duan Yu was a little relieved when he saw that the mystic thunder and cloud shocking roar seemed to be fine for the time being. The three of them had been together for so long that they had developed feelings for each other. Boom, after Li Yunxiao hammered down normally, the thunder prison suddenly reacted. There seemed to be a problem with the formation that gathered the lightning bolts and sent them back. All the lightning bolts rushed towards the mystic thunder cloud shocking hell as if there was a huge suction force on its body. One after another, the tribulation lightning bolts pierced through its body and the roar of the beast shook the earth. Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and he immediately stopped hammering. This change was beyond his expectations. At this moment, the thunder was too strong, and he could no longer feel the heartbeat of the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar. He didn't dare to continue hammering. The gathering and reverse formation around little King Kong was completely destroyed by the power of thunder. All the thunder and lightning gathered on the mystic thunder and cloud shocking roar. After the thunder and lightning whizzed past, a charred body appeared in the air, still emitting a roasted aroma. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was actually cooked, young Emperor Hao Lian exclaimed, completely cooked? And medium well? Ah? He actually died? Idiot! Duan Yu roared furiously. He turned into a ray of light and charged forward. His eyes were filled with grief and anger. Yu Jiolin also flew forward with a gloomy expression. Li Yunxiao put away his hammer and glanced at little King Kong on the gourd. He sighed and said, "There was an accident, and I'm stuck at the peak of Martial Venerable Realm. I'll have to wait for the next time." He stretched out his hand and stopped Duan Yu and Yu Jiolin 1,000 meters away. He said, "Calm down, it's not dead." As soon as he finished speaking, the mystic thunder and cloud shocking roar's charred surface began to peel off. Rays of blue light were emitted from its body, and an invisible force began to appear and spread in the air. This is a territory. Duan Yu was shocked, but he was overjoyed. After the mystic thunder and cloud shocking roar passed the tribulation, it had advanced to Martial Venerable Realm. The territory's power was so strong that it made it difficult for the two of them to breathe. The two of them smiled at each other and released their auras. Both of them were martial venerables, and they resisted the mystic thunder and cloud shocking roar's territory together. So it's not dead. I thought we could have a better meal tonight. Young Emperor Hao Lian shook his head, seemingly disappointed. Duan Yu and Yu Jiolin were both shocked. This demonic beast had just stepped into the martial venerable realm, but the power of its domain was actually stronger than theirs combined. Yuan Gaohan stared at the mystic thunder and cloud-shocking roar for a while, then said with a wry smile, "A martial ancestor realm demonic beast has followed you for so long, and has actually advanced to stage 8 martial venerable. This?" He shook his head repeatedly, as if he had nothing to say. Li Yunxiao chuckled, "Aren't you almost at the stage 9? In my opinion, if you refine another 7 or 8 swords, you will be able to break through to the stage 9. When that time comes, you and your original body will become one. In this world, even Lu Zongzi or your master will be left behind by you. You have to protect me in the future." Yuan Gaohan's expression changed slightly, as if he was angry. He snorted, "Although my results today were due to helping you refine weapons, I have also refined 9 stage 9 profound artifacts for you. I don't owe you anything. When we meet in the future, don't talk about friendship with me." Haha. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "Don't be so heartless. It seems that I will have to establish a good relationship with you before I can let you out." You. Yuan Gaohan was so angry that he shut his mouth. This person had a harmless expression on his face, but in reality, only God knew what he was thinking. Who knows, he might come up with a new idea one day and refine him. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "How is the little King Kong of the gourd?" Everyone looked into the distance. The little King Kong of the gourd stood in the air with a dispirited expression. Its head was drooping and its limbs were drooping. It was obvious that it was slowly recovering after suffering a serious injury. Li Yunxiao sighed, "I thought that I could climb all the way to the Jiutian realm, but something unexpected happened. Now I am stuck at the peak of martial venerable. I can only wait for the next opportunity. Ever since I refined his body, my self-recovery ability has been greatly weakened. I wonder if you have any way to improve it, old Yuan?" Yuan Gaohan glared at him and said, "Now that the little King Kong of the gourd is made up of 9th grade materials, of course, its self-recovery will be slow. If it was made up of 9th grade materials and had the same recovery speed as before, it would be really terrifying." He suddenly paused, as if he and Li Yunxiao had some sort of spiritual tacit understanding. The two raised their heads at the same time and looked at each other. They cried out at the same time, "Memory gold." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Hee, why did I only think of this now? I'm looking forward to it." Yuan Gaohan's eyes widened in a daze and he said with some shock, "If it succeeds, won't it become an indestructible profound weapon beast with unlimited self-recovery?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's not that terrifying. If it encounters a master at the peak of martial arts, he will be completely crushed in one move. Even his heart will not be left. How can it be completely indestructible?" Everyone was speechless. No matter what, it could not be compared to a master at the peak of martial arts. If the little King Kong of the gourd could advance to Emperor Wu and recover its previous instantaneous self-recovery ability, then it would be able to surpass several stars and challenge a high-level Emperor Wu master. It would definitely be a great killing machine. Yuan Gaohan said, "Your mystic thunder and cloud-shocking roar has been pulled from martial great master all the way to martial venerable. This is also a great achievement. I will write it down in the book as a major experience. If this little King Kong of the gourd can do as you wish, then we can even consider mass production, then." Everyone was greatly shocked. Not to mention mass production, as long as there were 20 of those envisioned states, it would be enough to annihilate any existence below the 7 major forces. Everyone was silent. Just thinking about it made them shocked, including Yuan Gaohan. He was just casually saying it, but he unintentionally discovered the horror within. Li Yunxiao also quietened down. Suddenly, he laughed out loud and said, "Haha, the resources to be able to create 20 little King Kong of the gourd is enough to build a big force. First, we need to catch 20 king stone statues. It is possible to find 1 or 2 of these things, but the rest will depend on luck. Secondly, it would require at least 40 sets of materials for a 9th rank profound artifact. A stone beast's volume would require 2 sets. Without the true phoenix fire and the unique advantage of my world god's monument, If I were to rely on a normal alchemist to refine it, a ninth-rank alchemist would at most refine it twice a year. Moreover, the failure rate would definitely be above 50%. Then, we need to back up 100 sets of materials for a ninth-rank Xian weapon. With a time limit of 10 years, they will need 5 ninth-rank alchemists. Li Yunxiao looked at the stunned crowd and laughed lightly. A force that can have 5 ninth-rank alchemists, and can take out 100 sets of materials for a ninth-rank Xian weapon. Such an existence, no matter how they play, can easily annihilate any existence below the 7 major forces. Hearing that, everyone felt that it was indeed the case. Thinking about it, they relaxed. Otherwise, the effect would be too terrifying. Yuan Gaohan's expression was still solemn. He stared at Li Yunxiao and said, "The problem of success rate and alchemists you mentioned, if it is refined in your world deity monument, it will not exist. With just me alone, with a time limit of 1 year, if I use the remaining Northern Cold Sword Star Metal and Amaterasu Imperial Gold, I will be able to refine another 9. With such an existence, you will be able to look down on the world." Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He smiled and said, "Help me refine 30 profound swords with those Northern Cold Star Metal, and I will transform them into the 36 Celestial Dipper sword diagram. It will be enough to kill 10 of such existences. Unless it is a large-scale faction war, a large number of Calabash Mini King Kong is meaningless to me." Yuan Gaohan said seriously, "But for the Sacred Zone, it is very important. With the resources of the Sacred Zone, if we can build such a team, it will be enough to shock the world. It is definitely a good deed for the stability of the realm of heaven martial arts. Li Yunxiao, I hope you can give me the refining method of this Calabash Mini King Kong. I am willing to give you anything you need in exchange." Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "Haha, for now, you don't have what I want. When you have it, come and talk to me." After Li Yunxiao finished speaking, he gradually retreated from the World Deity Monument, leaving behind the stunned crowd and the gloomy Yuan Gaohan. Li Yunxiao had the Universe Divine Steel and many abnormal resources. His growth was already enough to pose a great threat to the Sacred Zone. This made Yuan Gaohan's heart tremble. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he allowed Li Yunxiao to continue developing. When Li Yunxiao returned to the peak of the martial arts path, coupled with these abnormal methods, who in the heavenly martial arts realm would be able to stop him? Yuan Gaohan also vaguely sensed that Li Yunxiao seemed to have other trump cards that he hadn't revealed to him. The more he thought about it, the colder he felt. His passion for refining the Northern Cold Star sword suddenly froze. Constantly refining swords with divine fire was extremely helpful to his own soul power. Just as Li Yunxiao had said, if he refined another 7 or 8 swords, it was extremely likely that he would be able to step into the 9th order that he had dreamed of. When that time came, he would be able to fuse with his body and reach the peak of the 9th order. It might even be possible for him to peek into the 10th order divine realm. But when he thought about how Li Yunxiao had 36 ninth-rank Xian artifacts that formed the Divine Night Palace's most precious treasure, the Heavenly Sword picture, he was afraid that even Ao Chengkong's indestructible golden body would be destroyed. After weighing the pros and cons, if he continued to help him like this, would it be a blessing or a curse? But even if he didn't help, Li Yunxiao could also refine these things by himself. It would just take him a little more time. Just when he was nervous and uncertain, suddenly Li Yunxiao's voice came to him. He said, "By the way, I forgot to ask you something. Have you heard of the name Wenlin?" Yuan Gaohan was stunned. He thought about it carefully and his expression changed. He said in shock, "What? You've seen this person? Where did you hear this name?" Li Yunxiao saw his unusual expression. He said with a smile, "Hee, you do know something. Tell me, what's going on with this guy?" "What do you mean what's going on? I don't know what you're talking about." Yuan Gaohan also seemed to realize that he had lost his composure. He immediately denied it and said, "I've never heard of him. I'm just curious." Li Yunxiao snorted and sneered, "Oh? Was he that curious? You were so curious that your face turned green. He was sent by your master, Amaterasu, and his soul is sealed by Amaterasu's brilliant light seal. Amaterasu is the only person in the world who knows how to do this. As his disciple, have you learned it?" "What?" Yuan Gaohan's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely ugly. He roared angrily, Li Yunxiao. You mustn't do something that will bring about your own destruction. You actually read his memories? You're really audacious. You really don't know what death is. Damn it. Li Yunxiao looked at his flustered appearance and found it funny. He said, don't be nervous, I didn't hurt him. Furthermore, he was also the one who coveted my great sorrow dusk cloud treasure mirror and wanted to use his eye technique to intimidate me. Haha, you should know the result. Unfortunately, your master has locked the key points. You've received your master's true inheritance of Formula Path, so you shouldn't have forgotten how to unlock it, right? Humph. Yuan Gaohan's face was livid. He snorted and said, you want me to unlock it for you? Dream on. You mustn't hurt that person. Otherwise, you'll really be seeking your own death. His expression suddenly changed. He cried out in shock, what did you just say? He coveted your great sorrow dusk cloud treasure mirror? The dusk cloud treasure mirror is with you? Yuan Gaohan couldn't stay calm anymore. He said in shock, where did you get this thing? I've only read about the existence of such a mirror in history. I didn't expect it to be real. Master and I tried to replicate it according to the fragmented records in the ancient books. We did make a few, but none of them were satisfactory. Can you let me take a look at your mirror so I can confirm its authenticity? Li Yunxiao was silent for a moment. He said, whether it's real or not isn't important to me. What's important is that it's easy to use. I'm very comfortable with it now. That's right, that Wen Lin later found people to assassinate me. Those people were all killed by me, and Wen Lin himself transformed into a monkey and escaped. Monkey? Yuan Gaohan's face was fuming with anger. He gnashed his teeth and said, you're really a troublemaker, Li Yunxiao. You're really a troublemaker. He paused for a moment and said, if you want me to continue refining the swords for you, then you must let me take a look at the dusk cloud treasure mirror. Moreover, you must swear not to cause trouble for Wen Lin again. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. It's up to you whether you want to refine it or not. If you can't refine the 36 swords, then you can stay here forever. As for that Wen Lin, he's always been the one causing trouble for me. Don't get it wrong. Also, it's easy to see the dusk cloud mirror. Just tell me about Wen Lin. Hee, whether it's the dusk cloud mirror or the refinement method of the calabash, you're the one begging me now. Yuan Gaohan was very angry. He said angrily, then if I refine the 36 swords, you'll let me out? Li Yunxiao smiled. Big brother, calm down. Don't be angry. Being angry is using other people's mistakes to punish yourself. You're hurting your own body. It's not worth it. Everything has to be relaxed. Only then can you live happily and freely. As for letting you out, I definitely won't let you go without the 36 swords. Even if I have the 36 swords, I'll still have to confirm that there's no danger before letting you go. Yuan Gaohan's face turned green. He snorted angrily. You want to know about Wen Lin? No way. I won't tell you even if my soul disperses. Also, let me warn you. Even if you were once the exceptional Emperor Wu, you don't have the qualifications to touch everything. He was quite angered by Li Yunxiao. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He immediately turned into a streak of light and returned to Fengsuan Mountain. Gu Yuexing didn't understand why he was angry. However, she could guess that he was talking to Li Yunxiao. She sighed and followed after him. Li Yunxiao gradually came back to his senses. He sat in the training room and started to ponder. Looks like Yuan Gaohan also knows about Wen Lin's matter. I wonder what these sanctuary lunatics are up to. Don't tell me they're researching humans turning into monkeys? Although this great sorrow dusk cloud mirror is mystical, it shouldn't be so mystical to the extent that Amaterasu and the others value it so much, right? They even imitated it a little. Looks like this mirror must have some function that they need. Amen, this is a very good bargaining chip. It might be useful when we meet Amaterasu in the future. As for that gourd little King Kong, I'll first think of a way to get the memory origin gold. Then, I'll raise it to the 9th level and see how it works. If the results are satisfactory, I can gather more resources and spread it out. However, it's still too far away now. I should first increase my strength and return to the peak of Emperor Wu. He let his imagination run wild. Just as he was about to quiet down and cultivate quietly for 2 days, his expression suddenly changed. The demonic qi in his body became violent and started to surge out of his skin. His whole body was wrapped in a ball of black qi. Still not giving up? Li Yunxiao said coldly, I am the exceptional Emperor Wu. How can a mere clone like you possess me? If you're smart, you'd better stay put. A white light flashed in his hand. The East Sea Moon Pearl appeared. His body also reacted. Beams of bright moonlight shot out and illuminated the whole room. A beam of light suddenly flew out of Li Yunxiao's body and stood in front of him. It was Zhenryu's clone. He asked with a serious expression, Are you all right? Li Yunxiao made a hand seal with one hand and said softly, I'm fine. The black qi was completely penetrated. Diye's human face kept roaring ferociously in the black qi, as if unwilling to yield. However, it couldn't overcome the powerful power of the divine body and was suppressed. The backlash of the demonic body is getting stronger every time. I must find a complete way to refine it. Otherwise, it will always be a hidden danger. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. There was still black qi surging on his brow. Although the demonic body couldn't take over his body, it was gradually changing his personality. He was becoming more and more violent. He said seriously, when I find this East Sea Moon Pearl, it seems that I must reach the deity sea realm. Zhenryu also nodded and said that Qi Shengfeng has been cultivating demonic skills for generations. He can even refine things like the demonic aura lock. He must have a way to deal with the demonic body. In the dragon transformation pool, he also obtained the remains of Di Jun's body. I don't know where he hid to refine it. Li Yunxiao said, whether he succeeds in refining Di Jun's body or not, he will definitely return to the deity sea realm. Because he is Qi Shengfeng. While the two were discussing, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. A voice came in and said, Sir, someone has sent a letter. Li Yunxiao and Zhenryu looked at each other in surprise. How could a letter be delivered to a place like this? Li Yunxiao was full of doubts. He got up and went to open the door. It was the inn's waiter. He handed over a letter and said, Sir, someone left this letter just now. He said that it is for the guest in the sky room number 9. It should be you. This waiter was undoubtedly an ordinary person. Under the detection of his divine consciousness, it was impossible for him to hide his strength. Li Yunxiao opened the letter. There were a few words written on it in fresh and beautiful handwriting, Red Moon City, North Gate, 300 miles, Nihong Bridge. It was signed by Jiang Ruobing. Not only was the handwriting elegant, refined, and pleasing to the eye, but there was also a faint fragrance between the lines. It was indeed written by a woman. Zhenryu also saw the handwriting and said in surprise, could it be Jiang Ruobing? She succeeded so quickly, but wasn't the appointed time a day later? Li Yunxiao had already spent a day refining the gourd's small King Kong in the Universe God Monument. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, it's most likely a trap. Zhenryu looked at his expression and said with a bitter smile, if you know it's a trap, you still go back. That's right. Li Yunxiao praised, you really know me. Not to mention that there is a 1% chance that it is real, even if it is 100% fake, I will not retreat with my character. If someone wants to deal with me, I will be happy to fulfill their wish. Zhenryu said, can you guess who it is? Li Yunxiao burned the letter in his hand and said coldly, I have some guesses, but I am too lazy to care. We will know when we get there. Zhenryu smiled bitterly and turned into a beam of light to hide in his body. Li Yunxiao immediately went out and threw the compass carriage to the north of the city gate. Crimson Moon City occupied an extremely large area and was still expanding outwards. After Li Yunxiao left the northern part of the city, he was no longer restricted by Crimson Moon City's flying ban. He immediately turned into a ray of light and flew away. An hour later, he saw a rainbow bridge 200 miles away. It was across a river, and there were farms and orchards around it. There were actually people living here in seclusion. The sound of water gurgled, and white smoke rose in spirals. It was like a paradise. Li Yunxiao gazed at everything from the air and sneered. He instantly landed on the bridge and said coldly, I'm here. The person I'm meeting with, come out. No one came out. Instead, the sound of a zither rang out. It sounded like resentment and admiration, like weeping and complaining. Suddenly, the sound of the zither changed and turned into the clanking of iron horses. They crossed the river with a murderous aura. Even the sound of the water became labored under the sound of the zither. Clang! The sound of the zither was slapped down by a large hand and stopped abruptly. It made a zing-zing echo and reverberated around the bridge. It was filled with a murderous aura. Clap, 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 clap. A round of applause rang out. Someone could be heard praising softly, "Good tune, good tune." That murderous intent is vividly displayed in the sound of the zither. With such a level of playing, I'm afraid that Heavenly Zither Emperor Wu Li Huaqi is no better than this. Immediately after, a ray of light descended from the sky and landed on the opposite side of the rainbow bridge. Several figures appeared. One of them sat in front of the crowd. It was the person playing the zither. He smiled indifferently. "Uncle Go, you flatter me." Li Yunxiao fixed his eyes on the person. It was Ruan Xiling. He laughed involuntarily. "This is a bunch of shameless people." "Do you dare to say that to Li Huaqi's face?" "Why not?" Go Xingguang shouted coldly. "I'm just stating the facts. Even if Li Huaqi's martial arts are slightly stronger than mine, can't someone surpass him in the way of the zither?" Li Yunxiao felt nauseous and hurriedly stopped him from continuing. He said, all right. You're completely right. Let's not talk about this anymore." Ruan Xiling's face was filled with undisguised murderous intent. He mocked, "Lust is truly a knife above the head. I knew you wouldn't come without a letter from the beauty. Now that you've seen me, you know you've fallen into my trap, right? Do you regret it now? But it's too late." With a wave of his hand, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard everywhere in the white smoke. It was unknown how many people were lying in ambush, but in an instant, they surrounded Li Yunxiao. Their murderous aura was almost solidifying. "Haha, Brother Xiling, you think too highly of him. To kill such a small fry, you still need to make such a detailed arrangement and send so many experts." Another young master couldn't help but laugh. He was also the young master from the restaurant that day. Li Yunxiao took a look and realized that all of them were here. Even a lion needs to use its full strength to catch a rabbit. This is the principle. Ruan Xiling slowly smiled and said, "No matter what, this person killed one of the Western region's 5 heroes. I have to give him some face." Another young master flattered him and praised, "Brother Xiling is indeed talented. I have learned a lot." Ruan Xiling stared at Li Yunxiao and laughed sinisterly. "Li Yunxiao, you are a heartless person, but I am not a heartless person. As long as you are willing to crawl over from the other side, kowtow 3 times in front of me, then crawl under my crotch, I can consider sparing your life." The sinister smile on his face gradually froze. He had wanted to see Li Yunxiao's panicked expression after falling into his trap, or Li Yunxiao's furious expression when he saw him again, or Li Yunxiao's hesitant expression when he heard that he could live. However, he did not see any of these. All he saw was an indifferent face that deserved a beating. The faint smile on that face and the calm expression in his eyes made him want to beat him to death, beat him 100 times, and when he stated his conditions for mercy, the other party didn't respect him at all and picked his nose in front of him. Her face was so innocent and naive, that opened mouth and picked his nose, with an absent-minded look. Ruan Xiling calmly arranged so much. Rather than saying that he wanted Li Yunxiao to die, he wanted to see the other party's spirit destroyed. He wanted to let everyone know that the outcome of offending him was eternal damnation. But at this moment, he didn't have the leisure to do so. He suddenly felt that it was really boring to make so many fancy moves. "Take him down, don't kill him, I want to slowly play." Ruan Xiling waved his hand and said softly. He only felt a sense of powerlessness. It seemed that only by taking down Li Yunxiao and slowly torturing him, would he be able to wake up and see the expression he wanted to see. Suddenly, waves of essence energy fluctuated in the air. Everyone gathered their strength and prepared. Following one person's attack, dozens of people simultaneously brandished their weapons. In an instant, brilliant rays of light illuminated the entire sky, dispersing all the white mist and bombarding the rainbow bridge. Ruan Xiling laughed softly. "Uncle Go, it's a pity that this rainbow bridge of yours can't be preserved today. Go Xingguang laughed heartily. The bridge can be rebuilt if it's destroyed. For it to be sacrificed for young Master Xiling, it can be said that it has completed its mission. Yuan Xiling laughed, hee. If it wasn't for the fact that all the experts of Emperor Wu in Red Moon City are recorded in the book and I don't have the slightest bit of authority to mobilize them, I wouldn't need to trouble Uncle Go here. Go Xingguang laughed heartily, it's my honor. If young Master Xiling continues to speak like this, then you're treating me as an outsider. In my opinion, these martial revered experts that young master brought are enough to kill this person. Yuan Xiling said, let's hope so. After all, this person is an existence that killed Qingyong in one move. He can't be underestimated. The dozens of people who attacked were all the people that Yuan Xiling secretly brought out from the Yuan clan. They were at least martial revered level experts. Almost all the core forces of the Yuan clan that he could mobilize were dragged over. After all, without the Elder's token, he couldn't mobilize the clan's Emperor Wu. Without Ning Hongfeng's verbal command, he couldn't mobilize the Imperial Guards. These were all experts that he found within his capabilities. They're all martial revered, this scene, TSK, Li Yunxiao exclaimed in admiration, but his face was full of mockery. His body slowly turned a light green color and instantly turned into a prison of thunder. In the center of the prison of thunder, a hammer appeared. Immediately, the sky changed color and thousands of lightning bolts exploded. Thunder of 10,000 caddies. Moving light wave. Li Yunxiao's cheerful voice rang out. The light of thunder and lightning swallowed the sky and earth. In an instant, it swallowed the sky and earth on the other side of the rainbow bridge. The entire world turned green, and those martial revered experts were all enveloped in it. The light of the various attacks dissipated, and only miserable screams could be heard. Ah! What? Transforming into lightning? Yuan Xiling and the others jumped up, their eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. That prison of thunder and lightning enveloped half the sky and earth, swallowing everything within it. This is indeed the Jiang clans transforming into lightning. Go Xingguang's whole body was drenched in cold sweat. He asked apprehensively, young Master Xiling, is this person really not from the Jiang clan? His heart jumped up and down. He wondered if Yuan Xiling was angry with the Jiang clan, so he came to lure him to make a move. The consequences of offending the Jiang clan would be much more serious than pleasing him, a direct descendant of the Yuan clan. Yuan Xiling's face twisted abnormally, and he bellowed angrily, Jiang Ruobing. You slut! How dare the Jiang clan impart such a secret technique to outsiders? Someone who is about to become my sister-in-law, and she actually has feelings for this brat. She deserves to die. His face twitched, and he laughed sinisterly, haha, this time Li Yunxiao is dead for sure. Secretly learning the Jiang clans transforming into lightning, death is 100% certain. His mood suddenly turned for the better. If he had known that Li Yunxiao knew this technique, he would have directly told the Jiang clan, and there would be no need for him to make a move. Go Xingguang said embarrassedly, young Master Xiling, then should we still make a move? Your subordinates are about to die. Yuan Xiling was startled, and he said anxiously, make a move, quickly make a move. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. These were the backbone of the Yuan clan, if they were all to die, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Go Xingguang responded softly, and with a wave of his hand, a powerful sword ray descended from the sky, and directly slashed into the thunder prison. Wherever the sword ray passed, the Emperor's aura swept across, splitting open the green heaven and earth. A master from the Emperor Wu had made a move. Within the thunder prison formed by Li Yunxiao, a huge hand suddenly grew out, raised the hammer, and smashed it towards the sword ray. Bang! The sword ray crashed onto the hammer, and thousands of lightning bolts dispersed. The rainbow bridge suddenly collapsed, and the thunder prison formed by Li Yunxiao suddenly changed back to its original form. His entire body, along with the hammer, was shaken down, and fell into the water. Splash! A shocking water dragon splashed up, and disappeared without a trace. A figure descended from the sky, carrying a huge sword on his shoulder. He stood on the broken bridge, and coldly looked at the river. The dozens of martial venerables in the sky that were struck by the lightning bolts were scattered in all directions. Many of them could no longer be seen clearly, and only their bodies were charred black like charcoal. More than half of them were dead. Damn it! Damn it. Yuan Xiling was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He repeatedly slapped the zither, and directly smashed it into pieces. He threw it away, and his eyes were filled with a haze as he said, "Uncle Go, when Li Yunxiao fell into the river, he wouldn't have taken the opportunity to escape, right?" Go Xingguang smiled, "Don't worry, young Master Xiling. This river is used to refine the agarine. There are more than 1,000 different kinds of formations and restrictions, and my second brother, Go Yuguang, is guarding it. If he was on the shore, he might have a chance to live, but if he went down, he would definitely die." Rumble. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared in the river, and stopped the rapid flow of water. It suddenly exploded, and a water dragon was shaken up, and it soared into the sky. Li Yunxiao's figure was faintly discernible in the water dragon. Humph. Go Riguang, who was carrying the huge sword on the broken bridge, snorted coldly, and slashed at the water dragon with his broad sword. In an instant, hundreds of sword rays were released, and the water dragon was directly chopped into pieces. Only the water vapor that filled the sky dispersed. However, Li Yunxiao's figure was nowhere to be seen. A cold smile appeared on Go Riguang's face, and he raised the huge sword in his hand and brandished it on the spot. Rays of sword rays shot out in all directions, and slashed the entire sky into pieces. In an instant, hundreds of spatial cracks appeared, and it was terrifying. Li Yunxiao's figure was constantly being slashed apart in the space before turning into light and vanishing. All he slashed were after images, but the speed of the sword lights was getting faster and closer to his body art. "Slash your sister, isn't it tiring?" Li Yunxiao shouted angrily and finally stopped his figure. The icy cold sword appeared in his hand as he used the 1,000 dazzling righteous sword art. Bang! Go Riguang's sword chi was too ferocious, and it directly caused Li Yunxiao's entire body to go numb as he constantly retreated. Without any time to catch his breath, Go Riguang's figure flashed and immediately chased after Jiang Yi. The sword in his hand didn't stop for even a moment. Amidst the 100 sword lights, he raised his sword and circulated his chi. An unparalleled sword light was formed and slashed through the void. Li Yunxiao was astonished. This Go Riguang's strength was at least not inferior to Mo Xiaochuan's. This place was a little strange. His divine senses were actually unable to detect everyone's cultivation, and this strange feeling came from the bottom of the river. At the same time, Emperor Wu's martial experts were also hiding in the river. If it wasn't for his speed when he fell, he would have been buried underneath. "It seems like in order to kill me, you have indeed put in some capital." Li Yunxiao took out the dust cloud mirror with his left hand and used it to block in front of him. Bang! The sword chi directly slashed on the mirror and was instantly split into two. Half of it was repelled while the other half went through the mirror and went towards Li Yunxiao's body. The Devil Sky armor appeared at this moment, and when the sword chi struck on the armor, it shook the black armor that was shrouded in devil aura and dispersed the devil aura. Li Yunxiao's body was also injured, and the blood in his body was constantly tumbling. A mouthful of blood overflowed his throat, and there was a sweet taste of blood in his mouth. What? Go Riguang was shocked and instantly slashed at the sword light that was repelled. A ball of dazzling light burst out, and only then did he avoid being injured by the sword light. What mirror is that? It can actually counterattack? Go Xingguang's gaze froze and revealed a joyful expression. He shouted, "Third brother, quickly kill him and take that treasured mirror and sword." Li Yunxiao's expression became gloomy. This Go Riguang, the one in the water, and Go Xingguang who was beside Yuan Xiling, there were at least 3 Emperor Wu hiding here. Furthermore, their strengths were not ordinary. If he wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop him. However, if he wanted to kill the 3 of them, it would be extremely difficult. "Your strength is impressive, but you won't be able to escape death." Go Riguang spat out these few words concisely. His body flew up in an instant, and another sword ray slashed down. This time, he learned to be more obedient, and did not dare to use too much of his strength, in case he was struck back by the opponent's treasured mirror, and was caught unprepared. The space between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows flashed, and the small vajra from the gourd flew out. In the blink of an eye, it became huge and punched out. Boom! When the fist landed on the sword ray, a powerful shockwave burst out, and the small vajra from the gourd was sent flying by the sword chi. Only a crack was left on the fist. He immediately let out a loud roar and pounced forward. This time, he did not execute the Vajra fist. Instead, both of his fists continuously smashed down in the air. He was like a madman, and the sky was filled with fist shadows and the rumbling sound of space being broken. What is this? Go Riguang was startled. The fist shadows that filled the sky were so dense that not even wind could pass through. Every strike was like a ninth-grade profound artifact crashing down. Although it was unable to cause any fatal injuries to him, he had no choice but to block it. He also brandished his huge sword and danced around his body. Streaks of sword chi slashed up, breaking the fist rays. Very quickly, the small vajra from the gourd was suppressed, and the unceasing sword rays slashed on his body, producing a pung-pung sound of metal clashing. However, it was useless, and it did not diminish the small vajra's fighting spirit at all. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Furthermore, he withstood the sword chi and gradually pressed his body closer, and the fists on his hands did not seem to weaken at all. Wan Xiling was a little dumbfounded as he stared blankly. Is this a puppet? Originally, he thought that the battle would end in an instant with a powerhouse like Emperor Wu making a move. He did not expect it to drag on for so long, and from the looks of it, Go Riguang was starting to be at a disadvantage. Go Xingguang was also a little dizzy, and said, "It should be a puppet, right? But why is the puppet roaring continuously?" A handsome young master said, "I know a little about the art of puppets. Sometimes, in order to make it more realistic, a sound wave formation will be embedded in it. For example, this beast-shaped puppet, the roar of the king of wild beasts is added in to make it more realistic and frightening. Look at the toughness of his body, it is definitely made of ninth-grade materials. Otherwise, even if it is a ninth-grade demonic beast, it would not be able to withstand so many sword chi attacks and come out unscathed." Go Xingguang was shocked, another ninth-grade material. He wiped his sweat and said embarrassedly, "Young Master Xiling, where did this person come from? I saw that his treasured sword, treasured mirror, and even the treasured armor that appeared earlier are all ninth-grade profound artifacts." His heart was perturbed. Even if he was a direct descendant of the Jiang family, it was impossible for him to have such luxurious treatment. Wan Xiling's heart was also in a mess from what he said. Then he thought that Jiang Ruobing was definitely not someone who did not know the severity of the situation. To be able to transform into lightning and transmit it out so easily, could it be that this brat really had a great background? Thinking back to the time in the restaurant, Ning Hangfeng was greatly doubtful and fearful of the move that Li Yunxiao used to kill Qing Yong. Thinking of this, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He could almost conclude that the person in front of him had a great background. He suddenly shouted, "Uncle Go, it is already too late to guess his background now. The matter is already half done, this brat must die today. To be honest, I don't know his background either. I only know that he must die today. Otherwise, both you and I will be in trouble." Wan Xiling's expression relaxed slightly, and said, "Uncle Go, you have guarded this Agarine for several decades. Once this matter is over, I will definitely think of a way to transfer you guys back." Go Xingguang's heart shuddered, and a ruthless look surfaced in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, no matter where he comes from, we three brothers of the Go family will be tied to the same warship as young Master Xiling today." A wave of yuan qi rippled out from his body, and his long robe fluttered. He moved as he said he would. His figure flashed, and in an instant, he was above Li Yunxiao. It was unknown when the long sword appeared in his hand, but he slashed down, "Emperor." Wu made his move without any warning. He only wanted to kill in one strike, when Li Yunxiao suddenly realized that the surrounding space had already been locked by the opponent's Emperor Qi. The power of this sword was even stronger than Go Xingguang's, and could be mentioned in the same breath as the tyrannical Sky Tiger. He raised his treasured mirror, and similarly gathered 10,000 rays of light. He shot it out, wanting to blind the opponent. Go Xingguang felt a piercing pain in his eyes. It was exactly the same as when the tyrannical Sky Tiger attacked. The sword chi shook on the treasured mirror, and a loud bang could be heard. The huge force passed through the mirror and landed on Li Yunxiao's body, and he fell into the long river, splashing water everywhere. A formation light suddenly appeared on the surface of the river, and slowly, a green formation flashed and disappeared on the water surface. Seeing this, little King Kong from the gourd let out a loud roar, and stopped fighting with Go Xingguang. He charged straight into the river, and with a splash, he disappeared on the water surface. Go Xingguang and his brother were stunned. They stood in the air above the river, and a strange expression appeared on their faces. Wan Xiling flew forward, and said anxiously, "Why aren't you chasing? Don't let him escape." Go Xingguang said, "Young Master Xiling, don't worry. The formation that appeared just now should be the Taihua Golden Talisman Lock formation that sealed the Rainbow Stone. Li Yunxiao should have triggered this formation, and got trapped inside. I'm afraid that he will be refined soon." Wan Xiling frowned, and asked suspiciously, "Are you sure that he will be refined?" Go Xingguang smiled, "Of course, this is a formation specially used to refine the Rainbow Stone. Even that 9th rank puppet will be refined without a doubt. It's just a pity that all his treasures will be wasted." He revealed a sigh on his face. Wan Xiling still didn't seem to be at ease, and asked, "How long will it take to completely refine him into dregs?" Go Xingguang said, "At most half a day will be enough. Even if he is lucky enough to escape death, there's still my second brother guarding below, and it will be absolutely safe. Young Master Xiling can be at ease." Wan Xiling nodded, "Since that's the case, I'll wait for half a day." Go Xingguang smiled, "It's so boring on this big river. Young Master Xiling, why don't you come to my humble abode, and let my third brother guard here?" Wan Xiling entered the nearby orchard with Go Xingguang, while Go Xingguang directly sat in the air above the big river, and started cultivating quietly. Li Yunxiao was jolted into the river by the sword, and he was immediately engulfed by a strange force, which spiraled towards the bottom of the river like a whirlpool. The armor on his body and the power of the golden body all appeared, and they automatically protected his body. He himself was also extremely curious. That force that suppressed the divine senses seemed to be emitted from the bottom of the river, and he also wanted to see what it was. Hence, he allowed that force to engulf him and sink him. Very quickly, he was directly swept to the bottom of the river by the current and that force, and the pulling force disappeared. However, what followed was an even more bizarre force that pressed down from the sky, as though it wanted to erase all living beings. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and the devil sky armor on his body revealed itself. Devil aura was constantly rumbling, and it was obvious that it was trying its best to resist that pressure, and the devil aura was being consumed violently. Li Yunxiao formed a hand seal with one hand, and a few runes flew out, striking in all directions. After flying out for over 10 meters, they immediately turned into faint light and dissipated in the water. "N? It's a refinement array. What kind of array is this powerful?" Li Yunxiao revealed an astonished expression. He instantly determined the effect of this array, but he was a little surprised by its might. Even a battle robe like the devil sky armor seemed to be unable to withstand it. "This is strange. That's strange. Why would there be such a murderous formation in a perfectly good river?" Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, and he started to sense the river water. That bizarre divine senses suppressing force faintly came over, and he slowly swam in that direction. Very quickly, he saw a pile of stone buildings, and it was a simple energy channeling array. In the center of the array was a model of an altar, and it was only half the height of a human. On top of it, there was an ordinary stone, and it had a decadent color. With a single glance, one would feel a sense of fear. A decadent color appeared on the stone, reflecting a kind of hallucinatory feeling. Li Yunxiao's mind was shaken, and his vision began to blur. Suddenly, Zhenriu's shout came from his soul, waking him up. In shock, he hurriedly used his pupil technique, spreading out his psychic power to block the strange force. With his ability, he was almost taken away by the stone. The shock in his heart could be imagined. "There's something strange about this stone, even I feel very uncomfortable." Zhenriu said in shock, "This great slaughter array should be set up to deal with this stone." Li Yunxiao's hands formed a seal, and his third eye suddenly opened. The 3 eyes formed different shapes, and his power penetrated the stone, trying to see through it. The stone seemed to be aware of it, and just as it was about to see the sun, an inexplicable force intercepted the pupil technique divine sense, and bounced back in the direction it was probing. The rebound force was unimaginably fast, almost instantaneously arrived, directly breaking through the pupil technique array in front of Li Yunxiao, and shot into the immemorial heaven eye between his eyebrows. Ah! Li Yunxiao's forehead was shaken by the force, and with a bang, it exploded, and his sea of consciousness was instantly thrown into chaos. He roared a few times, and his body rolled in the water, as if he was in unbearable pain. Li Yunxiao. Genryu was shocked, and hurriedly chanted a clear mind incantation. A strange sound came from his body, but it was to no avail. "Shut up, you mixed blood trash insect." Li Yunxiao suddenly let out a loud roar. His eyes turned pitch black, and his entire person was completely demonized. His skin was covered with black demonic runes. His eyes stared at the stone, and gradually revealed an expression of surprise. Then, he suddenly became overjoyed and laughed wildly. "Haha, Agarine. It's actually Agarine. This is really wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, but finding it by chance without even looking. It seems like I'm the true ruler." A look of excitement appeared on his face as he walked towards the origin stone step by step. Suddenly, an invisible force stopped him. Li Yunxiao pushed forward with all his might, but he was directly sent flying, his body tumbling in the water. What kind of damned formation is this? Li Yunxiao was bewildered. His appearance had changed, and he looked exactly like De. He looked around carefully, and the third eye between his eyebrows did not disappear. It was tightly shut, and blood was still flowing out. With the Agarine here, all divine senses are shielded. It seems like I can only break the formation by force. An ominous glint appeared in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He stepped forward, his hands slowly forming a strange seal in front of him. Gradually, a black shadow appeared behind him. As his seal fell, the black shadow also struck down from the sky with its palm. Hua hua. The sound of gurgling water followed the black shadow's giant palm, surging towards the spell formation around the stone. A large amount of demonic energy surged up with a loud rumble. A green light appeared in the formation around the stone, blocking all the auras outside, unable to invade at all. What? Li Yunxiao's expression became ferocious. After hesitating for a moment, he extended his right hand and started to activate the universe divine steel floating above his dantian. He wanted to take it out and smash the formation in front of him. However, as time passed, he struggled for a while to no avail. He immediately scolded angrily, "Damn it. You have so many good things in your body, but you don't let me use any of them. The killing formation here is extremely strong. If you don't cooperate with me, the two of us will definitely die." However, no matter how much he scolded, he couldn't use any of the profound level weapons in Li Yunxiao's body. "Damn it. I am the Demon Lord. I don't believe that I can't break this stupid formation." The demon roared a few times and raised his right hand high. A mass of demonic energy turned into a long spear in his hand. It slowly accumulated energy, causing the spear to become solid. Circles of energy rippled out from it. Qing, Ning, Lai, destroy. The demon gathered all the demonic aura in his body on the spear. Every time he said a word, a demonic pattern would appear on the spear and be destroyed. In an instant, it caused the river to flow, stirring up thousands of layers of waves. The power shook the river bottom. Demon Lord kill. The black demonic spear was thrown out from his hand. The demonic aura shook the long river, causing the heaven and earth to change. All the water in the river turned black. Rumble. The huge stone formation made a cracking sound under his spear. The broken stones were like profound level weapons rolling on the river bottom, shaking in all directions. A huge force rebounded the moment the formation was broken. It directly hit the demon's body, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. The blood was also black. Not good. This formation is actually not that killing formation. The demon's expression changed. He suddenly felt a power that could destroy heaven and earth. It was the murderous aura from before. Damn it. Damn it. There's actually a formation outside the formation. The demon roared angrily, but it was a pity that his strength was completely used up by that attack. He no longer had the ability to resist, and the blackness in his eyes slowly disappeared. Li Yunxiao's complexion gradually recovered. When he opened his eyes again, they were calm and peaceful. He snorted and said, "That's what you get for messing around. Fleeing after triggering the killing formation. You can't do anything right." At this moment, on the Rainbow Bridge, Go Xingguang's eyes were wide open. He looked at the waves in the river and the river water that was slowly turning black. A terrifying power that caused his soul to freeze was transmitted from below. Whoosh! A ray of light flew over. It was Go Xingguang, Wan Xiling, and the others. Go Xingguang frowned and revealed an unhappy expression. What happened? Why did you summon me so urgently? Could it be that something happened to that brat? This river water. Wan Xiling looked on in shock and asked, Uncle Go, is there really no problem? Go Xingguang's expression also changed. He stared below for a moment before saying, it must be that brat's final struggle below that triggered the Taihua Golden Talisman locking formation. It's just that. He asked suspiciously, this frightening black-colored power far exceeds that brat's strength. What's going on? Wan Xiling licked his dry lips and said, do you think he can break the formation or destroy the Agarine? When he thought of this possibility, he shivered in fear. The consequences of that matter was definitely not something he could bear. Haha, young Master Xiling worries too much. Go Xingguang said confidently, although this brat is a little strange, to say that he can break the Taihua Golden Talisman locking formation or destroy the Agarine is a joke. He smiled and said, young Master Xiling, have you forgotten the origin of the Agarine? That year, the old city lord accidentally obtained it. Even with his shocking cultivation, his temperament was actually affected by the Agarine and he became incomparably crazy. Afterwards, he tried all ways to pry into the secret of the Agarine but to no avail. Thus, he invited a contemporary expert to set up this Taihua Golden Talisman locking formation and placed it 200 miles north of Xianxia City for us three brothers to guard. If that brat can break the formation and the Agarine, then the matter of the old city lord back then would really be a joke. Hearing this, Wan Xiling finally relaxed and said, I also remember. The reason why the old city lord abdicated so early was also because of the Agarine's influence. He gave the position of city lord to Jiang Churan and there was no news of him since then. A glint of hatred appeared in his eyes as he said, if the old city lord hadn't left, perhaps Gu Feiyang would have directly died in Xianxia City. And it wouldn't have caused the Wan family to wither away now. Go Xingguang smiled apologetically and said, young Master Xiling need not be sad. The moon waxes and wanes, there is no such thing as a family that will always be strong. After so many years of hiding and biding time, the Wan family now has young Master Zimao and young Master Xiling. In the future, they will definitely become the #1 family in Xianxia City. Yes, I hope so. Wan Xiling said, hearing what you said just now, I also believe that this Li Yunxiao is dead for sure. It's getting late now. Tomorrow, my big brother will hold a gathering of heroes at the Breeze and Moon restaurant. After that, I will take my leave first. If there are any changes to the situation here, inform me immediately. Go Xingguang smiled and said, don't worry, there won't be any changes. We three brothers have been guarding this place for too long. I hope that young Master Xiling can deal with the higher-ups and transfer us away. Wan Xiling said, yes, I will do my best to deal with this matter. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He finally got rid of that evil star. The only problem was that too many revered martial artists had died. It would be hard to explain to the higher-ups. Fortunately, Xianxia City's strength was strong, so it didn't have much of an impact. Under the turbulent river, a vicious aura circulated. The murderous aura pressed down on people's souls. All the living creatures in the water instantly lost their lives, turning it into a land of certain death. Li Yunxiao regained control of his body. His eyes revealed a dignified expression as he muttered to himself, this formation can be ranked as one of the best killing formations in the world. Could it be all for this so-called Agarine? Even the devil was so excited to see this stone. It seems like if I don't take it away, I will be letting myself down. The indestructible golden body on his body flickered. His body moved forward at lightning speed under the water. He was about to take the decadent stone on the altar. Suddenly, an attack shot out from the water at an extremely fast speed, blocking his path forward. Splash! Li Yunxiao flipped backward. The cold sword was held in his hand. He raised the sword and the dragon-slaying sword art was unleashed to meet the ray of light. Rumble! The two attacks collided under the water, forming a whirlpool that spun rapidly. This stone is indeed the key. At the same time, it is the energy source of the formation. How do I take it? Li Yunxiao suddenly fell into a dilemma. The closer he got to the Agarine, the stronger the murderous aura. But even if he didn't get close, the formation had already been activated. He was afraid that sooner or later, he would be crushed into ashes. The turbulent river water around him had become the killing weapon of the formation. The water contained endless murderous aura. If he didn't have the indestructible golden body to support him, he would have been turned into billions of shreds. This water. I didn't feel such a sharp pressure just now. But now it is getting stronger and stronger. What is going on? The formation started to activate when the devil broke the inner formation. This kind of killing formation attacks with all its might. There is no reason for it to get stronger and stronger. Li Yunxiao was horrified. If he let the formation continue to operate, his half-mastered indestructible golden body wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The brutality of the killing formation caused Li Yunxiao to be at a loss of what to do. He was not in a hurry, but he was helpless. If the indestructible golden body could not withstand it, he could hide in the Universe God Monument, which was absolutely safe. The problem was how to take away the Agarine. An object gradually floated over from afar. He fixed his eyes on it and saw that it was the King Kong from the bottle gourd. It was also struggling in the river water, waving its fists in all directions. It looked extremely clumsy, and the surface of its body was deformed by the pressure of the murderous aura. Even a 9th-rank profound artifact can't withstand it? Li Yunxiao was shocked. He spread his spiritual energy and summoned the King Kong from the bottle gourd back, keeping it in the Universe God Monument. Genryu suddenly said, Li Yunxiao, do you remember the demon's all-out attack just now? The entire river was filled with demonic water, and the murderous aura rushed into the river? Li Yunxiao thought of something and said, you mean that the demonic aura corroded the river water, so the killing power of the formation decreased sharply? Yes, that is indeed possible. He made a seal with one hand and shouted in a deep voice, Demon, didn't you say that if the two of us don't cooperate, we will definitely die? Why are you hiding when it's your turn to cooperate? Do you only know how to talk big and make others cooperate with you? He shouted a few times before a cold voice came from his body, saying, I am not as selfish as you. If you want my demonic aura, go ahead and take it. How much you can take will depend on your ability, haha. The demon laughed hideously. In an instant, a large amount of demonic aura gushed out from Li Yunxiao's body and started to demonize his body. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly and laughed coldly, do you think you can demonize me again just like that? His hands rapidly formed seals, and streams of demonic essence formed all sorts of patterns in his hands. Then, he sent them flying towards the river. In an instant, the surrounding water was dyed black, and the murderous aura of the river was greatly reduced. The demon was shocked and angry. He shouted, how can this be? How do you know my demonic technique? Where did you learn that? Li Yunxiao had only used some simple demonic arts. He only needed to channel the demonic energy that was gushing out of his body. The demon general was shocked and angry. He wanted to cut off the supply of demonic yuan, but he found that it was already too late. The demonic yuan around his body was already under Li Yunxiao's control. He was already extremely weak after the previous strike, and at this moment, he had no strength to seize control of the demonic yuan. This demonic essence is actually so powerful. Li Yunxiao's body revolved with demon essence. He could immediately feel an incomparably magnificent strength wash through his body, even beginning to refine his mortal body. Suddenly, the true demon form that was left behind by the skeleton appeared in his mind. Instantly, he felt that his mind was shaken, and a misty primal power covered his entire divine sense. The entire world turned dark, and the sun and moon lost their light. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He had only flashed the key to the true demon image, but it had already caused such a phenomenon. He hurriedly calmed his mind and revolved the bright spirit power. At this moment, only this kind of power could resist the demonic yuan that had entered his body. The bright spirit power flowed along the 6 meridians and rushed straight to the space between his eyebrows. The dim scene in front of him instantly shattered, and the surroundings were restored to clarity. However, the demonic yuan within his body began to circulate on its own. It was not under Li Yunxiao's control. It emitted waves of endless power, shaking the meridians and cleansing his internal organs. Such a powerful corrosive power can actually give rise to such a vibrant scene. Indeed, existence and non-existence are born from each other, and life and death complement each other. Xianxia was shocked. Since he had already started, he did not plan to stop. He began to cultivate according to the key to the true demon image. Moreover, once the demonic yuan became active, it would evolve on its own, and his body began to gradually change. True demon image, it's actually the true demon image. The demon's voice continued to roar in his body, but it was getting weaker and weaker. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Xianxia naturally ignored the demon. A huge power came out of his dantian, breaking through the shackles of his mortal body. The endless power circulated in his body, and a clear qi appeared in his mind. He had actually mastered all the key points of the true demon image. Clear, calm, split, destroy, Xianxia began to spit out demonic words. His face was solemn and dignified. A three-headed, six-armed Dharma image appeared on his back. Its face was dark blue and cold, and its face was red with anger. Its 4 arms danced in the air. Finally, it followed Xianxia's true body and performed the same hand seal. Then, the other 2 Dharma images gradually settled down, and their faces returned to normal. Circles of demonic yuan rippled out from their bodies. When the surrounding river water turned black, the vicious killing intent of the array was reduced to almost imperceptible. Maybe I can obtain the Agarine now. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, and the other 2 Dharma images also opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes were cold, and the eyes of his true body turned into blood moons, shooting out a powerful mental force. His body twisted with the space and disappeared. He wanted to directly teleport above the Agarine and take it away. Boom! The entire bottom of the river shook, and the space above the Agarine twisted. Several strong beams of light instantly attacked from afar, directly cutting through the space and blasting into the void. The surroundings of the Agarine were restored to normal. Then, over 10 meters away, the space slightly twisted, and Xianxia's body appeared. His eyes were filled with shock, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. There was a trace of hostility in his eyes, and he said angrily, "Even the 4 seasons law formation of the sovereign immortal mountain can't kill me. I don't believe that a mere murderer can take my life." Xianxia's hands formed seals, and he took out the world deity steel. It turned into a small mountain at the bottom of the river, and it pressed down on the Agarine. The Taihua golden talisman lock formation suddenly let out a hua-hua sound, and the entire bottom of the river surged. A whirlpool appeared above the Agarine, and all the power of the formation in the river water was gathered there, resisting the world power of the world deity steel. Although the formation was strong, it couldn't stop the devouring of the world power, and it was constantly being reduced. However, at this moment, the Agarine changed, and it emitted rays of multicolored light, supplementing the formation. In an instant, it withstood the world power, and the entire bottom of the river turned into a colorful multicolored light. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. The power of the Agarine and the Great Slaughter formation exceeded his expectations. Although the power that the world deity steel could display was limited, it was still the complete power of a world. It was like a collision between 2 worlds, and it was actually blocked by this formation. It was simply unimaginable. Let's see how far you can block it. A trace of killing intent appeared on Xianxia's face, and the other 2 Dharma idols revealed killing intent at the same time. Their 6 hands formed different seals. Suddenly, 5 rays of light flew out from his body, emitting a powerful weapon power that shook the surrounding black river water, and slowly fell into his 5 arms. It was the cold sword Frost, the great sorrow dusk cloud treasure mirror, the hammer, the imperial bell, and the thousand autumns overlord blade. He formed seals with his left and right, and the other 5 Dharma idols each held a profound weapon. They began to pour their power into them, and a terrifying pressure spread out in all directions. Other than the northern cold star sword from the heaven sword diagram, all of his offensive treasures were displayed. Genryu said in shock, using 5 profound weapons at the same time, and controlling the world deity steel at the same time, are you crazy? It will suck out your essence, energy, and spirit in an instant. Xianxia's face turned pale, and a crazed look appeared in his eyes. He smiled hideously and said, "Don't you think it's very interesting?" He raised the dusk cloud treasure mirror with one arm, and immediately, a ray of light shone out. When it was a few feet away from the Agarine, it was met with an invisible force, and the mirror light was refracted and bounced far away. Clang, the imperial bell, which hadn't been used for a long time, produced a powerful sound wave that shook the entire bottom of the river. The sound wave pushed the water ripples forward, and it pressed forward like waves. Subsequently, the golden tadpole rune appeared on the hammer, and bolts of lightning flashed out. One of his arms suddenly smashed down after he raised it up high, and a prison of thunder and lightning appeared, rushing towards the Agarine with an irresistible force. The cold sword Frost and the Thousand Autumns Overlord blade were also poured with powerful origin power at the same time, and they trembled continuously. The blade light and sword chi reflected each other, and they slashed out at the same time. 5 ninth grade profound weapons and the world deity steel burst out at the same time, and it immediately caused a strange phenomenon in the river, as though it was boiling. With the pressure from the few profound weapons, with the 2 points of Xianxia and the Agarine as a line, the entire river split into two, and it started to split from the bottom of the river upwards. There was an earthquake, and a vacuum zone was revealed. This? A horrified voice could be heard from somewhere at the bottom of the river. A pair of eagle-like eyes suddenly opened, and they were filled with astonishment and fear. Go Yuiguang had been guarding the bottom of the river for tens of years, and he had never seen such a strange phenomenon. He forcefully split the river with a blade light, and his figure instantly dashed towards the location of the incident. In the sky above the river, Go Riguang and Go Xingguang were both dumbfounded. They watched as the river split into two, and then Li Yunxiao's three-headed, six-armed true demon image appeared in front of them, and he walked towards the Agarine step by step. The 6 profound weapons worked together and continuously attacked the Taihua Golden Talisman lock formation. The world deity steel pressed down frantically, and the power of the 5 ninth grade profound weapons circled around the surroundings, attacking the Agarine wave after wave. Boom! Finally, the formation broke, and once the balance was broken, violent power immediately engulfed everything. The river that was split into two soared into the sky like a wild beast, reaching a height of a few hundred feet, and covered the sky. Pow! Li Yunxiao finally grabbed the Agarine with one hand, and an extremely domineering power penetrated into his body from his palm. It was like a sharp blade swimming along his meridians, and it was about to split him apart. Damn it, what the hell is this? Originally, after unleashing the 6 profound weapons, his entire spirit, energy, and spirit were emptied. At that moment, he was forcefully injected with this kind of inexplicable power. Not only was it extremely powerful, but it was also extremely painful. Li Yunxiao was in so much pain that his eyes were about to split open. A sliver of power instantly gushed out from his eyes, and with a turn of the space, he shook the Agarine up, and it was sucked into the world deity steel. Crash! Once the Agarine disappeared from the bottom of the river, the strange power in the entire space suddenly disappeared. The shocking waves instantly fell down, and the vacuum zone that was torn apart started to flow back. It was as though 2 dams had collapsed in an instant, and they pressed against each other. A huge force surged, and the sky near the neon bridge was covered in rain. The orchards and farms were all destroyed, and the ground cracked. What surprised Li Yunxiao was that after he held the Agarine, his exhausted essence, qi, and spirit actually received a certain amount of nourishment. It was all caused by that strange power. His body was pushed away by the violent waves, and a huge whirlpool immediately appeared, spinning him continuously. After losing control of the 6 Xian artifacts, they instantly turned into 6 rays of light and rushed into his body. The true demon form also instantly disappeared and returned to its normal state. Thunder Water Blade. A sharp murderous aura came, and the whirlpool was suddenly slashed open. Boundless saber radiance shuttled through the water, surrounding Li Yunxiao, and strangling him. In the midst of the saber radiance, Jiangyi couldn't teleport away. In a moment of desperation, he took out the dusk cloud treasure mirror with his right hand and started to form seals with his left hand. The dusk cloud treasure mirror suddenly split into 2, and then into 4. More than 10 mirrors appeared around his body, and his body gradually disappeared under the mirror radiance. Bang, 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 bang. Countless saber radiance slashed and bombarded on the mirrors. A large number of them were bounced back, but the remaining force penetrated through and wreaked havoc in the mirror array. Dang, dang. Hidden in the void, Li Yunxiao's body was slashed by the saber radiance. The Devil's sky armor was several times the size of his body, and it blocked the saber aura. It seemed to be affected by the demonic aura, and the power of the armor was even stronger than before. PFFF. All the mirrors were shattered by the saber radiance, and Xianxia's internal organs were also damaged by the recoil. He spat out a mouthful of extravasated blood and dissolved in the water. Who are you? You actually broke the Taihua golden talisman lock array and took the Agarine. Quickly put down your resistance and follow me to see the Scarlet Moon City Master. Go Yuiguang's figure appeared in the water, and his eyes were flickering as he stared at Li Yunxiao, trying to see through this young man thoroughly. Among the three brothers of the Go clan, Go Yuiguang was the strongest and had the strongest mind. He had always been cultivating under the water as the guardian of the array. He also understood how terrifying this array was. Although his face was cold, his heart was filled with shock. Li Yunxiao let out a cold laugh and tossed out the Universe Divine Monument. It immediately turned into a towering mountain and pressed down on the bottom of the river, stirring up waves. This steel is a world of its own. If you want me to go with you, fine. If you have the ability, go inside and catch me. Li Yunxiao laughed mockingly, then turned into a ray of light and rushed into the boundary steel. Go Yuiguang's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "What? A self-created world? Humph, if it can form its own world, wouldn't that be a transcendent grade profound artifact?" He approached in disbelief and swept his divine senses across the world divine monument. However, it was as if his divine senses were being swallowed by the ocean. Devouring divine sense? Sure enough, he did have some skill. Although I don't believe in the so-called self-created world, that kid seems to have really disappeared. Go Yuiguang's expression became gloomy and uncertain. Suddenly, the sound of gurgling water could be heard as two silhouettes descended. It was Go Xingguang and Go Riguang. Both of them had astonished expressions on their faces. Go Xingguang asked in shock, "Second brother, what exactly happened? Am I seeing things just now? I actually saw that Li Yunxiao took down the Agarine." Go Yuiguang glanced at him and said solemnly, "Big brother, since you already saw it, why do you need to doubt your own eyes? Where did this person come from? He actually managed to break the Taihua golden talisman lock array. This time, he really pierced through the sky." Go Xingguang was drenched in cold sweat. He hurriedly recounted the whole story and said dumbfoundedly, "Who would have thought that he would have such ability?" A layer of anger appeared on Go Yuiguang's face as he scolded, "Big brother's temperament is too impetuous. What's wrong with cultivating peacefully here? Do you have to return to the city to feel comfortable? Back then, the city lord repeatedly reminded us that this place is exceptionally important. The Taihua golden talisman lock array was set up by many array masters. This is great. How are we going to explain this to the city lord?" Go Xingguang was also quite frightened. He trembled and said, "It's all my fault for being muddle-headed for a moment. I thought it was just something that I could help with. This time, we're really finished. Why don't the three of us escape before anyone finds us? With our abilities, if we insist on hiding, even the Crimson Moon City might not be able to find us." Go Yuiguang muttered to himself for a moment and said, "Let's wait and see. That kid hid inside the Jade Monument after throwing it out. If we can capture him and hand him over to the city lord, we can also make up for our mistakes." Go Xingguang sized up the World Deity Monument and said strangely, "Big brother, second brother, can someone hide inside this thing? Let's see if I can split it open." Go Yuiguang did not stop him. They let him roar and split it open. The entire river was cut off and flowed against the sky. However, it did not move the World Deity Monument in the slightest. This time, the three of them had a huge change in expression. With Go Xingguang's strength, an all-out attack from him could even leave a mark on a 9th-level profound weapon. Go Yuiguang's expression darkened. He said solemnly, "No matter what's inside this monument, we have to take the risk. This is the only chance for us to make up for our mistakes. Otherwise, we can only flee for our lives." Go Xingguang also gritted his teeth and said, "All right. With the three of us working together, I don't believe that we can't take down a mere youngster." The three of them nodded their heads resolutely. They instantly turned into 3 rays of light and dashed towards the World Deity Monument. The World Deity Monument flashed for a moment and the three of them disappeared. "Ha ha ha. Suddenly, laughter could be heard. Li Yunxiao's figure flew out from the world deity monument. He could not stop laughing and said, "Three idiots. I didn't expect them to be dealt with so easily. Let them play around in the world deity monument for a while. After I take the East Sea Moon Pearl and leave the Red Moon City, I will play with them properly." He took a deep breath and soared into the sky. He flew out of the long river and looked down from the sky. He was immediately astonished. The Rainbow Bridge and orchards were all destroyed. The ground was also cracked beyond recognition. The river water started to flow in all directions. It would probably not take long before the entire place was submerged into a lake. Looking at the time, it should be the day of the gathering of heroes. I should first find a place to recover my origin power before going to the Red Moon City. If things don't go smoothly, I will stir up another storm. He flew into the distance, far away from the Rainbow Bridge. Luckily, the spiritual energy in the Red Moon City was the most abundant in the East region. It was comparable to the spiritual energy in the Yanwu City. At that moment, in the Red Moon City, in front of the Wind and Moon Inn, a large number of young talents had gathered. As long as they were qualified to enter the inn, their social status would increase and their reputation would increase. However, not everyone could enter. Everyone was waiting bitterly, hoping to be qualified. To those who enter my inn, there is only the cool breeze. To those who drink from me, there is only the bright moon. Just as everyone was waiting anxiously and discussing in low voices, two men in white suddenly appeared in the sky. One of them was waving a feather fan while the other was holding a jade in his hand. Their steps were light as they walked in the air. Their white robes fluttered even though there was no wind. They looked dignified and had the demeanor of an aristocratic family. One of them chuckled and said, "It is indeed a good poem. Looks like everything is predestined. Brother Ji's name is Qing Feng. It seems like you have some connection with this inn. I believe you can enter for a while." The young talent called Ge Qing Feng smiled and said, "You and I came together, so naturally, we will enter together. I do not seek to gain anything today. I just hope to meet the heroes of the world and prove my martial Dao. That will be enough." The two of them smiled and were about to fly into the Wind and Moon Inn. "Stop." An indifferent voice rang out, and Ning Hongfeng's figure slowly appeared. He looked at them emotionlessly and said, "Minions and dregs are not allowed to enter." "What?" The expression of the young man in white immediately darkened. He said angrily, "No matter what, we are peak martial monarch experts. We are only a step away from becoming a martial saint. Sir, you keep calling us minions and dregs. Aren't you looking down on us too much?" Ning Hangfeng raised his hand and swatted. A strong wind immediately froze the man in white. With a bang, he was catapulted out like a cannonball. In an instant, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Large beads of sweat dripped down Ge Qingfeng's face. His lips moved slightly as he transmitted his voice, "Sir, please make an exception. I'm just trying to gain some reputation and increase the sect's attention. As long as you let me in, I will definitely reward you with 100 million mid-grade primordial stones." 100 million mid-grade primordial stones would require him to sell his profound weapons and all his belongings. However, for the sake of face and honor, Ge Qingfeng was willing to go all out. Without saying a word, Ning Hangfeng swatted again. Ge Qingfeng was shocked and cried out involuntarily, "No, don't, sir. 200 million, 200 million. He was so shocked that he did not have time to transmit his voice and shouted. Boom! As Ning Hongfeng's palm slammed down, a muffled sound rang out in the space. Immediately, a black spatial crack appeared and swallowed Ge Qingfeng. After that, everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. The miserable departure of these two people caused everyone to reveal looks of disdain and ridicule. Many people directly laughed out loud, unable to close their mouths. Ning Hangfeng glanced coldly at the people below and shouted, "All of you, back off." The martial emperor's aura on his body pressed down without a trace of politeness, and the people below immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Then a few rays of light flew in all directions. There were a total of 8 people, all of whom were Jiutian Emperor Wu. They surrounded the Bright Moon Cool Breeze building and began to use magic arts one after another to fly into it. In an instant, the two buildings that stood side by side bloomed with nine-colored light. The bridge in the middle was like a long dragon lying in the sky. The rain and the neon lights appeared at the same time. It was magnificent. Those who enter my building, only the cool breeze, and those who drink to me, only the bright moon. In a restaurant not far away, a young man with an extraordinary bearing gazed at the two buildings. Looking at the strange and beautiful scenery, he chuckled and said, "This poem alone shows that the spirit of Hangyu City is noble and pure. No one can compare to it. It is like the bright moon and cool breeze of the eastern region, leading the group." Another man walked up. He was dressed in linen clothes and his face seemed to be smeared with lime. His appearance was also quite strange. He stood side by side with the man and looked at the building. He revealed an ugly smile and said, "What's wrong? Brother Lai Feng, do you have a problem with Hangyu City leading the eastern region?" Baiming Lai Feng sneered, his face full of disdain. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he stared at the linen-clothed man uncomfortably. "Brother Hamiao, do you enjoy provoking the relationship between Red Moon City and my Baiming Palace?" Qing Hamiao was slightly embarrassed. "Brother Feng is making fun of me." Baiming Lai Feng looked at the wind and moon pavilion that was slowly rising into the air, his face full of admiration. "This wind and moon pavilion is indeed worthy of being a landmark of Red Moon City. It hides the hidden mechanism art and can actually ride the wind. What a marvelous sight." Inside the restaurant, there was another man brewing tea. It was Ruan Zimao. As the boiling water was poured into the tea set, white smoke came out and a sweet fragrance filled the air, making one salivate. "How fragrant. Just a light sniff and I feel my body is light and full of vitality. No wonder it is one of the 3 most famous teas in the world." Baiming Laifeng turned around and walked to the table. Ruan Zimao smiled lightly and picked up the teapot, pouring tea into 3 exquisite purple jade cups. The bright red tea flowed out of the beast's mouth and into the purple cups, immediately turning a pale green. Qing Hamiao was surprised. "The color of this blood tea is terrifying when it comes out of the pot, but why is it no different from ordinary tea when it enters the cup?" Ruan Zimao smiled. "The color of the blood tea is similar to fresh blood, making it hard for people to accept. It is impossible to make it look, smell, and taste all at once." Thus, the Red Moon City had specially invited a divine transformation sea refinement master to conduct research and finally found this purple jade cup. As long as the blood-colored tea was poured into the cup, it would instantly turn light green. Not only would the taste and fragrance disappear, but it would also have a kind of gentle nourishment from the purple jade, making it more comfortable to drink. "Both of you, please have a taste." Baiming Laifeng and Qing Haomiao raised their purple jade cups in front of them, tasting it carefully and swallowing it in one gulp. Immediately, a strange look appeared on their faces, along with a trace of joy. "Haha, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful indeed." Qing Haomiao let out a breath and praised, "It actually made the martial arts barrier that I couldn't break through for a long time loosen." "Brother Zimao, how much is a caddy of this tea? I want to buy a few hundred caddies to eat." Baiming Laifeng's expression changed as well. At their level, it was extremely difficult for them to improve their cultivation. Even the various heavenly treasures were not very useful. However, this cup of blood tea was equivalent to several months of bitter cultivation. If he could really get a few hundred liters. Cold sweat beaded on Ruan Zimao's forehead as he awkwardly said, "A few hundred kilograms. This blood tea is divided into 4 grades, extreme, high, middle, and low. These are the differences in quality caused by the blood of different martial artists. Just now, the tea that Brother Haomiao used was the top-grade blood tea, and it had to be nourished with Jiutian Emperor Wu's blood from start to finish, and it could not be mixed with any other blood, and it could not be stopped for even a day. This kind of high-grade blood tea doesn't exceed 2 caddies in the entire Red Moon City." Baiming Laifeng nodded and said, "So that's how it is. If this kind of blood tea could be mass-produced, then Red Moon City would be the most powerful city in the world. This kind of blood tea is only high-grade blood tea. What kind of existence is extreme-grade blood tea?" Ruan Zimao said, "Extreme-grade blood tea is watered with Emperor Jiuxing's blood. That kind of thing only exists in history. Back then, there was an old leader of the city who captured 2 of Emperor Jiuxing's enemies. He used medicine to keep them alive. That's how he managed to grow the extreme-grade blood tea. However, he sacrificed the lives of the two Emperor Jiuxing and he only got 200 grams of tea leaves. It's said that drinking it is like drinking spring water, and it can help you break through the Jiutian level. But the cost, hee. The two of them were shocked. Using Emperor Jiuxing's blood to nourish the blood of Emperor Jiuxing? That was really shocking. Qinghao Miao said disappointedly, that low-grade blood tea should be at least a few hundred liters. I wonder how effective it is? Wan Zimao smiled and said, there are many types of low-grade blood tea. The Zun's blood from the Bahuang province is middle-grade blood tea. Anything below the Bahuang province is low-grade blood tea. If it was the 1 yuan, 2 parts and 3 talents blood tea, it would be easy to get a few hundred liters. Forget it. Qinghao Miao shook his head and said, we can only drink it. After drinking the tea, the three of them adjusted their breathing and absorbed the energy. Then, they slowly opened their eyes. Baiming Lifeng sighed and said, I wonder what the other two types of tea taste like. It's hard to imagine that there's such a thing as blood tea in the world. Qinghao Miao said, Brother Zimao, you're treating us with blood tea, are you trying to do something? Wan Zimao smiled and said, I'm trying to do something. I hope you two friends will let me win in the tournament. Oh? Baiming Lifeng smiled and said, Brother Zimao, are you in love with your cousin too? Or are you also jealous of the dowry? Wan Zimao smiled bitterly and said, Brother Lifeng, you're joking. The dowry isn't anything precious to the three of us. My cousin and I have been childhood sweethearts. I hope you two can fulfill my wish and I will repay you generously. Qinghao Miao rolled his eyes and said, even if the two of us don't go all out, do you think Brother Zimao has the confidence to defeat all the heroes in the world? Wan Zimao smiled confidently and said in a clear voice, the heroes of the younger generation are none other than the three of us. As for the others, I really don't care. Baiming Lifeng smiled and said, as the head of the northern region's 4 prodigies, I don't deserve it. I've always wanted you two to give me pointers on martial Dao. How can I give up such a good opportunity? But since Brother Zimao has spoken, I have no choice but to give you face. As for the repayment, I'm too ashamed to say it. I'll just pick one of the dowry and choose one of the Jiang family's martial arts manuals. Wan Zimao nodded and said, this is one of the dowries. As long as I can win, it won't be a problem. What do you think, Brother Hao Miao? Qinghao Miao smiled and said, the main point of this tournament is participation. Although I'm known as the head of the Western region's 5 prodigies, I've never thought of dominating the world. After all, Brother Zimao and Brother Lifeng are both stronger than me. I'm not interested in the dowry or the beauties, but the blood tea. Wan Zimao smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect Brother Hao Miao to be so obsessed with the blood tea. Unfortunately, high-grade blood tea is really rare. Qinghao Miao said, I understand. I'm not asking for the blood tea, but since Red Moon City used Emperor Wu's blood to water the high-grade blood tea, then Emperor Wu will definitely die. What I'm asking for is Emperor Wu's soul. Qinghao Miao's eyes flashed and he said, since it's a waste, why not let me take it? I only need 10 sovereign spirits. As long as Brother Zimao agrees, I'll just go through the motions. 10 sovereign spirits. Wan Zimao and Baiming Lifeng were both shocked. They both knew that the soul devourer sex cultivation technique required a large number of souls. They weren't sure how much help Emperor Wu's soul would be to Qinghao Miao. After all, the three of them were in a competitive relationship, and they didn't want to see one side dominate. Wan Zimao weighed the pros and cons and said, 10 Emperor Wu's soul can't be taken out by Red Moon City right now, but I can promise that I'll provide all of them within 5 years. Qinghao Miao frowned and said unhappily, 5 years? It'll be too late in 5 years, at most 3 years. Otherwise, I'll have to rely on my own strength to fight to become Red Moon City's son-in-law. Wan Zimao was furious. He wasn't afraid of Qinghao Miao, but this marriage was too important to him. He had to make sure nothing went wrong, so he gritted his teeth and said, fine, 3 years it is. Deal. Qinghao Miao was in a good mood and couldn't help but laugh, making the other two depressed. Wan Zimao said, it's getting late. Let's enter the Wind and Moon Tavern and meet the heroes of the world. Soon, a dragon chariot drove out of the tavern, pulled by 4 martial monarch realm unicorn horses. The chariot traveled slowly in the air, heading for the Wind and Moon Tavern. At this moment, the Wind and Moon Tavern slowly rose into the air under the control of a few people. It hovered 1,000 meters in the air, straight into the clouds, like a paradise. The cultivators below were all stunned. Even the locals of Red Moon City rarely got to see such a beautiful scene. Ning Hongfeng's voice came slowly, saying, "This gathering of heroes was organized by our city's young master, Ruan Zimao. It's meant to meet the heroes of the world, discuss martial arts and the Tao, admire strange things, and discuss their doubts. So, only the heroes can participate." Small fries, scram. All sorts of discussions came from below. Someone asked loudly, "May I ask, sir, why are there small fries?" Ning Hangfeng said, "Those who are not martial venerables are small fries. Also, those who I don't like are also small fries. All martial venerables can try to enter. As long as I don't ask you to scram, you can enter." "What? You can't enter even if you don't like him? What kind of rule is that?" A threshold of martial venerables basically stopped most people from thinking about it. There was even a rule of asking those who didn't like him to scram. Someone immediately complained. A cold smile appeared on Ning Hongfeng's lips. His eyes were like knives as he stared at the person who complained. He said coldly, "This is Red Moon City. My attitude is the rule. Those who don't like it can scram. Also, you've been disqualified." "Scram? You?" The person who complained was furious. He was so angry that the veins on his fists were bulging. He was a 5-star martial saint. No matter where he was on the continent, he would be an existence favored by the heavens. Yet, he had disqualified him just because the other party didn't like him. That was too ridiculous. However, he didn't dare to say anything. He clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, fine. Let's wait for the real groom search tournament to see who's the real small fries." At that moment, no one dared to ask any more. Instead, the martial emperors who were disqualified began to curse. Since he had already been disqualified, it was impossible for Red Moon City to kill him on the spot. After Ning Hangfeng determined that the person was disqualified, he turned a deaf ear to everyone's curses and complaints. He stood quietly with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. The martial venerables flew toward the breeze and moon and anxiously. More than 30 people went in at once. They only calmed down when they saw that Ning Hangfeng didn't find anyone displeasing. It's better to be safe. There's nothing wrong with dressing up handsomely. After all, appearance is the external expression of a person's inner spirit. I need to display my unique aesthetic taste and boundless potential in martial cultivation. A martial saint youth took out a mirror to comb his hair just in case. He also used a cosmetic box to apply powder to his eyebrows. After he was very satisfied, he flew up confidently. Ning Hangfeng looked down and pointed at him, saying, "You can scram now." What? The youth was startled and angry. "Why? Give me a reason. I am so handsome, yet you don't let me in. Those ugly people are allowed in one by one. This is not fair." Ning Hangfeng said indifferently, "The reason is that I don't like the look of you." The youth was so angry that he could not restrain his anger. He shouted, "You are jealous of the geniuses, jealous that I am good-looking." Ning Hangfeng frowned and said, "Are you going to scram yourself, or do you want me to send you off?" Xiao aura spread out slightly, and the youth's expression immediately changed. When he thought of Gu Qingfeng and Xiao fate, his face turned ashen. He left resentfully, not daring to act rashly. With this youth's experience, everyone lowered their heads and squeezed into the building, afraid that Ning Hangfeng would take a fancy to them. Suddenly, a dragon carriage pulled by 4 Qilin horses galloped over from the distance. A multicolored light spread out under their feet, and a vast cloud gathered around the carriage, making it look dignified and holy. The young geniuses in front all consciously moved to the sides and stopped to watch. It was not that they wanted to move back, but the speed of the 4 Qilin horses was too fast. When the 4 horses worked together, they formed an unstoppable sharpness. If they did not move, they would definitely crash into them. Anyone who dared to ride a carriage here was definitely a member of Red Moon City. Even if they died, no one would collect their corpse. However, there were still people who were indignant, and all sorts of complaints arose. Everyone is walking, but someone is driving a carriage. Is this proper? Haha, he is the young master of Red Moon City, the leader of the Eastern Region's 7 stars. What can you do even if he is being unreasonable? Nothing, I just don't like him. If they have the ability, they can host the great ensemble themselves. Since they have gathered the people of the world, they have to respect the people of the world. Is this the way to treat guests? If they don't like you, they can tell you to scram. If you don't like them, you'll still have to scram. This is the power of the situation. After all, this is Red Moon City. If that's the case, then don't come. Let's see who's stronger in the arena. The person who spoke was dressed in a dark green robe. He had his hands behind his back as he spoke, and without any hesitation, he turned around to leave. The 4 Qilin horses had already galloped to the front of the Breeze and Moon Pavilion and suddenly stopped. The 4 Qilin horses became motionless like wooden puppets. Wan Zimao's chuckle came from the carriage, "Young Master Shuqi, please stay. It's Zimao's negligence, please forgive me." The bead curtains on the dragon carriage were lifted, and Wan Zimao and the other 2 came out one after another, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows in succession. Astonished gazes rose and fell in succession. No one had expected that the 3 leading young masters of the younger generation would come together. Letting everyone see their glory made this trip worthwhile. And what also shocked everyone was that the person who was about to leave was actually one of the northern region's 4 prodigies, Zhu Shuqi. Zhu Shuqi's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "I'm not neglecting you. It's just that this dragon carriage is too noble. A small fry standing beside it is beneath your status. I'd better stay further away." Without seeing his body move, he directly retreated 100 meters away in the air. Haha, well said. I, Lu Yuxing, small fries, will also accompany Brother Yuqi and stay further away. It was the person who had just spoken to Zhu Shuqi. Everyone was shocked. Lu Yuxing, one of the Western region's 5 prodigies, had also arrived 100 meters away at some point. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhu Shuqi, a playful smile on his face that carried a hint of coldness. If the 2 of you are small fries, then how can I call myself Yan Jun? Another beam of light passed by. Everyone's eyelids twitched. Immediately, someone with sharp eyes recognized him and exclaimed, "One of the Eastern region's 7 stars, Shi Guanyu." This time, with 3 people taking the lead, covering the Eastern, Western, and Northern regions, many young disciples who had long harbored dissatisfaction immediately retreated. They stood far away, as if they wanted to oppose Huan Zimao. In the distance, Ning Hangfeng seemed to not hear them. He still stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes cloudy as he looked at the sky, as if he was thinking about something. The 4 Emperor Wu experts who had activated the Breeze and Moon Pavilion to fly in the wind also stood far away, only symbolically guarding the sky. They were not interested in the affairs of these young people. Wan Zimao's brows furrowed deeply. His heart was slightly disturbed. His original plan was to use the 3 of them to travel together in a dragon carriage. Using the advantage of their fame and prestige, he would form a preconceived notion that the 3 of them were the leaders of the younger generation in the 3 regions. First, he would become the leader of the 3 regions in terms of momentum. He did not expect that someone from the 4 talents, 5 heroes, and 7 stars would stand out to oppose his prestige. No matter whether they did it intentionally or not, it destroyed Wan Zimao's previous plan of ruling over the world. Furthermore, more and more cultivators were flying towards Zhu Shuqi and the others. The momentum of them huddling together was hard to suppress. There were even 2 more of the 7 stars who joined in. Although only the younger generation was playing here, and there were no elders, and Ning Hangfeng and the others were just guards, in fact, the whole city's attention was on the Breeze and Moon Pavilion. At least half of the leaders of the realm of heaven martial arts in the future would be born among these young people. Wan Zimao also felt pressured. He could feel the gazes of the Red Moon City, and even all the big factions, on him. Hee, Brother Yuqi, Brother Yuxing, you 2 have traveled a long way to come here. Come with me to rest in the pavilion. As for Brother Guanyu, Brother Lisan, Brother Tiangan, you are all friends from the Eastern region. It is rare for us to meet, so you must drink some blood tea. And other guests from afar, don't tell me you don't want to enter the Breeze and Bright Moon building to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Rainbow Rain and the Neon Bridge? Yuan Zimao finished speaking with a smile and said very politely, if there was anything wrong with my hospitality during the entire process, Zimao will first apologize to everyone. I hope that you will forgive me for the sake of the Crimson Moon City. His explanation was clear and well-mannered. Moreover, his humble attitude made many of the young disciples feel flattered. Zhu Yuqi said calmly, Brother Zimao, I don't dare to accept your apology. I also want to meet you in the pavilion, but the 4 unicorn horses are too fierce and majestic. I'm still scared, so I don't dare to go forward. Yuan Zimao smiled and said, I was careless. He shot out a few spells into the dragon carriage, and the 4 Qilin horses that looked like wooden beasts woke up one by one. The demonic aura on their bodies spread out, and they pulled the dragon carriage, stepping on the colorful clouds and flying away. Yuan Zimao made a gesture and said, Please. This time, no one had anything to nitpick. At least, they felt much better than when Ning Hangfeng didn't treat them like humans. Brother Zimao, please. Zhu Yuqi also politely made a gesture and walked over from afar. As soon as he moved, the rest of the people also followed suit. Yuan Zimao heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. If he didn't handle this well, he would lose a lot of face. Even if he could use the power of the Red Moon City to suppress all the discontent, it would be enough to make people talk and his reputation fall. He secretly glanced at Ning Hangfeng in the distance and mumbled to himself, could it be that someone in the family arranged this on purpose to test my ability? Just as everyone was about to enter the building together, the neighing of the Qilin horse could be heard from afar. The 4 unicorn horses pulled the dragon carriage over again. The colorful clouds spread under their feet, and their aura was even more powerful than before. Yuan Zimao was shocked and shouted angrily, Who is it? How dare you ride on my carriage? Haha, it's just a few donkeys. If not for the fact that the entire Red Moon City only has these shabby things, do you think I would ride on them? A disdainful voice came from the dragon carriage. Then, the bead curtains rolled up, and an imposing white figure slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. That person wore a Guangling robe and was very handsome. He held a sword embedded with jewels in his right hand and played with it. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he recited a poem. It was actually a song. Speaking of heroes, who was a hero? Showy but not practical, 7 cowards of the eastern region. 5 ghosts of the western region, Xianxia. The remaining 4 scum of the northern region, too ugly, I suggest plastic surgery. Several outstanding people, all ghosts and monsters, let me laugh at all heroes. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. This song of his had insulted all the young heroes of the world, including the 7 stars of the east, the 5 heroes of the west, and the 4 prodigies of the north. This was equivalent to offending all the heroes of the world in an instant. Even if this person's strength was extraordinary, his intelligence was worrying. Ning Hangfeng, who was far away, was also attracted by curiosity. When he looked at the man in white, his pupils suddenly shrank. Bai Ming Lifeng sneered and said, I was wondering who had come. So it's just a troll. Brother Zimao, with a banquet full of delicacies, we have to be careful of flies. A cold light flashed in Yuan Zimao's eyes as he said coldly, Where did this idiot come from? Don't spoil everyone's mood. Xiling, it's time to clean up. Yuan Xiling walked out from the crowd and shouted angrily, Where did this idiot come from? How dare you mock the heroes of the world? Since you're young and ignorant, kneel in front of the Wind and Moon Pavilion and wait for the heroes gathering to finish. Pfft. The man in white covered his mouth and laughed. He was charming and elegant, like a girl. He mocked, a bunch of scum talking about heroes of the world. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I come from the southern region, a young master of 100 warring states. Today, I will meet you self-proclaimed heroes who are frogs at the bottom of a well. Please remember my name. I am Li Yi. Southern region? Yuan Xiling was stunned. Not only him, but everybody was stunned as well. After a few seconds, everybody started laughing. They were holding their stomachs and bending over. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Haha, I was wondering why someone dared to be so arrogant, he's from the southern region, haha. I don't know what to say. How did he get here? Does the southern region also have a teleportation portal? I don't know, but there must be. But it's only used a few times in 100 years. There are cultivators in the southern region too. Aren't there only natives and monkeys? Everybody was laughing. Wan Zimao didn't know what to say and said, "Everybody, come with me. Today, all the heroes of the world are here. Don't be affected by this clown's joke." With a chuckle, he turned around and walked towards Qing Feng and the bright moon. Wan Xiling smiled coldly, waved his hand and said, "Clean up the place." A few youths who looked like young masters flew out in an instant and charged at Li with sinister smiles. Li put his sword behind his back and grabbed at the air with his left hand. Like a zipper, a huge black crack was ripped open. It was as if the sky had opened up a ferocious mouth. In an instant, the few young masters were all swallowed up and everything returned to normal. Silence, silence. It was as if nothing had happened. There were only white clouds floating in the sky. Wan Xiling looked left and right in shock. The few young masters who had been following him had indeed disappeared. What he saw just now was actually not an illusion. Wan Zimao's body also stopped in an instant. Not only him, but everyone else was shocked. He had torn the sky with his bare hands. He had to be at least a high-level martial venerable to do it so easily. His qi had been faintly discernible. It seemed like he was using some kind of weapon to suppress his qi. Nobody had noticed. But when they heard that he was from the southern region, they didn't think too much about it. Wan Zimao and the others turned around and said, "Are you really from the southern region?" Everybody didn't understand. Many people thought that the southern region was a country bumpkin. Even if there were cultivators, they were only at the level of 1 yuan, 2 yuan, and 3 yuan. Qing Haomiao was surprised too. There's a martial venerable from the Bahuang province in the southern region? Could it be someone from Yanwu City? Li Yi's expression changed abruptly. When he heard the 3 words Yanwu City, he immediately felt his blood boil. He did his best to suppress the emotions in his heart and said coldly, "A frog at the bottom of a well. You only know of Yanwu City." "Humph, it's not easy for a tall person to appear among the dwarves, yet he's just a frog in a well." A man slowly walked out from the crowd. He waved the feather fan in his hand and sneered. "I don't know why, but I've been especially annoyed by the monkeys of the southern territory recently. Even if you're a Zun of the Bahuang province, you're still very strong. Today, I'll show you that a monkey will always be a monkey." "Shiman Jinling, it's young master Shiman Jinling." Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Hee hee, to deal with a mere monkey of the southern mountain range, why would we need the Dongling 7 stars to act? Aren't we thinking too highly of this monkey?" Another person said, "It's good to let them see the strength of our eastern region, let them know what the sky and the sea look like. Even if they are both martial saints, there is still an insurmountable gap between them." A smile appeared in Wan Zimao's eyes. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, brother Jinling." "No problem," said Shiman Jinling indifferently. He had come to the meeting of heroes to show his face. Zhu Yuqi and the others had shown off their abilities, but he hadn't been able to do so. He had been depressed for a long time, but now he finally had an opportunity. He thought, "I create my own opportunities, I'm so king smart." Moreover, when he heard Yanwu City's name, a dark feeling welled up in his heart, and his eyes filled with killing intent. Under everyone's gaze, he walked towards Li Yi. Although he only took 1 step forward, he immediately appeared 100 meters away. "Kill him, young Master Shiman." Immediately, someone cheered with a sinister look in his eyes. "Destroy the southern mountain ranges monkeys, break their bones, and use them to water the blood tea." Shiman Jinling's body suddenly moved, and he appeared in front of Li Yi at an incredible speed. He swung the feather fan in his hand, and it immediately turned into a blade-like attack. He chanted in a carefree manner, buying songs with gold and white jade, getting drunk all the way to the marquee. Most of his martial arts were elegant and graceful. When he displayed them, they were like a swan, extremely elegant and at ease, yet they did not lose their boundless power. Li Yi smiled disdainfully and placed his hands behind his back. He took a step forward, and the sky suddenly shook. Even though it was just a slight tremble, it made everyone's heart tremble. It was as if Li Yi's foot was stepping on everyone's hearts. His entire body shook along with the sky. Everyone's expression changed immediately. They were extremely shocked. The sky was filled with martial saints, but a gentle step from Li Yi could cause the heavens and earth to change, causing everyone to feel it. In the distance, Ning Hangfeng sighed softly and muttered to himself, "It is indeed the Jiutian Emperor Wu." He revealed a look of doubt and muttered to himself, "The southern region actually has an Emperor Wu. Could it be because of the spiritual energy in Yanwu City? Looks like I really have to pay attention." Shimin Jinling was the one who felt the power of Li Yi's stomp the most. Under the influence of the space tremor, his feather fan silk cloth technique was completely destroyed. Moreover, an unparalleled pressure locked his entire body in place. He could not escape even if he wanted to. Moreover, with the world's heroes watching, how could he possibly escape? Shimin Jinling looked at Li Yi with shock and sneered. He finally understood the meaning of the saying, "If you don't seek death, you won't die." He hurriedly sent a secret message, "Brother, big brother, Lord, please have mercy. Leave me some face. Name whatever you want." Li Yi sneered and sneered, "I want you to eat sh*t. He flew into the air and directly kicked Shimin Jinling's face, breaking through his defense. Shimin Jinling's face immediately caved in, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His whole body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Pung! Everyone in the sky sucked in a deep breath. They were all dumbfounded. They were all martial venerables. Although Shimin Jinling's body was falling down, everyone could clearly see the purple shoe print on his face. His facial features were completely gone, leaving only a footprint. Crash! The entire sky was in an uproar. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. The 7 stars of the Eastern region represented the 7 strongest people in the younger generation of the Eastern region. Although not all of them lived up to their name, they were not far from it. He was actually stomped away by a native of the southern region, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The strong visual impact was too much for everyone to accept. Ruan Xiling felt a chill in his heart. His eyes were wide open. First, Li Yunxiao of the southern region killed one of the 5 heroes of the western region with a palm. Now, Li Yi of the southern region killed one of the 7 stars of the eastern region with a stomp. He saw it with his own eyes. He wiped the cold sweat off his face. He could not understand this world. What was going on? Weren't the people of the southern region naughty monkeys? I originally wanted to stomp on a peacock to spread its tail. Who knew that the 7 stars of the eastern region had such extraordinary skills? Their faces were flattened and purple, but they were not able to spread their tail. I've made a fool of myself. Li Yi smiled from ear to ear. He had a shy look on his face due to his lack of skill. His gaze swept across the crowd of heroes. It was just a quick glance, but it made everyone feel as if they were looking directly at him. They could not help but take a step back. Hence, there was a strange scene of hundreds of people retreating in fear. His gaze finally landed on Ruan Zimao. He was the leader of the 7 stars of the eastern region and the host of this gathering of heroes. At the same time, his gaze met with Bai Ming Lifeng's and Qing Haomiao's gazes. The 4 of them vaguely formed an invisible force field that spread out in the sky. It actually gave off a feeling that they were evenly matched. The spiritual pressure of the 4 of them was like the oppressive feeling of an impending storm. Everyone held their breath and opened their pores. They could not help but feel extremely nervous. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. The southern region, which had always been regarded as a savage land, actually had such an extraordinary existence. The moment they appeared, they were evenly matched with the leaders of the 3 regions' heroes. Ruan Xiling swallowed with difficulty. Only he knew that the southern region had another Li Yunxiao. His strength was not below that of the person in front of him. Fortunately, that Li Yunxiao was already trapped in the Taihua Golden Talisman lock formation. He was dead for sure. Otherwise, with just these 2 people, the southern region would be able to look down on the world. Ruan Zimao's expression was ugly. The gathering had not even begun, and they had not even entered the door, but one after another had already happened. This was too much of a test of his ability. Moreover, the strength that Li Yi had displayed was really not below the 3 of them. This was definitely the Jiutian Emperor Wu. This caused him to be filled with vigilance and shock. Bai Ming Lifeng and Qing Haomiao also had solemn expressions. To be able to reach the cultivation of Emperor Wu before the age of 30, this was definitely a strong opponent for them to contend for hegemony in the future. It seemed that the world was so big, and there were countless capable people. Their vision was somewhat limited. Wang Zimao sighed in his heart, then opened his mouth and said, "You have the strength to participate in this gathering of heroes. The situation of the three regions might be broken by your hands. If you want to come, then come in. The outside is not a place for martial arts battles." After he finished speaking, he leaped up and flew into the breeze and moon pavilion. In this kind of situation, it was already impossible to use force to intimidate the other party. This was a gathering of the younger generation. The experts of Crimson Moon City would only maintain order. They would definitely not attack the younger generation in front of the whole world. Unless he personally attacked, the consequences would be too great. If he lost, not only would he embarrass himself, but it would also affect the reputation of Crimson Moon City and the eastern region. Even if he barely won, there would be no benefits. In the eyes of everyone, this was a matter of course. Therefore, if he attacked in this kind of environment, there would be no benefits if he won, and the consequences would be severe if he lost. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Zimao could only endure Li Yi's arrogance and wait for an opportunity to deal with him later. Bai Ming, Lifeng and Qinghao also looked at Li cautiously and entered one after another. The young talents from the other three territories also entered one after another with solemn expressions. Li chuckled lightly. The feeling of standing at the top of the continent was indescribably wonderful. The position that he had never dared to dream of before was now laid out beneath his feet. The treasured sword inlaid with gold and jade in his hand unfolded in the air. A wave of pressure rolled over and spread out along with his figure. The young talents in front of him were all angry but did not dare to say anything. No one dared to stand in his way, so they all retreated to the sides. Li Yi laughed arrogantly and rushed into the Wind and Moon restaurant. The scene inside was completely different from what he had imagined. There was not a single ray of light shining in, and it was somewhat dark and narrow. It was even worse than a normal building. This scene stunned him for a moment, but there were already more than 100 people gathered inside. They all had shocked expressions on their faces and cursed in their hearts. Suddenly, a ray of light descended from the sky and slowly bloomed in the air like a flower. Inside, 7 majestic thrones appeared, shining brightly and slowly descending along with the white light. Bai Ming Lifeng's expression changed as if he had thought of something. He said in shock, "These are the Garuda thrones that are made entirely of Garuda jade?" Everyone was shocked. Looking at the 7 thrones, an indescribable surge of emotion surged in their hearts. Garuda jade was not an exceptionally precious material, but the Garuda thrones of Crimson Moon City had a long history. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years ago, but it had been owned by the 7 great masters who first founded Crimson Moon City. Back then, Crimson Moon City was not dominated by the current 3 families. There were already a total of 100 families, and after a long period of evolution, it became the current situation. The system of 7 people ruling Crimson Moon City continued until 10,000 years ago, when it was monopolized by one family. It was the current Ning family, one of the 3 great families, who directly abolished the system of 7 people ruling Crimson Moon City and changed it to a city lord system. These 7 Garuda thrones became history. They were once the symbol of the highest authority in Crimson Moon City. Wang Zimao looked at everyone's shocked expressions and said with a smile, "A gathering of heroes to discuss Tao through martial arts. Strange objects are appreciated together, and doubts are discussed together. However, there is a difference in priority. The person who is able to sit on one of the 7 thrones will be the master of today's martial competition." The 7 grand thrones slowly descended, forming a semicircle as they sat at the front of the throne. There were all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, rare birds, and fierce beasts carved on them. They were like 7 solemn martial artists standing there, narrating the glory of Crimson Moon City. No matter how much time passed, it would not topple or fall. Everyone felt a sense of respect, and someone couldn't help but ask, "What's so special about it?" Wang Zimao gently smiled and said, "First of all, the top 7 can drink my Scarlet Moon City's high-grade blood tea. I don't need to explain the benefits. Secondly, these 7 Kiara thrones are the peerless treasures of my Crimson Moon City. For tens of thousands of years, in order to strengthen Red Moon City, every throne holder would imprint their strongest martial arts into the throne before they died, waiting for the fated one. Each throne has over 100 peerless martial arts imprinted on it. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. There were many peerless martial arts in the world that couldn't be recorded with ordinary jade scrolls. They had to be stored with extremely special materials, and this Kiara jade was indeed a good material to store martial arts. Qinghaomiao couldn't help but say, "Brother Zimao, aren't you exaggerating? Each throne has over 100 peerless martial arts imprinted on it. Doesn't that mean there are over 1,000 here? With such a rare item, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's the #1 treasure in the world." Hee hee. Wan Zimao laughed a little helplessly, then sighed and said, "That's how it should be." Moreover, the past owners of the thrones also focused on comprehending all kinds of martial arts. Not only do they contain the key points of martial arts, but they also contain the martial arts comprehension of the past owners of Crimson Moon City. These 7 thrones are definitely peerless treasures. Unfortunately, he said regretfully, as more and more information was imprinted on the 7 thrones, it eventually caused the records inside to corrode each other and become chaotic. By the time it was discovered, it was already a mess, full of useless information. Instead, it caused many powerhouses to go berserk while comprehending it. When it was finally confirmed that the 7 thrones were completely destroyed, the city lord of that generation cast a peerless technique and sealed them away. From then on, they were just symbols. Qinghaomiao was stunned for a moment, then sighed and said, "So that's how it is. What a pity." Everyone felt a wave of regret. Such a treasure was destroyed just like that. They all felt an indescribable pain in their hearts. The martial arts and martial arts comprehension of the past owners of Crimson Moon City, what kind of wealth was that? Wan Zimao smiled and said, "But after that city lord sealed the 7 thrones, he couldn't help but imprint his prized martial arts into them, using a secret technique to write it on the seal. However, after so many years, there have been city lords who wanted to comprehend it, but they could only sense the martial arts intent of that city lord. As for the martial arts, there was no trace of it. Who knows, those who sit on the 7 thrones today might have such a great opportunity." Baiming Lifeng couldn't help but laugh and said, "Haha, Brother Zimao painted a really big picture. The past city lords couldn't comprehend it, so the probability is already 0. However, sitting on the thrones and drinking high-grade blood tea is already enough. There's also the martial arts intent of a peerless expert, so it's a great honor to be able to experience it. I wonder what conditions we have to fulfill to be able to sit on the thrones." Simple. Wan Zimao spat out these 2 words, his gaze sweeping across everyone, and he said with a smile, "Whoever sits first gets to sit." After saying that, he flew out, and before anyone could react, he had already taken a few steps and sat down on the first throne. Haha, interesting. A few loud laughs sounded, and then people could be seen flashing. Not willing to be left behind, everyone flew up, and for a moment, thousands of people crossed the single log bridge, surging towards the upper seats. Suddenly, everyone's body froze, and a few powerful forces appeared in the air, immediately freezing everyone's figures. They saw Baiming Lifeng's body emitting a slight chill, floating in the air, just his aura alone was enough to make everyone tremble. With a smile on his face, he walked step by step towards the throne. The rest of the people opened their eyes wide, but they didn't dare to say anything. Li Yi's eyes narrowed, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and a cold expression appeared on his face. His previous cultivation method came from Baiming Palace, and Little 8 had even given him the complete Mystic Ice secrets. Now, he could also be considered a true disciple of Baiming Palace, but the time he spent cultivating the Mystic Ice secrets was too short, and he wasn't as proficient as Baiming Lifeng. "That's right, those who are capable can sit." Qinghaomiao nodded. Under the pressure of Baiming Lifeng's aura, he didn't dare to be careless. A layer of faint yellow aura lingered above his body, and he stared at the cold aura as he moved forward. Around the 7 thrones, there seemed to be a formation on the Garuda jade, and at the same time, it shone with a faint light, and connected together, isolating the cold aura outside. Wan Zimao sat quietly, looking at the crowd with a smile. "Brother Lifeng, looks like you've been advancing to Emperor Wu for a long time." Zhu Yuqi opened his mouth, and his tone was filled with envy and fear. He didn't move, but like a breeze, his body slowly moved forward in the air, his expression as calm as water. Baiming Lifeng said, Brother Yuqi's martial Dao has always been about striking after the enemy's attack. Once you entered Emperor Wu, you already made me breathless. Now that there are heroes everywhere, and all kinds of monstrous geniuses are emerging, if I were to be ranked in the northern region's 4 prodigies again, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to get on the list. Humph, bitches are so unreasonable. Qinghaomiao scolded, and stepped into the thrones. The 3 of them arrived at almost the same time, and sat down together. They picked up the cups of blood tea in front of them and drank it. Although their movements were elegant, there was an impatient look on their faces. It could be seen that the blood tea's effects were so strong that it made people salivate. Out of the 7 seats, 4 were already filled. Most of the young people sighed in their hearts, knowing that they had no hope. The remaining 3 seats were not even enough for the 4 prodigies, 5 prodigies, and 7 stars. There was also a strange monkey from the southern region, whose strength was frighteningly high. After the 3 of them sat down, the emperor's pressure from Baiming Lifeng also dissipated. Immediately, several beams of light rushed out from the crowd, and shot towards the last 3 seats. There were exactly 6 people, and they attacked in pairs, and actually started fighting in front of the thrones. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed, and the originally dim space was lit up with a myriad of colors. Humph. Li Yi snorted coldly, and his gaze swept around, locking onto the 2 weakest people. The sword in his hand swept through the air, and a wave of energy slammed down, directly separating the 2 people. Get lost, minions! Li Yi shouted, and instantly, his sword split into 2, creating a diversion, directly breaking through the 2 people's energy defense, and sending them flying. His attack immediately attracted the attention of the 4 people on the thrones, especially Baiming Lifeng, who frowned, as if he had sensed something. A swift sword, as easy as flipping a palm. Li Yi laughed coldly, and his gaze swept across the crowd, and coldly said, Who wants to fight with me for a seat? Everyone was shocked, and no one dared to step forward. The 2 injured powerhouses' faces also turned green, knowing that there was a huge difference in strength between them. Although they were unwilling, they did not dare to say anything. Thanks. Just as Li Yi was feeling proud of himself, 2 words suddenly came. Everyone saw a figure continuously moving in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it went around Li Yi, and sat on the throne. The sudden appearance of this person shocked everyone. When Li Yi heard that familiar voice, his body suddenly trembled, and when he saw that figure again, a surge of hot blood rushed into his brain, and he could not help but have the urge to draw his sword. The blood in his body instantly boiled, and his eyes were burning with anger. A clear and loud poem came from that person's mouth, and it was indescribably free and easy, as if all the things that had happened since the ancient times were all in this laughter. Easy water drizzles, full of cloves. Buying wine with 1,000 gold has always been a habit. Passing through the mortal world, the spirit is waning. 10,000 years in the cup rejoice. Grasping wind and bright moon temple. Victory must be joyful. Defeat must be joyful. Under the clear and loud poem, that person directly sat on the throne without anyone noticing. He raised the cup of tea in one gulp, and with a smile in his eyes, he lightly praised, Good tea. It's still the original recipe, and still the familiar taste. Li Yunxiao's sudden appearance caused everyone to be stunned for a long time, unable to recover from their shock. Such a dignified and sacred throne had actually been sat on by such an inexplicable person. Furthermore, from the looks of it, he had only relied on his unique movement technique to take advantage of the situation. In an instant, everyone was extremely depressed, lamenting over the fact that they had wasted such a great opportunity. If only they had been able to grasp it. In the blink of an eye, Li Yi went berserk. His body couldn't help but tremble. New hatred and old hatred filled his heart. The sword in his hand felt his murderous intent and also trembled violently. Suddenly, a mysterious voice entered his ears, causing an expression of extreme struggle to appear on his face. Finally, he suppressed his grief and indignation. However, his eyes were still as red as blood as he stared fixedly at Li Yunxiao. After Li Yunxiao drained the cup of tea in one gulp, a look of joy appeared in his eyes. A red light flowed down from his head, as though it was cleansing his body. A red glow appeared on his skin, and a beam of light shot out from his body. He had advanced directly. You. Pfft. Li stared blankly at him advancing. He was stunned for a moment, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. The strength of that 5-star martial saint had instantly risen to 6 stars. Everyone present could feel it, and they were all envious of this person's good luck. At the same time, they were also filled with fantasies about the effects of that high-grade blood tea. Ah? It's you, Li Yunxiao? Someone in the crowd cried out in alarm. That tone was filled with extreme fear and panic, as if he had seen a ghost. You, why did you come out? That person only felt his entire body turn cold, and his body began to tremble under his embroidered robe. His face was ashen. Li Yunxiao ignored that person, and he cheerfully raised his cup towards Li Yi. He smiled and said, "Many thanks for opening the way, friend. I didn't think that after drinking in the Tianshui Kingdom's palace, I would be able to enjoy a feast with a friend. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land is a happy thing in life." Tianshui Kingdom's palace, everyone's minds were filled with question marks. They had never heard of such a place before. All of them frowned. Why was he so familiar with this southern domain monkey? Could it be another southern domain monkey? Li Yi felt another wave of anger rush to his head. The Heavenly Water Royal Palace was the turning point of his life. Now that it was brought up, his entire face turned ashen. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritted his teeth and said coldly, "New grievances, old grievances. Let's fight to the death in the arena." Li Yunxiao poured the tea with a smile and asked in surprise, "Does a good friend also want to marry a beauty? Didn't you say that you don't like red makeup but blue makeup?" Pooh. Li Yi's mind went blank, and a wave of boundless humiliation and resentment immediately surged up. The absolute aura on his body exploded, and the purple ribbon that bound his hair instantly burst open. His hair was all taut and scattered behind him, as if he was possessed. His eyes were as red as blood, and he roared, "Wah wah wah wah. Kill you. I will definitely kill you." Outside the Wind and Moon Inn, Ning Hongfeng's gaze was also focused on the interior of the inn. He quietly looked at Li Yunxiao. This originally boring matter had a trace of interest with the arrival of this youth. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, and he raised his head to look at the void not far away. "Aya, we've been discovered by that military supervisor. What should we do?" Little Eight suddenly cried out and waved his hand in Ning Hongfeng's direction, smiling as a sign of goodwill. Tyrannical Sky Tiger laughed bitterly. This kind of long-distance casting technique, such a strong elemental energy wave, if Ning Hangfeng can't discover it, what qualifications does he have to be the commander of the Scarlet Moon City Imperial Guards? But don't worry, as long as we don't make a move on those juniors, Ning Hangfeng won't care. God knows how many old monsters are watching this hero gathering. NN. Little Eight replied as he said to the person who cast the technique, "Big sisterly, can't you conceal your technique a little more? We are world-renowned assassins. Being together with you directly exposed our position. This is a disgrace for us." Li's face was indifferent as she said, "If I didn't use a powerful tranquil heart art to directly shock Li Yunxiao's mind through the air, I'm afraid he would have already exploded and wanted to kill Li Yunxiao. You guys should also know the consequences." "Aya, then there's no other way. This brat is still not that brat's match." Little Eight had a helpless expression as he shook his head repeatedly. Tyrannical Sky Tiger's face revealed a grave expression, and he said in a low voice, that Li Yunxiao is definitely not someone to be trifled with. In my opinion, he should be eliminated as soon as possible. I'm just afraid that the chief will play with fire this time. If this person is allowed to mature, it will be too terrifying. He's not even 20 years old yet. Little Eight laughed and said, "Children who are smart when they are young easily become stupid when they grow up. If this brat wants to threaten the chief, he still has a long way to go. With such arrogance, whether or not he can grow up is a problem." Tyrannical Sky Tiger sighed inwardly. Although Little Eight's strength was not bad, his insight was still a level lower than his. When this matter was over, he had to personally propose to the chief to eliminate Li Yunxiao. From then on, he would retreat into the spirit mountains and great rivers, peacefully cultivating and living out the rest of his life. A cold light shot out from Li's eyes. She wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, her expression became calm again. No one understood Li Yunxiao's fearsomeness better than them. Since these assassins wanted to move against this person, she was naturally happy to see it, but she did not have any illusions about the result. She could not be bothered to listen to the idle chatter between the two. Instead, she wholeheartedly used the tranquil hard art to prevent Li Yi from going berserk. Inside the Wind and Moon Inn, Wan Zimao, who was sitting on the throne, was extremely astonished by Li Yunxiao going berserk. However, what was even more astonishing was that after Li Yunxiao appeared, the person who was trembling in fear was actually his younger brother. He asked with a mind full of doubt, "Xiling, you know this person?" The person who was trembling in fear was Huan Xiling. Li Yunxiao actually appeared here, and he did not receive any news from Guoxingguang. The result was obvious. However, no matter how he thought about it, he could not understand why he failed. Leaving aside the fact that Guoxingguang and the other two were experts of Emperor Wu, that Taihua Golden Talisman Lock Formation was one of the best killing formations in the world. How could he have escaped? Huan Xiling slightly calmed down and said, "Big brother, this person is the southern region Yanwu City's Castellan Li Yunxiao. Previously, he killed brother Qingyong in a restaurant." Since things had already come to this, it was useless for him to be afraid. This was Crimson Moon City. No matter how big the matter was, he would at most be punished by the elders. What he should do now was to find a way to remedy the situation. Moreover, the situation at Nihong Bridge might not be as bad as he imagined. Perhaps this brat had some secret method to escape. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. He actually killed Qingyong, one of the western region's 5 heroes. This person really came from the southern region. Everyone's expression became incomparably shocked. Since when did the southern region become so powerful? 2 juniors randomly appeared, one killed one of the 5 heroes, the other one killed one of the 7 stars. Was this a completely heaven-defying rhythm? You killed Qingyong? Qing Haomiao's face darkened. His eyes were cold and gloomy as he asked. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently. Lifting the teapot in front of him, he happily drank from it and said, "There are too many amusing fools in the world. Every day, I have to kill a few. I really don't remember who this Qingyong you are talking about is. How does he look like? Give me some hints. Let's see if I can remember." Haha, so arrogant, so daring. Qing Haomiao licked his lips and laughed evilly. "I can feel that your soul is surging. I like it very much." He, Li Yunxiao said, "But I have no interest in you. You are a young man with a bright future. Don't follow in the footsteps of those amusing fools." His words stunned everyone. They all felt that it was extremely strange. Qing Haomiao was obviously older than him. Haha, haha. Qing Haomiao suddenly laughed out loud. His voice was extremely penetrating, ringing in everyone's hearts. However, when he laughed, his face did not smile. Instead, his expression became colder and colder. The murderous intent in his eyes directly sentenced Li Yunxiao to death. Li Yunxiao secretly sighed in his heart. People always have to grow in self-righteousness and gradually become humble. Li Yi, who was constantly roaring and struggling, finally calmed down with Li's help. His body was drenched in sweat and he was panting heavily. He shifted his gaze and looked at the people fighting in the distance. He no longer looked at Li Yunxiao, lest he suffer. At this moment, one person in the distance had won. It was one of the 5 heroes, Lu Yuxing. He sat directly on the throne and happily drank his tea. There was only one person left. The remaining 2 people were fighting fiercely. Li Yi swept his gaze over and snorted coldly. He then walked towards the last seat. Everyone was shocked. They secretly thought that the 2 people were in trouble. Their focused gazes moved from Li Yunxiao to Li Yi. As expected, the 2 people who were fighting on equal grounds immediately became alert. They actually stopped fighting and stood in front of the throne to block Li Yi's path. They were 2 of the 7 stars of the east, Shi Guanyu and Wang Lisin. Previously, Li Yi had killed Shimin Jinling with a stomp. This made the 2 of them extremely wary. Although Shimin Jinling was ranked at the bottom of the 7 stars, he was not a piece of trash that could be trampled to death. Moreover, Li Yi's entire body was filled with murderous intent. It was as if it was solidifying, causing their faces to turn pale. Li Yi's expression was cold. He said coldly, "So you are one of the 7 cowards of the East. Are you going to step aside yourselves, or do you want to wait for the peacock to spread its tail?" His voice was emotionless. The 2 people who heard it felt cold. However, they could feel the surging murderous intent hidden under the cold voice. It was about to erupt at any time. Shi Guanyu's expression was cold. He gritted his teeth and said, "To be able to experience the powerful moves of the Southern Territory's powerhouses, this trip will not be in vain." Li Yi said very straightforwardly, "Then I will." With a clang, the beautifully decorated sword was finally unsheathed. As the sword slashed down, a bone-piercing chill immediately filled the entire building. Everyone was suddenly attacked by the chill and could not help but shiver. Bai Minglifeng's expression suddenly changed. His pupils shrank. Cloud-piercing sword. Heaven-shaking sword. 2 slashes were unleashed in an instant. The overwhelming sword aura immediately locked onto Shi Guanyu and Wang Lisin. It slashed down with a momentum that could split everything. Before the sword aura reached them, the chill had already penetrated their bodies. The 2 people's meridians and blood were frozen. They almost completely lost the ability to resist. The 2 people's eyes were filled with shock. Only now did they realize how wrong they were. The difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. They did not even have the qualifications to fight. However, it was already too late. They could only watch helplessly as the 2 fatal swords slashed down. Li Yi's frosty sword aura suddenly froze in the air. An invisible force actually suppressed his sword aura. Wan Zimao appeared in front of Shi Guanyu and Wang Lisin. Coldness flashed in his eyes as he said softly, "This is a grand event. Blood cannot be spilled." Killing intent burst out from Li Yi's eyes. He stared at Wan Zimao for a moment before sheathing his treasured sword with a clang. He returned to his usual state of mind and said, "Then I'll give you face and spare these 2 cowards. If I meet them in the arena, they'd better surrender." Shi Guanyu and Wang Lisin were so angry that their bodies trembled. But what could they do if they were weaker? If they did not know what was good for them and rushed forward, they would only be courting death. Wan Zimao might not save them a second time. Wan Zimao looked coldly at Li Yi before turning to the 2 of them and saying, "Victory and defeat are very normal. You 2 do not need to take it to heart." The 2 of them looked gratefully at Wan Zimao. After thanking him, they did not say anything else and consciously retreated into the crowd. Wan Zimao's lips curled into an imperceptible smile. Although he did not like Li Yi's arrogance, it gave him a ready-made advantage. The Eastern region's 7 stars would undoubtedly be the future giants of the Eastern region. This favor was not small. Suddenly, an angry roar rang out. It was Li Yi's mad voice. Wan Zimao was startled and found it strange. He quickly turned his head to look. He saw Li Yi trembling with anger. He pointed angrily at Li Yunxiao and roared, "You! You shameless bastard! How dare you drink my blood tea?" Wan Zimao was stunned for a moment. He looked at the table and saw that the 2 teacups in front of Li Yunxiao had already finished the first few. The tea leaves were also swollen and the color had turned back to normal. Li Yunxiao embarrassedly used his origin power to teleport the teacup in front of Li Yi. He smiled sheepishly and said, "This thing is too delicious. It can relax the muscles and strengthen the bones. After drinking it, even your vitality will increase steadily." I saw that there was another cup on the table and could not help but drink it. "I'm sorry, I'll get young Master Zimao to pour you another cup. It's just a cup of tea, it's nothing to Red Moon City." Li Yi's face turned green. With a slap of his palm, he smashed the teacup into powder and turned his head to look at Wan Zimao. Wan Zimao secretly felt that it was funny, but he was also very surprised. This person was extremely powerful and extremely arrogant. Why was he so afraid of a 6-star martial saint? Even after being bullied time and time again, he did not dare to make a move. Not only him, but everyone present also felt very puzzled. However, the title of Yanwu City's city lord was sufficient to attract the attention of everyone in the world. Moreover, 2 monstrous geniuses had suddenly appeared in the Southern Territory. Could it be that it was a sign of the Southern Territory's rise? In truth, the so-called great powers of the continent were essentially the various great spirit veins. Places where spirit veins gathered were places where geniuses gathered. Right now, Yanwu City had already fulfilled this condition, becoming a fragrant steamed bun in the eyes of everyone. Wan Zimao coughed and said, "This superior-grade blood tea is a rare treasure, and Scarlet Moon City really can't take out any more. I'll have someone exchange it for a cup of mid-grade blood tea for young Master Li Yi." Li Yi was so angry that he felt dizzy. He also knew that the difference between mid-grade and superior grade was like the difference between clouds and mud. Disregarding everything else, mid-grade blood tea could be bought from the various merchant associations, but superior-grade blood tea was not sold at all. It could only be seen in some super auctions. If not for Li Yunxiao's tranquil incantation lingering in his mind, he would have flown into a rage on the spot and fought to the death with Li Yunxiao. His current strength and status were all thanks to the demon race and Death God Palace's leader. Both sides forbade him from getting into a conflict with Li Yunxiao, so he did not dare to disobey. Very quickly, a servant brewed a cup of mid-grade blood tea and brought it over. Li Yunxiao smiled apologetically and said, drink it quickly to cool down. It's easy to get angry, so drink more tea." Everyone looked at Li Yi, whose face was almost distorted, and they could not help but laugh in their hearts. Their faces relaxed, and they felt indescribably comfortable. Li Yi stared at the cup of mid-grade blood tea and snorted angrily. Then, he slammed his palm down again, turning the cup and the tea into nothingness. Wan Zimao laughed coldly in his heart and pretended not to see it. He said, "The 7 seats of honor have all been gathered. However, the world is vast, and there are countless geniuses. Some of the people in these 7 seats surprised me." Everyone fell silent. Out of the 7 seats, the southern region actually occupied 2. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that all the rumors about the southern region were wrong? It was hard to imagine that a place that was rumored to not even have a martial venerable could cultivate such a young Emperor Wu and a martial venerable. Their view of the southern region would probably change from now on. Even the southern region had started to enter the eyes of the various major factions. Out of the 7 seats, only the eastern region had 1 person, and it was the local master. The eastern region also had the advantage of being the host, yet no one had taken a seat. This made the youths of the eastern region feel ashamed. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Life is always full of surprises." Wan Zimao gave him a meaningful look before saying indifferently, "Even though this clear moon tower is a building, it is actually an extremely ingenious profound weapon." With a thought, he formed a seal with one hand. The entire dim and narrow building suddenly started to change. The scenery around it started to spin, as if a flower bud was gradually opening. Rays of sunlight shone in from the outside, wrapping around the building like vines. The scenery of the sky appeared one by one. The entire clear moon tower was originally in the shape of a twin, floating 10,000 meters in the air. At this moment, with the bridge in the middle that looked like a flying dragon soaring into the sky as the center, the building started to disassemble and form a garden in the sky. Hundreds of flowers started to bloom around it. There were also uncanny workmanship of the mountain rocks and trees growing one by one. It was magnificent. A ray of sunset rose from the horizon, traversing the boundless sky and landing on the garden. A bright moon started to rise slowly into the sky, shining on the garden in the sky. The whole world seemed to be a scenery of its own, forcibly embedded on the Red Moon City. Everyone was stunned speechless by the beautiful scenery in front of him. They watched the garden floating in the clouds, the bright moon hanging high in the sky, and the trickling sound of the mountain spring in the garden. Tens of thousands of meters away from the garden in the sky, however, it was a clear sky. This, Bai Ming Lion smiled bitterly and said, "Before I came here, I heard the elders in my clan talking about the clear moon tower as a wonder of the world with uncanny workmanship. But isn't this too shocking? Is this really something that can be made by human beings?" Wan Zimao also sighed and said, "Although this clear moon tower is not very useful, it is more precious than a rank 9 profound level weapon. Only those extremely bored arcane masters would have this kind of free time." Everyone sighed with emotion. Warriors were extremely practical beings. With such a wonderful cultivation method, how many rank 9 profound level weapons could be made? Li Yunxiao glared and said, "You all enjoy the fruits of their labor, and you still say they are bored? He raised his middle finger and said disdainfully, since all of you feel that it is not worth it, then we will all move downstairs and find a small tavern to make do. Bai Ming Lifeng smiled and said, Brother Yunxiao seems to be very protective of arcane masters. Could it be that Brother Yunxiao is also an arcane master? Li Yunxiao glanced at him and said indifferently, don't call me brother. I have no good feelings towards the people of Baimingxian Palace. As for Formula Dao, I have learned a little. Everyone was stunned. Their gazes all focused on him, feeling very puzzled. Even if there were grievances, there was no need to say it so bluntly. It was still necessary to be friendly on the surface. Could it be that the people of the southern region had increased in strength, but their intelligence had not kept up? Bai Ming Lifeng was also stunned for a moment. He laughed coldly and said, I wonder what grudge there is between Baimingxian Palace and your Yanwu City's city lord. The two of you have never come into contact, right? Li Yunxiao said, not yet, but there will be in the future. So let's not get too close. Everyone was speechless. Wasn't this clearly drawing hatred? And the target was Baimingxian Palace, one of the 7 super forces. Earlier, he had also offended Qinghao Miao of the Spirit Eater race. It seemed like he was courting death. Bai Ming Lifeng was also speechless. There was actually such a person. It made his mind go blank. He didn't know how to deal with it. Haha, character. Qinghao Miao laughed sinisterly and said, I wonder if your strength is as character as your temper. The blood in my body is starting to burn. I really want to see how strong your soul is right now. He even licked his lips after saying that, causing people to shiver. Wan Zimao also frowned. The appearance of these two people from the southern region was a big surprise to him. Originally, he was full of confidence in the arena competition. Everything was under control. Now, the only flaw was these two people in front of him. Zhu Yuqi looked up at the sky and asked suspiciously, Brother Zimao, isn't this moon fake? But why is it still emitting such a strong power of the moon? It's exactly the same as the real moon? When he asked this question, everyone also felt that it was strange. Wan Zimao collected his thoughts and said with a smile, although this moon is an imitation, it is a precise and calculated lunar sundial. It itself absorbs the power of the moon through the array in the garden. The degree of exquisiteness is unimaginable. And this lunar sundial has an extremely important use, which is to calculate the bloody moon. Calculate the bloody moon? Everyone was puzzled. A few people revealed shocked and absent-minded expressions. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He seemed to have thought of something. He looked up at the bright moon, his eyes full of thought. Wan Zimao said, this is the origin of the name Crimson Moon City. Although the moon in the sky is the same color all year round, but at a certain time, in the sky martial continent, as long as you look up at the sky from Crimson Moon City, you will be able to see a blood-red moon. This is the origin of the name Crimson Moon City. Crimson moon like blood? How can there be such a strange thing? Lu Yuxing said in shock, there is only one bright moon, but there is a waxing and waning moon. I have never heard of a moon that can change its color. It should be the same from any place in the continent. Wan Zimao smiled lightly and said, what Brother Yuxing said is true. But there is a certain time that is an exception. And this time is the opening day of the Eastern region's wonderland, until the end of time. Everyone was shocked. Except for a few people who knew about it, everyone's expression changed. Wan Zimao continued, the 4 celestial realms of the realm of heaven martial arts have all kinds of restrictions. The eastern region's earthly age and heavenly wasteland were unpredictable, the southern region's Mount Meru was restricted by age, the western region's ancient smoke cloud illumination was unpredictable, and the northern region's nephrite heaven required an unparalleled cultivation. The 4 great immortal realms are all places where great fortuitous encounters that are hard to come by, and they are enough to change a martial artist's life. Zhu Yuqi nodded and said, I understand. The breeze and moon building's biggest function is not to be an elegant man, but to accurately predict the time when the celestial realms will appear. Exactly. Wan Zimao said with a smile, once the breeze and moon building leaves the Red Moon City, it's just an exquisite building magical weapon. But in the Red Moon City, it's a supreme treasure. The end of time doesn't appear suddenly. There are many signs before the celestial realms appear, but they're all very hard to predict. Only when the vision appears and the moon is dyed red can we confirm it. But it's already too late. The moon sundial can gather the abnormal power before the celestial realms opens and turn it into a red moon. Zhu Yuqi praised, it's really a masterpiece. I wonder how long it can warn us in advance. Wan Zimao said, a month. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the moon sundial to be so powerful. With a month's preparation, everything could be arranged properly. In this way, the people of the East region wouldn't miss any opening time. Wan Zimao said, the 4 celestial realms each have their own opportunities. He looked at Li Yunxiao and said with a smile, Mount Meru is affected by the lack of spiritual qi in the southern region. It is considered the least significant mystic realm. Now that it has collapsed, it has created Yanwu City. I believe it will not be long before Yanwu City rises again. And the end of time in the East region, the most influential thing in the last 100 years is Gu Feiyang. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know the reason. They all pricked up their ears, trying to understand the secret. Everyone knew that when Gu Feiyang created havoc in the Red Moon City, the Ruan family suffered the most. Baiming Lifeng exclaimed, why do you say that, brother Zimao? A layer of frost appeared on Ruan Zimao's face, and he said expressionlessly, everyone knows that Gu Feiyang's eye technique is unparalleled, but they don't know that his crimson moon blood pupils are from the East region immortal realm. What? Everyone was shocked. Baiming Lifeng also said in a serious tone, I didn't expect there to be such a secret. Fortunately, this person has already passed away, becoming the dust of history. Wan Zimao said coldly, humph, really letting him off easy. Gu Feiyang had made too many enemies. Even if he didn't die in the Tiandang mountain range, he would be killed sooner or later. It's a pity that I can't kill this enemy with my own hands and avenge my ancestors. Everyone fell silent. Suddenly, Li Yi let out a weird laugh. Haha, what were you guys doing when he wasn't dead? After he died, you came out to brag, aren't you ashamed? Everyone was shocked, but this matter was the Ruan family's bottom line. Although they also thought so, no one dared to say it out loud. Their foreheads were dripping with cold sweat. Li Yunxiao looked at Li Yi in surprise. He thought to himself, if Li Yi knew that Gu Feiyang was me, would he slap himself a few times? You. Wan Zimao was furious, and his aura surged towards Li Yi. He said coldly, country bumpkin. I've been tolerating you for a long time, but don't think that my patience is unlimited. You can be a king in the southern region, but this is the Crimson Moon City. You better take it easy. If you provoke me again, I'll kill you first. Wan Zimao's words immediately caused the atmosphere to freeze. Li Yi came from the southern region, so he didn't know about the grudge between Gu Feiyang and the Crimson Moon City. That was why he mocked him. He didn't expect to be met with such a fierce reaction, which stunned him. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Both of them stared at each other coldly, not backing down. Li Yi also knew that he must have violated the other party's taboo, but he refused to back down even a little. Suddenly, an Oriole's sweet voice came, chuckling. Such a beautiful scene, why do you need a battle to solve your problems? A ray of light fell from the sky and appeared in front of everyone. The beautiful woman in the lead wore a veil, and her figure was graceful. She smiled and said, Master Zimao, I'm sorry I'm late. Li Yunxiao was stunned. The woman in front of him was the Mei family's head, Aunt Jiao. However, the 2 maids behind her were not Mei Dong'er. Wan Zimao restrained his aura and stared coldly at Li Yi. He said, for Aunt Jiao's sake, I'll let you go this time. If you're not convinced, you're welcome to fight after the gathering. Humph, let's fight. I'm not afraid of you. Li Yi snorted coldly in response. He sat back on the throne, looking proud and unconvinced. Aunt Jiao also saw Li Yunxiao. She bowed slightly and nodded, saying, I did not expect to meet Master Yunxiao here. With Master's strength, you are fully deserving of the throne. Everyone was stunned. Wan Zimao and the others were stunned as well. Li Yunxiao's strength as a 6-star martial saint was there for all to see. Furthermore, he had only increased it after drinking the blood tea. It could only be said that he was not bad. If he had not taken advantage of the situation, how could he have sat on the throne? Many people were dissatisfied, but they were sneering in their hearts. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Aunt Jiao is too kind. I did not expect the Red Moon City to invite you here. There must be some good treasures to see. I wonder how Donger is doing now. Aunt Jiao smiled and said, Donger is doing well now. She is in closed-door cultivation in the sect, but she cannot forget master. I am a businessman. I have to run around all day to earn some money to support my family. It is a life of toil for the rest of my life. Li Yunxiao smiled and did not say anything. Wan Zimao was puzzled. Aunt Jiao's identity was not known by ordinary people. Not only did this Li Yunxiao know her, but he also seemed to be very familiar with her. Furthermore, the respect in Aunt Jiao's eyes only appeared when she looked at Li Yunxiao. She did not even have such preferential treatment for him, the owner of the main character. He saw that there were many puzzled looks in everyone's eyes. It was obvious that they did not know this Aunt Jiao. He immediately explained, this Aunt Jiao is the owner of the world-famous appraisal family, the Mei family. Ah? At this moment, everyone cried out in surprise. They did not expect that the appraisal family, which had always been known for its old man image, would actually have such a young woman as the owner. Aunt Jiao smiled and said to everyone, I am a businessman. I hope that all of you young heroes can take care of my Mei family's business. Zhu Yuqi smiled and said, the Mei family has always been low-key and mysterious. However, their appraisal skills are unparalleled in the world. The wealth they have accumulated is probably comparable to a large sect. No wonder Li Yunxiao said that there is a treasure to see. He directly called Li Yunxiao by his name. He did not dare to call Yunxiao brother, in case he was humiliated like Baiming Lifeng. Aunt Jiao smiled and said, this will depend on what kind of treasure young Master Zimao brings out for everyone to see. Please don't make it too difficult for me and embarrass me in front of all the heroes of the world. Wan Zimao smiled and said, Aunt Jiao is pressuring me. He clapped his hands and someone immediately brought out a tray and covered it with a red cloth. Everyone's divine senses probed it. They only knew that it was a metal object, but they did not know what it was. Wan Zimao casually lifted the red cloth and said, what exactly is this thing? It has been bothering me for a long time. However, I can always feel that it is extraordinary. It is rare to have Aunt Jiao and all the heroes of the world here. Everyone, please help me solve my doubts. Everyone's gazes immediately looked over and saw that there was only a small, ordinary piece of metal on the tray. They were stunned and began to ponder. With Wan Zimao's status, he naturally would not fool everyone. Aunt Jiao's gaze froze and she frowned slightly. She went forward and used her finger to caress the top of the piece of metal. She seemed to be agitated by something. She suddenly cried out and pulled her finger back, her face revealing a terrified expression. Wan Zimao was shocked and asked, Aunt Jiao, what's wrong? He hurriedly went forward to check and saw that the piece of metal was still lying there, not moving at all. There was also nothing strange about it. Wan Zimao could not help but feel suspicious. This piece of metal had been in his hands for many days, and there had never been any signs of it hurting his hand. The fear on Aunt Jiao's face deepened as she asked, where did this piece of metal come from? Wan Zimao said, it is said that it came from the land of buried bones. Now that there is an unforeseen event in that place, the spiritual qi is gradually disappearing. Soon, it will become a wasteland. Crack. Li Yunxiao's hand suddenly clenched and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. His eyes were abnormally serious as he stared at the piece of metal in the tray. His body trembled slightly. The few people on the thrones immediately noticed his strange behavior. Each of them had a strange expression on their faces. They did not believe that the southern mountain range's monkey would have such knowledge and recognize this strange item that even the Mei family's patriarch was terrified of. Wan Zimao asked, Aunt Jiao, what exactly is this item? Aunt Jiao struggled for a while before she suppressed the waves in her heart. Her face was ashen as she shook her head. She gritted her teeth and said, I don't know. This, Wan Zimao smiled bitterly and said, is Aunt Jiao afraid of something? This is just a piece of metal. How could it cause Aunt Jiao to be so shocked? Yet, you say you don't know? Aunt Jiao shook her head repeatedly and said, in any case, young Master Zimao, don't ask about it. This item is extremely inauspicious. Young Master, don't keep it by your side. Do your best to get rid of it. Wan Zimao was speechless. Everyone was also left in suspense, and they all revealed looks of dissatisfaction. Can I take a look at this item? Li Yunxiao's voice rang out, and everyone immediately fell silent. Aunt Jiao said in shock, "Young Master Yunxiao, this item, you." Li Yunxiao stretched out his hand to interrupt her. He jumped up from the throne and landed lightly in front of the two of them. His eyes flashed as he stared at the piece of metal. Although he had tried his best to suppress his emotions, everyone present was an expert. They could all see the turbulence in his heart. Wan Zimao said, "Young Master Yunxiao recognizes this item?" "I'm not sure." After obtaining Wan Zimao's approval, Li Yunxiao reached out and took the piece of metal in his hand. His body suddenly trembled. This piece of metal was exactly the same as the one that recorded the true demon form. Moreover, there was a strange concave image on the piece of metal. It was exactly the same as the huge demon image that appeared behind the demon lord every time he fought. Li Yunxiao's heart trembled as he said, "True demon form." Hearing the shocked voice of the demon in his body, Li Yunxiao immediately confirmed that this metal piece was from the boneyard. That meant it was the demon master's technique of manifesting a giant demon shadow. It should be from the same source as the true demon image. He held the metal piece in his hand and smiled. "Dear, how much are you selling it for?" he asked. Wan Zimao felt dizzy and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, what is this metal piece? I've always treated it as a toy. It just so happened that Aunt Jiao was here, so I took it out to appraise." "Why are the two of you so shocked? What's so special about it?" Everyone else listened quietly, their curiosity piqued. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Haha, it's nothing special. It's just a relatively rare material. Just give it to me." He flipped his hand and was about to put it away. Wan Zimao reacted quickly and snatched it back. He smiled faintly and said, "Although it's nothing special, I like this toy a lot." Li Yunxiao was stunned and muttered to himself. Aunt Jiao and his shocked expression fell into everyone's eyes. Now everyone knew that this thing was extraordinary. It was impossible to trick it. He could only open his mouth and say, "I'm the same as Aunt Jiao, so I can't say it clearly. However, this thing is very important to me. Would young Master Zimao be willing to part with it?" Wan Zimao frowned and said, "Young Master Yunxiao is so insincere. How can I part with it? However." He smiled and said, "This matter isn't without room for discussion. We'll talk about it later." Li Yunxiao secretly sighed. He knew that the other party was going to consider his conditions, but the initiative was in the other party's hands. He had no choice but to agree. "Although this thing is rare, I'm afraid that in the whole world, I'm the only one that's useful. I hope Brother Zimao will consider it." Wan Zimao smiled and said, "I will." This piece of metal was meaningless to him, but as long as Li Yunxiao had a favor to ask of him, it would be of great use to him. He could use it in the arena, and the only person he could not control now was Li Yi. Aunt Jiao looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. She seemed to think of something and was silent. Wan Zimao said, "Since Ninth Aunt is unwilling to explain the origin of this object, then I won't force you. The following item is a treasure that my Crimson Moon City obtained by chance. It is also the main item that I have arranged for everyone to appreciate." As he formed a seal with one hand, a ray of light flew down from the sky and landed directly above his hand. It spun endlessly and revealed itself to be a circular object. The workmanship of the disc was rough and there were specks of rust on it. It seemed to be an ancient antique. Hao Miaqing said, "Just one look and I can tell that this object has been unearthed. Could it be that it's also from the burial ground? Your Crimson Moon City relied on that place to obtain a lot of good things." Wan Zimao smiled and said, "Brother Hao Miao's guess is correct, they are indeed from the burial grounds. It's a pity that the mysterious place is now destroyed. God knows how many treasures will never see the light of day again." He raised the disc and handed it to Aunt Jiao, standing there with a smile on his face. Aunt Jiao's eyes narrowed slightly. She used her hand to gently caress the surface. A ray of light circulated in her hand as she sensed the tool essence within. Aunt Jiao said in shock, "This disc seems to be an array artifact. It's undoubtedly a grade 9 profound artifact, and it doesn't seem to be an ordinary grade 9 profound artifact. Could it be an ancient Maha artifact?" Everyone's hearts stirred as if it was their first time hearing this term. Li Yunxiao's pupils contracted as he asked solemnly, Aunt Jiao, what is an ancient Maha artifact? Aunt Jiao smiled faintly and said, young Master Yun is experienced and knowledgeable, yet you actually don't know about ancient Maha artifact? It's no wonder. This kind of item is no longer refined by anyone now, and the number of them existing in this world is decreasing. A long time ago, there was a type of writing called ancient Maha language. Every word contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. In ancient times, great refinement masters loved to directly imprint ancient Maha language into profound artifacts, allowing the profound artifact to cross a grade above grade 9. This kind of existence is stronger than ordinary grade 9 profound artifacts, but it's not a transcendent grade profound artifact, so it's called ancient Maha artifact. Li Yunxiao was shocked. If that was the case, then his hammer was definitely the so-called ancient Maha artifact. Furthermore, those golden tadpole characters were the so-called ancient Maha language. It seemed like the Mei clan's origin wasn't simple. Li Yunxiao inwardly made up his mind. He had to invite Aunt Jiao for a discussion after this. Perhaps he might be able to find out more information about the ancient Maha language. Every word contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Isn't this too exaggerated? Wan Zimao smiled and said, although there are many inconceivable things in the ancient ruins, it isn't as exaggerated as what Aunt Jiao said. However, the items refined by the ancient refinement masters are extraordinary. Everyone chuckled. Clearly, they didn't believe Aunt Jiao's words. Aunt Jiao didn't explain and smiled. The number of people who can understand the ancient Maha language can be counted on one hand. Even if there are people who can understand it, it's just a few words. This disc is definitely a priceless treasure. From my perception, this thing should be an illusion-type profound artifact. I wonder if I'm right. Wan Zimao revealed a shocked expression and sighed. I have no choice but to be convinced. This array does indeed contain an illusion technique called Sky Ripple Illuminating Shadow. It can observe the 5 skandhas, cross the 12 karmas, and comprehend the heavenly Tao. Oh? It actually has such an ability? Then, this can be considered a cultivation support tool? I wonder how effective it is? Qing Haomiao asked. After a martial artist stepped into the emperor realm, other than absorbing vitality over a long period of time, it was more important to comprehend the heavenly Tao, allowing one's body to approach the natural law. Wan Zimao smiled. Everyone will know the effect after trying it. He raised the sky ripple illuminating shadow high up. The moon sundial suddenly shot out a ray of light that shone on the disk. The originally rusty and dull surface of the disk seemed to have been washed away by the moonlight, revealing the loftiness within. 9 brilliant lights rushed out from the disk, forming a magnificent image in the sky. In an instant, it actually overshadowed the breeze and moon pavilion. The brilliant lights contained a myriad of images, and there was even an indistinct celestial music. Everyone was shocked. It was hard to imagine that such a magnificent array could be emitted from a single artifact. Li Yunxiao was unmoved by the image. Instead, he stared at the disk, only to see a golden tadpole rune flickering on it. The scene was exactly the same as his hammer. Just when everyone was still in shock, the scene in front of them began to change. The illusory array had taken effect. Gradually, the scene in front of them faded away, and the image in everyone's heart appeared. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He saw a person standing in front of him. It was himself, staring coldly at him. An arrogant smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his aura fluctuated from time to time, alternating between good and evil. Is this the image of the 5 skandhas, karmas, and karmas? In this situation, Li Yunxiao's eyes revealed a serious expression. If he wanted to break the illusion, he had to activate his Tsutsumi. However, once he used his eye technique, the people of Crimson Moon City would instantly suppress him. In the most prosperous area in the center of Crimson Moon City, the majestic city lord's residence was like a ferocious tiger lying dormant on the ground. If one looked closely, there was a divine light flickering inside. There seemed to be some kind of extremely powerful restriction array. Inside the residence, above the hall, a water screen rotated. It displayed the scene in the breeze and moon pavilion, and everyone was clearly visible. In the entire wide hall, there was only a man and a woman quietly watching the scene in the water screen. The man was dressed in a black robe. He was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. He said in a deep voice, "Hong Yu, is what Zimao is doing really good? If other forces find out, how can Crimson Moon City face this?" The beautiful woman beside him wore a butterfly-embroidered silk dress. Her face was light and her eyebrows were lightly made up. She opened her red lips and said, "Even you, my husband, can't easily detect the mark left by the skywave reflection. How many people in the world can recognize it? How could these people coincidentally go and investigate again? Even if we take 10,000 steps back and someone really finds out, they can directly blame it on the skywave reflection. How can we easily detect the mysteriousness of this ancient profound artifact? Even if other forces are not satisfied with this explanation, they can't do anything about it." The beautiful woman was the mistress of the Jiang family, Wan Hongyu. Her beautiful eyes were rippling. Her soft, jade-like hands gently curled the hair on her temples. She smiled and said, "On the contrary, the benefits are self-evident. As the leader of the younger generation in the East Domain, and with the skywave reflection, who in the same generation can be his match? The title of number one among his generation is obvious. Therefore, I think marrying Ruobing to him is the best choice." Jiang Churan stared at the water screen and said indifferently, "Zimao's talent and temperament are indeed excellent. He has a great future. But who dares to give himself the title of number one? Don't flatter him too much. As for Ruobing's marriage, I have already agreed to let him fight in the arena. As long as he can win, I will not go back on my word." Wan Hongyu smiled and said, "Just wait and see Zimao's strength. The so-called heroes of the world are nothing in front of him." Jiang Churan said indifferently, "With Zimao's temperament, he always plans before making a move. Since he wants to participate in the arena, he must have made thorough preparations. If I am not wrong, he has already taken care of those two when he was in the same carriage with Baiming Lifeng and Qing Haomiao. Although he is a little opportunistic, I still admire this kind of mentality. It's just that." Jiang Churan hesitated slightly and said, "It's just that the world is like a game of chess. It is constantly changing. If he thinks that victory is in his grasp, then he will definitely lose completely." Wan Hongyu was stunned. She said in shock, "Lose completely? Other than the two from the Baiming family and Spirit Eater Valley, the only ones who can threaten Zimao are Zhu Yuqi and that Emperor Wu Monkey from the South Domain. But I see that although these two are strong, there is still a huge gap between them and Zimao." "The Emperor Wu Monkey of the South Domain?" Jiang Churan laughed coldly and said, "This monkey's background is not simple. Of the 3 Emperor Wu experts who came with this monkey, one is from the demon race and seems to specialize in secret evil arts. The other 2 are from the Death God's 8 symbols." "Humph, I didn't think that he would also set his sights on Red Moon City." Wan Hongyu was shocked and said, "The Death God's 8 symbols. Could it be that they were sent by that person?" Jiang Churan nodded and said, "Although I'm not afraid of that person, it will be a huge problem if we offend him. It might even be a disaster. Unless Zimao can kill Li openly and in front of everyone's eyes, it would be a disaster for Zimao if he were to use other methods to win." Wan Hongyu lost her graceful demeanor and said seriously, "I will tell Zimao about this. That person acted without a trace, and he only pursued his goal without any hesitation. He was simply more terrifying than anyone else. If we are targeted by him, we will be unable to get rid of him." Jiang Churan stared at the water screen and a trace of clarity flashed past his turbid eyes. He suddenly said, "Putting aside the monkey from the Death God Palace, what I find strange is that the Yanwu City Lord clearly only has the cultivation of a 6-star marshal exalted. That is absolutely true, but why do I feel that there is something off about him?" Wan Hongyu smiled and said, "You are thinking too much. It is indeed unexpected for the southern region to have 2 people on the throne this time. Since you have determined that this person is a 6-star marshal venerable, he can't do anything." Jiang Churan shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. At my current state of mind, there are very few people that can attract my attention. Did you notice that Ruame has lost a lot of weight these 2 days?" Wan Hongyu looked at him in surprise and said angrily, "So you care about your daughter too? I thought your daughter was only Jiang Ruobing." Her nose turned sour and she sobbed, "That silly girl got some weight loss secret technique again. She knows it's useless, but she still practices it tirelessly. This child's temperament really makes me sad and uncomfortable as his mother. I really wish that this curse mark was on me. She covered her face and sobbed softly. Xianxia said solemnly, the situation this time is different from the past. I noticed that Ruame has really started to lose weight. Although it has only been 2 days, the change is huge. Wan Hongyu stopped crying and said angrily, looks like you still have some conscience. You really spent some time on your daughter. How has Ruame changed? I really can't tell. All these years, she had tried all kinds of methods but none worked. She gradually stopped paying attention. However, she didn't expect that her husband, who had always been indifferent to her, would actually pay so much attention to her, which made her feel a little better. Xianxia said in a low voice, the method she used to lose weight is just the same as the ones she used before. The only difference is that it didn't work in the past, but it worked this time. And all of this started after Ruame met this Li Yunxiao. Wan Hongyu's body trembled, and she cried out involuntarily, how is this possible? Only Gu Feiyang's eye sorcery can remove Ruame's curse. This is the judgment of Grandmaster Lu Congzi, and it can't be wrong. Could it be that Li Yunxiao is the successor of Gu Feiyang's eye sorcery? Her eyes were filled with shock, excitement, and hatred. She had lost her dignified image, and it was difficult for her to suppress her emotions. Xianxia shook her head and said, I'm not too sure about the details, but this Li Yunxiao is definitely not Gu Feiyang's successor. The key to breaking the Ruame curse seal was Tsutsumi himself, not his ocular technique. Even if he has a successor, it's impossible for him to transfer Tsutsumi away from his body. This matter is too strange, I must investigate this Li Yunxiao thoroughly. That's right, we must get to the bottom of this matter. Wan Hongyu gritted her teeth, and said hatefully, Gu Feiyang died too easily. If this Li Yunxiao is really related to him, then the heavens sent him here to help us vent our hatred. Xianxia said, Gu Feiyang is already dead, why bother about what happened in the past? Everything is in the past. Moreover, when everyone came out from the end of time, he was influenced by Tsutsumi, and his evil nature increased greatly. It's hard to say whether he was right or wrong, and it wasn't his intention to kill too much. Moreover, the key to breaking the Ruame curse seal might still be on him. Wan Hongyu said angrily, I don't care. The Ruan family was almost wiped out, and it was all caused by Gu Feiyang. Ruame's suffering all these years was also caused by Gu Feiyang. Even without this Li Yunxiao, we have already grasped the clues of Xianxia. As long as the end of time opens again, we will definitely be able to find Xianxia and break the curse seal. Xianxia frowned and said, it's just some clues, whether we can find Xianxia or not is another matter. Even if we find it, I'm afraid we may not be able to control it. Xianxia's power is above Tsutsumi,'s, and when Gu Feiyang obtained Tsutsumi, his temperament also became violent. It wasn't until he obtained the 5 secret eye technique scrolls in the Jade Realm of Jewels that he completely suppressed Tsutsumi's evil nature, and became Emperor Wu. In the entire Crimson Moon City, even I am not confident that I can control Xianxia. A playful smile appeared on Wan Hongyu's face, and she looked strange, and said sarcastically, you are the City Lord of Crimson Moon City, the leader of the East Domain, and you are invaluable. I can't let you control Xianxia. Ruame is my daughter, and I can handle this matter alone. Xianxia was expressionless, and after a long time, she sighed and said, Hongyu, do you still blame me for not seeking revenge from Gu Feiyang? Wan Hongyu bowed and nodded, I dare not. You were the next city lord appointed by the old city lord, and the people of Crimson Moon City were also loyal to you. Moreover, I also know that when the Jade Realm of Jewels opened, the old city lord gave you a strict order not to have any conflict with Gu Feiyang. The old city lord's decision was right. There is no enmity between Crimson Moon City and Gu Feiyang. The one who has enmity is our Wan family, and there is no need to drag the entire Crimson Moon City down. If it wasn't for the old city lord's wise decision, perhaps Crimson Moon City would have lost its current glory. Xianxia was speechless. Looking at the bitter and sarcastic face of her beloved wife, she suddenly sighed, I'm sorry, Hongyu. I didn't listen to the old city lord's words and sought out Gu Feiyang in Nephrite heaven. Wan Hongyu's body shook violently, and her beautiful eyes flickered with shock and astonishment. Xianxia smiled faintly, I'm sorry, I lost. After the extreme shock, two streams of tears flowed from Ruan Hongyu's beautiful eyes. They were tears of happiness. These few words, "I've lost," were like a curse, causing Ruan Hongyu, who was already a married woman and the mistress of the Jiang clan, to cry like a young girl in her 20s. She immediately threw herself into Jiang Churen's arms, and like a child who had been wronged, she cried unscrupulously. Jiang Churen smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to help you take revenge. But Ruame is our child, and I will definitely cure her even if I have to risk my life." After crying bitterly for a while, Ruan Hongyu wiped the tears on her face with her sleeves and sobbed, "I'm sorry, Churen. I've misunderstood you all these years." Thinking back to the past decade or so, because of the blame and stubbornness in her heart, although she could understand her husband's action of putting the big picture first, she had never been able to let go of her opinion and prejudice of him being a coward. For the past decade or so, the husband and wife had lived separately and had never really been together. Thinking of this, Ruan Hongyu felt extreme remorse and heartache. She blamed herself for being too selfish and stubborn. She couldn't trust the person who loved her so much. So it turned out that her husband had disobeyed the previous city lord's strict orders and risked his life for Crimson Moon City's future. With a husband like this, what else could she ask for in this life? Ruan Hongyu suddenly felt that the hatred in her heart had disappeared. The most important thing for her now was to cherish the person in front of her. She softly sobbed. According to the ancient records, the heavenly thought is shapeless and formless. It is born from the spirit of heaven and earth and is difficult to control. I won't allow you to take this risk. Since this Li Yunxiao could really make Ruame slim down, he must have a way. Let's try his method first. If it doesn't work, then we'll think of another way. Jiang Churen caressed his beloved wife's hair and felt an indescribable sense of guilt in his heart. The sect master of one of the 7 superpowers, the leader of one of the 4 major regions, had 90,000 puntuan, a monarch who ruled the world. 100 responded with a single call, and was revered by tens of thousands. However, he couldn't even avenge his beloved wife and couldn't even cure his daughter's illness. Such a sect master, such a leader, his heart was filled with bitterness that he couldn't complain to anyone. He caressed his beloved wife and softly said, "What Crimson Moon City Lord? What World King map? I only hope that our family can be happy together. You don't have a knot in your heart, and Ruame doesn't have a stubborn illness. This life is enough." Ruan Hongyu wiped away her tears and angrily punched him. She said, "My husband can't be so cowardly. A wife is valued by her husband. You are the ruler of the world. Me, Ruame, Ruabing, and the entire Crimson Moon City are all closely surrounding you. You can't disappoint everyone." Jiang Churen smiled and said, "With you and our child by my side, no one in this world can defeat me." Jiang Churen felt a sense of heroism in his chest. The estrangement that had existed between him and his wife for so many years was instantly dispelled. He was filled with love. Within the Wind and Moon Tower, Ruan Zimao's eyes flashed with a bright light. There was a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the garden filled with shock and fear, and the people who had fallen into the illusion. In the air outside the tower, Li's expression suddenly changed. She asked seriously, "Do you need me to break this illusion?" Lil 8 said in shock, "Can Big Sister Li break it?" Li said, "This illusion has the power of laws. It won't be easy to break it, but it won't be difficult for me. I only need to use the Jolie war drum. In 3 beats, I will definitely break this illusion." "No." Tyrannical Sky Tiger hurriedly said, "The young heroes of the world are all gathered here. Crimson Moon City can't do anything to them. Ruan Zimao definitely has a reason for using this technique. If we act rashly, we will be laughed at." Li expressionlessly said, "My responsibility is to ensure the absolute safety of the mother. As for whether it is shameful or not, it has nothing to do with me." Tyrannical Sky Tiger laughed and said, "Hee, this is Crimson Moon City. You, a little girl of the Yao race, probably don't know what kind of place Crimson Moon City is? It is one of the 7 superpowers of the human race. Any one of their experts can kill the 3 of us in a matter of minutes. If they want to make a move against Li Yi, no one can save him." Lil 8 said, "Senior Tyrannical Sky Tiger is right. Let's just wait and see. Even Crimson Moon City can't help but be wary of the leader." Furthermore, there are many heroes with strong backers. Crimson Moon City definitely won't act recklessly. Aside from Sky Tiger and the other two, many places had slight energy ripples, as if there were objections and doubts. However, after a short while, they all quieted down. Ning Hangfeng and the Emperor Wu quietly sat outside the Sky Garden, ignoring what was happening inside. Inside the garden, Wan Zimao's eyes wandered as he watched the Sky Wave Mirror splendor flow. He sent a spell into it with a smile. Even Aunt Nai was illuminated by the mirror's light. Her face was calm and expressionless, trapped in the illusion, unable to pull herself out. Li Yunxiao looked at his rebellious and evil self and fell into deep thought. He muttered to himself. Wan Zimao said that this skywave illuminating shadow can reveal a person's 5 skandhas, karma, karma, and karma. Could this self before me be the manifestation of the 5 skandhas? With a thought, sword chi condensed in his hand, and he pointed out with a finger. The opponent's sneer did not change. He leaned his right shoulder back and pointed out with a finger. When the 2 finger lights collided in the air, the opponent actually had the upper hand. Li Yunxiao was forced to take a step back, and he immediately frowned. The opponent snorted and directly rose into the air. Using his finger as a sword, he instantly shot out thousands of sword lights, sprinkling down like rain. Li Yunxiao was very depressed. It was the same move, but this fake was stronger than him. A cold ice sword appeared in his hand, and the green lotus sword song stabbed out. 9 green lotuses bloomed, blocking the finger lights that filled the sky. The fake's expression did not change. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a cold ice sword appeared as well. He slashed down from the sky, and for a moment, the sky was filled with green lotuses. It was like a world of flowers, and green flower shadows fell down. It was very beautiful. Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment. It seemed that whatever move he used, the opponent would use the same move. After thinking for a while, he took out the dust cloud mirror and shone it on his body, immediately teleporting away. As expected, the fake seemed to only be able to use the moves and weapons that he had used before. He also took out the dust cloud mirror, but this time, it covered Li Yunxiao's body, locking down a part of the space. F***CK. Luckily, I didn't turn into lightning, or I would really be dead. Li Yunxiao cursed. If the fake image could also transform into lightning, then it would be troublesome. Actually, the best way was to use an eye technique to break this illusion, but the risk was too great. Once the eye technique broke through the illusion, there would definitely be fluctuations coming from the Sky Garden. At this moment, there were too many people gathered here. If someone caught Tsutsumi's power, it would be a huge problem. After making up his mind, he could only raise his treasured mirror and shine it over. The 2 mirror-like lights collided in the air and actually refracted millions of light rays, scattering in all directions. The space where the 2 of them stood was filled with light rays. This is very troublesome. If I were to take out the world god Steel, would I be able to subdue him? Li Yunxiao frowned and thought for a while. Although it was difficult to peek into his opponent's spiritual world in such a large-scale illusion, the world god Steel's power of the world could suppress and devour all anomalies. If he were to break through the illusion, it would be troublesome for others to notice the fluctuations of the weapon accumulation. The Skywave Mirror was just a profound level weapon to assist in cultivation. He had also figured out the function of this profound level weapon illusion. It projected his 5 skandhas, and only by defeating his fake image would he be able to break through the formation. What he needed to do now was to kill his fake image and get out of here without destroying the illusion. If that's the case, I'll just settle down and cultivate for a while. I wonder how the time here works. There was a gleam in Li Yunxiao's eyes. With a swing of the sword in his hand, it was the first move of the Heavenly Crusade righteous art. He charged forward. He planned to perform as many martial arts as he could so that the fake image would have all-encompassing martial arts skills. This way, the fight would be more interesting. He attacked a few hundred times in a row and they were all different martial arts skills. As long as he attacked, the fake image would be able to learn it immediately and perform it with even greater power. Very soon, Li Yunxiao was obviously at a disadvantage and he was continuously being defeated. Interesting. The intricate connection and execution of martial arts skills seems to be calculated in every move. There are no gaps or flaws left. The ingenuity of its use is as simple as one's will. With a thought, Xianxia weaved a seal with one hand. In an instant, demonic clouds surrounded him and black, complicated demonic prints covered his entire body. 2 heads appeared behind him and the 3 heads and 6 arms Dharma appeared. It was a technique that Tsutsumi didn't dare to perform in the Red Moon City, and the Universe God Monument was a trump card that he didn't dare to perform in front of any experts. Apart from these 2, he didn't have much to fear. Once the true fiend form appeared, the fake image also instantly made a hand seal and similarly transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. The 6 arms were the same as Xianxiao's. They were 6 level 9 profound level weapons: the Thousand Autumn Tyrant Saber, the Frost Sword, the Hammer, the Mirror, and the Imperial Bell. It even made a hand seal and transformed into 9 Northern Sky Cold Star Swords, forming a sword diagram. However, the profound weapons in Xianxiao's hands weren't real. They were shadows that he condensed with his mental strength. The key was that the profound weapons were too powerful and he was afraid that they would break the formation. This method of turning nothingness into reality was also marvelous. However, this was an illusory realm, so it was relatively easier to do so. Not bad, this is a great place. Xianxia was overjoyed. He said, "It's surprisingly easy for me to use the true demon form and turn void into reality. This way, I can practice this dharmic idol to my heart's content." When he used the true demon form for the first time in the Taihua Golden Talisman Lock formation, he couldn't completely fuse with the 2 dharmic idols. Moreover, he could only maintain it for a short period of time. Moreover, because he used the true demon form without authorization and cultivated in seclusion after leaving the Rainbow Bridge, he also fought over the control of his body with the demon. Moreover, he discovered that his dharmic idol was very different from the demon master's 3 heads and 6 arms. It was obvious at a glance when he looked at the 3 heads and 6 arms of his fake image. It gave him a completely different feeling when it was used by the demon master. Xianxia said to himself, maybe it's just as the demon said, and this dharmic idol can only reach great success by using a large amount of demonic origin to temper its body. But now, in the whole realm of heaven martial arts, where can I find demonic origin? All the martial techniques in the world belong to the same path. If you understand one method, you will understand all methods. I don't believe that I will be limited by the lack of demonic origin. With a loud shout, he suddenly activated the invincible golden body. Immediately, a large amount of golden light shot out from his skin, intertwining with the black demonic chi. It even suppressed the demonic chi, causing his entire 3-headed, 6-armed body to turn golden. He also used his fake image. A golden body dharmic idol with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared in front of Xianxia. It looked very dignified. Under the illumination of the golden light, a sacred aura spread out, and people didn't dare to look at it directly. When Xianxia saw it, he was dumbfounded. Then, he burst into laughter. He said, "Ha, ha, it looks much more majestic now." As expected, understanding one method leads to all methods. It seems that if I use the inextinguishable golden body to modify this true demon form, it won't be too bad. His eyes shone brightly, as if he had found a great way to reach the heavens. Genryu's voice came with a sense of powerlessness. He said, "Sooner or later, you will be possessed by the devil. This true demon form lacks the refinement of demonic origin, so it is a half-finished product. The inextinguishable golden body also lacks the second half of the cultivation method, so it is also a half-finished product. Both of them are top-notch magical powers. Only cultivating half of them is already a hidden danger. Now, you are messing around and creating such a dazzling golden appearance. You are courting death." Xianxia said with a smile, "If you don't go crazy, you won't survive." After combining the true demon form and the inextinguishable golden body into one, he felt very satisfied. The profound weapon in his hand rotated and began to rush towards his fake image. This kind of cultivation opportunity was very rare. Regardless of the connection between the rules of time in this illusion and the outside world, he planned to not kill his fake image until he completely grasped this secret technique. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would have such an environment again. 2 identical golden images with 3 heads and 6 arms fought with all their might in the sky. All kinds of profound weapon lights collided, and the whole world was dazzling and beautiful. In every martial artist's illusion, There was no lack of fighting that could cause the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. However, in the sky garden, there was only silence and tranquility. Wan Zimao smiled and softly counted, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's here. Just as he finished speaking, the light on the sky wave mirror disappeared and returned to its normal state. It looked like an antique that had just been unearthed. It was full of rust, and the patterns on it were hard to distinguish. After a moment, everyone in the garden gradually woke up. When they opened their eyes, they were astonished and confused. Li Yunxiao had been in the illusion for 6 months. Finally, he had completely combined the inextinguishable golden body and the true demon form. Furthermore, the power of the inextinguishable golden body had improved through the continuous battles. Now, he had a certain understanding of this body refining technique. It seemed that he had to take more beatings and continuously absorb all kinds of energy to temper his body. Only then could he continue to grow. If I want to cultivate to Ao Chengkong's level, how many beatings do I have to take? Li Yunxiao sighed. Then, he looked at the golden Dharma form that was still standing in the sky and suddenly smiled. I have already mastered this technique. I don't need you to be my sparring partner. He scoffed and said, even if you have completely replicated me, can you also replicate my comprehension of martial arts and the meaning of rules? Li Yunxiao put away the golden Dharma form. He merely raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. He made a few strange postures in the air and a faint power of rules appeared on his body. Then, he struck out with the Vajra fist. The entire space froze, and a world of fist intent spread out. Under his fist, there was nothing else in the entire world. The illusion also performed the same few moves. It was the method of using the rules of the sage skill. Similarly, the power of rules appeared. Then, it also punched out. However, it was just an ordinary Vajra fist. It could not blast out a world. The comprehension and meaning of martial arts couldn't be replicated. The illusion's Vajra fist, which was even more powerful than Li Yunxiao's, blasted into the world of fist intent. Bang, bang, bang. Although it was more powerful, it collapsed with a single punch. The world of fist intent spread out and completely swallowed the illusion. The entire sky changed. The scenery of the world began to collapse. Gradually, the wonder of the garden in the wind and moon building appeared. At this time, a strange power suddenly appeared in Li Yunxiao's beer. It was weak and delicate, slowly surging into his soul. It was hard to detect. However, Li Yunxiao's soul force was much more powerful than ordinary 8th-level refinement techniques, so he immediately sensed it. A clone immediately separated from his soul, and with a grab of his 5 fingers, that wave of energy was trapped in his palm, and then he began to observe it with a frown. There was an extremely small symbol in the power. It was spinning non-stop. Seed of imprint? Li Yunxiao was stunned. Suddenly, he was shocked. He immediately understood Wan Zimao's intention of using the sky wave illuminating shadow. He wanted to plant a seed of imprint in everyone's body. His expression changed. This seed of imprint was hard to detect. Apart from him, there was no one else who could discover it. Moreover, the Breeze and Moon House was a gathering place for the world's heroes. They would definitely become overlords in the future. If he planted this seed of imprint in all of them, the consequences would be chilling. This kid is really courageous. Li Yunxiao's expression was uncertain. He said, I don't know if it's his idea or Hangyu City's. If it's the latter, then the significance is huge. At this time, the scene in front of them returned to the Breeze and Moon House. Everyone seemed to have woken up in an instant. They looked at each other in a daze. At this time, rays of light bloomed from different people. It was the light of advancement. More than half of the people began to advance on the spot. There were even people who advanced several stars in a row. It shocked everyone present. Even Qinghaomiao, who was sitting on the throne, revealed a surprised expression. A ray of light rushed out from his body. He had stepped into the realm of 2 stars. Emperor Wu. Wan Zimao's expression changed. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Everyone, how do you feel? Wan Zimao restrained his complicated emotions and looked at the puzzled people with a smile. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, "Ah! This is the Breeze and Moon House. I remember now. Baiming Lifeng was full of doubts. He said, Brother Zimao, what is going on? I've only entered the illusory realm for a little over a month. How can someone break through 4 stars in succession? Isn't this too exaggerated? One had to know that everyone here was a martial saint. Breaking through to 4-star martial stars in a month would make it impossible for the geniuses of the world to continue living. Ah? More than a month? The young revered martial artist who broke through 4 stars in a row said in shock, I remember that I stayed in that illusion for 5 whole years. He fought with his own illusion for 5 years before he finally won. You? 5 years? I clearly remember that it was half a year. Mine is 1 year and 7 months. Everyone was shocked to find that everyone's time was different, but the only similarity was that they had defeated their own illusions. Wan Zimao chuckled and said, this is the miraculous effect of the sky wave illuminating shadow. Actually, everyone has only been in the illusion for 10 breaths. If you don't believe me, you can look at the tea beside you. Thus, this phenomenon is also known as the 10 breaths reflection. Everyone turned to look at the blood tea beside them, only to see a fragrant aroma assailing their nostrils and hot smoke billowing out. After carefully remembering it, they realized that it was exactly the same as before they entered the illusion. Baiming Lifeng was shocked. How can it be so magical? If the reflection only lasts for 10 breaths, but it can last for several years, then wouldn't it only take 1 day to reach the peak of Emperor Wu if I use the sky wave mirror to cultivate? As soon as he said this, everyone immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They were extremely shocked. Haha. Wan Zimao laughed and said, that's impossible. Otherwise, Scarlet Moon City wouldn't be one of the 7 superpowers. Emperor Wu would have long since filled the city. He explained, the beauty of the Skywave Mirror is that it can observe the 5 skandhas and condense karma and karma as its own enemy. It can only come out when it defeats the illusion. But no matter how long it takes, it will only last for 10 breaths in the realm of heaven martial arts. Baiming Lifeng continued, even so, it's still a godlike thing. If you observe it several times a day, even a pig can become Emperor Wu. Everyone's expression was solemn. Possessing such a large-scale illusory technique was definitely the dream of all sections. Not only the people in the Wind and Moon building, but also many old monsters in the Sky Garden, who were staring at it, were extremely shocked. But they also knew that this thing must have a limit. Otherwise, it would be too powerful, and Scarlet Moon City wouldn't show it. As expected, Wan Zimao said with a smile, once the 5 skandhas are destroyed, no matter how much you observe it, it will be useless. In other words, a martial artist can only use it once in his life. The longer you stay, the worse your comprehension of the martial path will be. Brother Feng, you only used 1 month to come out. I really admire you. I used to stay for 3 months before coming out. I see. Everyone sighed inwardly. The tense atmosphere dissipated. Qinghaomiao said, yes, I also stayed for 3 months. Brother Feng, you are so talented, I really don't want to live anymore. He glanced at Baiming Lifeng. The joy of his advancement disappeared, and he calmed down. Li Yunxiao nodded secretly. He had stayed for half a year to practice the golden body Dharma idol. Otherwise, he could have used his Vajra fist to break the illusion and come out long ago. Baiming Lifeng said with a smile, Brother Haomiao, you are really sarcastic. You broke through to 2 stars Emperor Wu in 3 months. Now, all the young people in the world will respect you. I hope you can protect me in the future. Qinghaomiao revealed a strange smile and said calmly, the level of my cultivation is not important. It just means that I have absorbed more primordial qi than you. After Jiutian Emperor Wu, what is more important is the understanding of the rules of heaven and earth. The deeper the understanding, the stronger the power, and the further you can walk on this path. Brother Feng, you only used 1 month to defeat your illusion. I'm afraid your talent is already the best in the world. In the future, you must protect me. The 2 of them bantering with each other was heard by everyone, and they all remembered it in their hearts. The youth who had just broken through 4 levels suddenly lost his joy, as if he had been splashed with cold water. Hearing Qinghaomiao's words, his talent was probably very low, and it would be hard for him to go far in the future. Suddenly, he felt dejected. Bai Ming Lifeng smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "This time, many thanks to Brother Zimao for your blessing. All the friends who attended the meeting received such great benefits. I, Lifeng, am very grateful." Everyone thanked him profusely. This was from the bottom of their hearts, and they had a good impression of Ruan Zimao and Red Moon City. Ruan Zimao was grinning from ear to ear. This was the result he had expected. The only thing he was unhappy about was that Xianxia had broken through to 2 stars Emperor Wu. But if one did not sacrifice the child, one would not be able to trap the wolf. Compared to the seeds that were planted in everyone's soul, it was insignificant. And looking at the situation, it seemed that no one realized that they were all grateful. But there were exceptions, and that was the 2 monkeys from the southern mountain range. Ruan Zimao looked at the 2 monkeys unhappily. One had a calm expression, and was sipping tea. The other had a confused expression, as if he had not woken up yet. He snorted and said, "Why do the 2 friends from the southern mountain range seem to be unhappy with the arrangements I made?" Everyone's gaze landed on the 2 of them. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly in his heart, and said calmly, "No happiness, no anger. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Ruan Zimao's body trembled, and his heart was in turmoil. He did not know what Li Yunxiao was trying to say. With his strength, there was no way he could have noticed anything amiss. But the speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. Moreover, the speaker did mean it. This made Ruan Zimao unable to remain calm. "Humph, greedy." Qinghao said coldly, "You drank someone else's good tea, received someone else's help, and yet you can't spit out ivory. That's right, you have no morals, no morals." I didn't think the people from the southern mountain range would be like this." Qinghao words were immediately echoed by everyone. They were all slightly angry, and their voices were filled with disdain. Seeing that Li Yunxiao did not say much, Ruan Zimao's heart finally calmed down a little. He said, "Nothing can satisfy everyone. There is no need to criticize anyone." Li Yunxiao smiled and did not say anything. He suddenly said, "Old friend, you look serious, but your aura is strong. You seem to have reached the peak of a 1-star Emperor Wu, and you look like you are about to break through at any time. How long did you spend?" Everyone followed his words, and their gazes fell on Li Yi. Li Yi's eyes had been full of doubt since he came out, and there was even a hint of carefree. Now that he was asked by Li Yunxiao, his eyes began to show confusion. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he glared at Li Yunxiao and shouted, "Li Yunxiao! You are Li Yunxiao! Li Yunxiao!" He wiped his sweat, and said embarrassedly, "Could it be that old friend has been in there for 10 or 20 years? Li Yi stared at Li Yunxiao with eyes full of hatred. He snorted angrily, and his consciousness seemed to slowly return from the environment, and he began to accept the reality in front of him. Pfft! Someone could not help but laugh, and said, "Haha, you don't even recognize people anymore. Don't tell me you have been in there for 100 years? There were many people who laughed lightly, but no one dared to laugh so arrogantly. After all, Emperor Wu's strength was there, and he was not a good person. Ruan Zimao and the others were also secretly surprised. If Li Yunxiao did not point it out, they would not have noticed that Li Yi's aura had changed quite a bit. Moreover, they could vaguely feel that the aura was on them. It really was the peak of a 1-star Emperor Wu. Ruan Zimao and Bai Ming Lifeng were quite surprised. Before entering the heavenly reflection, the aura on Li Yi's body was at most similar to Zhu Yuqi and Lu Yuxing's, but now, it was actually above the 2 of them. Emperor Wu's breakthrough was 100 times more difficult than a martial venerable. Even Qinghao was stuck at the peak of a 1-star Emperor Wu for a long time, and with the effects of 2 cups of blood tea and the heavenly reflection, he finally broke through. Could it be that he really stayed in there for decades? Li Yi's expression slowly recovered from his solemn and doubtful state. He finally stepped into reality and regained his arrogance. His cold gaze swept across everyone, causing them to tremble with fear. Li Yunxiao was slightly shocked. Looking at Li Yi's appearance, he could see that his aura was restrained, but his aura was released. Vaguely, he had the characteristics of an expert, completely different from before he entered the formation. He suddenly had a feeling that Li Yi was the one who gained the most from the 10 breaths reflection. Although he didn't know why, this feeling was very strong. Li Yi retracted his sharp gaze, and his eyes became a little cloudy. He snorted and sneered, "This skywave mirror is not bad. How much is it? I'll buy it." Everyone fainted. This kind of treasure could not only be used in battle, it was also very important to a sect. It was almost at the level of a sect's treasure. This native actually dared to say he wanted to buy it. Yuan Zimao let out a snort. Without mentioning how important the skywave mirror was to a sect, just the fact that it could plant a brand seed in everyone's body was something that could not be replaced. Li used his finger to tap the table, his eyes wandering. "This thing is very good. It's a pity it's buried in the hands of a mediocre person." Yuan Zimao's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Is your brain acting up again?" Li snorted, "I heard you guys talking about martial arts. It was a joke. What about the longer it takes, the lower the talent?" "What a joke." Xianxia said coldly, "Oh? So you have a better opinion? Today we are discussing martial arts. I'm also interested to hear what you Southern Territory monkeys have to say about martial arts. But I have no interest in talking to trash like you." Li said mockingly, "Martial arts are used to fight, not to discuss." As soon as he said this, the aura on his body rose and fell with his words. A faint pressure seeped out, making people feel extremely suppressed. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly. This pressure was a little familiar to him. He seemed to have felt it on Rain. It was indeed demonic energy, but it was purer and stronger than normal demonic energy. Li Yi's continuous arrogance caused the atmosphere in the Sky Garden to become more and more tense. Yuan Zimao's face darkened. As the owner of this place and the host of this banquet, he could only secretly curse his bad luck. If he didn't handle it well, it would show that he was useless. At this time, he had no choice but to stand out. Yuan Zi put away the skywave mirror and sneered, "Haha, I let you taste some sweetness. Do you think that just because your strength improved a little, you can look down on all the heroes of the world?" His aura surged, and he charged straight at Li Yi. A spiritual pressure appeared in front of Li Yi, blocking the force, and the two were locked in a stalemate. Everyone was secretly delighted, waiting to watch a good show. The leader of the 7 stars of the eastern region finally couldn't bear it anymore and was going to attack the monkey. However, this earth monkey's strength was also extraordinary. It was highly possible that a fierce battle would develop. They couldn't wait for the two of them to fight to the point where both of them were injured. Who knows, they might even be able to pick up some benefits. Li laughed loudly and said arrogantly, "It's not that I'm looking down on everyone, it's just that I'm a genius blessed by the heavens." What a joke. Yuan Zimao coldly snorted and suddenly attacked. A cold light flashed in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone cried out in alarm and closed their eyes. "Haha." Li laughed out loud. The sword on his body suddenly spun and made a clanging sound. A sword ray rose into the air and clashed with Yuan Zimao's sword aura. Boom. Under the two extremely strong sword auras, the sword chi was shattered into countless rays of light that scattered in all directions. A faint light appeared beside Yuan Zimao, blocking the sword chi. Meanwhile, the temperature in front of Li Yi plummeted, and a layer of ice appeared. The shattered sword chi was completely frozen, and it was still frozen in the air. Baiming Lifeng was shocked. He suddenly clenched his fist, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He was already 100% sure that what Li had learned was the Baiming family's secrets of ice. The martial venerables in the Sky Garden suddenly panicked. In the battle between Emperor Wu, even the residual sword aura was not something they could handle. Suddenly, a spiritual pressure appeared in the Sky Garden, suppressing all the sword aura. Then, it teleported to the space outside. It was the defense system that came with the Sky Garden. Li coldly snorted. He waved his sword and stood proudly, with a frivolous look on his face. Yuan Zimao frowned. This time, he made a move to verify Li Yi's cultivation. It looked like it was a draw, but in fact, he was at a disadvantage. The murderous intent in his eyes increased. "Do you think that 1-star Emperor Wu, at his peak, can definitely win against 1-star Emperor Wu?" The sword in Yuan Zimao's hand was controlled by qi in the air. He kept making hand signs with both hands, and the rank 9 Xian artifact became one with him. A faint shadow appeared on the sword. It was actually the artifact spirit, and it resonated with Yuan Zimao's aura. One sword to level the river. Wan Zimao lightly shouted. His sword aura was like a rainbow. Hiss. It cut the sky directly, and a crack followed the sword aura and slashed toward Li Yi. The battle between the two attracted everyone's attention, and it also affected the nerves of the old monsters in the Red Moon City who were secretly observing. Tyrannical Sky Tiger sighed, this brat is so arrogant just because he has some skills. It will be hard for him to achieve great things. I think he will die sooner or later. Really? Lil 8 giggled, I think he is quite capable. He is so brave and dares to be so arrogant in front of all the young heroes in the world. He has changed our Death God Palace's style of doing things in the dark. I have high hopes for him. Humph, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If he doesn't restrain himself, he will meet with misfortune. Tyrannical Sky Tiger said in disdain, I think Death God Palace is going to be defeated by you brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Little girl, what do you think? His gaze looked toward Li Li, who had been quiet all this while, suddenly trembled. Her eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well, suddenly contracted. It was as if she could see beyond the layers of space, and the situation in the Sky Garden shocked her. Li Yi faced the irresistible sword, and the cold expression on his face gradually turned into a sinister smile. He said coldly, I don't know if one-star Emperor Wu, at his peak, can defeat one-star Emperor Wu, but you are not enough in front of me. His body suddenly trembled, and a domineering aura spread out. His body seemed to have grown in size, and the surging demonic power blocked the sword. Li Yunxia's pupils contracted, and his eyes revealed a shocked expression. On Li Yi's arm, a blood-red meridian appeared, and it was the demonic race's ancestral meridian. Hong. As the demonic power surged out, the space seemed to tremble slightly. Li Yi's ancestral meridian appeared, and the cultivation of one-star Emperor Wu, at his peak, instantly broke through. The power of two-star Emperor Wu spread out, and he suddenly took a step forward. What? He actually broke through in the middle of the battle? Everyone was astonished, and the few people on the thrones all had a change of expression, revealing their shock. They originally thought that this would be a fierce battle, but the scales immediately tipped in Li Yi's favor. Shaking Jiutian with one breath, Li Yi punched out, and the power of Wan Zimao's sword instantly disintegrated. The fist force was earth-shattering, shattering the space, and completely suppressing Wan Zimao. Bastard! Don't be so arrogant. Wan Zimao was furious, and he was extremely regretful. If he knew that the Skywave Mirror would give this southern mountain range monkey such a huge boost in strength, even if he did not plant the seed in everyone's body, he definitely would not help his enemy grow. Today, the world's attention was on him, and if he lost, his reputation would be gone. He madly poured all the Emperor's chi in his body into the longsword, and prepared to use all his strength to attack, and redeem his dignity. In Red Moon City, Wan Hongyu's face was also full of shock, and she said in disbelief, how is this possible? That southern mountain range youth actually broke Zimao's sword of the flat river with one punch. Even if he is one star higher, he definitely can't do it. Jiang Churan's face was also solemn, but his expression was much calmer, and he said in a low voice, this kid has the demonic race's bloodline, and if I am not wrong, just now it was the demonic race's ancestral meridian that helped him break through to 2-star. If he really is a demon that has opened his ancestral meridian, then Zimao will definitely lose today. Wan Hongyu was stunned, and she said anxiously, this, what should we do? Husband, quickly think of a way. Zimao is the head of the Eastern region's 7 stars, he can't lose. If he loses, it will be a huge blow to his reputation and confidence. Jiang Churan looked at his beloved wife, and sighed, just now I said not to be too optimistic. If he loses today, it might not be a bad thing for Zimao, on the contrary, it will help him grow. Can't the head of the Eastern region's 7 stars lose? Then didn't I, the Red Moon City Lord, the leader of the Eastern region, lose in the past? How can a sore loser grow? Wan Hongyu looked at the water screen in a daze, and her face was dejected. Oh? You want to use the Great Venerate skill? Li Yi came from the sky, and he sneered, wherever I step, all must submit. Shaking Jiutian with one breath, he shouted, and once again used the ancestral meridian's power, and the blood on his hand was bright red, and there was the Frost Secret's true energy on his skin. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and the entire sky garden seemed to have stepped into winter. splitting the heavens with one sword. Yuan Zimao was indignant, and his sword aura soared into the sky, wanting to kill everything, but reality was always cruel, and the sword aura was instantly suppressed by the fist energy, breaking down bit by bit. The long sword flew away with a bang, and turned into a rainbow light that fell to the ground. Li Yi's fist spirit did not decrease, and it directly hit his chest. Bang! A dull explosion sounded, and the Frost Secret's true energy directly entered Yuan Zimao's body, and instantly froze his meridians, limbs, and bones, and he was dumbfounded like a rock. The entire crowd was astonished. Although everyone had already anticipated this result when Li Yi broke through to become a 2-star martial emperor, they had not seen such a strong visual impact. With merely 2 moves, Li Yi had completely suppressed the head of the Eastern region's 7 stars, the number 1 person among the Eastern region's younger generation. Baiming Lifeng suddenly stood up, and said coldly, "Where did you learn the Mystic Eye secrets from?" Li Yi sneered, "Is it only the Baiming family can use the Mystic Eye secrets, and I can't? What? If you don't like it, then go, or else shut up." Baiming Lifeng's face turned green, and Yuan Zimao's battle just now gave him a huge shock. If he went up, he was confident that he would not lose so badly, but if he wanted to win, the chance was minuscule. He snorted with a gloomy face, and then floated to Yuan Zimao's side, and started to use his martial arts to help him get rid of the cold. If the Northern Dark Eye secret stayed in the body for a long time, not only would the body suffer from frostbite, it would also directly affect the martial arts talent. Li Yi laughed arrogantly, and his eyes swept across the crowd, and no one dared to look him in the eye. Finally, his eyes fell on Li Yunxiao, and a cold voice sounded, "Li Yunxiao, old grudges, do you dare to fight? Li Yunxiao, old grudge, do you dare to fight?" Li Yi's loud roar reverberated throughout the entire Sky Garden. His voice traveled thousands of miles and traveled far into everyone's ears. The 3 people hidden in the void were all stunned. Li's expression was extremely solemn. She kept using voice transmissions to order Li not to fight with Li Yunxiao. However, she found that her voice transmissions were blocked by him. He did not hear her at all. Ha, ha ha, domineering, domineering. Lil 8 clapped his hands and laughed. Not only did you win domineeringly, your shout was also domineering. Although you disobeyed the leader's orders, I still admire you. Sky Dominating Tiger revealed a worried expression and remained silent. All eyes instantly fell on Li Yunxiao. The difference between the 2 of them was just too great, and yet Li had directly challenged him. Everyone did not understand. Based on his extremely arrogant personality, he should have directly challenged Qinghaomiao. Furthermore, the only person who had a chance of defeating him and helping the 3 territories to vent their anger was Qinghaomiao. Even Qinghaomiao himself felt that it was time for him to step up. His mind was constantly analyzing Li Yi's previous punch. Extremely strong demonic energy mixed with frost chi, unstoppable and tyrannical. However, Li Yi's opponent caused him to pause for a moment. Li Yunxiao laughed lightly. It was a good banquet. Why did you have to make it so messy? Is this what you call martial? No wonder people call you the Southern region's monkey. Can't you give the Southern region a better image? Li Yi laughed coldly. So much nonsense. Can it save your life? The world's ears are here. You only need to answer me. Do you dare or not? Li Yunxiao stood with his hands behind his back. He laughed. It's not that I don't dare. It's that I don't care. I can't find a reason to fight. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Li Yi burst into laughter. His laughter was abnormally loud, and no one dared to say a word. They all listened to his laughter in silence. After laughing to himself for a while, he laughed until his tears came out. He said, I haven't thought of how to torture you yet. All the methods in this world are too light and too kind. I'll bring you back to the palace of death and let you taste the pain I've suffered 10 times. With Baiming Lifeng's help, Yuan Zimao gradually dispersed the vital energy in his body. His face was as white as paper and his eyes were dim. His reputation had been ruined today. He was dispirited and did not know what to do. Although Li Yi was looking forward to a battle with Li Yunxiao, he knew that Li Yunxiao's strength was extraordinary. He was extremely fearful of Li Yi. After his provocation was futile, he gave up on pressuring Li Yunxiao. Instead, he looked disdainfully at the crowd of heroes and sneered, "Let's not fight in the arena. I will make that Jiang Ruobing my subordinate. Those who are not convinced can come up now. Those who don't make a move today will be killed without a doubt if I meet them in the arena." Everyone's hearts trembled, and they were terrified by his imposing manner. One by one, they turned their heads away, not daring to meet his gaze. "Humph, I don't believe that no one in the world can take care of you." Xianxia's voice was finally heard. It was like a hot spring that poured into the cold hearts of the crowd. Slowly, a glimmer of hope rose. Suddenly, everyone was revived. They looked at Xianxia with longing. He was the last person in their hearts. "I was waiting for you to say that," Li Yi said coldly. The sword in his hand was unsheathed. He waved his sword and the atmosphere turned cold. In the entire sky martial continent, the strongest of the younger generation was about to fight. Everyone held their breath. An oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Li Yi felt a little pressured against boundless expanse. He did not dare to be as relaxed as before. Xianxia did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He waved his hand and the soul-devouring gonfalon appeared in his hand. He was ready to fight with all his strength. Actually, he was also feeling bitter in his heart. Wan Zimao's defeat and Bai Ming Lifeng's abandonment of the battle could be considered pardonable. After all, the two of them were only one-star martial emperors. If he, who was also a two-star martial emperor, cowered from the battle, he would become the laughingstock of the world. Thus, he had no choice but to fight. Just when the atmosphere was abnormally tense, a faint fragrance suddenly drifted over. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in the garden, and a gentle breeze blew past, causing the petals to float into the air. The blooming flowers were like a dream, adding a touch of beauty to the cold and austere atmosphere. A clear and melodious voice rang out, causing one to yearn for it. "Flowers bloom and wilt. Spring comes and goes. Who cares about it? Once spring is over, beauty grows old. Butterfly dreams are like clouds and smoke." A ray of light appeared in the garden and gradually spread out. 3 beautiful figures stood in front of everyone. Their presence made the flowers pale and the moon lose its brilliance. Jiang Ruobing, Nailan Jixuan, and Lil Shui walked out from the flowers. The 3 of them walked with light steps. One of them had a cold expression, one had a flirtatious look, and the last one had a smile on her face. The murderous atmosphere between Xianxia and Li Yi suddenly disappeared. The heroes in the garden were stunned. It was like a spring breeze. The atmosphere became quiet. Li Yunxiao's heart was also slightly moved. Although he had seen Jiang Ruobing in men's clothing, the reflection of her red makeup still made his eyes light up. She was like an otherworldly white lotus, noble, elegant, and beautiful. "Cousin, why are you here?" Wan Xiling kept his sword and hurried to greet her. "My brother is injured." Wan Zimao, who was in the middle of healing, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. What a pig-like teammate, he was most afraid of being seen by Jiang Ruobing. Wan Xiling, this pig-like teammate. So she is Jiang Ruobing, everyone was startled. Her beauty was indeed worthy of her reputation. Everyone suddenly felt that the shocking dowry of this martial arts competition was nothing. Jiang Ruobing herself was the biggest attraction. Jiang Ruobing was stunned for a moment. "I heard that cousin is holding a banquet here. I also have a few friends to meet, so I came to take a look." "How did it become a martial arts competition?" "Cousin Zimao, are you okay?" "I'm fine. It's just a superficial wound." Wan Zimao forcefully gathered his vital energy and pretended to be relaxed. He smiled a few times, but his forehead was full of sweat. Jiang Ruobing frowned. "I see that cousin's injuries are not light. This martial arts competition turns out to be a martial arts competition. It's fine." "Hee, it's okay." Wan Zimao forcefully propped up his body. He said in surprise, "Cousin has always been in Crimson Moon City. I wonder which friend you are meeting." Jiang Ruobing's gaze swept across the crowd. All the men tried their best to puff out their chests and pose with their heads slightly raised, meeting the beauty's gaze at the best angle. The atmosphere of depression and shame brought about by Li Yi completely dissipated. It was as if nothing had happened. "Why are you alone? Where's Brother Emerald Cloud?" Jiang Ruobing ignored all the posing. She threw an item in her hand, which turned into a stream of light and shot towards Li Yunxiao. Everyone's gaze followed the light and landed on Li Yunxiao. They were filled with shock, confusion, resentment, hatred, jealousy. Wang Zimao's expression darkened. He looked at Li Yunxiao with an extremely unfriendly gaze. Li Yunxiao felt dozens of different gazes. He felt as if he was being roasted on a fire. He smiled bitterly and said, "He probably slept late last night and hasn't woken up yet." The item in his hand was a crystal box. Li Yunxiao inserted his divine telekinesis into it and was immediately overjoyed. It was indeed the East Sea Moonlight Pearls. There were 18 of them, not one less. This time, dozens of divine telekinesis swept over. He snorted coldly, and an invisible mind power spread out from his body, blocking all the probing. He flipped his right hand and put away the box. Everyone was shocked. The obstruction that their divine sense came into contact with was like an insurmountable wall, causing all of them to return without accomplishing anything. Many people immediately thought of the movement technique that Li Yunxiao used to snatch the throne. It was very similar to the teleportation that only a level 8 alchemist could perform. At this moment, under the collision of mind power, they immediately guessed his identity as a level 8 alchemist. Their previous contempt was immediately reduced by more than half. Young Master Yunxiao is still so humorous. How could Brother Emerald Cloud sleep late? He must have something important to do. Nailan Jixuan chuckled, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Her charm technique naturally spread out, causing the man who was looking at her to feel a numbness in his bones. His heart was like a monkey running amok, and he kept swallowing his saliva. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "What important matter could he have? I think he just overslept." "Miss Ruobing, the item is correct." "I'm very grateful." Jiang Ruobing snorted and said coldly, "Someone helped me a lot in obtaining this item. She asked me to tell you that a gentleman's agreement is worth 1,000 gold." Li Yunxiao laughed involuntarily. He knew that it was Jiang Ruomei who was afraid that he would go back on his word. He said, "Tell her not to worry. I always keep my word." Jiang Ruobing snorted and said sarcastically, "I can't tell that you know so many people. You even know her. You're really capable." In addition to the cold snort, her tone also carried a sour resentment. In the ears of others, it was as if a woman was complaining to her lover. Everyone was shocked. Wang Zimao's already pale face became even paler. His eyes were almost spitting fire. He said coldly, "Cousin, how did you know this Li Yunxiao?" Jiang Ruobing was obviously in a bad mood. She turned her gaze from Li Yunxiao and said coldly, "Do I need you to ask me who I'm with? I heard that you are also participating in the challenge tournament this time. I wonder what you mean by this." Wang Zimao was momentarily speechless under her cold stare. He had always loved this cousin of his and would never criticize her harshly. After being rebutted by Jiang Ruobing's words, he suddenly didn't know what to say. "Cousin Ruobing, do you still not understand my brother's intentions?" Wan Xiling walked out from the crowd and said, "A fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. My cousin and you are childhood sweethearts. In order to get a chance to participate in the challenge tournament, he begged my aunt and uncle countless times before he finally got a chance. How could you not know my brother's intentions?" Jiang Ruobing's expression changed slightly. She said angrily, "You guys can fight in the challenge tournament. Don't get involved in my marriage. I won't marry someone I don't like, even if he's the best in the world. If you want to marry, let my parents marry him themselves." She turned around angrily and was about to leave. Suddenly, Li Yi, who had been silent all this while, laughed and said, "Haha, not bad at all. You're my type. Little girl, wait for me at home. After I defeat these so-called heroes, I'll take you as my servant." Haha. His laughter was full of arrogance and lust. Everyone was dressed in snow-white clothes, but when they heard Li Yi's frivolous words, they didn't dare to speak up. Wan Zimao was furious. He forcefully raised his vital energy and immediately felt his bones freeze. His vital energy dissipated instantly, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Qing Haomiao sneered, "Can't you see that she already has someone in her heart? Do you like to be a man who takes over?" Li Yi's eyes turned cold, and he snorted with a strange smile, hee hee, as long as she becomes my woman, even if her heart is made of stone, I can still train her into a bitch. As soon as these vulgar words came out, the air condensed into a cold air, and killing intent filled the air. Jiang Ruobing shouted angrily and flew up with her sword. The sword turned into a rainbow and slashed straight at Li Yi. Her sword was elegant and beautiful, like a fairy, but her strength was very limited. It was purely like hitting a stone with an egg. Aya, you have quite a temper. I like to play conquer. Li Yi frivolously stretched out his head and sniffed in the air. He praised, smells good. Then, without even looking, he raised the sword in his hand and lightly tapped the blade of Jiang Ruobing's treasured sword. A wave of energy pressed down on the treasured sword, causing it to bend slightly. Then, it bounced up and sent Jiang Ruobing flying. Nailan Jishuan's clone flew up and caught Jiang Ruobing. She said angrily, "How dare you hurt Miss Ruobing?" Li Yi's face was full of disdain. With a laugh, he leaned forward and said with a lewd smile, "What rich lady? What natural stunner. I think you're not bad either. I'll take both of you on this trip to Crimson Moon City. From now on, both of you will stay in the residence every day and let me have a good time." Haha. His movement technique was extremely fast, and he instantly appeared in front of Nailan Jishuan. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Nailan Jishuan and Jiang Ruobing. Just as the two women were shocked, Li Yi's face suddenly changed. An inexplicable coldness rose from the bottom of his heart, and his whole body suddenly gave birth to a sudden fear. His face was full of shock. He suddenly retracted his hand and flipped in the air to retreat. An indifferent and melodious voice came, saying, "Do you really want me to find a reason to slap you? Li Yunxiao, you dare to touch me?" Li Yi was shocked and furious. A stunned expression appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and laughed involuntarily. "Old friend, you must be joking." Could it be that it was really as they said, that his brain had gone bad from cultivating? Beating you up is just a matter of minutes. What does it have to do with whether I dare or not? I was just disdainful before. Li Yi's face darkened, and he said coldly and angrily, "Disdain? Haha, good, good, I know you have some ability, even you died in your hands. But the current me is even stronger than the rain from back then." The power in his body suddenly exploded, and his body seemed to grow a size larger. Bright red ancestral veins appeared on his arms, and an extremely demonic aura rippled through the entire garden. The rank 9 treasure sword flashed with cold light as it pierced through the air. The defensive barrier in the garden in the sky emitted rays of blue light, forming different shapes and spreading out, turning into a dazzling sky. It was extremely beautiful, but no one was in the mood to admire it. Not only in the garden, everyone's attention fell on Li Yunxiao. Those experts hidden in the void all focused their attention as well. Li's expression suddenly changed, and he instantly wanted to escape. He cried out, "Quick, stop him." Little 8 extended his hand and stopped Li Yunxiao. He said, "Let's wait and see. I feel that this brat has the ability to fight against Li Yunxiao." Although the chief told this brat to temporarily avoid Li Yunxiao, from the looks of it, sooner or later, they will have to fight in the arena. If we test him now, we can see the difference between the two of them and prepare to win the arena in one go. The Sky Dominator Tiger's expression was solemn as he nodded slightly. He clearly agreed with Little 8's point of view. In the city lord's residence, Wan Hongyu's expression was normal as she coldly snorted. A bunch of trash. They all want to marry Ruobing, but they don't even dare to make a move when Ruobing is being bullied. What's the point of attracting these trash? Jiang Churan said, "This Li Yi's personality is arrogant and despotic. He does things according to his whims. He is not someone who does great things. However, this Yanwu city lord has a feeling that I can't see through him. This is a good chance to see through him." Wan Hongyu said, "Although this brat's courage is praiseworthy, he doesn't care about the difference in strength. Even if he is bold but not astute, it is not good." Jiang Churan smiled and said, "It is not good to be deep or have stage fright." "Then what does madam think we should do?" Wan Hongyu snorted. Zimao lost earlier because it happened too suddenly. If the two of them are fully prepared and have a fair fight, it is hard to say who will win. Jiang Churan smiled and said, "Zimao is indeed not bad. Let's see how this Yanwu city lord is. Ruobing seems to have a good relationship with him. She even stole the East Sea Moon Pearl and gave it to him. Above the sky garden, a domineering demonic aura filled the air, enveloping Li Yunxiao in an instant. The sword light even tore through the void, instantly descending. Everyone held their breaths, their faces pale, and they couldn't help but take a step back. Qinghaomiao's expression was also solemn. From the momentum of this sword, Li Yi's strength might be above his expectations. Right now, he only hoped that Li Yunxiao could hold on for a while longer and waste more of Li Yi's energy. That way, when he went on stage to clean up the mess, he would be more confident. After our parting, I really miss you. I originally thought that I could drink and chat merrily, but I didn't expect that I would still have to slap you. Since that is the case, I will be a living Lei Feng again. Li Yunxiao smiled calmly, not caring about that sword light. A yellow light flashed in his hand, and the great sorrow dusk cloud mirror appeared in his hand. It instantly turned into a shield that stood horizontally in front of him. Bang! The domineering sword light shook on the treasured mirror, and directly bounced back. Although there was a ray of light that penetrated the surface of the mirror, it was instantly annihilated by Li Yunxiao. Then, he raised the treasured mirror high in his hand, and a ray of yellow light shot out. Li Yi turned pale with fright. The sword light that bounced back was almost 100% of his strength. In a moment of shock, he hurriedly circulated his energy in his arm, and an even stronger force blasted out. Only then did the sword light dissipate. At this moment, the light of the great sorrow mirror descended, and directly shone on him. The surrounding space suddenly seemed to become viscous, and it was difficult for him to circulate his energy. His body's movements also became extremely slow. The power of space? Li Yi was shocked, and his body directly stepped on the ground. A wave of energy spread out from his limbs and bones, and a rumbling sound came from within the yellow light. He was actually using his demonic energy to break through the seal. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly, and in a flash, he teleported in the air, and a Vajra fist came crashing down. Li Yi's eyes flashed fiercely, and he suddenly shouted, "Ice-breaking true armor." A blue cold air spread out from his body, and condensed into an ice armor that covered his whole body. Li Yunxiao's fist directly hit the cold air, and was greatly hindered, as if he had punched into a pile of sand. Not only that, but the cold air also shot out from Li Yi's body, and directly froze his arm into a light blue popsicle. Brother Yunxiao. Jiang Ruobing saw this and was anxious. She raised her sword and rushed to help. Nailan Jishuan hurriedly stopped her, and said, "It's dangerous, don't go. Young Master Yunxiao's strength is extraordinary, and he will not be in danger." Although she comforted her, she was not confident in her heart. She knew that Li Yunxiao was strong, but she did not think that he could defeat a 2-star Emperor Wu. "Haha, you've been frozen by my cold ice chi. Your arm is completely crippled." Li Yi laughed proudly, and said, "Do you still remember Chen Dasheng and Xiao Qingwang? Both of them were injured by my master's cold energy, and now you will follow in their footsteps." The sword in Li Yi's hand flashed, and with lightning speed, he stabbed at the center of Li Yunxiao's eyebrows. He laughed grimly, and said, "Everything is over. I didn't expect you to be so weak, so disappointing." When the sword reached the center of his eyebrows, Li Yi's pupils shrank, and a bad feeling came from his heart, and immediately spread to his whole body. Because he saw that Li Yunxiao's calm eyes were looking at him with a smile, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he did not know whether it was sarcasm or a sneer, which made his whole body tremble, but also made him furious. It was this smiling face, this damn disgusting smiling face, who knew how many times he had fantasized about tearing it into pieces. But now it appeared in front of him again. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently, and said, "Childish." Bang! The blue ice on his arm was instantly shaken off, and a trace of black energy circled around his hand, and the demonic inscription was faintly discernible. Ah! What? Li Yi was so shocked that even his sword-wielding hand shuddered. Actually, Li Yunxiao could directly use the indestructible golden body to break through this cold energy, but using the indestructible golden body in this situation was purely seeking death, so he would rather use the demonic energy that could corrode anything. He took a step forward, and easily dodged the sword. With a smile on his face, he pressed forward, and made a hand sign with one hand. A strange seal condensed in his hand, and he directly blasted it towards Li Yi's chest. The seal smashed into the shattered ice true armor, and the flower-like runes scattered. Wherever the runes passed, there was a creaking sound of shattering. How is this possible? He can actually break through the shattered ice true armor? Bai Ming Lifeng's whole body shook. This shattered ice true armor was a protective technique recorded in the Mystic Ice Secrets, and was much stronger than a normal battle armor. Furthermore, it had an extremely cold attack attribute, and even profound weapons could not break through it. Yet, it was actually broken by his palm. This was simply unimaginable, and it was as if the one being attacked was not Li Yi, but him. His whole body was shocked to the point of being lifeless. Bang! Finally, the entire shattered ice true armor was completely broken, and it turned into cold light spots in the air. The light spots shone on Li Yi's face, and he was so shocked that his mouth was stuffed with watermelon. You think that by opening your mouth wide, I won't be able to slap you? Li Yunxiao said coldly, then I'll knock out your teeth first. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a lightning appeared. The hammer suddenly appeared in his hand, and he smashed it towards Li Yi's mouth. Bang! Li Yi was scared out of his wits, and hurriedly closed his mouth. Thousands of lightning flashed down, and all of them blasted on his face. Under the flash of green light, his whole body screamed in pain, and he was sent flying. Everyone's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets, and they were scared witless. Just looking at that attack made their whole body tremble, and their hearts were completely cold. As the saying goes, when scolding someone, don't expose their shortcomings, and when hitting someone, don't hit their face. This bastard actually used thousands of lightning to blast his opponent's face. Was he still human? Li Yunxiao succeeded and immediately teleported up. The hammer in his hand became huge. He hugged it with both hands and fiercely smashed it down on Li Yi, who was howling in pain. Another thunderbolt flashed, illuminating the sky in a green color. It was as if the god of thunder had descended. In the 6 months in the sky wave illuminating shadow, not only did he complete the cultivation of the golden body Dharma power, he had also mastered these profound weapons. Even if he could not unleash their full power, he could at least wield them with ease. Boom! Perhaps because the previous hammer hit was too ruthless, Li Yi covered his face and screamed in pain in the air. He actually ignored the huge hammer that fell from the sky and was directly hit. The thunderbolt gathered on his body and shook, emitting a shocking sound of thunder. Li Yi cried out in pain. His body was burnt black and smoke came out. He fell from the sky and landed in the garden with a bang. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Now you finally feel good, right? Li Yunxiao put away his hammer and quietly stood in the sky with a smile on his face. Earlier, Chu Feng had only exchanged a few blows. It was as if every single one of his attacks was effortless and skillful. He had effortlessly crippled a 2-star martial emperor. It was as if he had just drunk a cup of tea. This time, the entire garden was silent. Everyone looked at the sky blankly and then looked at Li Yi, who was in the distance. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The garden was so quiet that many people even suspected whether these 2 monkeys from the southern region were acting. Although the mirror and hammer that Li Yunxiao displayed were extremely powerful profound-level weapons, no one believed that a 6-star revered martial artist could defeat 2-star Emperor Wu. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Jiang Ruobing and Nailan Jishuan were also stunned. They looked at Li Yunxiao in a daze. Although they knew that Li Yunxiao's battle power was far from that of a 6-star revered martial artist, the fact that he defeated 2-star Emperor Wu so easily still made the 2 girls lose their ability to think. Suddenly, everyone's gazes gathered on Li Yunxiao. There were all kinds of complicated gazes that represented different thoughts. Most of them were conflicted and jealous. Waves of yuan power undulated in the air outside the garden. Clearly, those old monsters who were in hiding were similarly shocked. Ning Hangfeng was also shocked. He could not calm himself down. He was the closest to where the 2 were fighting, so he had the clearest view of the situation. Li Yunxiao seemed to be very relaxed, but it contained an extremely profound martial path. Whether it was the mirror or the hammer, every move he made was just right. Furthermore, the method to break the Ice True Qi and shatter the Ice True armor were all top-notch techniques. In the air, a cold expression flashed across Li's face. He snorted and said, "Are the 2 of you satisfied now?" did the test give an answer? Little Eight's face was also lifeless as he said in a daze, how could the gap be so big? Senior sky-dominating tiger, do you understand this battle? The turbid look in the tyrannical sky tiger's eyes had long since vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. It shook its head and said, I was not able to see it clearly, either. In just a few moves, there were too many inconceivable things. Back then, I used a sneak attack to assassinate him, thinking that this brat was just lucky to escape. Now, it seems that I was too naive. Li Yi's defeat was really inexplicable. Little Eight also murmured, yeah, it was really inexplicable. I originally thought that there was a chance, at least they could fight until the heavens and the earth dimmed. This plot ended too quickly. The three of them fell silent, not knowing what to do. However, they could still sense Li Yi's life aura. The mother body of the demon race would not die so easily. In the city lord's residence, Xianxia's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, as expected, this person is really not simple. What a terrifying battle talent. Although there are suspicions of trickery, in terms of overall strength, he is definitely a level above Li Yi. Wan Hongyu was also stunned. She herself was also a martial arts expert. Although she did not see as clearly as Jiang Churan, she could still see some clues. It was as if she was petrified in an instant, not daring to believe it. Jiang Churan said, first, he used that treasured mirror to win by a surprise move. With a countershock move and a spatial seal move, he gained the initiative. After that, he sent out a probing punch, using the Vajra fist. Once a martial skill is mastered, all follow. The Vajra fist is the beginning of 10,000 punches. That punch of his can be used to test the enemy and attack. It can be said that he can advance and retreat at will, coming and going calmly. Such a young temperament, yet he was able to win without arrogance. In a situation where he gained the initiative, he could still be so calm. It's simply too terrifying. Wan Hongyu said in a daze, the method that broke the ice true qi should be a demonic technique. Demonic qi corrodes everything. Even the ice true qi could not resist it. But what's with that seal that broke the ice true armor? Even if it was an attack of the same cultivation level, it should not be able to break the Beiming Profound Palace's ice true armor. Jiang Churan nodded slightly and said, breaking the ice true armor was the key turning point of this battle. I also could not clearly see the mysteries of that seal, but I can be sure that this Yanwu City's city lord must have done a lot of research on the Beiming Profound Palace's ice true armor, or learned the relevant methods to break it. It was also because the true armor was broken that caused Li Yi to be completely flustered and absent-minded. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have been defeated so easily, and even had his face struck by 10,000 lightning bolts. That hammer and mirror are not ordinary items. I'm getting more and more interested in this person. His gaze was fixed on Li Yunxiao through the water screen, as if he wanted to see through the projection and dig out all of this youth's secrets. Wan Hongyu was stunned for a moment, then laughed bitterly and said, is it possible for Zimao to win against this person? Jiang Churan asked in reply, what do you think? The most terrifying thing about this person is not his strange profound weapon, nor is it his demonic secret technique. Instead, it's his calm and unperturbed temperament, as well as the kind of confidence and calculation that he has grasped everything in his heart in actual combat. This kind of strength is not something that can be achieved just by relying on cultivation, but can only be comprehended through thousands of tempering and tempering. Wan Hongyu laughed bitterly. With her eyesight, how could she not see the difference between the two of them? It seemed that the biggest obstacle for Wan Zimao to marry Jiang Ruobing was this person. She secretly pondered in her heart. Above the sky garden, everyone gradually came back to their senses. Although they accepted the reality in front of their eyes, they still had doubts in their hearts. Many people were secretly recalling the profound weapon that he used earlier, attributing the mystery to that profound weapon. In an instant, it caused everyone's heart to burn with passion, and unkind gazes appeared in their eyes. Who could not be tempted by a profound weapon that could cross a realm and easily defeat a 2-star Emperor Wu as a 6-star revered martial artist? Even those strong practitioners who were hiding in the void, most of them thought so, and they started to stir their thoughts. Suddenly, a secret voice sounded beside Li Yunxiao's ear. It was Ruan Zimao who used the secret voice transmission to say, if you want that metal piece, then kill this person for me. Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment. He looked down and saw that Wan Zimao's eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. He smiled indifferently and used the voice transmission to say, "So simple?" Wan Zimao said, 1. Kill this person. 2. You also withdraw from the challenge tournament. He was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He eliminated the 2 factors that were not under his control. At that moment, he was abnormally nervous. He did not know how heavy the metal piece was, and whether or not he could make the other party agree. Very quickly, Wan Zimao heaved a sigh of relief. Li Yunxiao's indifferent 2 words came, saying, "Deal." Li Yi's life, which was also from the southern region, was used by Li Yunxiao as a bargaining chip to exchange for the metal piece just like that. He rushed down from the sky, turned his palm into a knife, and slashed at Li Yi's body, whose life and death were unknown. Not good. Lil 8 suddenly shouted and instantly escaped from the void. He rushed in as if he had teleported. His body movement was even faster than the sword aura. Before he arrived, the Emperor's Qi arrived first, freezing the entire space and intimidating Li Yunxiao. He was not naive enough to think that he could suppress the person in front of him with just the Emperor's Qi. After that, sword aura immediately filled the air, and Lil 8's body and sword became one. He slashed out a sword aura. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He immediately recognized the person in front of him. He coldly snorted and used his body movement technique to avoid the sword in the air. The sword aura rushed up and into the sky. It was like a rainbow, magnificent and magnificent. After Lil 8's sword attack, he immediately landed beside Li Yi. At the same time, the tyrannical Sky Tiger and Li also arrived. The 3 of them stood in front of him to protect him. Wan Zimao said angrily, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Wind and Moon Pavilion? You deserve to die. Uncle Hangfeng, please take down these 3 people." He originally thought that Li Yi was dead for sure. In his moment of excitement, the 3 people in front of him had ruined his plans. He wanted to tear them apart. Ning Hongfeng's gaze focused, and 5 rays of Emperor's Qi simultaneously locked onto Lil 8 and the other 2. He instantly arrived in the garden and said coldly, "You 3 dare to break the rules here?" Lil 8 smiled embarrassedly and said, "Lord General, please calm down. We represent Li Yi to withdraw from the gathering. We will leave now." He carried Li Yi, who was on the ground, and was about to leave. Suddenly, Lil 8 felt his body become heavy. An indescribable pressure pressed down on his body like a mountain. His expression instantly changed, and he looked up to the sky in shock. He saw a wave of elemental energy in the void, and a silver-robed elder appeared in the sky with 4 martial artists behind him. When Baiming Lifeng saw the person, he quickly went up to greet him in shock. He bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Elder Kong Tian." Baiming Kong Tian nodded slightly and stared coldly at Lil 8. He said coldly, "Since you are here, drink a few cups of tea and have a good talk. This old man also has a few questions that I would like to know." Beads of sweat appeared on Lil 8's forehead. He didn't expect this person to also come. Needless to say, he knew that the question he wanted to ask was about Li Yi's knowledge of the mystic ice secrets. Lil 8 smiled embarrassedly and said, "Elder Kong Tian is a famous figure in the world, and you know a dozen times more than us. Why would you have questions for us?" Elder must be joking. "We are not feeling well. If you want to have a tea talk, let's do it another day." He carried the charred Li Yi and wanted to fly away with the other 2. However, he realized that the surroundings were icy cold, and the space had been frozen. Baiming Kong Tian had already made his move. Little 8 was shocked and hurriedly said, "Senior Kong Tian, with your status, you wouldn't want to make a move against us, right?" Baiming Kong Tian coldly looked at him and snorted, "You do have some self-awareness, but the word attack is too big of an exaggeration. I can turn you into ashes in an instant, so it really can't be considered an attack. Whether you live or die, it doesn't depend on me, it depends on you." Little 8 smiled apologetically, "I hope Senior can explain." Baiming Kongtian's face darkened and shouted, "I just praised you for being smart, and now you're acting dumb in front of me." He pointed at the unconscious Li Yi and said coldly, "Where did the black ice secrets that he cultivated come from?" The black ice secrets was the treasure of Baiming Xian Palace. Although it had been leaked for tens of thousands of years, and with the speculations of other martial artists, it had evolved into various martial arts. But what Li Yi displayed was the most authentic Black Ice secrets. Non-core disciples could not learn it. Baiming Kongtian's aura condensed, causing little 8 and the other 2 to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. As long as they lied or answered unsatisfactorily, they would be instantly annihilated. Tyrannical Sky Tiger's body shook, dispelling some of the cold air, then said with a trembling voice, "Elder Kong Tian, about the Black Ice secrets, my boss will send someone to explain it to you." "Oh? Who does your boss think he is?" Baiming Kongtian's eyes turned cold, obviously not satisfied with this answer. His tone was neither fast nor slow, but his killing intent increased, and his face showed even more ridicule. Li Yunxiao's expression also changed, listening attentively. Although he had some guesses about the leader of the 8 symbols, he was unable to come to a conclusion. Tyrannical Sky Tiger's body was extremely cold, it hurriedly moved its lips and sent a secret message over. Baiming Kongtian's body shook, his arrogance and ridicule instantly disappeared, his face filled with shock. He said with uncertainty, "It's him? You're not lying to me?" Tyrannical Sky Tiger smiled apologetically, "How would we dare lie to you? Baiming Xian Palace's palace master also knows about this." Baiming Kongtian pondered for a while and said, I don't think you have the guts to lie to me. Since you have this person backing you up, and he is willing to personally explain to the palace master, that's for the best. Your lives are safe, so you can scram now. After he spoke, he lost all interest in the 3 of them. He retracted his gaze and turned to look at Li Yunxiao. His gaze was also ice-cold. Li Yunxiao only felt a chill in his heart, and his whole body was about to freeze. He secretly had a headache. Baiming Kongtian must be because of the seal he used to break the broken ice-true armor. He secretly thought that he was still careless. He didn't expect the Baiming family to send such an expert. Lil 8 carried Li Yi and waved at the crowd. He kept blowing kisses and said with a smile, "Mwax, goodbye everyone. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused." Wan Zimao suddenly said anxiously, "No. These 3 people forced their way into the Wind and Moon restaurant and broke the rules of my Crimson Moon City. Whether they stay or leave is up to my Crimson Moon City to decide." Baiming Kongtian retracted his gaze and turned to look at him. He sneered and said, "If you have the ability, then go and make them stay." Wan Zimao's face reddened and he didn't dare to make a sound. He watched as Lil 8 and the other 2 reversed the space and were about to break through the air. Suddenly, an extremely dissatisfied snort was heard, and the space that had been reversed instantly returned to normal. The 3 of them, who had already half stepped into the void, were shaken out by a huge force. Their expressions changed at the same time, but they were unable to resist. 3 muffled sounds rang out. The sky-dominating tiger, Lil 8, and Li were all injured. They were shaken back to the sky garden and had to retreat several times before they could get rid of the huge force. The 3 of them had bitter expressions as they looked at the space in shock. They knew that trouble was coming again. The space slightly rippled and a middle-aged man walked out with his hands behind his back. He sneered and said, "Elder Kong Tian, what do you mean by this? Are you laughing at my Crimson Moon City for not having anyone?" Wan Zimao was overjoyed. He and Wan Xiling hurriedly stepped forward. The 2 brothers called out at the same time, "Father." Baiming Kongtian frowned. A troublesome person had come, and it was someone else's territory. He could only smile and say, "So it's Lord Unc. You've misunderstood my words. I'm just telling my dear nephew that you have to do it yourself." Wan Unc nodded and said indifferently, "So that's how it is. Then I'll do it myself. There's nothing for Elder Kong Tian to do here anymore. You can leave now." Baiming Kongtian was stunned. He was stunned for a moment and said, "All right, then I'll take my leave." He casually waved his hand and a powerful force swept towards Li Yunxiao without any warning. He shouted, "Brat, come with me to Baiming Palace." Li Yunxiao only felt that the space was completely frozen. It was as if he was frozen in a block of iron. Not to mention moving, he couldn't even blink his eyes. Wan Unc suddenly took a step forward. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to be touched. This step directly shattered the solidified feeling around Li Yunxiao. Baiming Kongtian's force completely disappeared. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He had indeed been targeted by Baiming Palace. Now that there were so many old monsters here, even if he had the ability to transcend the heavens, he wouldn't be able to escape. He could only think of a way to survive in the cracks. Baiming Kongtian's expression changed. He said in a deep voice, "Brother Yuanci, what do you mean?" Wan Yuanci was still expressionless. He said indifferently, "Didn't I say that there's nothing for you to do? Could it be that the high and mighty elder Kong Tian doesn't understand the words of us small fries?" Baiming Kongtian's anger instantly rushed to the top of his head. With his status, when had he ever been so contemptuously ridiculed and ignored? He said angrily, "This person has a secret technique that can break my Baiming Palace's true technique. I must bring him back." Wan Yuanci revealed a surprised expression. He was stunned and said, "There are thousands of martial arts in the world. If there's a move, there must be a counter. Isn't it normal to know the mysterious ice-breaking secret technique? Could it be that your Baiming family's martial arts can't be broken by others?" Haha, Brother Yuanci is right. If your martial arts is broken, you want to bring him back. How can there be such logic in this world? Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the sky without warning. It fell into the garden and a few figures appeared. They were all wearing the same clothes. Once they entered the courtyard, they immediately gave off an extremely gloomy and terrifying aura, making people feel uncomfortable. Qinghaomiao went to greet them and said respectfully, "Elder Yao." Dong Minyao looked at Qinghaomiao in admiration and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. Two-star Emperor Wu, in the whole world, there are only a few people who are as talented as you." Qinghaomiao hurriedly said, "Elder Yao is overpraising me. It's just a lucky chance." Dong Minyao nodded slightly and nodded to Wan Yuanci to show his respect. He said, "Thank you for the help of Red Moon City. You have helped Haomiao reach a higher level." Wan Yuanci said, "It's easy. It's just a lucky chance." All the young talents on the scene didn't dare to utter a single word. These legendary big shots had arrived one after another, and they were all overwhelmed with emotions. The three people in front of them were all existences that could shake the entire heavenly martial arts realm with a single step. Waves of origin energy came from the void unceasingly. There were many hidden experts. However, under the powerful aura of these three people, no one dared to show themselves. They could only watch in silence. 80 and the other two also felt a headache. They didn't know whether the card of being the champion would still be useful after they played it. Baiming Kongtian's face was gloomy. He said, "Dong Minyao, you also came out to join in the fun?" Dong Minyao repeatedly sighed, shaking his head and saying, "I originally didn't want to come out, because recently I had some research on a martial art of Baiming Profound Palace, the Netherworld Hand, and seemed to have found a way to break it. I was afraid that I would be captured and taken away by others. I was afraid I would be taken away, but I thought this is the territory of Red Moon City. With Brother Yuanci here, no one would dare to be presumptuous. So, I gathered up my courage and came out." He said happily, "Brother Yuanci, my life is safe, right?" "You." Baiming Kongtian's face turned ashen. He was so angry that his anger turned into waves of origin energy and spread out. This caused the temperature of this region to plummet. Everyone in the surroundings trembled with fear. Wan Yuanci smiled calmly and said, "Of course. In Red Moon City, as long as the rules are followed, everyone's life is safe. Anyone who breaks the rules will be punished severely. No matter who that person is, or what great faction's elder, everyone will be treated equally." "Good, good." Baiming Kongtian's body trembled. Cold air was emitted along with his angry breathing. He had already endured to the limit. Dong Minyao smiled and said, "These Death God 8 elephants have always been hated by everyone. Their reputation is terrible. Today, they still dare to disturb Red Moon City's grand meet. This is courting death. No one can save them. I wonder how Brother Yuanci plans to deal with them." Wan Yuanci said, "Since they broke the rules, they will naturally be punished according to the rules." His reply was equivalent to not saying anything, causing everyone to feel dizzy. Dong Minyao was also endlessly stunned. Right now, Li Yi was the only expert of the younger generation, other than Qinghaomiao, who had become a two-star martial emperor. In his heart, he truly did not wish for Li to live. And Wan Yuanxi's answer was too evasive. Wan Yuanxi was not an idiot. These death god 8 elephants had been notorious for a long time, but they were still alive and well. Moreover, after Baiming Kong Tian heard of their leader's identity, he actually did not interfere. Obviously, these people had extremely strong backers. As for how to punish them, it depended on the strength of their backers. If their backers were not strong, these 4 people would be turned to ashes. Dong Menyao was slightly unwilling. He smiled and said, "Hee hee, according to Red Moon City's rules, these 4 people will die without a doubt." He deliberately used words to provoke Wan Yuanxi, making it clear whether he would kill them or not. Wan Yuanxi smiled faintly and said, "Red Moon City's rules are decided by the people of Red Moon City. If I want him to die, he will die. If I want him to live, it will be hard for him to die even if he wants to." There was a hidden sharpness in his words. Once again, he used Tai Chi to smooth things over. Which one of these people was not an old fox? Dong Menyao cursed in his heart, but he still smiled and said, This is. Baiming Kong Tian said coldly, "Since there are Red Moon City's rules here, I naturally have to respect them. But when this person leaves this Wind and Moon Garden, I will take him down. Brother Yuanxi will not have any objections, right?" Wan Yuanxi smiled and said, "Whether or not there are objections, we will talk about it when the time comes. But now that the younger generation is gathering, it is better for the 2 of you to leave. Could it be that you want to stay and give them some pointers on martial path true explanations?" Brother Yuanxi, it's unwise to protect this person for no reason. Baiming Kong Tian said, "I will stay in this city. I hope Brother Yuanxi will consider this carefully." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and disappeared with the people behind him. As he left, the temperature of the sky gradually returned to normal. Jiang Ruobing shouted in the direction Baiming Kong Tian left, "Brother Yunxiao will stay in Crimson Moon City for the rest of his life. If you have the ability, don't ever leave." She was just throwing a tantrum, but it had a different meaning in the ears of the crowd, and they all had different emotions. Wan Zimao was so angry that his injuries worsened. He said in a low voice, "Cousin, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Baiming Palace and Crimson Moon City have always been on good terms. How can we destroy the relationship because of an outsider?" Now that Li was controlled, Li Yunxiao was useless. Thinking of his unfathomable strength, a murderous intent rose in his heart. He wished he could let the people from Baiming Palace take Li Yunxiao away and kill him. Jiang Ruobing stared at him coldly, making Wan Zimao feel weak. He felt his hands and feet turn cold. She said, "Let's not talk about how my friend became an outsider. Li injured me just now, and only Brother Yunxiao saved me. Now that you want to hand over my benefactor, then hand me over first." Wan Xiling helped. "My cousin was injured by the cold air and couldn't use his true vitality. Otherwise, he would have come to save you even if he had to die. Furthermore, this is the Red Moon City. Who can really hurt my cousin?" That Li Yunxiao also saw this, which is why he made a move. Nailan Jixuan didn't have a good impression of him. She snorted, "Young Master Xiling's words are really disappointing. Your brother was injured by Li Yi, and young Master Yunxiao took revenge for your brother. How dare you say it was a show?" She didn't hide the contempt on her face. Jiang Ruobing also sneered, "Now that the old man from Baiming Palace is overbearing, I'll have to trouble cousin Xiling to make a show and drive him away. Ruobing and the other heroes are waiting to see your performance." "You." Wan Xiling was so angry that he brushed his sleeves aside and ignored Jiang Ruobing. Wan Zimao's face was ashen, and he didn't make a sound. His eyes were empty and filled with pain. Dong Menyao glanced at the youngsters, then said to Wan Yuanxi, "The 8 symbols of death have enemies all over the world, and they are a scourge of the realm of heaven martial arts. Brother Yuanxi, I hope you can eliminate this scourge for the world. What a good way to rid the world of evil. Dong Menyao, why don't you eliminate me first?" A cold voice reverberated in the sky. The wind and clouds surged in the surroundings. Above the sky garden, under the moon, countless rays of green light shone and gathered into a huge golden face. Its eyes were empty and lifeless, constantly changing ferociously in the air. That face's mouth kept emitting strange laughter, causing everyone to shudder. All the young prodigies held their breaths and couldn't help but back away. Dong Menyao was astonished and said in shock, You are. Lil 8 was overjoyed. He quickly kissed the sky and said, Senior Yuan, you have come to save us. When Dong Menyao heard this name, his whole body shook, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He said in shock, You are really my third brother? That golden face kept changing in the air, and a cold voice transmitted over. It said, Dong Menyao, since you already know my identity, do you still want to kill my people? Gulp. Dong Menyao swallowed his saliva with difficulty and said, Aren't you already dead? How did you become the leader of the 8 symbols? Humph, you really talk a lot of nonsense. That golden face snorted impatiently and said, I am not the leader, but I am the second in the 8 symbols. Knowing more about the rest is not good for you. Today, whoever dares to touch the people of the 8 symbols, just wait for your own faction to be massacred. Dong Menyao's face was ashen, and he was even more dazed. He stood there in a daze, not daring to make a sound. Qing Haomiao frowned. As an absolute core disciple of the Soul Devourer sect, he had no impression of this so-called third brother of Elder Yao. However, looking at the soul slave in the sky, an uncontrollable fear spread in his heart. Jiotian's soul slaves could turn gold, but even gold soul slaves were divided into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. His own soul slave was a yellow rank soul slave, and the huge golden soul in front of him gave him a vast and unfathomable feeling. Although he couldn't determine its rank, it had at least reached the earth rank. Yuanxi's expression suddenly changed, as if she thought of something, and said in shock, Could it be that you are the soul devourer Dong Menyuan who killed more than 20 Emperor Wu experts in the soul devourer sect in order to cultivate a soul slave? When these words came out, everyone was instantly overwhelmed with shock. These youths couldn't help but tremble slightly. Qing Haomiao's expression also changed greatly, turning deathly pale. He finally knew who this person was. He was the greatest traitor to appear in the Soul Devourer sect in the past 100 years. In order to cultivate a heaven-rank soul slave, he killed more than 20 Emperor Wu experts in the sect, including his own friends, brothers, and even his father and another vice-sect head. All of them died in his Soul Devourer Gonfalon. Even the sect master, Huang Fubai, was injured by it, but at the same time, it killed Dong Menyuan with great power. This became the greatest tragedy of the soul-devouring sect in the past 100 years, as well as a mystery. Who would have thought that Dong Menyuan, whom everyone thought was dead, was still alive, and had even become the second-ranked of the Death God's 8 symbols? What was even more terrifying was that if such a person was only the second-ranked, then what kind of person would the leader be? Yuanxi was also shocked. He seemed to have underestimated the power of the 8 symbols. Suddenly, a wispy voice sounded in his ear, telling him some information. His entire body shook, and his eyes became unprecedentedly solemn. Within the city lord's residence, Wan Hongyu snorted disdainfully. Birds of a feather really do flock together. Cockroaches and rats. What did you say to my brother? How should he deal with the current situation? Jiang Churan smiled. Just let him act according to the situation. But he definitely can't fight with the 8 symbols unless he's confident of eliminating them in one fell swoop. Otherwise, with our great foundation here, they can come and go without a trace. They can come and go without a trace after beating us, and come back to beat us up from time to time. Just the leader and Dong Menyuan alone are enough to make us suffer. Wan Hongyu said unhappily, they've already come to our doorstep. If we compromise, won't we become the laughingstock of the world? In my opinion, why don't we take down Dong Menyuan and the other cockroaches, lure the leader out, and then kill him and the rest of the rats in one fell swoop? That way, the prestige of our Scarlet Moon City will be above that of the other 6 sections. Jiang Churan shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Let's not talk about whether we can lure that person out. Even if he really comes, not to mention that his assassination techniques are unparalleled in the world, even if he comes openly, we have no confidence of killing him. Wan Hongyu fell silent. She seemed to have triggered something and didn't say anything. Jiang Churan also felt a pent-up anger. He suddenly cursed, F***ck the 7 sect masters. They can't do anything. I really wish I could leave everything behind and roam the world as I please. He felt extremely helpless. Everything was like shackles that bound him, preventing him from flying. In the Wind and Moon Inn, Wan Yuanzi calmed down and said, I don't care who you are. As long as you comply with the rules, you will be safe. However, these people forcefully attacked us and disregarded our Scarlet Moon City's rules. They must accept the punishment of our Scarlet Moon City. No matter who you are, you can wait quietly in the city for the punishment. Although his words were still forceful, everyone could hear the underlying meaning behind it. They secretly thought that the lives of these 4 people were probably saved. However, Dong Menyuan didn't seem satisfied. He sneered, punishment? The one who violated the rules should be that Yanwu City's city lord, right? He dared to kill our Death God Palace's people. Are we allowed to kill people at will in this hero gathering? Wan Yuanzi's eyes flashed. He said seriously, in a competition between 2 people, mistakes are inevitable. As for killing people at will, Li Yi was only injured. When did you see him die? How can you make a judgment and casually accuse someone of a crime? However, your people forcefully interfered with the competition. There is irrefutable evidence that everyone saw. How about this? Wake this Li Yi up and let them fight fairly. Outsiders will not interfere. If Yanwu City's city lord dares to kill people on the spot, we will also punish him. Dong Menyuan said angrily, you. Although Li Yi was strong, he was clearly no match for Li Yunxiao. If he fought again, it would be difficult for him to escape defeat. Wan Yuanzi was clearly sending him to his death. Fine. We can fight, but Lil 8 must accept the challenge. Dong Menyuan said, although there is an age limit in this hero gathering, Lil 8 is not much older. Furthermore, our Death God Palace has some grudges with this brat. We can let them fight to the death to settle their old grudges. Li Yunxiao hurriedly said, Lord Yuanzi, don't listen to his nonsense. I don't know them. What old grudges? Wan Yuanzi nodded and said, Dong Menyuan, look, everyone says you are lying. The golden face in the sky roared and said angrily, brat, you are seeking death. You have no grudges with us, but we have a grudge against you. As for what the grudge is, you don't need to know. Fight honestly. If you win, you can live. If you don't fight, or if you lose, you will die. Everyone was dizzy. How could there be such a tyrannical thing? It seemed like Li Yunxiao was doomed. Jiang Ruobing hurriedly said, Uncle Yuanzi, you can't. Wan Yuanzi looked at Li Yunxiao and said, what do you think? If you agree, I won't stop you. If you don't, I will chase this person away for you. At least you will be safe in Crimson Moon City. I can't be responsible for your safety outside the city. Jiang Ruobing said, Brother Yunxiao, don't worry. With your talent, you can cultivate in Crimson Moon City. This is the place with the richest spiritual energy in the East region. In a few decades, you will be able to reach the peak of martial arts. When that time comes, you can go look for that old man Kong Tian and see if he dares to capture you. Everyone was speechless. They thought to themselves that Jiang Ruobing was really trying to make him her husband. What was the point of fighting in the arena? Not to mention the fact that he couldn't beat Li Yunxiao. Even if he won, he would probably be the one to take over. In the city lord's residence, Wan Hongyu also frowned and said unhappily, Ruobing, this lass, doesn't know what to say. She's not reserved at all. How will the heroes of the world look at us? Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, Sir Yuan, can you respect my own opinion? You take care of my affairs, is that all right? Have you refined your soul slave to the heaven tier? Why do you have the time to meddle in other people's business? Silence, complete silence. Everyone's mouth was wide open and lifeless. How dare he speak to Dong Menyuan like this? Was he crazy? Everyone felt that this was absurd. The person in front of them was an executioner who had killed more than 20 Emperor Wu and even his own father. Just the sight of the golden soul slave in the sky was terrifying. The best solution now was undoubtedly what Jiang Ruobing had said. He would hide in Crimson Moon City for decades. With his talent, it was only a matter of time before he left. When that time came, no one would dare to stop him. Die. No one can save you today. Dong Menyuan roared. The golden soul slave in the sky suddenly shot out a golden lightning bolt, striking towards Li Yunxiao. Cold sweat appeared on Li Yunxiao's forehead. He was taking a gamble and using words to provoke Dong Menyuan. Given his personality, he would definitely attack him in anger. Then, Crimson Moon City would have to protect him in order to maintain their image. As long as the two sides clashed, he would have room to maneuver. Dong Menyuan was indeed furious. Not only did that golden lightning bolt contain extremely powerful lightning power, it could also directly attack one's soul. Anyone who was hit by it would definitely die. Wan Yuanzi was shocked and said angrily, "Dong Menyuan, you dare to kill someone in front of me? Damn it!" He roared and stared at Dong Menyuan with daggers in his eyes. However, he didn't move at all and just stood there motionlessly. Li Yunxiao was shocked and thought to himself, "Oh no. Wan Yuanzi has no intention of protecting me. He's deliberately watching me get killed." As his gaze swept past, he saw an imperceptible smile appear on Wan Yuanzi's face. Jiang Ruobing, on the other hand, let out a cry of surprise and flew out. However, Wan Xiling snorted coldly and blocked her way in one step. He flipped his palm out and blocked Jiang Ruobing. At the moment of life and death, a fierce look flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He could no longer care about his trump cards and was about to activate the indestructible golden body and summon the world god Steel. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot down and collided with the thunderbolt, causing a ball of light to explode and scatter in all directions. Just the impact alone had caused everyone's hearts to tremble greatly and the vital energy and blood in their bodies to seethe. "Who is it? How dare you meddle in my business?" The golden face in the sky roared angrily. It kept changing its shape, but most of it was ferocious. A ray of light landed in front of Li Yunxiao, and a faint green figure gradually appeared in the sky. The figure slowly descended from the light, and a pleasant voice came out from her mouth, "Those who are controlled by time no longer have freedom. Look at the boundless world, who will steal the beautiful time? Be it the person or the soul, they are but the shadow of the moon in a lotus pond." The beautiful figure landed in front of Li Yunxiao. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and two strands of hair were swaying gently in the wind. She was wearing a light green floral dress, and her waist was slender. Her beauty was not inferior to Jiang Ruobing's. She was so beautiful that she was flawless, as if she did not belong to the mortal world. Everyone who saw her was stunned. "Master!" Jiang Ruobing was overjoyed. She quickly ran up and said coquettishly, "Master isn't here, and they all bully me. They even bully my friend." Ning Hangfeng, who was not far away, was shocked. He quickly flew down and said respectfully, "Second sister." His heart was filled with shock. His second sister, who had been living in seclusion for many years, had never bothered herself with the affairs of the world. Why would she appear here for Li Yunxiao? Furthermore, her face no longer had the weathered and dispirited look of the past. Instead, she was calm and quiet like a virgin. Wan Yuanzi was also shocked. She quickly said, "So it's younger sister Qiue. Why did you leave the Peach Blossom Cove?" The person who came was Ning Qiue. After she landed, she ignored everyone's words and turned to Li Yunxiao with a smile, "We meet again." Li Yunxiao heaved a heavy sigh of relief. With Ning Qiue here, he was considered safe. He immediately recovered his previous calmness and said with a light smile, "Heaven and earth are the reverse journey of all living things. Time is a passing traveler of 100 generations." A trace of astonishment flashed in Ning Qiue's eyes. She carefully pondered over the meaning of Li Yunxiao's words. What surprised her even more was that this youth could still be so calm under such circumstances. This kind of talent was not rare, but unique. It was unbelievable. In the city lord's mansion, Jiang Churan and Wan Hongyu were shocked. They looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Wan Hongyu had a complicated look in her eyes. She said, "Why is she here? It doesn't make sense. Even if Crimson Moon City was flattened, I reckon that she wouldn't leave the Peach Blossom Cove. Why would she come out to save that Yanwu city lord?" Jiang Churan also stared blankly at the water screen. Her eyes were similarly filled with disbelief. Wan Hongyu suddenly said, "Could it be that this Li Yunxiao has some special identity that we don't know of? That battle technique that has been tempered 1,000 times, a powerful 9th-tier profound artifact and martial technique, the possession of a mystical mountain and treasure land, Yanwu City. Moreover, he even attracted Li Huaqi and Yao Jinliang to appear at the same time. This kid definitely has a background that we don't know of. This background can even invite Ning Qiue to move. Her voice carried a trace of fierceness towards the end, and her eyes were filled with a bright light. Jiang Churan frowned and said, no matter how great Li Yunxiao's background is, it's impossible for it to influence younger sister Qiue. Moreover, it looks like they've met long ago and got along well. But younger sister Qiue has never taken a step out of the Peach Blossom Cove. It's definitely Li Yunxiao who went to look for her. How exactly did he influence younger sister Qiue? I'm really very curious. Wan Hongyue's expression was ice-cold as she snorted coldly. What, your heart is stirred after seeing the beauty of the past? Do you think your chance has come? Jiang Churan laughed involuntarily when he heard those words that were filled with jealousy. He hugged his beloved wife and said with a smile, with such a beauty here, my heart is indeed stirred. Wan Hongyue's face turned red, and she angrily said, be serious. Things are getting more and more out of control. Who knows what this crazy girl will do? Back then, she was already known as the demoness of Red Moon City. She never cared about the consequences when doing things. Otherwise, with her talent back then, the position of Red Moon City's city lord might not have been yours. Jiang Churan let out a long sigh and said, sigh, how I wish it hadn't been my turn back then. In the sky above the breeze and moon garden, the golden face constantly changed before shrinking violently. In the air, it condensed into the slender figure of a man in grey clothes. His expression was dark as he stared coldly down below. Dong Menyao was greatly shocked. Although he already knew that this person in front of him was his third brother, his heart still trembled when he saw him. Dong Menyuan's body emitted a threatening cold aura as he said angrily, who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Jiang Ruobing raised her sword a few times and said proudly, this is my master. Your time of death has come. Hurry up and run. Dong Menyuan was both angry and amused. He said, haha, run? There aren't many people in this world who can match up to this word. If you know what's good for you, hand this person over and I'll pretend that nothing happened today. Nothing happened? Ning Qiue was astonished. You came to Red Moon City to behave atrociously and broke the rules, and you want to pretend that nothing happened? Is there such a thing in this world? Dong Menyuan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the other party to give him such a reply. He said in a daze, then what do you want? TSK. Of course I want to throw you into the dungeon. A cold light flashed in Ning Qiue's eyes, and her aura suddenly became fierce. Jiang Ruobing, Li Yunxiao, and the others beside her were all pushed away by this aura, and they couldn't stand steadily. Wan Yuanxi said in shock, younger sister Qiue, this, Ning Qiue didn't even look at him. She only said coldly, go to the side. Wan Yuanxi. Ha, interesting, really interesting. Dong Menyuan couldn't help but laugh wildly. He said, I haven't seen such an interesting thing in a long time. In all these years, the number of people who dared to attack me can be counted on one hand, and there wasn't even a single woman who dared to attack me. Let me play to my heart's content today, and let these juniors see the demeanor of a martial arts senior. There was a flash of light in his hand, and the soul-devouring gonfalon appeared in his hand. With a wave, the golden soul slave from before gradually appeared. It shone with a golden light as if it had a physical body, and turned into a strong man. It descended from the sky, roaring continuously. Earth soul, it's actually a peak earth rank soul slave. Dong Menyao cried out in shock. His eyes were filled with terror, and he actually retreated in fear. Qinghaomiao was also greatly shocked. The golden strong man descending from the sky gave the soul-devouring race far more pressure than anyone else. All the experts hidden in the sky were greatly shocked. The Spirit Eater race was already in existence that caused people to be extremely wary of, and the Golden Soul Slave was even more frightening, causing people to tremble in fear. Among the Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow ranks, many sects had speculated whether Heaven rank soul slaves truly existed. This debate had never been settled because no one had ever seen Huangfu Bai in action. But at this moment, a peak Earth rank soul slave had appeared in front of everyone. Ning Qiue's expression didn't change at all. She sneered indifferently and said, interesting? Then I'll make it a little more interesting. She raised her right hand high and spread open her fingers. Her left hand formed a seal in front of her, and she chanted an incantation. Suddenly, the sky shook violently, and the golden strong man's descent abruptly stopped. Dong Menyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Wan Yuanzi was greatly shocked, and his eyes were filled with shock. He seemed to have guessed what Ning Qiuya wanted to do, and 2 lines of cold sweat flowed down his face. In the distant city lord's mansion, a red cloud suddenly rose. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, it spread into the sky, and the sky was filled with colorful clouds. It was a beautiful sight. Ah! It's actually that thing. Jiang Churan was shocked. Her figure flashed, and she immediately appeared in a sacrificial area in the city lord's mansion. In the center of the solemn sacrificial altar, there was an ordinary copper rod stuck in the ground. It had been stuck there for decades, and it looked ordinary and had never changed. But at this moment, the rod was shining with a golden light. Patterns began to appear on the originally ordinary surface, and the light it emitted was like an auspicious cloud, reflecting the beautiful scenery in the sky. Wan Hongyu also arrived. Her face was ashen, and she gritted her teeth. You've been trying to communicate with it for so many years, but you've never succeeded. This crazy girl hasn't touched it for so many years, but it can still be activated. Did she tamper with it back then? Jiang Churan shook her head and smiled bitterly. Treasures have their own intelligence. Everyone has their own opportunities, so you can't force it. As soon as she finished speaking, the golden rod suddenly flew out from the altar and turned into a ray of light. The entire sky was dyed red as if it was burning. Dong Menyuan's expression changed drastically. He suddenly felt an endless force pressing down on him. Soon, he saw the golden rod piercing through the air as if it was going to crush everything. Ah! He sucked in a breath of cold air. Ever since he was injured by Huang Fubai, this was the first time he felt such great danger. He hurriedly formed a seal with both hands. The golden warrior suddenly roared and suddenly became huge. It slammed its palm towards the rod. The pressure from this move was like rolling thunder. The entire sky garden trembled violently, as if it was going to collapse at any moment. Wan Yuanzi exhaled and said in shock, "It really is a scepter." A complicated expression appeared in his eyes, and he also formed a seal with one hand. Immediately, a wave of energy appeared from his body and formed a barrier that enveloped the entire sky garden. Only then did the trembling stabilize. Do you think the bigger it is, the more powerful it is? Ning Qiuya sneered and made a strange gesture with both hands. It was as beautiful as dancing, and it was pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, no one was watching. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sky in shock. The golden scepter suddenly split open and began to transform in the air, continuously growing out. In an instant, it turned into a huge golden dove. Its body was extremely fat, and it looked very cute. Its 2 little claws directly clawed at the golden warrior's arm. Dong Menyuan's expression changed drastically. The soul slave was directly connected to his soul. When the golden pigeon grabbed it, he felt a powerful force enter his soul. It was about to tear the soul slave apart. This situation scared Dong Menyuan out of his wits. A surreal feeling appeared in his mind. This was a soul slave at the peak of Earth tier. How could it be so easily torn apart when its might far surpassed that of an ordinary 9th tier profound weapon? He quickly formed a seal with one hand, and the soul-devouring gonfalon in his other hand quickly unfolded, fluttering in the wind and the air. A horrifying scene of hell appeared in the sky, and everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Ning Qiuya swayed her body and softly said, "Memory is a curtain covered with wind chimes, and a person's life is mostly centered on regret, extending through time." As she recited her poem, the golden pigeon held on to the soul slave and refused to let go. No matter how the surroundings changed and how countless vengeful spirits and evil ghosts came out, the golden pigeon remained unmoved. No one can hold back those distant times. Everything is but a fleeting moment of quicksand. A cold light suddenly flashed through Ning Qiuya's eyes, and she lightly said, "Time, like a song." Boom! In the purgatory, the golden soul slave screamed in horror and was torn to pieces by the pigeon. Countless souls rushed out and wailed in the soul-devouring flag. Dong Menyuan spat out a mouthful of blood. The moment the earth soul was broken, it gave him a huge backlash. The true energy in his body churned, and he felt pain as if his body was about to be torn apart. Dong Menyao and Xianxia were completely dumbfounded. They were well aware of how powerful that Earth Soul slave was, so how could it be destroyed so easily, although as long as the soul was not destroyed, it could still be condensed from the soul-devouring Gonfalon after a certain period of time. How could such a godlike existence in their sect be so weak? Both of their confidence suffered a huge blow, and they began to have great doubts about the future development of the soul slave. Li Yunxiao had a smile in his eyes, and he nodded slightly in praise. Ning Qiue had been dispirited for so many years, but her martial arts did not regress, and instead advanced. It seemed that her heartless and desireless cultivation had turned out to be a blessing in disguise. You dare to tear my earth soul, I'll fight you to the death. Dong Menyuan went completely crazy. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he waved the soul-devouring Gonfalon in his hand, and the evil spirit purgatory world suddenly descended, wanting to swallow the entire Qingfeng Mingyue circle. Ning Qiue said to Wan Yuanzi, "Protect the garden." After spitting out these two words, she flew into the sky, luring away the evil spirits and vengeful spirits. Wan Yuanzi smiled bitterly, and a green longsword appeared in the sky, flashing with sword qi. He placed both hands on the hilt of the sword, and stabbed it into the ground. A wave of sword qi spread out from the ground with him as the center, enveloping the entire Qingfeng Mingyue circle in the light of his sword, expelling all the yin qi outside. Only then did everyone feel a trace of warmth, and their blood surged. This level of battle had always existed in various legends, and now that they were able to see it with their own eyes, this trip was not in vain. You want to leave? Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you'll still die. Dong Menyuan's mind was filled with rage, and countless vengeful spirits turned into streaks of light, charging forward. Ning Qiue waved her hand, and the scepter song of time immediately returned to her hand. With a light wave, she scattered the spirits that filled the sky. Humph, I have billions of souls here. Let's see how long you can fight for. Dong Menyuan laughed sinisterly, and with another wave of his hand, an overwhelming number of evil spirits surged out from the purgatory, roaring as they charged forward. Ning Qiue frowned, and a vicious aura emerged from her body. She said coldly, the Soul Devourer sect really shouldn't exist. How many people did they have to kill to refine a banner? She held the Song of Time in her right hand, and raised it high up. A golden light flashed on the scepter, and it immediately changed. The golden light illuminated her entire body. A sorrowful voice sounded, and said, "Years have passed, and it should be a beautiful time and beautiful scenery in vain. Even if there are 1,000 kinds of amorous feelings, who can I tell them to?" In the blink of an eye, the scepter disappeared, and the dazzling golden light appeared on her body. The beautiful figure wore a golden battle robe that flickered with light, and under the moonlight, she held a golden longsword in her hand. She looked like a moon fairy as she walked over. Wan Yuanzi's eyes were filled with complex emotions, and they were filled with envy and jealousy. The scepter, the Song of Time, was the symbol of the highest authority in Red Moon City. At the same time, it was also an extremely powerful profound artifact. It was an item that all the previous city lords had to refine. But ever since the previous city lord, only Ning Qiue could control this item. If not for the fact that she had been disheartened by what happened in the past and lived in seclusion in the Peach Blossom Cove, the position of city lord would not have been Jiang Churen's turn. Dong Menyuan's heart jumped. After the scepter changed, it gave him an even more fearful feeling. He shouted loudly, and his hands quickly formed a seal. In the purgatory scene in the sky, a cold and gloomy light appeared, and it turned into a giant ghost head, desperately devouring and absorbing the millions of souls. Ah! Pagoda ghost! Dong Menyao was overwhelmed with shock, and the blood capillaries all over his body emitted cold air. Qinghaomiao could feel that Dong Menyao's body temperature had completely disappeared, and he could not help but frown. He could not help but ask, "Lord Yao, what is this pagoda ghost?" Dong Menyao's body trembled, and he said with his parched throat, "The pagoda ghost is a kind of giant spirit divine ability. It is similar to condensing murderous aura, causing the god of death to descend. This pagoda ghost uses tens of thousands of souls to serve the Ghost King, allowing the Ghost King to personally descend upon the human realm. After devouring the tens of thousands of souls, the ghost head in the purgatory continued to grow stronger, and gradually formed a body, emitting a bone-chilling aura. Dong Menyuan laughed loudly, "Haha, the souls that were lost to feed the Ghost King today, I will make up for them from within Red Moon City." He struck a seal on the Ghost King's body, and it emitted a clear and gloomy light. He shouted, "Pagoda Ghost, attack!" Rumble. The body of the Ghost King in the purgatory continued to form, and it opened its horrifying mouth. Its hands formed a circle in front of its body, forming a black energy ball. The ball was filled with all kinds of negative energy. Just the pressure alone was enough to cause the experts hiding in the void to be shocked. Dozens of streaks of light shot out, and they all fled into the distance. Yuan Yuanzi, who was guarding the breeze and moon garden, also had beads of sweat on his forehead, feeling the immense pressure. Suddenly, a ray of green light appeared and spread out in the garden. It was Ning Hangfeng who made a move, and together with Yuan Yuanzi, the pressure was greatly reduced. Dong Menyuan had already raised his true essence to the limit, and he shouted angrily, "6 paths open at the same time, thousands of ghosts, Buddha's purgatory." The black energy ball in the Ghost King's hand suddenly emitted a powerful gloomy light, and it began to devour everything around it, as if it wanted to drag the entire world into purgatory, falling into the 6 paths together. Ah! Screams came from the sky continuously. Many people who thought they were strong and did not escape in the void were devoured by the black ball, leaving not even their bones or souls behind. This caused even more experts to flee, but it was already too late. Apart from a few who self-destructed their profound artifacts and burned their souls to escape, most of them were sucked into the black ball, and it was difficult for them to escape death. It was as if the gates of hell had opened in the sky above the entire Red Moon City, and the terrifying appearance of ghosts shocked everyone in the city. Everyone was terrified. Ning Qiue's expression did not change. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and placed the sword in his right hand behind his back. He slowly circulated his true essence, and strange symbols appeared on the sword, which turned into golden light and dissipated in the air. It was as if an inaudible song rang out from the sword light, as if it came from the heavens. It was dreamy and illusory, and it floated above the Red Moon City, entering everyone's ears and gripping their hearts. Li Yunxiao opened his mouth and recited, wearing clothes with golden threads, "The intent is possessed by the devil." Like the clouds and flowing water, the vast sky ripples, sweeping away the army of 1,000, guiding like a river. Emptiness for 10,000 worlds, a song for all eternity. Everyone's hearts trembled. This poem actually matched that faintly discernible song seamlessly, and it made people feel as if the endless years were passing, and the world was filled with a bleak feeling. His poem stopped, and Ning Qiue's eyes gradually opened. His red lips lightly spat out, "1,000 autumns like snow, half a night like a dream, a sword that suppresses the soul of time." The sword was filled with the vicissitudes of life, and as the sword light swept out, a golden light streaked across the sky, and the order of time was thrown into disorder. It was as if all the autumns and all the ages were condensed in this sword, and it wanted to split the past, split the present, and split the future. Everyone was dazed by this soul-suppressing sword. It was as if the world no longer existed. Looking back, only fragments of time were left, constantly disappearing in their memories. There was no one before, no one after. The world went on and on. Time was like a song. Those experts who could still open their eyes watched in horror as the gigantic Ghost King's body was sliced in half by the sword light. The black energy ball also shattered in an instant, and a large amount of black energy exploded in all directions. Countless resentful souls and malicious ghosts screamed in agony, covering the sky and covering the earth. However, they were annihilated by the vicissitudes of life, leaving only loneliness in the world. Tens of thousands of ghosts and countless remnant souls were actually purified by the soul-suppressing sword. They were led to the other shore of the 6 paths, the unknown heavenly kingdom. Dong Menyuan was so frightened that he couldn't make a sound. His mouth was wide open, and his face was completely numb. Bang! The soul-devouring gonfalon in his hand suddenly exploded. His body was like the grey gonfalon, and several of his acupoints burst into a bloody mist, scattering into the sky. His entire body was like a deflated balloon, and his spirit was completely drained. He immediately became dispirited, and his face instantly aged several hundred years, becoming dim and gloomy. The tyrannical sky tiger was shocked, and it cried, "Out, Lord Yuan! It hurriedly flew up, wanting to save Dong Menyuan. Ning Qiue's golden armor and sword instantly turned into specks of golden light, condensing in front of her, forming the shape of a scepter. She lightly grabbed the Song of Time and tapped it on the side of her body. The entire space trembled slightly. The tyrannical sky tiger suddenly let out a miserable cry, as if its chest had been hit by a heavy hammer. It spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. At this moment, everyone recovered from their dazed state, and their faces were all pale. The battle just now was too shocking, and it was simply unimaginable. Even now, they still couldn't understand what had happened. They only knew the result: Ning Qiue had won. Dong Menyuan fell from the sky, landing heavily on the breeze and moon garden, causing dust to rise. The entire sky was silent, deathly silent. No one dared to make the slightest sound. Everyone was extremely careful with their breathing, and their faces were all pale. At this moment, Ning Qiue was still wearing a light green floral dress. She held a simple scepter in her hand as she slowly descended from the sky. Her complexion was somewhat pale, but she appeared even more holy and dignified, like a fairy descending. The unbelievable battle caused the crowd to admire the lady in front of them to reach its peak. Even Yuan Yuanzi, Ning Hangfeng, and countless people who were watching from all directions were terrified. That soul-suppressing age song was definitely at the level of the 7 great sect leaders, conferred Emperor Wu. He was already above billions of people, standing at the peak of this continent. Among the 8 elephants, only little 8 still had strength left. He mustered his courage and placed his sword in front of Dong Menyuan. He said in a trembling voice, You can't kill him. Do you know who our boss is? Ning Qiue took a few steps forward and directly walked in front of little 8. She didn't even make a move, but an invisible force turned into a huge palm and slapped over. Pa! A loud and crisp sound rang out, and little 8 was sent flying. Its body flipped a few times in the air before falling to the ground. Ning Qiue sneered and said, Your boss? TSK, isn't it just Ling Bai? Let him hit me if he has the guts. Pa! Another slap sent little 8 flying into the air. Ah! What? This time everyone suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. They were extremely shocked. Even those who had been careful and didn't dare to make a sound couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Bai, everyone couldn't help but shiver. No wonder Baiming Kongtian didn't say a word. It was actually titled Jiying, the Lord ranked 4th on the heaven and earth ranking list. Xianxia's expression changed slightly, and a look of reminiscence flashed across his eyes. He sighed inwardly and thought, It really is him. This is big trouble. Only a witch like Ning Qiue is fearless and completely disregards the consequences. If Jiang Churan was here, she definitely wouldn't have completely broken off with the 8 elephants. Cold sweat also appeared on Yuan Yuanzi's forehead. He thought to himself, This is bad. If Ling Bai's identity wasn't made public, they could still manipulate things in secret and deal with these people from Death God Palace. Now that it was revealed in front of everyone, they couldn't kill them, nor could they not kill them. Furthermore, they had already revealed the leader's identity. If they were to make a move now, wouldn't they be making an enemy out of that person? You know, and you still. Little 8 covered his face and stood up with an expression of dissatisfaction. Pa! Another slap to the face, and his whole body flipped over again. His face was already swollen beyond recognition. Lord Ning, Pa! My boss, Lord! Lord, please pay attention to your demeanor. Pa! Wha! Stop hitting me. Pa! I'm going to kill you. Pa! Stop. What do I have to do to make you stop hitting me? Pa! The sound of slaps shook everyone's hearts. They all felt their bodies turn cold, and their lips were extremely parched. Especially after knowing their boss's identity, he still dared to hit them like this. As the saying goes, one must look at the owner before hitting a dog. Little 8's head was swollen like a watermelon. Furthermore, it was a purple watermelon. He staggered as he climbed up. It seemed that after his head became bigger, it became heavier, and he fell forward. His eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Ning Qiue resentfully. Ning Qiue said coldly, Why? Not talking anymore? Little 8 desperately pursed his lips, afraid that he would say something again. Pa! Another slap landed. This time, he was directly smashed into the ground, and his entire head was buried in it. Everyone's heart jumped violently. They trembled as they touched their own faces, and they didn't even dare to breathe. She would hit him even if he spoke, or even if he didn't speak, she would still hit him. This woman was really crazy. Little 8 learned his lesson and directly maintained his posture with his head stuck in the ground. This way, he wouldn't be hit, right? Humph. Ling Bai is dead? Even if your boss is Ao Chung Kong, he still won't be able to save you. She had the image of a virtuous lady, but when she spoke, she revealed the tyrannical aura of a hoodlum. She slammed the scepter in her hand onto the ground, and immediately, a huge force shook out from the ground and directly struck Little 8's head, sending him flying into the sky. When he fell back down, he directly fainted and lost consciousness. 3 of the Death God's 8 symbols, as well as the Palace Master of Death God Palace, Li Yi, all 4 of them were lying on the ground, and they had completely lost their ability to fight. Only Li's face was pale, and she didn't know what to do. The strength of this woman in front of her was too terrifying. Even if she recovered to the peak state of her demonic power, she most likely wouldn't be this woman's opponent. This person was the strongest human she had seen since she woke up. Ning Qiue looked at her coldly, and then said to Ning Hangfeng, "Bring these 5 people into the dungeon. According to the rules of Crimson Moon City, no matter who they are, kill them if they deserve to be killed." Yes, yes. Ning Hangfeng was also covered in cold sweat. Today's matter was no longer something he could make a decision on his level. He hurriedly summoned the few Imperial Guard experts of Emperor Wu, and used them as movers to capture Li Yi and the other 4. The Song of Time in Ning Qiue's hand suddenly turned into specks of golden light, and disappeared from her hand. She quietly looked at a corner of the sky, and calmly said, "Lord Kong Tian, just now you said you wanted to bring my little friend back to Dark North Profound Palace? Please come down and tell me in detail about this matter. You're standing too far away, and it's inconvenient to talk." The corner of the sky that she was staring at trembled, and then Baiming Kongtian's figure appeared. His face was filled with nervousness, and he turned into a ray of light that landed in the Wind and Moon Garden. Baiming Kongtian also felt a headache. He didn't think that he had provoked such a powerful master. He smiled apologetically and said that Li Yunxiao learned the method to break my Dark North Profound Palace's secret arts from somewhere. I want to invite him back to have a chat, drink and chat, and verify our martial arts together, and improve together. Everyone felt dizzy from hearing this. Even the elders of Dark North Profound Palace were trembling with fear in front of Ning Qiue. Ning Qiue said to Li Yunxiao, "Brat, are you willing to go?" Li Yunxiao shook his head repeatedly and said, "Of course not. This elder Kong Tian is too fierce. I don't dare, he'll kill me." He put on a harmless appearance, and said innocently, "Haha, how could that be?" Baiming Kongtian laughed awkwardly, and said, "This old man admires all the young juniors who are innovative in the martial way the most, and can't even cherish them enough. In Dark North Profound Palace, with me around, no one can even think of touching a single finger of yours. Of course, whether to go or not, this has to be respected, little friend's opinion. This can't be forced." Li Yunxiao said, "Then you still said to wait for me in Crimson Moon City, and told me to not go out for the rest of my life if I had the guts." Baiming Kongtian laughed and said, "Haha, that was merely a joke. The real reason is that this Crimson Moon City's scenery is beautiful. I just want to stay for a few more days, haha. But Lord Yu, there's no objection to me staying for 10 days to half a month, right?" Ning Qiue said calmly, "I have an objection." Baiming Kongtian was speechless. Ning Qiue said, "If there's nothing else, go back directly. Crimson Moon City doesn't like idle people." A surge of anger welled up in Baiming Kongtian's heart. Although he was extremely apprehensive of Ning Qiue, he was an elder after all. He was not afraid that Ning Qiue would kill him. After all, Dark North Profound Palace was not to be trifled with. But he was afraid that this demoness would torture him like she tortured Little 8. Then this old face would be utterly ruined. The circumstances were stronger than the person. He had no choice but to lower his head. He cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, "Then I'll take my leave." He didn't dare to speak any more, nor did he dare to throw out any harsh words. With a belly full of anger and sullenness, he instantly disappeared from the garden. He also didn't want to know the results of the arena tournament. With Ning Qiue here, no one could touch Li Yunxiao. Just as Bai Ming Kong Tian left, the sky suddenly changed color. A red light sprinkled down, shining on the garden. It was abnormally gorgeous. Li Yunxiao's heart suddenly trembled. An indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. A pain came from his mind, and his eyes unexpectedly couldn't help but turn blood red. Tsutsumi was extremely shocked. He hurriedly used force to suppress it. If Tsutsumi appeared at this moment, perhaps even Ning Qiue wouldn't be able to save him. Suddenly, Yuan Xiling cried out in shock, "Crimson moon, crimson moon. The moon sundial has turned red." The entire breeze and moon garden was as red as the sunset. The blood-red moon hung high in the sky. Everyone was shocked and stunned. Everyone in the city raised their heads and looked at the scene with their mouths agape. The moon turning red indicated that 1 month later, one of the 4 major regions' mystic realms, Earth to the end of the world, would descend on Purple Cloud Peak. This change was too sudden, causing everyone to be unable to react for a moment. "Big brother Yunxiao, are you alright?" Jiang Ruobing suddenly called out. She realized that Li Yunxiao's head was covered in cold sweat. His face was abnormally pale, and his eyes were tightly shut. Li Yunxiao did not dare to open his eyes at this moment. He quickly said, "I'm fine. I'm just a little uncomfortable. I'll be fine after some rest." Jiang Ruobing went up to support him. "Perhaps you're still feeling unwell from the battle just now. Just sit for a while." She supported Li Yunxiao to the throne and let him slowly sit down to rest. This scene was witnessed by everyone, and they all felt extremely uncomfortable. Ning Qiue went up and said, "Let me help you take a look." She stretched out her hand. Li Yunxiao trembled in fright. He hurriedly leaned back and said, "No need, no need. My old illness is acting up. Please don't." Ning Qiue was stunned. She retracted her hand and said, "All right. Rest quietly." A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Wan Yuanzi suddenly asked, "Younger sister Qiue, how do you know the Yanwu city lord?" Ning Qiue said, "It's fate, so I know him." Wan Yuanzi, everyone knew that she did not want to say it. However, this person dared to cripple Dong Menyuan and offend Ying, Emperor Wu, and Ling Bai. The relationship between the two of them was probably not that simple. Actually, they were thinking too much. Ning Qiue was a witch who feared nothing. Saving Li Yunxiao was one thing, but since Dong Menyuan dared to be so arrogant in Red Moon City, even if there was nothing else, she would still cripple him. Although Wan Zimao was extremely unhappy in his heart, he was actually much more relaxed than before. Now that Li had been eliminated, and Li Yunxiao still had the metal piece to control him, and Vast Expanse and Baiming Lifeng had also agreed to go easy on Wan Zimao, they were basically guaranteed to win the arena. Dong Menyao said in a deep voice, "Lords, this moon turning red, can it really accurately indicate the arrival of the end of the world?" Wan Yuanzi said, "There's an error, but it's not big." Dong Menyao nodded and said, "This matter is very important. I must first return to the soul-devouring sect and report to the sect. Also, about my third brother," he said hesitantly, "I hope that your sect can spare his life for now. My sect master will definitely look into this matter personally." Wan Yuanzi was just about to agree. He had no intention of killing Dong Menyuan in the first place, but he still fell silent. He turned to look at Ning Qiue. It seemed like this matter was no longer within his control. Ning Qiue said indifferently, "I really don't have a good impression of your soul-devouring sect. Even if Huang Fubai speaks, this Dong Menyuan will most likely die." Everyone was sweating profusely. This demoness words were too capricious. Ning Qiue looked at the extremely ugly expression on Dong Menyao's face and snorted. "However, as fellow members of the 7 major sects, I will still give this bit of face to Huang Fubai, even though the outcome will be the same." Only then did Dong Menyao's expression improve slightly. He cupped his fists and said, "In that case, many thanks to Lord Qiue. These 2 matters are rather urgent, so I will return to the sect now. Brother Yuanzi, farewell." After he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and left, leaving Vast Expanse behind. At this moment, many of the experts in the void who had escaped the calamity had also left. It seemed like the imminent arrival of the end of the world was also a great shock to them. Within the city lord's residence, Xianxia also found it hard to suppress the excitement in her heart. She muttered to herself, "The celestial realm has finally descended. No matter what, I must obtain the celestial realm." Wan Hongyu glanced at him worriedly. "The celestial realm's ability is too powerful. Let's first find that Li Yunxiao and see if he can fully come into contact with Ruame's sigil. If it's possible, there's no need to take this risk." Jiang Churan shook her head. "Not only for Ruame, even if it's for Red Moon City, I must obtain the celestial realm. If I can refine the celestial realm, Red Moon City will be able to stand above the other 6 sections. I won't have to constantly complain about my incompetence." Wan Hongyu's heart ached. She said sadly, "Churan, why do you need to be so sorrowful? You've already done extremely well." Jiang Churan said, "At the same time, this is also for myself. Having cultivated to this stage, it's already very difficult to advance any further. This celestial realm might be a breakthrough point on my martial path. If I obtain it, the path ahead will be boundless. If I lose it, it might be the end." Wan Hongyu snuggled up to Jiang Churan and hugged him from the side. She said gently, "But no matter what, you must place your own safety as the top priority. Whether it's for Red Moon City, me, or our daughter." Jiang Churan smiled and patted her little hand. "Don't worry, I'm a rare expert in the world. What are you afraid of? There's not much suspense in the arena competition this time. Zimao will be the champion without a doubt." Wan Hongyu was stunned. "Why do you think so highly of Zimao? That Li Yunxiao's battle prowess is far above Zimao's." Jiang Churan smiled. "The arena competition is a competition of strength. But outside the arena, it's a competition of comprehensive strength. I believe that Zimao will handle the matter of Li Yunxiao well. If he can't, then I'll be disappointed." Wan Hongyu frowned. But looking at the current situation, Ruobing has no interest in Zimao. Instead, she has a good impression of this Li Yunxiao. Jiang Churan disapproved. She smiled. "This Li Yunxiao is indeed a rare talent. However, his identity is too mysterious. I feel more at ease leaving Ruobing to Zimao. As for something like a good impression, it'll naturally develop after spending some time together. What attracts her to Li Yunxiao is just that unique mystery. What girls ultimately want is still that sense of security." Wan Hongyu rebuked. "Looks like you really understand a woman's heart. You always have a way. Why didn't you take this demoness in back then?" Jiang Churan smiled. "Didn't I take you in as a demoness? Haha. However, the only thing I'm worried about now is..." His smile suddenly vanished. Wan Hongyu seemed to sense something and asked solemnly, "Ning Qiue?" "That's right." Jiang Churan nodded lightly. "This crazy girl is extremely fond of Ruobing. If she forcefully stands up for Li Yunxiao, I'm afraid the outcome will change. However, if younger sister Qiue can guarantee the safety of Li Yunxiao's background and identity, with Li Yunxiao's talent, his future accomplishments will not be below mine. It's not impossible to consider marrying Ruobing to him." Wan Hongyu hurriedly said, "Why would that crazy woman consider so much? She has always done things according to her own preferences. If she's left to her own devices, she'll harm Ruobing for the rest of her life. Although I'm not Ruobing's biological mother, I've always regarded her as my own daughter and have never been biased. We definitely can't let Ruobing marry Li Yunxiao." Her expression suddenly changed. "Churan, if a conflict really breaks out, do you have the confidence to suppress that crazy woman?" Jiang Churan was stunned. Then, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Wan Hongyu's expression changed drastically. She exclaimed in shock, "How is that possible? Even you aren't her match?" Jiang Churan shook his head. "This isn't an issue of strength. You also know that she's a demoness who never considers the consequences of her actions. Meanwhile, I'm the Scarlet Moon City Lord. My identity has determined that I definitely won't fight with her. Even if I can suppress her, it'll definitely be a lose-lose situation. The consequences are too severe. So, if she insists on supporting Li Yunxiao, she can only rely on Zimao to settle it himself. As her uncle, I definitely can't force myself to stand up for her. Wan Hongyu's expression became extremely ugly. From the sword she saw in the water screen, even if she and Wan Yuanxi joined forces, they probably wouldn't be that woman's match. Jiang Turan glanced at her and sighed. Moreover, I'm very happy to see that Sister Kiyue has walked out of the Peach Blossom Cove and improved her martial arts skills. This time, when the world opens, I can wholeheartedly search for Tianxi. Wan Hongyu's heart shook when she heard this. She exclaimed, Turan, don't say that. I'm so scared. Jiang Turan laughed. Haha, don't worry. I'll be fine. However, if I'm injured or something else happens to me, Scarlet Moon City won't be affected much with Sister Kiyue around. Wan Hongyu's heart was in turmoil. She instantly threw the matter of the challenge tournament to the back of her mind. She was in no mood to think about it. What? This is... Suddenly, Jiang Turan let out a shocked cry. Wan Hongyu's heart skipped a beat. Her husband rarely lost his composure like this. Even when the moon turned red, he still looked very calm on the surface. She followed her husband's gaze and looked into the water screen. She saw that the throne Li Yunxiao was sitting on was emitting a strong light. It resonated with the other 6 thrones and slowly rose into the air. It seemed to have formed some kind of formation. Rays of light converged on Li Yunxiao's body. Wan Hongyu was shocked. What is this? She had never seen such a phenomenon before. Jiang Turan's expression was very solemn. He said in a low voice, martial arts inheritance. This Li Yunxiao actually triggered the martial arts inheritance on the thrones. F***ck, how is this possible? As one of the 7 sect leaders, he couldn't help but curse. Wan Hongyu was shocked. Wasn't the martial arts inheritance on the thrones already messed up and sealed by the city lord 10,000 years ago? Jiang Turan said in a low voice, that's right. However, the city lord who sealed the thrones 10,000 years ago inscribed his martial arts inheritance on the seal. No one has been able to undo it for so many years. Over time, everyone thought that it was a myth. Who would have thought that it was actually true? Martial arts inheritance. Wan Hongyu was also stunned. She naturally knew about this rumor. She never thought that she would be able to see it in her lifetime. However, at this moment, Jiang Turan's expression was unusually solemn. He said in a low voice, that generation's city lord of Scarlet Moon City was known as the strongest generation in 10,000 years. A martial arts inheritance that even he couldn't help but inscribe is definitely not ordinary. No matter what, this Li Yunxiao must stay. End of chapter 822. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.